Yeah, it's your boy PSA Sitch here with another Sunday stream with everyone's favorites, the radical revolutionary.
Me? What are you talking about? Me? I'm a revolutionary now?
That's
well,
right.
I kind of like the way it sounds, so.
That's why people like it. They just like the way it sounds. Actually, that's true. I should say not the radical revolutionary. The guy behind the scenes that talks nice to everyone that gets them to come on our show. Adam Friended.
Well, I do try to talk nice to everyone in publicly too, so it's kind of my reputation. I do my best.
Okay.
Look,
That's all we can ask for.
I'm only human. So the big question I have this week before we get started is,
yes,
you and I are both enlightened centrists, okay?
Yes.
Just totally centrist. A lot of people don't know what that means. They think it means neutral. Those people, fuck off. Okay.
Wow. You can't. Okay, you dropped an F-bomb literally within a minute straight.
Was it? Look, I thought, no, I got a minute 30 on my side.
Oh
so
my gosh.
We're clear. Look,
Okay.
I'm taking care of us here.
Okay.
Look, it doesn't mean you're neutral. All centrist means is that you have positions that fall on either side of the political spectrum. So you have positions that are left wing, you have positions that are right wing. That's what centrist means.
That's not what I think it means. Well, actually, that's what centrist means. That's not what enlightened centrist means.
No. Okay, so what does enlightened centrist mean?
Enlightened centrist means that you've moved beyond the bounds of petty tribalism. You can see outside the bubble. You can understand, even if you don't agree with, you can understand the moral tuitions and arguments on both sides.
Well, I'm glad we made that distinction. That's awesome, because you can be a centrist and really not understand the argument on the opposite side. So
right.
That's important. Okay.
That's where the enlightenment comes in.
One of the things we try to do on this show is we just try to get people to understand the argument that's against them, which is often, that's an uphill climb.
And then
sometimes.
make fun of people that are wrong and bad and stupid.
Right. So on the centrist thing, a lot of people will call themselves center right or center left, which just means I have more right-wing positions than left-wing positions, or I have more left-wing positions than right-wing positions, right? I have both left and right positions, but generally I have more on the right or the left, right? Right. So who am I? People have been saying I am center right and you are center left. And I always think, what? I'm the one, as soon as like racist stereotypes come up, who's the one that loses their shit, me or you?
You do.
Yes.
But that's your left-wing beliefs, Adam, right there, kicking up.
Yeah, but
I know why people say it. People say that because usually when there's like a left-right issue that we disagree on, not always, but usually you're more on the defending of the right side than I am.
Just to play devil's advocate for the show to be interesting. I mean,
you're not supposed to say that.
Well, it's the truth.
I don't think it's true. No, I don't think that. I mean, I don't think that's the case. I think we have different opinions.
Yeah. Okay. Well, look.
Anyway, no one cares about all the shop talk. Thanks so much, our surrogate father, Daddy J-Mac, for the 50 gifted subs.
Wow.
Thank you so much.
That's awesome.
And Good Faith Gary, always here and always in good faith, for $50. Thank you so much.
Wow.
I just want to say
that's a lot of good faith.
That's a lot of good faith. Says, I just want to say that as of early Friday morning, Good Faith Gary is officially a dad.
Wow.
Everyone, welcome to the world, Good Faith Gwen, and let's have a good stream. Well, congratulations.
Yeah,
that's wonderful.
Congratulations. That's awesome.
Look at that. Everyone congratulate Good Faith Gary on having a little good faith.
Yeah,
of his own.
A new little tyke in the world. That's
right.
awesome.
That's right.
That's great. So we have a clip here that I clipped out of last week's TYT. Adam did a unthinkable thing, and I actually became a member of TYT, so I could watch the show. They do it like an hour 1 and an hour 2, but I think they set it to private, so you can't really watch it after hours unless you're a member. So I became a member. So I could clip out this awesome and amazing clip.
Yeah, Adam's loving it now.
Of Anna clapping back at Jank.
Oh, okay.
In the most awesome and enlightened centrist type of way. So
let's check it out.
Shall we play it?
Actual facts, and they get a lot of them wrong, which goes to Anna's main point, which is where are they getting the information?
Yes, Jake. Okay. Yes. Okay. Yes.
Okay.
Yes, that's the point I was gonna make.
I know.
Yes. Okay.
Okay, so let me get there. So you're definitely still not gonna like some of my answers.
No, it's okay as long as you understand that. Again, like you guys, the filter bubbles are so powerful, and it's just important to keep that in mind before jumping to conclusions about whether someone is inherently like a terrible person that can't be saved and, you know, is worthless. Like, I hate that kind of talk. But anyway, continue.
So like when you look at something.
So
Based.
that's pretty
What was the
awesome.
context of that?
They were talking about Trump supporters. They had a reporter in the field, I think his name is Michael Shore, and he was going out and interviewing Trump supporters. So they had a bunch of these videos, and they were actually trying to steelman the Trump side, which is
well, that's good.
yeah,
Nice.
yes, yeah. So they had a lot of the people, obviously, and this happens on both sides of the political spectrum, right? People believe things based on next to no evidence, right? So they were pointing that out.
Well, anyway, so
Yeah.
as you guys all aware, sure you know, last Sunday we had a conversation with ANA KASPARIAN
Right.
that went crazy.
Did it? What? Hold on. It was a great conversation.
No,
what are you
our
talking about?
our conversation was great. It was a wonderful conversation. Everyone was calm. Very interesting things were said and discussed. But a lot of people, especially people on the left, had a very negative reaction to
What?
that conversation.
What?
A very negative reaction to that conversation.
Really?
Yes.
That
yes.
conversation was amazing. What are
I
you
know,
talking
I
about,
know.
Sitch?
And
They
it's funny
didn't like
because
it?
They didn't like it, no. And it's funny because most of the people that I saw that were commenting on it, I don't think they even watched it. They just saw like clips of it
What?
that were on Twitter. They didn't even actually watch the conversation. There's all these people that have all these strong opinions now about how much they don't like Anna, about how Anna's a grifter, blah, blah, blah. All these people tagging her. And I don't think they even watched the conversation. They saw like a couple clips and they're just like threw their hands up there and said, all right, she's a right-wing grifter now.
Yes, yeah. I don't think Anna is moving to the right at all. I think Anna is
I just can't be
is firmly planted on the left, and I am very stoked about that because we do need someone on the left to actually call out some of the insane gaslighting and fake news that they're propagating on the left. And preferably it's somebody on the left, because it's really hard for them to listen to anyone on the right, since they've been propagating the stereotype for years and years and years that everyone on the right is some evil demon straight from hell. Right?
True.
And a lot of this, it's interesting from a psychological perspective. A lot of this, and so many of these videos that people were making were, Anna leaves the left. Anna leaving the left. She's not leaving the left, you piece of shit.
Yeah.
Like, just because you're trying to make her walk the plank, it doesn't mean she's leaving the left. Look, that's not. Is that the empathetic thing to do, Sitch? Is that when
No.
somebody has a position that you slightly disagree with?
Well, actually, yeah. So let's start with, instead, before we go into this one, let's actually start with the Hill video. The Hill actually talking about this, and they titled the video "ANA KASPARIAN Leaving the Left?" question mark.
Yeah. See, look at this.
But no, it's just, it's so wild. This is why I said I think these people just like watch the clips, because like even in some of the clips, she says in the conversation with us, she said like, oh, you know, I think what's important is that, you know, trans people are not discriminated against and that they have access to housing and medical care, blah, 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 blah. You know, so she says all these things, right? But then she says, but, you know, I think some of the things are ridiculous, like, you know, the terminology, birthing hole, you know, she's not in favor of the, you know, trans women in specific sports and things of that nature. And it's like just having these tiny, tiny little caveats of saying like, oh, listen, I'm in favor of these people like being able to live and transition, but I'm not in favor of these other like tiny things. That's enough to get her labeled a transphobe by like 95% of the people on the left.
Yeah, it's insane. It's totally insane.
And that's why this is like so, yeah, it's just total like, if you don't adhere to literally every single part of the dogma, then you get branded a traitor and thrown out, you know, into the cold, essentially.
The dogma. I remember a time, Sitch, when the left was against dogma. Do you remember this?
Yes. The left was supposed to be like, keep your dogma, man. I'm all about individuality and love.
Yeah.
It's all gone now.
This was like
Very sad.
this was a reason that they didn't like religion. They were like, that dogmatic religion.
Yes, yes.
But now it's like, oh, this dogma though we love. Let's eat up this trans activist dogma.
Well, and I love it because the reaction to our conversation basically proved every single thing she said correct.
Totally.
About the dogma of the left. Because again, in that conversation, it's like she's still laying out all these left-wing things that she believes in, and it's just all that gets completely ignored, and all they do is hyperfixate. It's like there's like this weird thing that they do, and I saw this in a lot of the videos that we're going to watch today, where they'd be like, I can't believe Anna is fixating on these minor issues relating to trans people. These aren't a big deal. And if they're not a big deal, then why is a disagreement? Yeah, number one, why do you care? And then number two, why is her disagreement with these little issues that are not a big deal enough for you to call her a transphobe?
Yeah, it's not.
Yeah, it's just ridiculous. But anyway, so let's watch the Hills video first.
Look,
see how they covered the situation.
Look, I have one question before we begin here, because
what's that?
This Hill video I think is very entertaining, and I've had good things to say about Brianna Joy Gray. We call her Gray Joy on the show because we're
Game of Thrones fans.
Yeah, because we're Game of Thrones fans. And in this video, she definitely tries to make Anna pay the iron price. So I think she fails. I think Robbie steps up and basically saves Anna pretty concisely. So, but there's a video of Olay having a conversation with Brianna Greyjoy about the Rittenhouse stuff. Yeah.
Yes.
And I had watched that video, and Brianna Greyjoy brings Olay on to talk about Rittenhouse. And it's obvious Brianna Greyjoy knows more about the Rittenhouse trial than the person reporting on the Rittenhouse trial, which is kind of hilarious. Brianna Greyjoy actually, tries to clap back at Olay a bit. But so they have a relation. I only bring this up because they have a relationship, right? She's been on her show a couple of times.
Mm-hmm.
Now, Olay responded to this interview that we did with Anna with something that I would describe as an unhinged rant. An insane, unhinged, incoherent rant. That's my description of it. Now let's hear what Brianna Greyjoy describes.
So the incoherent, are you talking about the one? So she had two rants. One which I haven't even seen. So I'm bad.
Oh my goodness.
Are you talking about the one that when she called into Vanguard or whatever?
Yes, to Vanguard.
Okay,
and we're supposed to talk to the Vanguard guys on Tuesday too, just to throw it out there. But go ahead, continue.
Well, so we can maybe we should watch that after this, because I actually haven't seen that. I only saw her, which we're gonna watch.
I'm
watch
not
her
sure
conversation. She did a conversation on her channel that we're gonna watch.
Which was, there was a lot of just insane stuff in there too.
Oh yes.
But that came out after this.
Right.
So she can I don't know what Greyjoy is talking about here if she's not talking about that unhinged rant.
Okay, well why don't we watch it after this? We'll watch it after this.
All right, let's go.
Young Turk's ANA KASPARIAN is catching heat for saying she has left the left.
I'm going through something very real and very sincere, and it's uncomfortable, and it has not been an enjoyable process for me. It's been difficult. And so the internet being what it is, all sorts of people from all sorts of political ideologies have theories on what's actually happening with me, right? And the main accusation, both from the left and the right, is that I'm grifting, which is hilarious because literally nothing has changed about my work life. I'm in the same place. I have the same audience. The audience doesn't like some of what I have to say or some of the new conclusions I've come to. And so I wanted to kind of set the record straight about what I have personally experienced. I don't know what my political labels are at this point, right? Because I feel like I don't really fit anywhere. And that's just full honesty. It's, again, very uncomfortable for me. And I want to say that out of any point in my adult life, this is probably the point where I'm the most malleable and open to new.
This comes after
Enlightened centrist. That's the label, Anna. That's the label.
Why would you
For
do that? Why would you? That's such a tough life.
Listen, we're going to bring it back. Okay. We're going to take enlightened centrists and we're going to put it front center stage and we're going to make it respectable again.
Okay. Well, that's a Herculean task. Let's see if you can pull it off.
A transgender producer employed by the Young Turks posted a video sharing that they are leaving the network over what they say is Kasparian and co-host Cenk Uyghur's complicity in anti-LGBTQ sentiment.
Friend of the show, Olay Olarin, weighed in on the drama. She actually popped in on a live stream of a YouTube show called The Vanguard Boys to offer her perspective as they were covering the ANA KASPARIAN commentary and basically expressed some frustration that despite trying to stay out of it, she recently went on Young Turks to very patiently try to push back against some of the takes that they've had with respect to criminal justice issues. She, as a public defender, has a lot of expertise in that area and a very distinct position that was different from theirs. And she has been tried to have constructive conversations, in her view, and been very cordial and polite to them. And still, she gets a lot of pushback of a less cordial nature, I think is how she would describe it. And so there was some frustration that she expressed that even though everyone has kind of gone out of their way to try to be patient with ANA KASPARIAN and to give her a lot of grace as a member of the community, that there's some frustration with how she's characterizing how she's being treated by the left.
Okay.
Yeah, so the charity meter is like off the charts here.
Yeah, well, now I'm very curious because we're out to watch that Vanguard clips because she's saying that she watched it. Because from without seeing that clip, so I don't know what was said in it. I'm just thinking that Greyjoy has no clue what she's talking about. Because first of all, she mixes up the timeline completely. Olay was on Young Turks, I think like in months before any of this.
Of
where
course,
she had a conversation with Cenk about criminal justice reform, and in that conversation, Olay's disagreement is really with Cenk. It's not really with Anna. Anna's kind of trying to moderate a little bit.
Of course, yeah. Anna's nice as can be in that. Cenk is the one pushing back. I went back and watched it.
Yeah, and I think Anna was the one that invited her on in the first place.
Yes.
But there's like this weird thing. Olay keeps bringing this up. She keeps saying, people keep telling me, and it was my perception, that Cenk disrespected me in that conversation. And like, I watched that conversation, and there's like a part at the end where like, people are disagreeing about criminal justice and whether there should be an avocation for prison abolishment or not, essentially.
Yep.
And it gets a little heated, but it's not like, it's just like a normal, like people disagree with each other politically conversation. Cenk isn't like, calling her names or calling her stupid or anything of that nature. There's like, for her to say that she was disrespecting that conversation is like mind blowing. I don't know what she's perceiving as the disrespect in that conversation. So.
Right. She gets disagreed with.
Right. But then Greyjoy here, it's like, she's being horribly bad faith, or she just doesn't know the facts at all, and is just defending Olay because apparently they're friends or whatever. Because number one, she doesn't bring up the fact that Olay went on leftist mafia and was like super racist to Anna.
Yep. In
the first place. Okay, number one. Then number two, that after Anna responded to her on Twitter about like, something about like, you said she had Olay had some clip about like, you shouldn't cook your friends. And then Anna was like, but you cooked me on your leftist mafia stream. And Olay's response to that was basically to go like completely nuclear and to drop this incredibly dishonest clip compilation of Anna saying the N-word. So of course it was her reading quotes of people saying the N-word as part of her job to describe news stories. And that context is left out in the compilation. And Olay kind of puts this clip out there to say like, oh, look, here's Anna saying the N-word because she's racist.
Yep.
Which is like you have a black woman accusing a white leftist, or a white person on the left, I should say, of calling black people the N-word. This is like dropping the atomic bomb of trying to get someone canceled.
Yeah,
and
totally.
All of this context is just not, and Brianna Greyjoy is just not talking about any of this context. She just leaves it out completely. She's like, oh, I understand Olay's frustrations here. She's just trying to be so nice to Anna, and Anna keeps bringing her up for no reason.
Yeah, she's not being nice, okay? She's officially tried to cancel her by using completely dishonest, out of context clips, okay? She's not being nice. She's being dishonest.
Yes, this is the gaslighting. This is the massive gaslighting we talked about. And by the way, and we're gonna talk about it because we're gonna watch her stream, Olay stream. On the leftist mafia, nobody at the time called out Olay for being racist in the original stream, and none of them had the guts. They were all so cowardly to call out Olay for dishonestly sharing the N-word compilation. None of them brought it up. I don't think none of them even talk about it. They're too terrified to even talk about it.
Yep.
So, shame,
they
Brianna.
just
Shame.
put their heads down and just tried to muddle through.
Right.
Yeah.
Whether or not you want to call it a grift or what have you.
What is grift? What does grift even?
Yeah, even that. She even agrees with the grifting. You know, whether or not you want to call it a grift, as if that's not the most dishonest framing in the world.
I know.
Look,
Well,
the charity meter for Olay is just off the charts here. And the charity meter for Anna is just non-existent. Like no charity whatsoever for Anna.
It's down on the ground with dinosaur bones, okay? It's in the negatives.
It's terrible. And
But I'm glad Robbie's pushing back here, yeah.
Look, Robbie, I don't even think Robbie has a dog in this fight. But he utterly annihilates Greyjoy.
Okay, good.
Mean at this point. I would use that word to describe someone, I guess, who I suspect is insincerely pretending to change their beliefs for more clout, or to reach a bigger audience or different audience. Maybe that applies to certain figures who are ostensibly progressive and now, you know, they.
Dave Rubin, say it. Say it, Robbie.
Ouch.
Say it, Robbie.
Still say they're progressive, but they're, you know, mostly talking about right-wing stuff, or where they happen to agree with the right wing, maybe on trans issues or COVID or something. I don't know. I frankly don't know if this applies to Anna. It sounds like maybe she's sincerely changed her mind. I mean, she's consciously saying, I don't really associate myself with all leftist views anymore. Maybe she, I mean, I don't know, I've changed. I mean, I haven't significantly.
Look at the look on Brianna's face. That's like the look that could kill there. She's so pissed. She's so pissed.
I know.
Changed. I don't think any of the policies I really support over the last few years, but living in a city as crime has gotten worse made me rethink, again, not like fundamentally change my outlook on criminal justice reform, but made me a little bit more inclined to go, well, maybe, you know, there's something that needs to be confronted here. It's not a grift. It's just like the experience of life. I hadn't really thought about vaccine mandates very hard for most of my life, where I would just said you should have them for schools.
I'll tell you
and now I've thought about it. Now I you know, I have a radically different view on it.
Specifically, the argument about it being a grift is this. Anna has demonstrated a really competent understanding of why it is that the left, many people on the left, think it's perfectly reasonable and even good to respect people's pronouns, to use language that acknowledges what many in the mainstream and on the right characterize as goofy, if not harmful, things like the phrase birthing people, or the most recent controversy is referring to trans men as having bonus holes instead of vaginas because of their dysmorphia. And
sorry,
you know,
This is so hilarious. The response.
I wish we had seen his face.
Oh, sorry. Was that out loud?
Well, it's funny. She says dysmorphia, which that's not even the correct term.
Look, this is
dysphoria.
I think Brianna Joy Gray.
Yeah.
Is it Joy Gray?
It's Greyjoy. We've decided.
I know. It's so hard once a nickname has befallen you.
Yes.
So Brianna, who I think is probably one of the smartest people on the left. Like I would honestly like to get her on the show because I do feel like she understands the right-wing arguments better than most people on the left. This is the perfect example of the social intuitionist model, because as soon as somebody close to her, Olay, is involved, like she cannot even characterize Anna's argument correctly here. Yes, there is a thing that's going on here where, you know, some people on the left want to respect trans people, and they've come up with these words that they feel are respectful to trans people. But at the same time, they are massively disrespectful to women. And women are pointing that out. Anna is pointing that out. And Anna is saying that strategically, it's probably not a good idea to pull out a bunch of terms that women are going to find degrading, physically repulsive, and try to say that this is the empathetic thing to do for us to degrade ourselves for trans people. That's not a good political sell. That's a very bad political sell. So if you want to sit down and focus shop some words that actually women won't find repulsive, that might be a good idea. Like that could be a direction to go. Something that the trans community is actually happy about and women are happy about, right? Don't you think that might be something to consider, Sitch? Is that a bad idea?
That is a bad idea. That's transphobic. You just have to accept everything from the beginning.
You have to get on your hands and knees.
Yes, get on your hands and knees and say thank you for this term birthing person.
Thank you. Here is my bonus hole. I offer it up. No, I don't think this is a good political strategy. And that's all Anna and Cenk are both saying.
Yes. And the thing that is very annoying, and I'm sure it's very annoying for Anna, is that in all these clips I was watching, not a single person I saw, not a single one, ever actually addressed Anna's
argument
that she talked her argument that she talked about on our show, which is that she said, as a woman, and as a woman coming up in this in a field that she felt was male dominated until recently, that it was like the feminist position was for a woman to not be categorized and thought of purely as her ability to produce children.
Yes,
right.
Yeah.
It's so to not just refer to a woman by her uterus. Right. And so in her mind, and I understand her position completely. It's like, oh, well, if that's like the framework that you're coming from for years, and then suddenly the trans conversation comes in and it basically flips everything on its face. And they say, oh, well, no, now we're going to refer to women as, birthing people, right? Or just anyone that has a uterus or a vagina as a birthing person, because the whole point is they want to include trans men. Like, that's a complete slap in the face to this whole idea of like, well, I want to be thought of as more than my uterus.
Totally.
Right? I want to be thought of as more just my ability to procreate. And none of them ever even address that point and try to, argue it. They just say, oh, she's a transphobe. They just hand wave it away.
This would be the point you would address in the meeting where you're workshopping different terms. You'd go, listen, this is kind of offensive to women. We've been talking about how the conservatives want all women to be barefoot and pregnant for the rest of their lives. And now we're going to call them birthing people. I mean, that seems like a little playing into that stereotype, doesn't it?
Yeah. But this is like, there's an inherent contradiction. And we talked about this a lot. There's an inherent problem in contradiction and conflict between a lot of feminist ideals and a lot of trans ideals.
Of course. Yes. That's what I keep trying to point out. Look, these rights that you're asking for are in conflict with rights that you've already given to other people.
Right. Right.
They're not going to revoke their rights for some other person's rights.
And there's this thing that happens, and you've all probably seen it. It's very annoying, where someone makes an argument, and it's a bad argument, and it's not really fully fleshed out or explained, and yet everyone just says it and repeats it and latches onto it. And it's, when Robbie says, why are you calling Anna a grifter, right?
Yep. And
so their response to this, every single one of them gives the same response, and it's a nonsensical response. They just, because no one challenges them, and they're in an echo chamber to be challenged, where they say, well, I get to call Anna a grifter, which means that she's lying about her position, because a year ago, she had a conversation with some right-winger where they brought up one of these terms, and Anna made the left-wing defense argument for it.
Yeah,
and so that means that she's lying now, right? As opposed to saying, well, she just changed her mind.
Yeah.
Right? She just changed her position. She said, you know what? I don't agree with that anymore. It's that simple. Like, how does that make you, like, changing your mind now makes you a grifter? It's so insane. It's so insipid. It's so dishonest. They can't just ever admit and say, maybe she literally just changed her mind. It's like, no. She has to be grifted.
That is a great point. And she's received so much information between when she made that first statement and now. So it's not like she's just changing her mind on a whim. It's like she's seen the writing on the wall with this political strategy. It's been in effect for a while here, and she doesn't see it providing the fruits that they had hoped for.
Yeah, or either from a practical level or just from an ideological level says, you know, maybe, and I don't know, we didn't ask her about this because I didn't know this would come up, but maybe she just felt like, you know, she never really felt that strongly about that in the first place, or never really agreed with that strongly in the first place, and on further reflection, changed her mind about a position.
Yeah.
Doesn't make you a grifter. The ability to change your mind makes you free.
Yes.
Okay? That's what's the irony here. It's like, if you change your mind, you get labeled as a bad person. You get labeled as a grifter for the ability to actually change a position.
You know who's not allowed to change their mind?
Who?
Cult members.
Ah.
They're never allowed to change their mind.
True.
They gotta just adhere to the dogma or else.
Drink the Kool-Aid or get the gun.
Yeah.
Yeah.
People get so mad when they're like, hey, I don't think I'm going to drink this Kool-Aid anymore. Right?
Right.
People get so pissed off. Come on, we're all drinking the Kool-Aid. Can't you drink just a little?
You got to listen. There's like, you got to be like that one lady, okay? In Jonestown, when they're like,
oh no,
they round up the people and they basically said, you have to drink the Kool-Aid or we're going to shoot you.
Right.
And this one lady, she sensed it. Okay, when Jones was on the speaker, like you all have to come up here for a big meeting, right? She's like, I sense some crap's about to go down, and she literally just hid under her bed instead of going to the meeting. And then she just like walks out and everyone's just dead. And she's like, well, I dodged that bullet.
Yeah, nice. Sometimes you got to hide under the bed.
Sometimes you're just like, let me get out of here.
Yeah. Don't go to the meeting, guys.
In the past, and I don't know if we have this clip, has articulated very clearly why, if you want.
Look, she's asking for that clip from 2 years ago, Sitch.
Yeah, I know.
Bad faith.
I know.
Bad faith.
Want to be accommodating or kind to those people, you can think dysmorphia is mental illness and characterize it however you want, but if you acknowledge that they are,
it really undermines your position of sympathy when you don't even know the correct word.
Mm-hmm.
Dysphoria.
Everyone's saying dysmorphia, don't they?
It's not.
What the hell is dysmorphia?
Well, there's body dysmorphia, which is a different thing.
Oh, okay.
But it's dysphoria. It's like, it's the opposite of euphoria.
Is this transphobic to even call it? To be conflating dysmorphia and dysphoria?
It actually is. It actually is.
Okay. Good.
Obviously are having some dissonance with the way they were born versus how they feel that they are in a clinical setting, using language that is enabling them to get the health care they need. It's hard for me to see why anyone would have a problem with that. And ANA KASPARIAN has articulated that exact belief within like the last year, arguing against conservatives who would reject that kind of language. And now, without any real reckoning with that previous clip that's gone viral many times now, she has reversed course on that particular issue. And after years, I mean, Young Turks is the oldest left.
I don't think it's fair to say that she hasn't reckoned with the previous clip, because she has stated that she's all for being non-offensive to trans people, but it's just this strategically is a bad way to go. So, I mean, she can hold the position that it would be nice if this was like an acceptable thing to do. Although personally, she herself has said she doesn't want to be called a birthing person. So, but I do feel like she's reckoned with it, obviously.
Mm-hmm. Media institution, I believe that there is, you know, a real front runner in the online media space. After years of speaking very specifically and knowledgeably about any number of criminal justice issues, with the world being what it is for all of that time, crime didn't just come anew during this time. Nothing has really changed substantively in the way of the world. A sudden decision.
That's completely dishonest too, because we had a pandemic, and I do believe that they cleared out a lot of the jails and prisons because they were worried about, you know, massive COVID taking over the prisons and jails. So they got a lot of those people out that are probably still on the street now. So I think things have substantively changed.
Well, there was just a massive crime spike for, you know, whatever reason during COVID too.
Well, I do think the crime spike is because of COVID, because of that situation.
Yeah, obviously. Yeah.
I remember seeing all kinds of news reports about how, oh, the COVID is going to run through the jail or the prison, and like everyone's going to die.
Right.
Because they're in an enclosed space. They can't social distance in the prison.
Right.
Yeah.
to say, well, the left just doesn't care about victims of crime. I mean, some people make that argument and they don't know better. The left's argument isn't that it's not horrible when people are victims of crime on subways or in their communities. The left's argument isn't that we should let gun violence go unchecked because it would be bad to arrest people who murder. That's not what criminal justice reform is about. It's not what police abolition is about. It's not what any of this is about. The whole question is whether or not we can lower crime rates more effectively than throwing money at police budgets has done by addressing the root causes of the crime, right? And
I hate that. I hate that.
Yeah,
because it's their assumption of what the root cause of the crime is without any sort of evidence or scientific studies or anything. Just their complete gut intuition, a total gut pull on the causes of crime. The causes of crime are poverty.
Right. And also, this is a very low resolution take from Brianna, because she's not acknowledged. Like, what happens is we all see this. We all see this and we all intuit it, even if people don't really talk about it. Because there's like this sense of like, why is it that when there's some issue of crime, you'll see a lot of people on the left seem, not saying they do, but they'll seem to have more sympathy
for the criminals. Yeah.
The criminal, depending on the circumstance, right?
Yep.
You know, and also obviously depending on the race of the people involved. And I think there's a couple things happening. I think one is the sort of brain saturation of kind of this collectivist thinking of like, well, if the perpetrator of the crime is part of someone that I view as an oppressed, marginalized group and the victim isn't, I'm therefore going to like feel like the perpetrator like loses some level of responsibility for their actions.
Right.
And is just like a victim of society or something to some extent, number one. And then number two, so much of it is that a lot of people that discuss these issues, the first lens at which they view information is through the political lens. So as soon as there's like a crime situation, this is my guess. As soon as there's a crime situation, they intuit that, oh no, the right wing is going to use this to further their political cause, right? To gain power, to further their political action. And so since I don't want the right wing to do this is all intuitive, by the way. I don't think it's like a conscious process. So, and since I don't want the right wing to gain power, I think their intuition is to downplay the crime.
Yeah, that's good. It's a good point.
Knows that. So to know that, to have said that, to have articulated that so many times in the past, and now take a different approach where you characterize, I would argue mischaracterize what the left's agenda has been. The left agenda that you have been a part of is causing people to really wonder what's motivating that shift. And given that we live in a media climate where, like it or not, there is an enormous appetite for people who leave the left. Dave Rubin is often brought up as an example of this. People who say, I'm an independent thinker. I can't be put in a box. I'm willing to challenge the establishment. I'm really willing to challenge orthodoxies. Sometimes that's authentic, and that's
Sitch is a establishment shill, so we're safe.
fine. But we also have to acknowledge that there's.
Well, no, but first of all, it's funny because it's like TYT and Brianna herself have always been in this position of like, we're going to challenge the establishment, right? We're going to challenge the democratic establishment. We're going to move further to the left.
That's their brand.
Right. But as soon as you're like, well, I'm going to challenge this new left-wing establishment that's further left than the Democrats, then it's like, oh, you're a grifter. And then suddenly it's like, it's not real. It's fake.
Yeah. But challenging our establishment, what are you doing?
Right, exactly. And there's a complete non-acknowledgement of, this came up a lot in the midterm. I think it was the last midterm. Or no, I don't know if it was the last midterm or the previous one, where there were a couple states where a lot of Democrats had difficulties and maybe even lost seats in some states because
defund the police.
Defund the police movement.
Yeah.
And we saw this clear as day. And this is like the exact point that I think Anna and a lot of people and we bring up, where even if the mainstream left doesn't agree and isn't as radical as the radical internet left, they're too cowardly to just flat out denounce them.
Yeah.
And the defund the police is a perfect example, because when the defund the police slogan went, viral on Twitter, and instead of just saying, no, defund the police is stupid, period, end of statement, right? Instead, there was all this waffling. Oh, well, defund the police doesn't literally mean to defund the police. It actually means all this other thing. It just means to shift resources away from police, social workers, blah, 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 blah. Like, try this gaslight and try to pretend like the literal words don't mean what they mean.
Yeah. Yeah. They're afraid to call their side out. And, and this is why ANA KASPARIAN has done that, and everyone is losing their minds. Everyone is trying to call her a grifter and going after her. What do you think that does to other people that might call out their side?
Yes. And in my opinion, that thinking is entirely elephant emotional driven. Because I do think that from just a pragmatic perspective, if you're on the left and you're just concerned about like winning elections and pragmatism, the winning strategy is to say, no, defund the police is stupid.
Totally.
Period. Right.
This is a thing that they do too that totally drives me crazy, because as soon as you say that, you know, you're on the left, you're a progressive, and you say defund the police is idiotic, we're going to lose elections, you're morons, we need to stop saying this. They say, oh, you're saying right-wing talking points. You're saying the exact same thing that the right wing is saying, and therefore you're a right-winger. It's like, that's not really a good way to go, because when someone on the left says that, it takes away the right wing's argument, because the right wing is going to say, look at this crazy leftist that thinks we should defund the police. All leftists think that we should defund the police.
Right.
Well, as soon as the leftist steps up and says, no, I think that's stupid, that's a terrible idea, and especially someone as prominent as ANA KASPARIAN, it takes the argument away from the right wing. Because suddenly you've got, wait a second here, some reasonable people on the left are saying it's a stupid idea too. So how can you paint everyone on the left like that?
Yep.
Yeah, so it's actually quite smart to do. And the people on the left that are giving ANA KASPARIAN a hard time about it, you're the ones that are wrong. Look, you don't want this ideological purity testing going on your side because of this. It makes it so much easier for the opposite side to
attack you.
Yeah, to attack you and to paint you all as the most extreme factions of your party. Yeah,
right.
This is the right has kind of woken up to this, because as soon as you see something like Nick Fuentes is at CPAC, right, which people see as an open racist, right? They throw his ass out of CPAC. They're like, what the fuck? Get the racists out of CPAC. This is bullshit. That prevents the left from painting the entire right as racist. Like they're doing something about it.
Doesn't prevent the left from
doing it. It doesn't, but it
weakens
does,
the argument.
It does weaken the argument, yes. And I am happy to see conservatives doing stuff like that. I think conservatives should be vocal about, you know, overt racism in their party and on their side of the aisle. Right. How come? Don't you think leftists should be the same? They should be policing their own, as
including calling out overt racism, which they don't do.
Which they never do either, yeah. Which is terrible, but
appetite for that. And one wonders, given some of the struggles that all online creators have dealt with, especially in like the post kind of Bernie world on the left, whether or not there is an effort to attract a bigger audience by taking on subjects that are hot topics right now, and that the left typically has been on the less sexy side of.
Yeah, I mean, you would know that better than me. It from observing it from a distance, it looks to me like whatever the Bernie wave has crested, and it's harder to draw an audience by just by talking. I mean, we can tell from the kinds of things we talk about on this.
People's inability to afford rent, and their medical debt, and the cost of food. And
look, she's literally making ANA KASPARIAN's argument right now, and doesn't even know it. Yeah.
Isn't that all the things she wants to talk about instead?
Yes. Yes.
Yeah.
Anna's saying, why are we talking about these stupid wedge issues like the trans stuff? We should be talking about healthcare and affordable housing and all this stuff. This is insane.
Well, it was interesting because we're not going to watch it because it wasn't very interesting. But I watched Hassan's coverage of this. And it was very clear in it that Hassan is terrified of his own audience.
Yes, I agree.
Because he kept saying like, oh, if you don't agree with something that's not important that the left is pushing for, just don't talk about it.
You should shut up.
Right. And he brought up the example that like he doesn't believe or understand in non-binary pronouns or neopronouns. But he doesn't want to talk about it. He's afraid to talk about it because he knows that his audience will throw a shit fit if he does. And it's like, it's so hilarious to me that he thinks that Hassan, a millionaire who's supposed to be a radical leftist revolutionary socialist, is too afraid to talk about some supposedly not important issue because his audience will attack him for it.
Yeah.
Like he's so like, and that he is posing the fact that he's a coward as a virtue. And he's saying, Anna, why don't you be a coward like me too?
It's so sick. It's so sick. And he's doing it because it will hurt him financially. That's like
yes.
That is crazy. That is totally crazy.
And the exorbitant cost of education. Yes, these are issues which poll as people's priorities, but which they don't seem especially interested in hearing about in a news context.
Yeah, or at least on YouTube, right?
Sure.
Well, and also just to be clear, if you're on the left and you just talk about these issues, you get called the class reductionist, okay?
Oh, yeah.
They say, why aren't you talking specifically about black issues? Why aren't you talking specifically about trans issues? You know, blah, 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 blah.
Yeah, they have a new pejorative for you. Look, you thought they ran out of pejoratives, but no, they have one for you.
Even like, and we're going to watch some clips of it. We're not going to watch the whole thing because it's dumb. But Xander Hall was calling David Pakman like not a true leftist because, you know, partly because he doesn't try to focus on these issues.
Well, because he doesn't want to get, he's using Hassan's strategy.
Right.
It's like, I don't want to get in trouble for this.
Yeah.
I remember how bad the Rittenhouse thing trial hurt me.
Oh, God.
Anna's show and for our show, and you gotta talk about what the viewers are interested in. So there's,
well, you don't gotta. I mean, Young Turks is hardly. I mean, there are a lot of different, very successful independent media shows that are still very supportive of trans rights and issues. So it's hardly the case. I think that, well, if you want Young Turks to survive, they've got to go anti.
Is she not supportive of trans?
No, she is.
So wait, so Brianna completely, because she's in like bad faith brain mode against Anna. She completely misunderstands what Robbie said. Robbie was saying, well, you have to talk about these cultural war issues because that's what people are talking about and that's what the audience wants you to talk about.
Yes.
And then Brianna, in her mind, twisted that around to saying, oh, you're saying she has to be anti-trans because that's what her audience wants.
Yeah, exactly. He's catching her on it, though, here, though.
Yeah.
And the point that she's making in that clip is that she still supports people's rights to health care and to housing and all of those substantive rights, which I think is important. And I don't think it's useful to lump her in with your average.
We need some middle ground language to refer to some of the requests or asks coming from activists on behalf of trans issues that to use terminology that is, again, cringe or something.
The thing.
That's
Who's
not,
making the
I'm
ask?
not going to. I don't want to deride people as mentally. The conservatives will say, some conservatives, Matt Walsh, I believe, are mentally deranged. That's really mean and alienating and not true. And you shouldn't diagnose people from a distance.
Right.
Or also, no, we'll just say whatever
problem.
anyone wants, no matter how awkward that language is.
But here's the problem. One UK cancer group.
I love how he set it up as a spectrum. He's like, look, there's Matt Walsh over here who thinks, you know, trans.
You have mentally deranged on one side, and we have bonus whole birthing person on the other side. Can't we come to some agreement in the middle?
I know. You got Matt Walsh who doesn't believe in trans stuff at all, and then you've got other people who are willing to take any cringe terminology and just foist it on you. Can't we like have some sort of middle position that's reasonable?
Right, right.
I love it. I totally love it.
Here's the
Say
problem.
whatever anyone wants, no matter how awkward that language is.
But here's the problem. One UK cancer group, I think, so not our country and not indicative of the broader views even within that country, one group has a conversation about whether or not it would make trans men feel better to use terminology other than vagina when they don't identify as women. And suddenly, across the pond, ANA KASPARIAN, who ostensibly has all these other concerns as a leftist, is making that into a national case where she is saying, you don't refer to my vagina as a bonus hole, which nobody ever did. right? Like the whole conversation.
So there's a thing I've talked about where it's very frustrating. You can get like, if you're having a disagreement with someone and you give them 10 reasons for why you disagree with them, they'll ignore 9 of them and then they'll fixate on the one that they think they can get you on, and they'll pretend that the other 9 don't exist.
Right.
And that's what's happening here. Because like Anna like gives like a whole, like in our conversation, you know, she lays out like all these things that are kind of like changing her mind. And so what they do is they fixate, like Anna literally made that bonus hole comment, like,
yeah, it was a
like,
throwaway comment.
Yeah, it's like a throwaway comment she just talked about. She's like, oh, have you heard about this thing? It's ridiculous. And I'm like, no, that's hilarious. I never heard about that. Right. And then that was it. And then we move on. Right. We don't spend 20 minutes talking about this bonus hole thing. Hassan spent like 30 minutes talking about bonus hole. Comment.
Well, because he didn't see the substance of the conversation. All he knew was the bonus hole clip.
Right. Like it was something that we talked about for like 20 seconds and that was it. And this is like the tactic. Right. If even 20 seconds, like this is the tactic. It's like, I'm going to hone in on like the one thing I think I can get you on, number 1. Number 2, I don't even think it's inappropriate to bring up the bonus hole complaint in the first place, because all of these stupid terms, they all start by some group somewhere says maybe we should do this.
Yep.
Right. You know, you had Latinx. How did Latinx start? Right?
Terrible failure.
Yeah, terribly stupid term. Yet someone somewhere is like, hey, we should do Latinx because we think Latino and Latino is offensive to the non-binaries. Right?
Yeah.
And now you see major publications pushing Latinx. Same thing with birthing person. Birthing person started off as some ridiculous idea that some advocacy group somewhere talked about, and now we see it in an executive order from the president. Right?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, this is a time for Anna to speak up. Just like I laid out my argument about you need people on your side that are going to call out bullshit so it doesn't catch legs.
Yes.
Anna does that, calls out this bullshit so it doesn't catch legs. And all of a sudden, they're acting like she's become a right-winger. No, she's saying this is strategically bad for our side and we should knock it off.
Yes.
That's a completely different argument.
They're acting like Anna came out with like some 30-minute video and she's like, this is why I left the left.
Yeah.
Bonus hole. This was the last straw. I just saw this word and my brain just was like, oh, I just saw red. And I'm just like, no, the left has gone too far. And then Anna takes out a MAGA hat. She puts it on. And then like a giant Trump banner like unfurls behind her. And she's like, Trump forever. I want him to be the president for life.
No, yeah.
Because bonus hole.
Complete mischaracterization of the situation. So
is about whether or not trans men should have that term applied to them. And this really maps on to the earlier controversy she was engaged with in the spring, where she insisted that it was disrespectful to her to be referred to as a birthing woman. I think it's fine for her to articulate that she would prefer to be called a woman and not a birthing person, or whatever she prefers to be called, ANA KASPARIAN, God bless, whatever she wants to be called. But it is dishonest to say that someone else who wants to be called something else is infringing on your self-identification by simply talking about their own self-identification. And that's why people were upset.
But that wasn't the argument. The argument
let her go a little bit, because I think she's like, we have never found the person that actually did that. It's like, were we actually looking for them?
Who wants to be called something else is infringing on your self-identification by simply talking about their own self-identification. And that's why people were upset. No one could find the human being that once referred to ANA KASPARIAN as a birthing person. No one could source this person who allegedly has infringed upon her rights to self-identification by insisting on her being a birthing person other than a woman. I think we can all agree.
See, that is just completely ridiculous. Because Anna is a member of an immutable category called woman.
Right.
Well,
immutable, how dare you?
Okay, well, I mean, you're born as a woman, right?
You can change it though, supposedly, depending on who you ask.
So you're not allowed to complain. Look, this is a very interesting philosophical dilemma then.
Right.
So then sexism isn't really a thing then. If you can change your sex, then
well, it is.
Why? I mean, it's no longer immutable. Why?
Well, you can be bigoted against people even if it's a changeable category, right? Like you can be bigoted against people for their religious beliefs.
Let's just, for the sake of argument, say that women is an immutable characteristic. Okay.
I mean, first of all, I agree with you. I know what you're
sexual orientation. I would say is an immutable characteristic.
The female sex is an immutable characteristic.
Race, I would say, is an immutable characteristic. We don't choose to be born
I mean,
black.
have you seen Rachel Dolezal?
Look, that's another interesting philosophical. Look, this is why. Look, if we're just going to erase immutable characteristics, then
have you seen Sean King?
Look, what's a? Oh my God, that's hilarious.
It's changeable.
That is hilarious. Look, if you're denigrating a category that people cannot opt out of because they were literally born in that category, right? I mean, this was the whole idea behind getting rid of the F slur, right? People can't choose their sexual orientation. Right. But here we have Brianna Greyjoy basically saying, look, we can denigrate this category as much as we want as long as nobody can be found that calls you that name.
Yeah.
What where's this logic, Sitch? Where does this logic come from?
Yeah. And first of all, there, Brianna and all the people that were talking about this, because Anna put out a tweet, I believe, about someone calling her a birthing person at a doctor's office or something.
Oh, really?
Yeah, that's what they're referring to. And they're like, oh, we never found the person who did this, right?
Yeah.
And it's like, okay, so you want Anna to like put this person on blast? Like, it's like just to satisfy like your, this mob, she's supposed to get someone.
Well, no, my point is it is ridiculous to even ask for a particular person. There is a category that you can ask anybody on the left about stereotypes and creating negative stereotypes for certain categories. Black people, gay people, trans people, whatever it is. They're always policing these categories because they don't want people willy-nilly degrading the people who are a part of that category. And when Anna says, listen, you don't have to call me this, I feel like it degrades the category that I am a part of. They're all of a sudden, they're like, wait, well, hold on, nobody called you that. That's like saying that if nobody uses the T slur or the F slur towards you as an individual, then you can't really say anything about those slurs.
Actually, I don't remember if she said, I don't remember. So I don't want to say that. I don't remember if she said someone called her a birthing person or not.
This is just,
about the idea about it.
This logic is ridiculous and it's completely offensive to me. So,
right. No,
but just the idea that you can't, an immutable category that you're a part of, you can't have a say in how that category is degraded.
Yeah, of course. And again, to Brianna's point, she's like, oh, you're attacking, you're not allowed to attack how other people want to be referenced or referred to, right? And Anna's point wasn't, if a person individually goes to their doctor and says, I want you to refer to me as a birthing person, that's wrong. That was not Anna's point. Anna's point was that broadly, they classify all women as a birthing person, which is what the executive order did. That was the offense.
Yeah.
Right. And Brianna's not actually addressing that point in that position.
Trans women are women and women are birthing persons.
Right.
That her self-identification matters, and I'm happy to, and only have, referred to her as a woman. But now
this is so, it's just, like it drives me crazy, Sitch. It's like completely ignoring the issue. It's like, look, I will call, obviously. Look, it's okay. I won't call you that. That makes the entire problem go away.
I know.
It's like, it's so weird because look, we've done many videos on Brianna Joy Gray, and I think of her as a smart individual. Why is she so dumb in this clip, Sitch?
Well, let's be clear. I don't think she's like intellectually stupid, but I think has a lot of really awful takes, and I think she's very driven by her ideological biases.
Giantly in this clip, yeah.
Yes.
And others seem to be infringing on other people's rights to be referred to as they want to be referred to. If Jordan Peterson, who was it that said that?
Look, if you want, if trans, what?
What were you gonna say?
If trans men or trans women, look, I don't even look. It's so confusing now. If the trans person wants to be referred to as a birthing person, knock yourself out. They were trying to change the category of woman to birthing person.
Right.
Address the issue. What is he talking about?
I know.
What were you laughing about?
No, just keep going.
As a woman. But now she and others seem to be infringing on other people's rights to be referred to as they want to be referred to.
Nobody is infringing on their rights. No one is infringing on their rights.
Yeah.
They are infringing on the rights of women to be categorized as women, which they want to continue to be categorized as.
Right.
Just this whole, let's flip it around and make it look like our rights are being infringed upon. When you're literally revoking people's rights, that drives me crazy, Sitch. They can't even tell they're doing it. It's like you guys are the bad guys here.
If Jordan Peterson, who was it that said that, who claimed that being called cis is a pejorative? Was it Jordan Peterson? It was someone from that world.
Elon said they were going to not
That's fine.
allow, I don't know.
You know, it's difficult to, I don't know how else one refers to, you know, if you want to be called, you know, a born biological man, a man, whatever.
I mean, I think the point of that was just to deny that the trans category exists.
Right, and that's the problem. And so the word cis doesn't exist because you want to stigmatize people who aren't trans or anything. But if you have a word trans and you're trying to identify, say that someone's not trans, you can say they're not trans. That's fine, I guess. But cis is just a word that means not trans.
Or you just say a woman.
Well, no. I wouldn't, because the whole point of the matter is that trans women identify as women. They describe themselves and believe that they are and feel and experience the world as women. And so they want something that there's a term, a need for a term. Exactly. So the war against cis is not a war against their self-identification. It's really a war against trans people's right to identify as trans. And that's really illuminating. So when
So again, there's actually a more complicated conversation that you could have here, which is that, like, yes, on its face, like the term cis isn't a slur, but like almost every word, very few words start as slurs, right? They start as normal words and then they become slurs, essentially.
Of course.
And so cis is like, I don't think people should be banned for using cis, and I don't think it's at the level of being a slur yet. However, lots of people do use the term cis as an insult, and they do use it as a slur. Yeah, definitely happens. I'm sure we've all experienced this, seen this on Twitter, where people saying, "Oh, these, cis white males," right? They always throw that at you. But it's interesting. The more interesting part of the conversation that Robbie kind of and Brianna like accidentally stumbled into is, Robbie's like, "Well, why don't you just say like why don't you just refer to trans women as trans women and cis women as women?" Right?
Yeah.
And like, why don't you just do that? And then Brianna's like, well, no, because they want to make the argument that trans women and women are the same category, right?
Yeah.
And that's like kind of the key issue here. And we've talked about this a lot too. Like, again, I'm in favor of adults who have been diagnosed with gender dysphoria being able to transition. And I'm fine calling them she or her or whatever, assuming they're, there's trying to transition, right? And I'm fine with that. But I do think that there has to be and should be a categorical distinction between a trans woman and a trans man and a man. And I don't, and the left, or I guess I say the trans activists on the left, are trying to smuggle this concept in without actually having the conversation. And we've talked about this when we talk to people on the left that come on the show, the whole trans women are women thing. It's them trying to smuggle in the concept that, oh, there's no categorical difference between trans women and women. And if you do that, there's a whole bunch of things that come with that, such as, that would mean that trans women have to be admitted into women's sports. That means that trans women have to be admitted into women's locker rooms, women's prisons, blah, 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 blah. If you smuggle in this concept that there's no categorical difference between trans women and women.
Exactly.
Someone who like Elon or whomever.
You're a man, you're a trans man, etc.
Look at that. Robbie makes it so simple. God, I love this. This clip is amazing.
Look at his face. Look at his. He got a little smile on his face.
He's like, look, it's so simple. Look,
I know.
watch. She gets. Have you seen this clip?
Yes. I saw
Okay,
this.
so she gets out the she gets out the paper and it makes it worse.
Oh, no, they're saying I have a yellow piece of paper and a white piece of paper, and I'm a paper and you're not because you're white paper. No, they're both paper, but this one's yellow and this one's white.
That's paper.
This is also
That's
paper.
yellow paper.
This is also paper.
He's like, look, this is not difficult, Greyjoy. This is not difficult here.
That's so funny. Oh my god.
That's paper, and that's yellow paper.
Oh, she just proved his point. Because, like, yeah, it's the thing that we refer to as just like a broad category, like
Of
paper,
course.
right?
Of
the thing that, like,
course. The archetype.
99% of the time when you're talking about paper, you're talking about a white piece of paper. So we don't call it, oh, we don't say like, oh, hand me that white piece of paper, because 99% of the time paper is a white piece of paper. But if there's a colored piece of paper, like there's a pink paper, a red paper, a blue paper, you're like, hey, hand me that blue page over there. Hand me that blue piece of paper.
Yes, totally. It's the archetype, archetypal categories. Look, it's pretty simple.
Oh my god, that's so funny.
And unless you're saying, and you have every right to say this, unless you're saying that in no way, shape, or form does anybody's identity matter, and if you're a trans woman, you're
Look, and then she turns it into, now you're saying people's identity doesn't matter. Bad faith. So bad faith.
You don't know this, Adam, but we have to be very cautious to not offend the feelings of paper. Okay. Now, because even though 99% of the time in all of human existence, at least current human existence, people use white pieces of paper, okay, that offends non-white pieces of paper. So you now have to refer to all paper as white paper, as opposed to just being the category of paper. So you don't offend the other non-white pieces of paper. Okay.
I feel like there's maybe a reparations joke in here for paper, but I'm gonna avoid.
I was not going in that direction.
I'm gonna avoid that.
How dare you?
really a man, and that's a stance that a lot of people have.
You're a trans woman.
Right, but they're
Look, he just tells her, so he's just like, no, you're a trans woman. Look,
so
just accept it. Look, just accept it. No, look, our society is very understanding. Okay.
Yeah, like, yeah. I want to hear that again.
They're white paper. No, they're both paper, but this one's yellow and this one's white.
That's paper.
This is also
That's
paper.
Yellow paper.
This is also paper. And unless you're saying, and you have every right to say this, unless you're saying that in no way, shape, or form does anybody's identity matter, and if you're a trans woman, you're really a man, and that's a stance that a lot of people have.
You're a trans woman.
Right, but they're both paper. They're both women is the argument. They're both women. One's a cis woman and one's a trans woman.
What we're saying is we don't need really a separate category for this, which is like, you know, we would stack the papers up to the ceiling versus like 3 of those. And we're not trying to disinclude the yellow papers.
You literally are. Not you,
no,
but I'm saying
I'm not
people
saying
are
the yellow paper
is.
is
It's paper.
tree. It's
no,
yeah,
you're
yellow paper.
You're dancing around trying to avoid calling this thing paper. It is paper.
Whatever. I don't care.
But that's the point. So you don't have to agree with it.
No, I'm avoiding calling this stack some other terminology here. It's just paper.
Look, I think it's evident from this hypothetical, that this example, exactly what the issue is here. So just own it. People can own Anna, whomever. I don't think Anna believes this. I don't think that she believes that trans women, well, I don't know what she believes anymore.
Oh, no.
We don't even know what she believes. I mean, listen, she's leaving the left. She's grifting. But I don't even know what she believes. Doesn't matter.
Look, that charity meter down there with the dinosaur bones, it just hit lava. Like it's going towards the center of the earth now. Like the charity has left the building. I don't know what Anna believes anymore. Ah.
But I wouldn't have thought that she would believe that trans women don't have the right to identify as women. If everyone respects self-identification, if the issue is Anna's ability to identify as a woman with a vagina, then it's also a trans person's right to identify as a woman with...
Self-ID has not been codified into law. That's a contentious topic that we should be
codified
debating.
into like thought.
It hasn't been codified into culture. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, self-ID is one of the worst arguments ever produced.
Right. Okay. But she just says you know, if everybody accepts self-ID, like if everybody accepts the world is flat, then, you know, it's like, no, a lot of people don't accept that.
So any guy's just like, listen, I just got convicted of rape, but I self-ID as a woman.
People are doing that now, Sitch. It's actually happening.
Right, but this is why it's like a BS argument, because they want to say, well, are they like making a good faith, honest transition? It's like, well, wait a minute. You just said self-ID. That's the bare bone. You're giving this very bare bones minimum, you know, requirement here.
Right.
You're not saying, well, they have to transition and they have to take hormones and they have to pass and blah, 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 blah. You're just saying self-ID.
Yeah.
A vagina, if they've pro-stop, or a woman with a penis, or a woman who can give birth, and all these things that I know sound silly because they go against what our understanding of the world and the sex binary has been, that we were all raised with and has been existent in some form or another in Western society since time immemorial. And I say Western society because there have been differences in different societies that have had more more sex categories than that.
I think we can. So
it's funny because they always bring up this terrible argument. Because first of all, most societies in all of human existence never separated sex and gender at all.
Of course,
Like this is this is very, very new in human history, this separation of sex and gender, number one. Number two, I think, like they always point to like the exception, like it proves something. The exception proves the rule, okay?
Yes.
If 99% of human societies have a sex binary, and there's like some tiny sliver of all of human societies have some third sex or third gender, that proves the rule. It doesn't prove the opposite.
Yeah.
And then number three, most of those, if not all of those third gendered or third sex roles were almost always in the realms of gay men. They were like, the people were so heteronormative. They're like, if you're gay, you're not even a man. You're some completely different
you're
category.
Some third sex. That's hilarious.
Right. And so it's hilarious that they're trying to use that as an argument to like bolster their, you know, hyper progressive position.
In any kind of statistical analysis, the first thing you do is you throw out the outliers. They want to point to the outliers as if those make the category. It's like, no, that's not how it works.
Exactly.
That's not remotely how it works. This is what is a tribal society that referred to the penis as female? Point that outlier to me, because I think you're going to have a tough time finding that.
Right.
Yeah.
Without reinventing the original term is what I would strive.
But you struggle to do that even with the example of the paper.
I'll do whatever I'm doing for the sake of, I'm trying to present the conservative or the position.
Yeah, no, I understand. I know you're steelmanning this, and I think that's helpful, and I appreciate you doing that. But
no, Robbie, listen. Take a bold stand here. Say no. This is stupid. What you're saying is stupid.
Robbie, you're so close.
It's just paper, Brianna. It's just paper.
You're so close, Robbie.
The question, like, I just want to be really clear. I don't think that ANA KASPARIAN or anybody in the world is wrong to have feelings about how they are described in the world. You can have that. But at a certain point, you have to acknowledge that other people...
Unless it's, you know, them saying they're on the left or the right and you think they're grifting, then you do have a problem.
Yeah, of course. Unless it's us calling ourselves centrist and everyone wants to call us a right-wing podcast all week, then...
Right.
Yeah.
Well, at least they didn't do that. So
look, Brianna Joy Gray, right there. Joy Gray. It just sounds wrong.
Nah, Greyjoy.
Greyjoy's better.
Just rolls right off the tongue.
It does.
Like Sitch and Adam.
Yeah, like Adam and Sitch. I saw a lot of Adam and Sitches this week.
May have implications for you. If I want to identify as the greatest person on earth, you might have feelings about that if you think that you're the greatest person on earth, or maybe you think your mom is the greatest person on earth. So my self-ID is going to abut your sense of how that reflects on everybody else, right?
Yes.
Right.
And so you have to make a decision. It's within your right to say, Brianna, I'm not going to call you the greatest person on earth because I don't agree with that. And that's fine. But
what happens if the person wants to identify as a Harvard graduate, but they've never set foot in Harvard?
Well, I'm very curious as to where she goes with this, because she's kind of making the argument that kind of demolishes the you have to call me whatever I want argument.
Right.
Don't pretend like that my right is still to self-identify that way. And everyone has to make a decision in a society about whether or not they want to be polite, gracious, kind to people who are in different places, and you know. But if I meet Muhammad Ali, if I were to have met Muhammad Ali, I'm not going to be like, you're not the greatest, actually. You know what I
So it's funny because she understands some core problem with the argument, but she's not relating it to the trans question properly.
Right.
Because, and it's funny, like you can see this if we move away from gender into politics. Okay, we can see this very clearly. If some guy was a neo-Nazi, he's literally dressed up in a Nazi uniform. He's a white nationalist. You know, he believes all the Nazi stuff, right? And he goes up to Brianna Greyjoy and he says, "I identify as a leftist,
Right.
just like you." Right? You think Brown's gonna be like, "Well, you know, I respectfully disagree." All right? She'll be like, "What the hell are you talking about? You're not on the left. You're just trying to, like, you know, you're just trying to say that left people are racist." Blah 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 blah. Like, it's gonna be massively offensive to her because the fact that this person is using what she considers a category that applies to her in a way that she considers incorrectly is going to be very offensive to Brianna.
He's literally putting himself in her category.
Yes. Yes. Right.
Yeah.
I mean,
Nazis were socialists, by the way. So anyway.
They were like sort of socialists, yeah.
with all due respect, you've done a lot. You are the greatest. I'm happy to call you that, even if in my secret heart of hearts, I actually think, you know, Eugene.
Now we know how Greyjoy feels about trans people. It's like, I'm happy to call you that, even though in my heart of hearts, what I really believe.
She's just very patronizing. She's like, yeah, I'll call you whatever name you want. But deep down, I'm like, boy.
Isn't this totally like a self-report here?
A little bit.
I'm gonna be like, okay, with all due respect, you've done a lot. You are the greatest. I'm happy to call you that, even if in my secret heart of hearts, I actually think, you know, Eugene Debs is the greatest or whatever. You know what I mean? Like,
what is our criteria for greatness here?
But that's the point. That's kind of the point. So I think, you know, ANA KASPARIAN, please only refer to her as a woman. Please don't refer to her as having a bonus hole.
I honestly hate this, Sitch, because she's just completely sidestepping the entire topic or debate or the point that Anna is making.
Mm-hmm.
If nobody ever calls her any of these names, it doesn't change anything about her argument. Her argument is that the terms degrade the category of woman to which she is a part.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think, I mean, this is a typical like slur thing. Slurs degrade the category that people are a part of. That's why they don't like them, even if they aren't used on them particularly.
Right. Like I'm sure there's lots of black people out there who have strong opinions about, they don't like other black people using the N-word colloquially. Right.
Yes.
In music and just, you know,
I have seen that.
Common parlance. Right. And I've seen people have those conversations, and they're like, it's not even a question of like someone's calling them the N-word. They don't like the N-word being used, and they feel like it disparages black people as a category that they're a part of generally.
Yes, of course. Yes. And you can have that conversation.
Right.
But pretending that whole topic doesn't exist just because nobody called ANA KASPARIAN a birthing person, it's, oh God, it's just so offensive. It's so offensive. It feels dishonest. It feels completely dishonest.
Yes.
Because it's saying, look, this controversy doesn't exist because we never found the person that called ANA KASPARIAN a birthing person.
Right.
Yeah.
And I think that we can all figure out how to live in the society together.
And I have zero interest in policing who's a leftist and who's not. It's not my movement. I don't have anything at stake. It seems to me some of the differences of opinion she's having are sincere, or she's just changing her mind. Like, it's okay to change your mind, and it's okay to like no longer associate with the movement you associate with. It's not always grifting.
Sure.
And I feel like that term is getting overused.
I think that's fine. I'm just trying to point out what the argument is there. And I do think I echo some frustration from the trans community that even if there are these, you know, is the choice to isolate a conversation that's happening in one organization across the world, coming at the expense of airtime that can be given to the fact that literally hundreds of anti-trans bills have been promulgated in the United States in this year alone. And that there as an actual.
The gaslighting of all these anti-trans bills. I mean, I'm certain that there are bills that are, I mean, there are some places where they're basically saying, you know, they don't even want adults being able to receive gender affirming care.
Right.
But then they also lump in these bills where, you know, if your kid comes out as trans in school or something, you have to notify the parents. They're saying that's an anti-trans bill. When, well, I mean, what's anti-trans about that? Don't you think the parents should be notified?
Well, you know, that's a great point. I'm glad you brought that up, because they simultaneously make the argument that, oh, all you're doing is complaining about these like tiny wedge issues, right, that aren't important. And yet they're lumping in every piece of legislation that has anything to do with trans. They're not saying like, oh, you know, there's 100 trans bills and like, you know, 12 of them we think go too far, right? They're just saying they're all going too far.
Yeah,
even if you went through it with them and said, oh, well, how do you feel about this one? How do you feel about this one? How do you feel about this one? They would probably have to admit, at least in some of those bills, that they would agree and they don't have a problem with them.
Yeah, yeah. This is the insane gaslighting that ANA KASPARIAN is talking about.
Right.
It's like, look, I'm not in favor of bills that deny adults gender affirming care. I think there is persistent gender dysphoria that carries on into people's adult lives, and there's obviously a long history of people who have transitioned and probably live happier and more productive lives by doing this. The question that we're having a conversation about is whether or not adolescents, whether or not children, prepubescent children, can consent to these types of gender affirming care, hormone replacement therapy and stuff like that. So I think it was we're gonna watch it. We're gonna watch Mike of the Humanist Report's video. Oh, today. That one. Oh, look.
I think I don't remember if it was him or David Dole, who we're not gonna watch this video because it's kind of boring. But I think it's Mike's video. He actually defends the idea that a school shouldn't have to notify the parents if the kid comes out as trans to someone at the school.
Which is just insane.
You know, he obviously doesn't, and he, you know, obviously does not address the reason that bill was created, because that situation happened and a kid essentially tried to commit suicide and the parents didn't even know this, like their child was going through any of this stuff.
The school had socially transitioned the girl, and I don't even know if it was a girl or a boy that was socially transitioned. It was
I don't remember. I think it was a girl, they social transitioned boy, I think, but I'm not 100% sure.
Right. And the parents didn't find out that they social transitioned the kid at the school until the kid tried to commit suicide. What the fuck?
Yeah.
What the fuck?
How insane is that?
Yeah. And that is where the Parents Protection Act or whatever they filed, the Parental Rights Act they filed in Florida. That was the origin of it.
Right.
Yeah. So they also make it sound like, oh, people are just doing these bills because they hate trans people. Well, that's not the case. People don't want their kids to be committing suicide at the playground.
Right.
Effort to undermine the substantive rights of trans people, which Anna says that she cares about, and I believe that she cares about. If that is ongoing, and at a certain point you're giving so much airtime to one random organization having a thought experiment in England, then what purpose are we serving? And are people right to say that they want to step away from this organization or step away from viewing this, the Young Turks?
You are serving the purpose of making certain people, certain commentators on the left actually seem reasonable on the trans issue, so that you can have a honest, good faith debate about this issue, since we need to come up with policy proposals that will affect all of us. What she's doing is actually good, Brianna. You should do the same thing. It would be great if you could be a voice of reason on these issues.
They're also terrified because, you know, we talk about this all the time. The most common tactic, Sitch and Adams law, the most common tactic is for one side of the political aisle to find the weird extremists on the other side, and then they'll use a broad brush to paint everyone on that side.
QAnon.
With
all right-wingers are QAnon supporters.
All right-wingers are QAnon. They're all racist. You know, they're all alt-righters, blah, 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 right? And so the right obviously does the same thing too. Like, you know, there'll be, there could be, I don't think there was for the bonus hole thing, but theoretically, we could imagine there would be like, you know, 20 videos about people saying, oh my God, they're going to call, you know, women's vajayjays bonus holes.
I'm certain there were videos like that. Yeah.
And so But because people know this happens, okay, and instead of just taking the tactical decision to say, I don't agree with that, I agree it's stupid, like they could say, I think that's a stupid thing to do, but also I don't think it's like a big deal because it's not happening, right? But you notice they never actually say that. Right?
Yeah, because they're in favor of it.
Right. They'll say, or they're afraid, right? They'll say like, oh, this isn't happening, right? Or this is a minor issue. They don't go the extra step. They don't say this is stupid and I don't think this is a good idea. They won't say that because they're afraid. They're saying, oh, it's not a big deal. No one's talking about this. And yet they're too afraid to call out the thing.
Why is that, Sitch?
Yeah. Isn't that interesting? Right.
Because they support it. That's why.
I don't know if it's because they support. I think they're terrified of the extremists in their audience. It's funny because I don't think we're gonna watch it because honestly, it was a pretty lackluster, boring video. It was Vosh covered like 5 seconds of the conversation. But in it, he's jumping on board, calling Anna transphobic and blah 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 blah. And there's that famous clip that everyone's putting around, which is Vosh literally saying, the trans activist internet community is full of insane psychopaths.
Right. Yeah, no, right? I saw that. Jesse Singles shared that clip.
Yes. And it's hilarious that he's like so aware of that. And yet he does this performance. Like, well, he's like, oh, the trans people get mad at me. And then he sees Anna come along and he's like, oh, I can use Anna as like a sacrifice essentially to the trans people.
Get him off my back. Exactly.
He's
running from the mob and he's pushing ANA KASPARIAN. No, take her.
It's like so Vosh and Anna are they're both running away from the bear.
Yeah, exactly.
And it's like I don't have to outrun the bear. I just have to outrun Anna. Only the bear is the mob, the angry mob here. But this is how you know that you're in an oppressive cult ideology, okay? Because one of the best ways to, and this is how a lot of these work, one of the best ways for people to sort of show their loyalty to the ideology is to sacrifice someone else to the mob, right? So it's like, oh, I'm not a witch. Like if someone's accusing you of a witch, what's the best thing to do? It's like, well, I'm not a witch.
Accuse them.
But someone else is a witch. Look at this person. They're the witch. Get him. Like that's like the best way to deflect blame. And so it's very obvious that that's happening in a lot of these situations.
Of course.
Works because it's no longer reflecting their interests.
They can do whatever they want.
Robbie's my hero now. This clip has made me a Robbie fan all the way.
It's pretty funny. Pretty funny.
Do you want to hear the unhinged rant or are we moving on?
Well, you tell me because I never saw it. Is it worth covering? I mean, is it funny? Is it interesting?
It is completely unhinged. I mean, it's
then that sounds like we should watch it.
It's like insanely unhinged.
We should watch it then. Do you not want to?
Yeah, we can. I don't care.
Okay, so
I just think it's interesting to contrast the way that she laid it out. Yeah, as just the nicest thing in the world.
Right. Okay, but wait, before we do, let me read some super chats.
Okay.
Understate for $20. Thanks so much, Understate. Says, was nice to see a recent Tim Pool clip on Anna's bonus hole controversy, which had a certain dynamic duo's logo sit prominently for the better part of 15 minutes on screen. Got 150K views when I watched it. Congrats, you made it. Well, thank you. That is true.
Look, Tim Pool's covering our show.
And big thanks to Phil, who talked about it on Tim's show.
Oh, really? I didn't know.
The channel. And both Phil and Ian did. Ian said he wanted to come on the show, which I believe you've already contacted.
Ian's booked to come on the show. Yeah.
Right. So thanks.
Let me take a look here. Ian is booked for the 18th.
Nice.
Tuesday the 18th, yeah.
Nice.
I sent him a book, Donald Hoffman's The Case Against Reality. I was like, hey, this book's trippy. Have you read it?
You like trippy things.
Isn't that straight up Ian's alley? It totally is.
I would think so.
The Case Against Reality.
Yeah.
So we should have a fun talk.
Cameraman 502 for $20 says, love you guys. What will be the next political community you cause to tear itself apart? I suggest the furry community. Oh, I don't know if we want to dip our toes in that one.
Might be dangerous. I don't know.
Oh, I did. It was funny. I did point out to Adam, we actually got a shout out from Fox News for the second time.
Awful.
That's right. They cited us in their article about the situation. So thank you, Fox News.
I don't know. It's the right's propensity to do this. Well, I guess the left would obviously do this as well. They like this narrative of the other side is eating each other.
Right.
Look, they can't even get along. They can't agree on anything. They're all deranged lunatics attacking one another.
Of course.
That kind of narrative doesn't really foster the, you should be happy when people on the opposite side of the aisle show some sort of reasoned restraint, I think.
Of course.
You should be encouraging that kind of thing and not casting it in a bad light. But, obviously it's politics. We're working towards that.
It's fun, though, but I agree. It's actually, I'm trying to remember, I think it was some Destiny clip I saw recently where he was talking about, I think he was saying, like, you should have grace and victory or something. So.
Yes. Yeah. Good for him.
But, yeah, because you want to incentivize people's ability to basically break out of the bubble. So,
yeah.
Duke Norton for $20 says, "Good afternoon, gentlemen. Even if Anna has joined A team, S class is still the best class team." I don't agree with y'all or Anna with a good. I don't agree with y'all or Anna with a good amount of things, but I'm glad to hear your points on affirmative action and other topics. Well, thank you, Duke.
Yeah,
that's what we foster here.
Tell Dave, the distributor, he's still getting our position wrong.
That's an uphill battle. Val Van Gogh for $20 says, "Have you seen the Vosh Sanvi debate? He said some stupid stuff. Maybe it's not getting enough attention because woman protagonist. Look, I get a weird feeling when a woman approaches my degree of intellect, but still Vosh ownage." I haven't seen it yet. I think I have it saved to my potential viewings for Sundays, but I haven't watched it yet.
What is it?
So Vosh had a debate with someone named Sanvi, who I'm not familiar with, on modern day debate.
Yeah, she utterly annihilated him. It was amazing.
Oh, so you have seen it?
Yeah.
You have seen it. Okay. And the topic was, are trans men?
Yes. Yeah. Yeah. She just completely annihilates Vosh. It's amazing.
Did he bring out the Agua argument again?
It's borderline. That's his angle. Okay. He can't tell the difference between a category and things in the category. It's like, it's pretty horrible.
Oh, hey, Nate the lawyer. Hey, Nate.
Yeah. We were trying to get Nate on the show. Hopefully we can schedule something.
Fondue for $20 says, "Great job, guys. Saw a clip of PF getting the glimmer of a centrist renaissance incoming. He may still be delusional, but here's to hoping." Yeah, PF is he's not optimistic, but we're gonna change his mind. Okay. Red 473 for $50. Thanks so much. Said, "Gentlemen, congratulations on all the attention you've been getting since the Anna interview. I was just curious if you saw Destiny debate a lefty about Anna coming on the show. She kept calling you guys right wing, and Destiny never corrected her." I did see that. I think you actually reached out to have that person talk to us. I don't know if we should. That person's name's unhinged.
Yeah, I messed up and scheduled Andrea. I think the name is Andrea on a day I had already scheduled somebody, so we'll have to reschedule. But Destiny. What the fuck? Destiny. Right. Okay. Look, a lot of people say a lot of things about you. They call you right wing. Right. I think they call you like a groomer and shit. What other horrible things do they call Destiny?
Listen, I don't listen. When you're having these conversations.
Do we do any of that stuff?
No.
Do we
don't.
Look, Destiny calls himself a progressive.
Right.
We respect that. We call Destiny a progressive.
Listen, we're not in favor of gender self-ID, but political self-ID.
Yeah, look, I think we should respect people.
I saw that conversation. It doesn't bother me at all because we've been in the situation where you're talking to someone and it's like you can't fight over literally every single thing that they bring up. So
but you can if it's
I don't care.
You can if it's your pals. Like what the hell?
I don't think we're in Destiny's pals category, but
if Destiny can be good faith with Mr. Girl, he can be good faith with us. Okay.
Well, okay, fair enough.
Yeah.
Twitter sucks for $20 says, "Cis was used by the LGBT to make straight allies feel inclusive. Now it's almost used exclusively to universally shame straight people." Yeah, that is the way it's used by a lot of people.
Unfortunately, yes. I mean, I think I'm kind of ambivalent on the word cis because I do think it has some utility.
Mm-hmm.
And my whole thing is like, if words are useful, people are going to use them. Like that's how it works. No matter how much you hate it, it's going to happen. So
right. Nate the lawyer. Hey, thank you for the $10, Nate. Nate says, watch it. People are totally freaking out. You guys are amazing. I got a video on it coming up. Well, thank you.
Oh,
That's very
sweet.
generous.
Yeah, sweet. I share a lot of your videos, Nate. You do great breakdowns on a lot of the stuff we cover. So you did some great videos on the City
by Karen.
Quote.
Omri
quote Karen.
Case, Kyle Rittenhouse, you know. Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
So, yeah, no, Nate's great. Okay, so this is so I haven't seen this yet, so I'm interested. So this is what you've described as an unhinged rant from Olay that Brianna Greyjoy seemed to say was like just a concerning conversation.
Yeah, just a nice, friendly, respectful, I think she said.
Okay.
How's it going? Welcome to the Vanguard. So glad to be joined by you once again.
Hey
Olay.
y'all. Hey y'all. Yeah, so I seen this. It was sent to me. This is not the first wild ass banana piece of shit take she's had since the time of. Every time I said this before, and
listen.
Just
Olay
respectful. Just respectful.
Olay came with lots of just respect and understanding and charity. Okay. Listen to all this respect. Listen to the respect.
Look, it didn't take long. It goes. Look, this is like a 10-minute video. How long did it take before the disrespect came out? Sitch?
The first 10 seconds.
How's it going? Welcome to the Vanguard. So glad to be joined by you once again.
Hey
Olay.
y'all. Hey y'all. Yeah, so I seen this. It was sent to me. This is not the first wild ass banana piece of shit take she's had since the time of. Every time I said this before, and I'm gonna say it again. And since, well, you know what? Let me say it, because fuck her. Since she always wanna have my fucking name in her mouth. All right. Boom. They've been for a year on some right-wing bullshit. I want to let the record reflect. These people have never been as fucking progressive as people have let them masquerade and begin to believe in the first place. But she's been on this Copaganda bullshit ass takes. Her and Jenk been running this dribble for about a fucking year now. And since they came up with this bullshit, let me explain to Anna. Okay. Clearly, you don't understand what cisgender means suddenly, right? Oh, suddenly your brain don't fucking work. But maybe you don't understand what gaslight means, because I think you have it misconstrued. Gaslighting would be making an entire platform where you recognize where you, Miss Mamas, verbatim went on your platform repeatedly and said you recognize these talking points as right-wing bullshit, non-issues. No one is calling you a pregnant person. You ain't been able to identify this imaginary person that called you a pregnant person fucking yet. You said that. And then perpetrated like you don't fucking remember you said that when you decided to come out and now adopt those right-wing talking points, because for whatever reason you must feel like you hit a glass ceiling on the left. Whatever you think is looking for you out there on the right, you want to, that's where you want to be. So now all of a sudden you are adopting those talking points and you
You know, so we actually, I first of all, I don't even think she watched the entire conversation. I'm skeptical that she did. Because a lot of the conversation was specifically us saying, like, what changed your mind, Anna? And Anna goes through it.
Of course.
She doesn't say like, oh, well, you know, I just felt like I can make more money being on the right wing, right? Like that never came up in any part of the conversation. This is just totally just citation, you know, made up. Okay, number one.
Yeah. There were several stories that she felt she got wrong personally because of misinformation in the mainstream media. And we went through all of those stories.
Yes. And that the thing is like a lot. And also, you know, there's a situation that where, you know, she was assaulted, and it's like, there's this thing that happens where one of the best ways for people to kind of like start to see outside of their pre-existent tribalism is when something happens to them personally. Oh yeah. And they talk about it, and then their tribe gets mad at them, and they're like, and the person's like, wait a minute, what's going on here? Like suddenly it seems like the rules that they thought the tribe existed under don't exist, or they don't exist how they thought they did. And they sort of like breach their head out of the bubble for a second. And once you do that, you can start to see the picture a little bit more clearly. And that's exactly what was happening with Anna, you know. And she even talked about it. She said it wasn't like one thing happened. It was like a multiple things just kind of like started piling up and happening.
Yeah.
You know, including the Kyle Rittenhouse thing too, where, you know, the left was making it seem so clear that Kyle was in the wrong. And then when she's like, you know, acknowledged that she got the video wrong and went back and looked at it, she's like, wait a minute. Like their characterization of this is so wildly off.
Do you know how strong you have to be as a person to look at a situation where you've been actually reporting it incorrectly for months and months and months
Yes.
and say, holy shit, I've been doing bad reporting.
Yes.
That's like a huge wake-up call. I believe Anna has taught a journalism class at UCLA. How do you think she feels when she's like, I'm spreading fake news?
Yes. And this is what I said earlier. They're twisting something that should be commendable, which is someone acknowledging that they were wrong and having the ability to change their mind, which is something we should all as humans strive for. Okay.
Yep. Aspire
instead of
to.
giving, instead of saying that's commendable, it's like, no, she turned against the tribe. She turned against the cult. She turned against the ideology. And therefore, she's grifting. And that's what's even more hilarious. It's like, all these people that are sending hate to Anna, and all these people
They are the grifters.
Yeah, all these people are sending hate to Anna. All these people are like, oh, we should try to boycott Young Turks. They have people quit and all these things. What world do these people exist in where they think like Anna doing what she's doing is the easier path?
Oh, yeah.
It's like totally backwards, right?
Of course, yeah.
But,
of course.
But we did make one mistake in our conversation, because part of it is we didn't expect the conversation to kind of blow up the way it did, which was when Anna talked about the gaslighting thing. We both knew what she meant, and our audience knew what she meant. And we didn't think that if people clip this, they're not going to know what she was referring to. And I don't think we actually talked about it in the conversation.
Yeah.
And so the reason that she talked about the gaslighting is because we covered the leftist mafia's attack on Anna like some months ago. And I think that was what Anna said was like part of how she found our channel, because she watched part of that conversation.
I think it was back
part
in
of that
April.
coverage. Yeah. And we categorized the leftist mafia as gaslighting Anna. And the reason that we said that they were gaslighting her is because in the first stream where they covered Anna, Olay is like super racist against Anna. She keeps dismissing Anna's opinion on the basis of her race. Okay. She's like, oh, Anna is engaged in like white woman privilege. She says this is coddle the white woman hour, blah, blah, blah. She keeps referring to her race as a way to dismiss Anna's opinion. She says this is some righteous white lady shit, blah, blah, blah. Okay. And she keeps doing these attacks on Anna's race. And no one on the panel calls Olay out for doing this. People in the audience call Olay out for doing this. They're saying, in the leftist mafia audience, there are people saying, why are you bringing race into this for no reason? Like, you can disagree with Anna without like making it a white person thing. And they even bring that up, and Olay just gets triggered by it. Okay.
Her argument is a little different though. She's actually saying that they're not going hard enough on Anna because she's white. That's what the argument was. But
she's saying both. She's saying, number one, they're not going hard enough on Anna because they're white. But number two, that Anna's opinion is because she's white.
Yes.
She's literally saying that it's her white privilege that's basically allowing her to have the position that she had about birthing person and bonus hole and all these other things. Okay.
Right.
And then she also says in that conversation that she thinks Anna likes trans bigotry. Okay. And she does call Anna dishonest and says, oh, she's, being slick and miscategorizing her original statement, blah, blah, blah. Okay. So Olay throws all these attacks at Anna in the original conversation. Then Anna responds to her on Twitter, pretty lightly considering, saying like, oh, I thought you said you were in favor of roasting your friends and you totally roasted me. Olay then
with a clip of her roasting her on the Leftist Mafia podcast,
right.
The one that we're talking about now. So all Anna does is post a clip of Olay doing this on the show.
Well, first of all,
and says, this is you roasting me.
Yeah, there's a clip of Olay talking about how you shouldn't roast for your friends or something. Mm-hmm. And then Anna responds to that with like, well, then why did you roast me? And she posts a clip of her literally saying like, oh, we should roast Anna or whatever she said. And then Olay's response to that is then to post an out of context, dishonest compilation of Anna saying the N-word, which Anna is just reading news stories as a news commentator, and she's just quoting the people that are saying it.
Yeah,
but Olay posts it.
She talks about this on our interview, how they had at the Young Turks made a decision to do this, and she was actually against it because she thought it would come back to bite them, but everyone overruled her. So she's the one actually saying the N-word, which I think is a pretty interesting backstory here, right?
It is, right.
Yeah.
And Olay posts this compilation, and I don't have the exact tweet brought up, but in the tweet, she either says or implies that like, oh, Anna's racist and, you know, likes saying the N-word or something. Right?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
She will call you the N-word, she says.
Right. So after that all happens, so Olay basically, number one, is super racist to Anna. Then number two, basically tries to get her canceled by dishonestly saying that Anna's saying the N-word a bunch of times. Okay. Then we jump cut to the leftist mafia covering the situation again, and they keep saying, we were so nice to Anna. We were using kid gloves with Anna. I don't understand why she's upset. We were so kind to her.
We're gonna watch that.
That's the gaslighting. That's the gaslighting, Olay. It's very simple.
We're gonna watch that video, right? Because they do another stream. They did a stream a couple days ago that, you know, they got the gaslighting out again, where they're talking about how, oh, that original stream was just so nice and kind and understanding to Anna.
Yeah, which I literally went back and watched that original stream, and I took all the time codes and notes of all the times that Olay was racist against her.
And well, that's got to be a long list.
And this is why I am like super curious. Okay, to talk to. I mean, I would talk to Olay. I don't think she'll talk to. She blocked me on Twitter, and we'll talk about that later. Okay, but I would be very curious to talk to someone else in the leftist mafia to say, why is it that in that conversation, Olay is just so racist against Anna, and none of you call it out, none of you reference it. It's just like nothing. You just don't even. It's like it doesn't even process. Like you're just so used to people being racist against white people, and that's fine. It like doesn't even cross your mind. You didn't even notice it was happening.
Your chat even gives you an opportunity to bring it up, and you still don't bring it up. Like if someone. Yes. Sitch and I would have a conversation. Like if we had a guest that came on and started doing that stuff, we'd have a conversation with him for like 2 hours about this.
Yeah.
Like what makes it okay for you to be racist against whites? Like why is that an acceptable position? And we go into like, oh, well, whites are the oppressors, and we challenge him on that. And
right.
Like, come on.
Yes. But no, unless Mafia, it's just like nothing. They don't care. No one talks about it. And it's funny because, and then the gaslighting, and also the super extra gaslighting, okay, is that in the second conversation, Olay keeps saying, I didn't want to target Anna. I don't want to start any drama. And I'm like, what? What are you talking about? Like literally Olay sounds like Eric Cartman in the episode where like he just, if you remember the episode with Jimmy, where he thinks he created the fish sticks joke. And it's like every time they tell the story again, he just reinvents it and lies in his mind to like give himself more accolades.
Oh, that's what's going on here, definitely. Yeah.
And like and Jimmy at the end of it realizes like Cartman doesn't even realize that he's lying. He's just so like delusional and egotistical that he thinks it's true. And it's just like Olay just keeps recategorizing this in her mind like that she was this pure innocent victim who was just like so nice to Anna and just gave like the tiniest little bit of pushback, and then Anna would like try to destroy her, and that's how she casts their interaction. And that's the gaslighting. That's what's insane about the situation.
I swear her first opening comment on the situation with Anna was, I feel like this is called the white lady hour. Like the first comment that she makes brings race into it.
So actually no, that was her second comment.
Oh, okay. What was the first
Her first comment, it was just hilarious. Okay. Her first comment is she says, I don't want to dogpile or attack Anna's entire track record and drag her through the mud. Okay. So her first comment is she's like being nice. You're like, oh, that's nice. Then 4 minutes later, she says, okay, this is some righteous white lady shit. Okay. So it's like you have 4 minutes of charity and then it goes away.
Wow.
But anyway, let's continue.
At the rest of us, because we point out that you've had a different position. No, you're gaslighting us. You're the one gaslighting us, suddenly acting like you don't fucking understand what the problem is when you were one of, according to y'all, let y'all tell it, leaders of the left, one of the main ones putting out that fucking talking point. And quite frankly, let's talk about this. You seem to not have anything to fucking do. For all this crime that's rampant around your building, bitch, put on a fucking costume and go act like a superhero and stop talking about the rest of fucking us. Because every time I look, your name, you have my name in your mouth, leftist mafia, this, blah, 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 blah. You make bad, shitty, bullshit fucking takes every day. I literally only fucking see y'all in relation to bad fucking takes. And I don't say anything because I don't give a fuck. And quite frankly,
but also this is like a lie. Like the only time I know, it's like Anna like goes around talking about the leftist mafia. The only reason she brought up on the show was because we were asking her how she found us. And this was the origin story of how she found the channel.
Yeah.
Like, Anna's not running around. I don't think there's a TYT segment on the leftist model.
Oh yeah, I don't think she's brought it up on that show at all. We brought it up a lot because it's hilarious.
We brought it up a lot because it's hilarious.
Look, I don't know if you noticed. So I think we're gonna watch a stream with Olay.
Yes.
Like the leftist mafia, 2 people in the leftist mafia did not appear on that stream. David Dole and Mike Bender. And they also
Bender.
Is it
Matt Binder?
Matt Binder.
Yeah.
Okay, Matt Binder.
Yeah.
What did I say? Anyway,
You said Matt Binder.
it's the
Mike,
same
you said
thing.
Mike. Whatever. Doesn't matter. You said Mike Binder. But whatever. Forget it. Just move
It's
on.
Matt. Okay, Matt.
It's Matt.
Anyway, Matt and David did not appear on that stream.
Right.
And then the leftist mafia they have the same day, and Olay is not on the leftist mafia,
Yeah, that
which
was
makes
interesting.
me think that Matt and David Dole said, "Look, we don't want this trash on our leftist mafia podcast.
Mm-hmm.
You wanna cause drama? You wanna make our lives miserable? Do it on your stream.
Well, I hate
Do
to
it on your
deflate your
channel."
theory. I hate to deflate your theory.
Oh no.
They do talk about it on the leftist mafia, but they only talk about it for like 10 minutes at the
Okay.
end. They do talk about it, and David gives I don't remember Matt's take, but Dave gives a terrible take where he's like, I gave Anna all this charity and we were so nice to her and she spit in our face and now I think she's intentionally grifting.
That's awful.
Yeah. But anyway, let's continue.
I've said this from time. This right here was a deliberate propaganda. I said this. We had no business giving her all that fucking grace when she jumped out the window with the tweet because it was on fucking purpose. She did it because she wanted us talking about it. She did it because she wanted to ingratiate herself with the right. The reason why she wanted to piss off and go at and attack all the other leftist commentators, including people who are personally.
Isn't it great that Olay can read Anna's mind so clearly? I mean, how is she doing this, Sitch? She's she knows every thought Anna has.
I mean, this must be a very useful to her career as a lawyer, is the ability to just read people's minds.
Yeah, amazing.
Friends like all the Emma Viglins of the world. It's because she needs to create the appearance to the right wing she's trying to ingratiate herself with, that the left is she needs to separate herself apart from us. And what better fucking way to do that than to go at everybody and to fight with everybody and to keep having my black ass name in your fucking mouth. Let me explain this to y'all. I don't care for all of this. Like, Anna, let me be fucking clear. Keep my name out your mouth. The only reason why anybody even mentioned you, because I don't even think you matter. I don't even give a fuck about your white-centered view in the world. And also because you keep.
Remember how Brianna Greyjoy defined this as respectful disagreement? Remember how this was defined as respectful disagreement?
Oh, what
That's
conversation did she watch?
Look, as soon as I saw that with Brianna, I was like, A, she hasn't seen the clip, or
What is
B,
she talking about?
she's delusional. And I hope it's A. Look, I like Brianna. I think she's one of the smarter people on the left. So I hope she just hasn't seen the clip.
Look at Adam's buttering it up, trying to get her to come on. That's why Adam's a good producer.
In all seriousness, though, I do look. A lot of times we bring people on from the left that are just. I mean, they're crazy. They're insane people.
Mm-hmm.
We need to give. If people have good arguments on the left, or even leftist arguments that are better, look, we want to interrogate those arguments.
Right.
We do.
Right.
I'm Armenian, but they keep saying I'm white passing. Whiteness is a construct. Maybe you should read a fucking book before you present like you're the queen of the fucking leftist liberal movement. It's a construct. Am I looking at a white blonde woman? Is that how you walking through the earth? White lady. And now you want to act like,
Race. She never brought up race at all, Sitch.
They're the ones that are racist because they assumed when I started peddling Copaganda that I was talking about black people. So y'all are the racists, and that what's really bothers me. Girl, get the fuck out of here. You know what the fuck you doing all in Newsweek talking shit, okay? You and Jenk are both full of fucking shit, and y'all need to hush your fucking mouths because I'm over it. That is what I got to say about that.
Yeah. No, I totally feel you, Olay. And what's crazy to me about this is that she's acting like this backlash she got from folks like yourself when she had certain, reactionary positions that she has. She acting like she got fucking canceled, like the mob came after her. what I remember is people, including yourself, offering politely to debate, to discuss, to come on her show, to educate her, to have a dialogue and a discussion with the exact sort of maturity that she seems to be yearning for in this interview, and disparaging the left movement, the progressive movement, for not having.
Okay, Gavin, we're going to look at that tweet that Olay shared with you on Tuesday. And I want you to remember this comment that you made.
Oh, are we talking to them on Tuesday?
Yeah, we're supposed to talk to him on Tuesday.
Nice. Okay.
Gavin, I want you to remember this comment that you made here about how, oh yeah, we just wanted to have a mature conversation with ANA KASPARIAN. Why are you sharing a compilation clip of her saying the N-word out of context, if that's what you're trying to do? Look, that's a completely delusional take, Gavin.
Well,
Olay was going for the cancel button.
Right. And there's this thing that happened. We hear this a lot. They're like, oh, we were just trying to have this conversation with ANA. And we're going to see that a lot in the Olay stream when we watch it. And first of all, there's a couple of problems with it. Number one, there's this assumption when they all talk about it that ANA is inherently wrong. Okay. They're like, oh, she had an inherently wrong position. And once people tell her that they think she's wrong, she should just have to automatically accept it, right? She should just shut up and accept it. And that's the assumption in how they have this conversation. There's not even a point of like, well, you know, we can respectfully disagree and move forward. No, it's like she should have acknowledged she said something was wrong. She should just acknowledge that she's wrong and then accept it, because she's not a trans person. So she's not allowed to have an opinion on these issues.
Yeah, the high priest corrected her. And she, how dare she lashes out against the dogma.
Yes. And then number two, what they like, there's like this total Mott and Bailey thing that happens in these situations where it's like someone on the left will say something and it's like this wave of people attacking them on this left, this tsunami of people attacking them on the left. And then there'll be like a handful of content creators that are like kind of attacking them, but also kind of trying to be a little bit nicer about it. Like they're still saying that you're wrong, but they're trying to like phrase it a little bit nicer. And then when the person reacts offensively, they're like, oh, how dare you? I was extending the hand of charity to you. Ignore this giant wave of hate that's like that I'm surfing on top of.
Yeah. We can move on to the other clip. I think we've heard enough. So.
Oh, is it boring after this?
I mean, we can continue if you want.
I don't know. I haven't watched it. So you tell me.
Well, I don't remember very well. There was like 1,000 things to watch. I just remember this was. Look, did I oversell it here? I feel like
no. I mean, she's
I feel like unhinged.
She's just totally triggered in the beginning of this conversation. You know, for Brianna Greyjoy to sort of, I don't remember the exact wording she used, so I don't want to mischaracterize her, but for her to kind of like cast this view in people's mind that Olay had like some very respectful disagreement with ANA, and Anna's just had a completely unhinged reaction. Like this is
it's dishonest. It's an outright lie.
Yes.
Yeah. This is not any sort of respectful disagreement here.
Right. It's like, I remember everyone asking you over and over again to engage on the subject matter, to have people on, to have these discussions. People on the left aren't just a bunch of sheep that all think the same thing. Of course, we have independent-minded folks that come to different conclusions. And
well,
that's why we have to hash it out and have debates, have discussions, you know, get together, talk about things. No one just immediately
look, in all fairness, Gavin and Zach did agree to come on our show. So
that's true.
Props to them.
That's true.
Jump down her throat. People
and you know what? Maybe y'all should have. And maybe y'all should have, because I said it then. It was too much. Listen, and I went along with the coddling just because I like to stay out of drama and stuff. I don't care about these people enough the way that
her being racist against ANA, she now categorizes as going along with the coddling. Okay, interesting.
Yeah,
I came onto the media space is because I have actual agendas and things that I care about, and I happen to exist in the same terrain with these people, but I don't give a fuck about them. I didn't know TYT at all until the day they acknowledged my appearance on Rising, which again, the irony of recognizing to celebrate me for, according to Anna, direct quote was, we need people on the left willing to aggressively call out these bad faith arguments on transphobia, right? But here she go, bad faith transphobic fucking actor, right? But that's the only reason, because it was my first fucking interaction with them. I have a general premise. I'm very nice to people who are my mutuals. I don't go after them out of the way. I go like, you know what, is this necessary? Whatever. I go about my business.
I'm very nice to them. I'm only, you know, kind of racist against them if they're white, but you know, I'm very nice to them beyond that.
But from the time I had followed her and had that positive interaction with them, you know, giving me my flowers off my rising appearance, from that moment forward, all I saw was bad fucking propaganda takes. And I was like, you know what? I follow her, we mutuals, let me keep it nice, you know, let me do it a little, like, be very nice about it, which is how I ended up on TYT in the first place, doing the abolition debate, they called it, which was only supposed to be a discussion, but it's a debate when Cenk is trying to jump down your fucking throat, right? They bring you on because they're not familiar with a school of thought in and of itself, but yet they're on there trying to debate you and challenge you and denigrate the entire movement that they've already made it clear to you on wax that they don't understand. So that's been my only interaction.
So wait, she's like this such a victim mindset here. Okay, so she knows she's walking into it wasn't like a surprise. She knows she's walking into a conversation with Cenk, who does not agree with the concept of prison abolition.
Right.
Okay, that wasn't like a surprise. It's not like, oh, we want you to come on the show and tell us about your life. Surprise, it's a debate, right? So that didn't happen. She knew she was going on the show to advocate for a position which in the conversation she acknowledges is a wacky sounding position, the abolition of prisons. Okay. Mm-hmm. In the conversation. And in the conversation, it gets like, I don't know, like it's like it gets the little tiniest bit heated in the conversation. And she's categorizing it like Cenk is like red-faced screaming at her, calling her stupid. That's not what happens in this conversation. This I don't even call it a debate. It's like a 20-second, two people have a disagreement, or like a 20-minute, two people have a disagreement about prison abolition conversation.
Does she?
And
use
at the end,
term,
everyone walks away still friends. You know.
Does she use the term? Yeah, and Anna was a perfect angel. Anna was basically trying to smooth the waters with the disagreement between Olay and Cenk. Did she use the term Copaganda, which I'm noticing she uses very judiciously.
Yeah, in the conversation she said, and it's funny because this is again,
I think that's what triggers Cenk.
That is what triggers Cenk. She does things and says things, and she doesn't understand how that bothers people. And then when they get bothered her, she's like, "What? Yeah, what did I do wrong?" Yeah. So
I just called you a racist. Why are you getting mad at me?
In the conversation, she says that, like, she says, I don't know. She says something like, I don't know what kind of propaganda that you're watching that's basically led you to have this belief.
Yeah. Which basically says you're an idiot. You've fallen for propaganda. That's not a way to win over someone to your position.
Right. Which even though that's like obnoxious enough to do in a sort of, good faith conversation, right? Because you're not actually addressing their point. You're attacking their character in a fallacious way. You're saying, oh, you just believe in propaganda. I'm not going to actually address whatever you're saying, number one. But number two, Cenk misinterprets that statement in even worse context. He thinks that she's calling TYT propaganda.
Oh, wow.
He takes it a step further. And the fact that he didn't like completely blow up on her, even though he misinterpreted it, is like, okay, fine. He just said like, oh, I don't think it's right to call us propaganda. We've, been pushing back, against the, we've been advocating police reform, blah, 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 right?
Interesting. Yeah. You got to be careful what words you use. You really do.
Right.
Look, you'd think someone who is an attorney, who's the, public defender, has people's futures in their own hands, would understand the power of words that can really fuck shit up, right?
Well, and we'll talk about this when we get there. In her stream, this is why she blocked me on Twitter. In her stream, she makes an outrageous claim.
Yeah. Okay. Totally outrageous.
She makes this completely insane, outrageous claim that Martin Luther King Jr. didn't actually believe in the philosophy of nonviolence. Right. He was only using it as a pragmatic strategy that, like, secretly, mask off, he actually didn't have a problem with people using violence. And I'm like, what world are you in? And she has the gall when she says this, by the way. She has the gall when she says this to say, like, all these white people need to read books before they talk about MLK. And I'm like, what are you talking about? Like, I tweeted at her and I posted like 6 video clips, which were all video clips of MLK in his own words, explaining not just the tactic of nonviolence, but the philosophy and the morality of it, and why he believed it on a moral principle level.
Yeah.
Okay. So she's flat out wrong. And by the way, this is important because a lot of people on the left now are trying to recast MLK and the civil rights movement as like some kind of violent movement that only succeeded because of the violence, as opposed to being, you know, hurt by it. And they're doing this so that they can excuse and justify violence in whatever movement they want to, you know, push nowadays. And so when I, you know, and I didn't call her out in some like super aggressive way or anything. I just said like, oh, you know, you said this was a strange claim. You're wrong. And here's, you know, I think I said you're inaccurate or false. I didn't even say like, you're wrong and stupid. I said like, oh, you're inaccurate. This is not true. And I showed the clips. And what she does is she blocks me and then subtweets me about how I'm wrong. And she doesn't give any evidence for the claim. So, you know, she retreated
They
back
don't
to
need
her
evidence.
echo
Look,
chamber.
they got a gut pull. They don't need any evidence here.
Of course.
MLK, what he was like a religious guy, right? What religion was he?
Like something, I don't remember.
He's
something
like,
about something with C, right?
Southern Baptist, or I don't know.
Something like some Christian. That's right. He was some kind of Christian. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I've heard the term "turn the other cheek." Where's that come from? Is that is that like a thing? Is that Christian?
It's funny because I think since so many of these like leftist radical types on the internet, not religious, obviously, right? I'm assuming most of them are atheists. They completely ignore how important, influential Christianity was to MLK and everything that he stood for and everything that he did, and everything that he believed.
Well, that's how he united a lot of the black community, because they all were like Baptist.
Yes.
They all were Christians.
Yeah, right. And they ignore that he's constantly framing things in a religious context whenever he's talking.
Of course they do. Yeah.
With them. So then earlier this year when she came out with her transphobic bullshit, again, I still didn't call her out by name. I addressed like I always do with my audience. Let the record reflect to this day. All the leftist mafia has videos on this Anna situation. I do not. I have never done it, but yet she keeps calling my fucking name. So what happened was I have never addressed no ANA KASPARIAN by myself. Then we on leftist mafia where I don't choose the fucking topics. I don't choose what we talk about. Do you think I would be talking about Anna on my show? Have y'all ever seen it? Y'all seen a white folk on my show? You heard me talking about it? No.
It's Matt Binder's fault. That's who
he's the one that brought it. Well, no, it was a super chat, I think.
He's the one that picked the topic of Anna.
Supposedly, yeah.
So on leftist mafia, they're talking about it. If I'm getting waterboarded for an hour and a fucking half about everybody doing nimble gymnastics, trying to figure out how to fucking bend over backwards to like, you know, excuse and save the white woman from the consequences of her own fucking actions, I was like, yeah, dog, I like her too, but like, hey, we don't feel like we're doing a little fucking match. All right.
Look, if you're a white person that's been brought up on some sort of criminal charges and Olay is your public defendant, how do you feel right now?
Right. Well, this excuse, again, she's like this like victim mindset, never takes responsibility for anything, apparently, at least in this context. I don't watch their show enough to say that overall, but it's like, okay, whether you brought up the topic doesn't matter, okay? What matters is once the topic was brought up, you just kept being racist to Anna for no reason. No reason, okay? No one else in the conversation was racist against her.
She had a reason. She feels Anna was being transphobic, therefore she can be racist against her.
Well, no, the reason is that she is racist, okay? She is racist, and she honestly thinks that Anna's position and her views and that the way that the people were treating her was only because Anna is white.
Right.
Because Olay is racist and she sees the world through this racist lens. And she says all this stuff and she's very racist against Anna and she keeps acting like, well, because she's like, listen, just because I was racist, I didn't bring up the topic, so therefore it's not my fault. Like, I don't have control over my racism. It just is going to flow out of me. I have no personal responsibility.
Wow. Pretty sad.
Right, that's it. From saying you're doing a little much, this white lady sits on that for 3 weeks, decides to bother me in the dead of fucking night. I gave her a warning. I didn't even know what the fuck she was talking about. I asked her a question mark. She decides, oh, she wanted it? You want the smoke? You want it with me? And I thought I made it fucking clear that I'm not the one, but she keeps it up because she wants us to respond to it. She wants us to go off. And you know what? I've already come to the position at this point. I have let it rock under, oh, no drama. I'm not going to say nothing to people. I don't live react. I don't da-da-da. Because I don't even want the smoke. Because quite frankly, I be trying to save people from me. You think you want it with me, but you really fucking don't.
That's a scary part, Sitch.
You like, you know, This person is so narcissistic. It's like, Jesus, they're so egotistical. They're so narcissistic. Oh my God, don't you come at me. I'm going to destroy you. Oh, I'm saving you from me. Oh, Jesus. How old is this person? Doesn't she sound like she's in high school? Like, it's embarrassing to hear an adult who's an attorney talk like this.
It's, yeah. Not gonna lie.
It's supposed to be a professional. Like this, I don't know.
Not gonna lie, it doesn't seem very professional to me.
It's
but,
like, jeez. She's over here like fucking.
I'm trying to save you from me.
I know, like
look, that's terrifying, Sitch. Like, if someone comes up to me and says, "Listen, you have to work." Look, she's basically saying, "I am like a serial killer."
No. We're not understanding this. Okay. Olay is really a werewolf. Okay. She's just every full moon, she just goes crazy. She has like one of those, cages in her room. She locks herself in. Okay.
I just gained a lot of respect for her. Look, she doesn't.
No, but wait, here's the thing. When she's in the cage and she's a werewolf, she does have a phone that has a Twitter account. Okay. So she can still tweet. And she's like, no, it's a full moon. My tweets are going to be popping off.
Okay. Don't go werewolf on anyone, Olay. Yes. Okay. Look, we believe in Martin Luther King here. We subscribe to the philosophy of nonviolence.
Right. She's acting like she's Walter White. She's like, I'm the one who knocks Anna.
I know. It's creepy.
Yeah, when Walter White says that, like, it's like, whoa, that's a scary thing to say. Like, it's not supposed to be like, oh, that's what the hero says.
Exactly. Yeah.
Okay, so I said, all right, but you know what? She won't keep doing it. Every time I fucking look, there's a video of Olay this, leftist mafia this, leftist mafia this, leftist mafia that. Oh my God, wrap it fucking up. So that's where I'm at with her.
Those are all our videos, though. Those aren't Anna's videos. Why is she going after Anna for this? Aren't they? I mean,
actually, there was a bunch of people that made response videos, but it's funny. She's like throwing this at Anna, like Anna's the way.
Anna didn't make any of those videos.
Yeah,
we did. Blame us.
I know. There you go.
Blame us.
I'm sick of them. TYT's full of shit, and I think we should learn something. What I said from jump: be more skeptical of people just because they call themselves the fucking king and queen of the left, just because they say they're the left, but every fucking thing on their mouth.
Just because they say they're a werewolf. Be skeptical, guys.
Seems to be some right-wing pandering, grifting shit. All they ever want to do is criticize the left. Why do you even know these fucking right-wing outlets to be able to be on there being chummy?
Sitch. Now she's done it.
Right-wing. Look, it's a right-wing comedy show. Sitch. I thought you got rid of the comedy show thing. I didn't even notice it until I saw his clips.
What do you mean?
He's of the comedy show.
It's
in quotes.
Well, you were the one that begged me for the quotes. You wanted the quotes.
No, I want.
Now you don't want the quotes.
No. I don't want the comedy show thing in there at all. But you're like, no, the comedy show has to say. I'm like, all right, well, at least put it in quotes, okay? Well, at least put it in air quotes.
You don't even know what the show looks like. That's hilarious. Right. Look,
it's true.
This is I'm listed as a comedy show co-host. And also the immune system for society.
Well, that I've known for a long time. So.
Oh, it's so good. It's so good.
I mean, like this. What are you doing, bro? So no, she's full of shit. I'm tired of it. I'm not even keeping it cute no more. Fuck them. Fuck all of this. This is nonsense. She needs to stop it because then she gonna play victim. Then it's Olay, you mean like people who demand that you cook your friends?
God, we gotta clip that. We gotta clip that voice out. That's her white people voice.
That's her whiny white.
Did you catch the white people voice?
Yeah, it's good.
Like the myth. She's such a. What I hate about it is.
Look, these guys have no idea how to respond to this. She's like,
they're terrified.
She stops talking so that they can respond, and they just sit there.
They're terrified. Yeah, they don't want to catch a stray.
It's so crazy watching somebody lie when the shit is on video. It's like, you lying in 4K. Didn't nobody say that shit to you? But even if I had said that, first of all, I would never demand that. I never demanded that anybody cook their friends. I said, if y'all are going to go out of your way to fucking make it the topic, let's not waterboard everybody with an hour and a half and all this. Y'all making it the top. You could easily just not talk about it. If I had a friend that was making bullshit fucking comments and I didn't want to talk about it publicly, I wouldn't talk about them publicly and go talk about them in private. That was my position. Oh, I'm kicking her. Oh, the big bad black woman is fucking, Olay's attacked me. I'm being gaslit. Poor, woe is me and all of the crime. Oh my God. Like,
why didn't they show this on The Rising? I really think that clip would have got more views if they would have.
They should have opened with no context just for saying this.
Brianna, what's up? Look, you completely miscategorized this clip. You should just use the clip in the Rising clip.
It would have gone viral.
This would have easily gone viral. Look, you play this clip and then you categorize it the way you did. That's a viral video right there.
I know.
I'm sick of a whole lot of what we got in this leftist internet space. We have a lot of bullshit in the space, and I don't never say nothing, but I'm gonna say it now. She's full of shit. She's full of shit. Her fucking her partner in crime, he's full of shit, and everybody else rolling like them, full of shit. And I just want to say to everybody that I told months ago that this was a part of a deliberate grift to the right, this was a part of the why I left the left pipeline. Are you looking at it, right? Okay, so I just want to say, Alimi fucking told y'all so. I told you so. I told you so. You don't have to like me, but a bitch is right.
Can't wait to marry that up with another clip of Anna a year from now, still being a progressive, still being a host on the TYT show.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm going to say, I told you so. You was wrong. Man, when you said remember you said you told us so? Well, we told you so.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
There you go.
Okay. Beautiful. Beautiful. Okay, so let's we're gonna watch the Humanist Report video.
Oh yeah, this one's gonna get me. Oh.
Should we watch that first, or we could watch a couple minutes? We're not gonna watch his commentary. Actually, yeah, let's watch that first, and we'll watch a couple minutes of Xander calling us alt-righters.
Why? Look, let's not signal boost that. Why do you want to?
It's because it's funny. What do you mean?
Xander's a piece of shit. Xander is literally a Nazi. Okay, and I don't take that lightly. But if you at any time in your life have been a Nazi, you are always a Nazi. Okay,
that's
and
true.
Xander
he did say he was a Nazi, right?
Yeah, Xander Hall started his career in YouTube as a fucking Nazi. Okay, if you're gonna wag your finger at me when you're so stupid that you're gonna literally become a Nazi, okay, you got no room to stand on here. Like you don't come at us.
Well, oh, sorry. The reason I want to play it, just the beginning of it, his actual commentary that I saw on our stream is like horrifically boring and has nothing to do with what we're talking about. But the reason I want to bring it up is it's funny. He goes through our clips. He just looks at the clips and the titles, and he makes all these assumptions about what the clips are, and he's like wrong.
I know.
And it's hilarious. It's very funny.
He looked at our Spider-Verse video when we were saying it's not woke.
Yeah.
And he like accused us of saying it was woke. I'm like, right. Or you don't even know our takes.
When we were calling out Pearl for misusing Thomas Sowell in a pretty bad way.
Yeah, we were against Pearl.
Right, and he just it's hilarious. He's just too lazy to actually see what the clips are about that he's talking about. So.
He won't come on the show. Like we've invited him on the show, but he won't come on the show because he's terrified.
Yeah, he was supposed to come on. I think we invited him once before, and he didn't reply or something. And then he had some dust up with Mahler, and Mahler wanted to have a conversation with him on the show. We were not going to talk. We were just going to moderate, and he refused to.
Look, he's a former Nazi. Okay, he's easily persuadable. So he doesn't want to come on the show because he's terrified. He's like, oh my God, I'm going to come on that show and I'm going to be reasonable when I come off, and all my fans are going to hate me.
Right.
What is this? Oh, this is a Humanist report.
This is Humanist. Toxic Mix, thank you so much for the $20. Says, wouldn't surprise me if the strategy is to push Anna further to the right. It grants the green light to dismiss all of her moderate takes, similar to why they've been so hard on Jordan Peterson. The reasonable voice is more dangerous. I mean, that's funny. I think that that could happen. I don't think that's like an intentional thing. I don't think people are that Machiavellian in their thought process. But Dracona the Wolf for $20. Thank you so much. Says, aha, I've tricked you into promoting my new werewolf book. Oh, that you have.
Wow.
It's called Greentown by Ryan Newey. pronounced Noe, Ryan Noe, very dark and bloody. This class is the best class. Well,
That's great. Greentown, check it out.
Greentown. Thank you, Sean. Actual Just Warrior gave us $10. Thank you.
Sweet.
Sean says, anytime they say Olay is good faith, it needs to be put out that she put a compilation of Anna reading N-word quotes claiming Anna called
blacks.
Claiming Anna called
blacks.
Called blacks it. Zero good faith lefties have acknowledged this fact. True. Very, very, very true.
We have acknowledged that fact.
Yes.
So
well, we're not these lefties. So
of course.
Okay, so this is the Humanist Report. He is one of the people on Leftist Mafia. He's in the other conversation we're going to watch with Olay, but his own video on it is pretty interesting.
Mike Figueroa is the guy's name.
Right. He does some clips of Benni. Benni is the person, or one of the people, who used to work for TYT and then quit because Anna is just too transphobic. Depending on what our time is, we can watch some of their video because they say some pretty wacky shit too. They're also in Olay's stream and they say something. It's so funny. They claim that like since they're trans and they've done their own research, they understand like more trans stuff than the doctors. Benni doesn't even understand the point of puberty blockers in the conversation, which is kind of fascinating. So, but
Benni makes the argument that kids should be able to choose whichever puberty they want to go through.
Yes. Yes.
Whatever puberty they're comfortable with.
Right.
Which just seems insane to me, but.
Oh, and before he starts
whatever.
Hassan, he said something very bizarre. He said.
Hassan did?
Yeah. Hassan said, you know that puberty blockers are reversible because adults can transition.
What? Look, Hassan, normally adults have already gone through puberty. I don't know. That's what makes them adults.
I think what he's trying to say. When he said that,
What
I was
the
like, what?
fuck?
I like replayed it like 10 times. I was like, what the hell is he saying? I think what he's trying to get at is that so just his idea is that because adults who have already gone through puberty can transition, therefore trans people who have transitioned to their cross-sex puberty can then transition back. I think that's what he's trying to say.
Right.
Which is a terrible argument.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Look, these various cares, this puberty blocker of gender affirming type care is being banned all over Europe. I think the only reason why it probably won't get banned in America is because we have a for-profit healthcare system and this stuff is big bucks for healthcare providers. Anybody on the left, and I mean, half these people are probably socialists, would understand this if they weren't caught in this kind of cultish dogma about trans people.
Yeah, it's funny. I actually tweeted about it. I said, it's funny that when it comes to people on the left complaining about medicine or healthcare or anything, they're like, oh my God, the pharma companies, they're just using all this, leverage and weight and money to basically trick Americans into buying all this medicine they don't need. And they're increasing the cost of healthcare and they're doing all these bad actions, blah, 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 blah. But then when it comes to very expensive lifelong treatment for trans individuals, it's like the blinders come on. It's like, no, you can't even question this. You're not allowed to question this. You just have to accept it.
Listen to the experts who are getting rich.
Yeah.
Who are getting rich telling you what you want to hear.
Right.
Yeah, it's disgusting.
TYT anymore. It's just too much. It's ridiculous. Because at a certain point, it becomes embarrassing for me. Because how can I, as a trans person who actually knows the science behind this, who actually is like actively trying to support trans people, as somebody that people look up to me, right? People literally like send me messages and me like,
I really don't like this argument that if you're a trans person, you are somehow an expert in the science. That's like saying I'm a COVID expert because I had COVID. It's like, look, there are people who actually devote their entire lives to studying this stuff. And I understand you're going through like a real experience. You have a gender dysphoria situation. I get that. And you can obviously talk about those things from your personal experience. I can respect that.
Right.
But to say that I understand what's going on in my brain or in my hormones,
right,
because you're having that experience, that just doesn't check out. Like, that doesn't check out.
No. And they even said in the Olay stream, when we're going to watch it, Benny thinks that puberty blockers are the compromise position. Okay.
Yeah, that's not true.
They think that the only reason kids are put on puberty blockers is because it's a compromise, implying that they think that kids should just immediately, when they identify gender dysphoria, as opposed to putting them on puberty blockers, which at first I don't think you should do in the first place, but opposed to doing that and to try to like figure out if they actually have gender dysphoria, that they should just be put on cross-sex hormones from the beginning.
Yeah. Yeah, that's crazy.
But Benny understands the science, okay?
Yeah, they also say that if any doctor ever referred someone for some sort of procedure or gender affirming care or hormone blockers or anything wrongly because there was some kind of social contagion or something, it would be front page news. Every single person in America would know about it because they'd be talking about it on the news and in papers and in books and stuff like that, which they are. I'm like, what?
There's a lawsuit about it right now, yeah.
They closed the Tavistock clinic because of this, because they were wrongly referring people.
Yeah.
Because the endocrinologists were just rubber stamping these kids without even weighing in. And they're supposed to be the ones that know the medical science.
Yep.
Yeah. It is news. This is what Anna's saying. And she's saying it in the clip in the very beginning that we played. These bubbles are very powerful.
Yep.
You have to seek out the information that's outside of your bubble. Otherwise, you're going to say stupid shit like that. Yeah, it'd be front page news. It is. Like, I tweeted about this and a million people put articles out. Oh, how's this headline? How's this headline?
Yep.
Like, I'm so inspired, you being a TYT, and I have to deal with messages from them now asking about, hey, what's going on with TIT? Hey, what the hell is happening here? Like, why is Anna saying this? Why is Jenk saying this? And that is just like the amount of like psychic damage that I have to take every single day dealing with not only the transphobic nonsense of the—
That's not a problem with Jenk. That's a problem with your friends, buddy. I hate to tell you.
Yeah, like you say, listen, I'm not responsible for...
Yeah.
Like, just because I work there, I don't advocate. People can have different opinions at a political show that people work at, okay? Not everyone has to be a hive mind.
Look, that would be a much better outlook because, like, you're literally deplatforming yourself. If you have an opinion, you should be in the mix, sharing your opinion. Let people interrogate that opinion. Let people share their opinions. Deplatforming yourself?
I know.
What? Why? Why?
The Republicans, but also whatever Jenk and Anna are on right now, it's just too much. And because at a certain point it becomes embarrassing because then people think that I'm like endorsing their views, and I cannot. I will not. I refuse to lend any support to those views whatsoever.
You just watched a small portion of Benni Carollo's 30-minute-long video explaining in great detail why she is leaving TYT. Now, for those of you who don't know, Benni was a TYT contributor, but as a trans person, she can simply no longer condone the anti-trans rhetoric coming from the show's main hosts. Now, if you're unaware, Benni is not the only trans TYT.
That's a big trick that they do too. What? Defining it as anti-trans rhetoric. That seems completely dishonest to me.
Of course.
That is completely mischaracterization of their positions. I mean, they're pro-trans. You are the one that is making the argument that the rhetoric is anti-trans, and I don't think you've made that argument.
Listen, as we all know, from one of the best movies ever created, only a Sith deals in absolutes, Anakin.
Oh, really? I thought you were going to say Tenet. No. I thought you were going to give me a quote from Tenet.
I was not going to give you a quote from Tenet. But no, it's funny because essentially the situation is if you disagree with any part of the ideology, you're a bigot.
Yeah.
Right? It doesn't matter that, and they keep cudgeling her with her liking Jesse Singal.
Oh, yeah, of course.
Jesse Singal, not transphobe. You're out to lunch. They all just say this like it's some kind of magic fact, right?
Yes.
There's some sort of magic fact somewhere that says that Jesse is a transphobe. And they never and they just say a bunch of lies.
No, they never provide any clip or any quote or anything.
Say it. Right. And it's the same thing with Anna. It's like, okay, So it doesn't matter that she's like, oh, I think, you know, adults should be able to transition. I think that they shouldn't suffer bigotry. I think that you should make sure they're not, you know, homeless. You know, I think crime against trans people is horrible. You know, I want to respect their pronouns. Like, it doesn't matter. Usually, like, boom, 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 boom. If there's any disagreement, like, well, I think, you know, there should be some caution maybe about children, or, oh, you know, I think there should be some caution about trans women in sports. Any sort of like hesitancy to adopt not the entirety of the position, boom, you're a bigot. You're a transphobe.
Anti-trans rhetoric.
Contributor to Call It Quits. Sandy Lovas, a non-binary person who also hosts Left of the Box, also left the network recently and recently spoke out as well.
Left of the box? I mean, what the hell? Left of the box? What's that make you think, Sitch? You hear this for the first time. Left of the box.
I start hearing the Soviet anthem play in my head. That's what I think.
Really?
Yes.
The Soviet anthem, huh?
Yeah. What is it? I mean, how else are we supposed to interpret it?
I mean, the box is a euphemism for a vagina.
Oh, wait a minute. What do you say? Wait, let me go back.
You can simply no longer condone the anti-trans rhetoric coming from the show's main hosts. Now, if you're unaware, Benni is not the only trans TYT contributor to Call It Quits. Sandy Lovas, a non-binary person who also hosts Left of the Box, also left...
Yeah, left of the bonus hole, man.
I'm assuming they don't... I could be wrong. I'm not familiar with this person's podcast. I don't know if it's a reference to vagina. Okay.
Left of the bonus hole.
Left of the box. Okay. I don't know. I don't know why it's called that. But
honey, where's your G spot? Well, it's left of the box. Can you be a little more specific?
Uh-huh.
That's your
maybe.
That's your
I don't know. I know. Listen. Adam's brain is only in one place at all times. Okay.
And along with 99% of other people too, Sitch.
There you go.
Look, I'm the normal one here.
Okay, I guess that's true. I'm the autistic one. I'm asexual now, everybody. I'm not. Listen, I'm an asexual, non-binary. Okay. Look at my avatar.
Oh, man. That's great.
The network recently and recently spoke out as well for the same reason.
A year ago, when I had only been working on Rebel HQ for a month, I called out Cenk and Anna on this very issue. Do you think I wasn't aware of the risk attached to that? Damn straight I'd be making noise about this both on and off camera. So what if I lose my job over it? Hell, I'm making these videos knowing full well I'm probably blowing any chance I have of ever getting back on that network.
And Sandy went on.
Wait, didn't they say that? Didn't he say that she quit herself?
I thought she did. Yeah.
Well, so why is she saying like, I'm ruining my they're gonna fire me or something? I don't know. It doesn't. I'm confused.
That's hilarious. She's making these nasty videos trying to get fired, and they're like, "Oh, those are great. Keep those videos up. They're getting tons of views."
Don't care. I don't know.
Those videos where you're super angry and yelling in the camera. That's awesome.
On to encourage the TYT staff to walk out in support of their trans comrades. But Benni and Sandy aren't the only LGBTQ plus people at the network that have left. After being a network partner since 2017, I officially left TYT on May 1st of this year, and I think you all know why. I never stated why, but you all know why. It was because of this turn that they've made recently. And as you all know, leaving TYT was an absolute nightmare for me. I lost monetization for over a month, but I just couldn't be part of a network that doesn't value my community.
That's so weird, Sitch. So when you become a TYT partner, your channel monetization goes to TYT and then they cut you a check for a percentage or something?
I don't know exactly what he's referring to. I know that he keeps saying it. I don't know exactly what the thing is that he's talking about. He says that the TYT people were trying to help him. It looked like it was some more internal YouTube issue or something. But it's just funny to me. So Mike is gay. He says he's gay, I think, in this video. And it's funny that he's like, oh, well, they were attacking my community because Anna had that tweet about birthing person. That was too much.
Right.
I was like, okay, whatever, buddy.
Look, I don't buy this argument. I'm just thinking it's probably a better deal not to give your channel monetization over to another channel.
Well, I don't know if that's what was happening, but.
Well, I mean, it's kind of how he lays it out, right?
Okay.
It's a reasonable assumption to make. He's saying he lost his channel monetization. So I don't know the details of it, but look, guys, if you want to start a channel, I'm very skeptical of these network opt-in things. I think if you're with a big channel like TYT, maybe it helps you. I mean, I wouldn't do it. So anyway.
And all three of us have tried to inform them on being better allies, but none of those attempts have been successful. All of us have failed.
Yeah, because you're making shit arguments that nobody agrees with. Like, make an argument that is actually intelligent, and maybe you'll have some sway there, right?
Mm-hmm.
Not only that, you're not even able to acknowledge the argument that they're making.
Right.
Yeah. Look, I'm not going to change my opinion for someone who can't even understand my fucking argument.
Well, again, there's just this assumption, and the way they talk about it, there's an automatic assumption that Anna is wrong, and that after she gives her take, that's fine, but she has to do a mea culpa and bow down on publicly and say, I'm sorry I was wrong. I must listen and believe to the trans peoples.
Well, no,
I can't have an opinion on this because I'm a cis white lady.
Well, no, thank you. I mean, Anna's opinion is still correct. Anna has the right opinion. You have the wrong opinion, Mike, and you're actually doing them a giant favor by leaving the network, because then they have less wrong opinions on their network. Thank you. They should send you a thank you card, Mike. I would.
So we're here. That's 3 LGBTQ plus people that TYT lost within the span of a couple of months. So the question...
Oh, their ESG score is probably tanking right now, Sitch. Oh, my God.
It is funny he says that, like, as if they're like trading cards.
I know.
TYT lost their 3 LGBTQ trading cards, you know? Like, okay.
That's very demoralizing.
The question is, how many LGBTQ plus people are even left at TYT?
Oh, no.
How comfortable are...
Since they have 0 trading cards left. None.
Well, first of all, I don't think Mike's being a very good ally if he doesn't know the exact number of LGBTQ brethren, A+, exclamation mark brethren that exist at TYT. I thought they could all sense each other, right?
Yeah.
Doesn't Mike have like a mini map and it shows him like where all the gays are? Apparently, and he could say like, "Oh, okay, I can see how many they have left at TYT." Like, it's such a weird way of having this conversation.
Right. The Vanguard guys had Benni on, and Benni said that it was all remote work. They've never been into the TYT studio or anything like that.
Of course, right.
Yes.
But no, but it's like, so again, none of this is addressing her position. It's like, well, and this is kind of like the difference again between individual liberalism and collective leftism. Okay. Instead of addressing her argument as an individual and saying, this is why I think it's wrong, it's this, well, people who are part of a collective identity disagree with her and are leaving, therefore she has to be wrong.
You're right.
Right.
Yeah, that's insane. Yeah, you're totally right. It doesn't matter. It's all about the number of identity people that we can have in our coalition.
Yep.
Those remaining LGBTQ plus employees, in the face of all of this, I mean, they've got to feel really uncomfortable now. You know,
this is just like trying to make trouble for them business wise. It's just so ridiculous. It's such a disgusting move in my eyes.
Oh yeah, there's a great clip, and maybe we'll watch part of it, that I put on Twitter, where MLK is on stage, and he says, I don't care if every single black person turns against nonviolence. Right. I will be the lone voice saying out for nonviolence.
Yeah, I love that clip. We have to play that clip. Yeah, this is just, it's weird. The thing that really disgusts me about this is it's such a power play. It's like, listen, we're going to make it impossible for you to do business unless you bow to our desires.
Right.
regardless of whether or not those desires are correct. I mean, this is mafia tactics.
They cast it like any level of minor disagreement is an attack on their entire humanity, right? So every single aspect of the trans conversation is put in this hyperbolic way. So any disagreement is you're attacking my literal humanity. Yeah. You're a Nazi. You're a bigot.
Yeah. Yeah. And they're lying to do that. So they're also dishonest.
ANA love to scold idiot trans activists over optics, but have they considered the optics of this crisis that they've created?
The optics are great, man. I wouldn't be surprised if they're up in subscribers.
He just did a did you see what she was wearing argument.
Did he?
Yeah, because he's like, you're complaining
about
trans activists that are pushing for stupid positions, and you're talking about it like that's bad optics for the left. But have you considered that you putting out your own opinion, that's the bad optics, because you're creating a situation where now all the people on the left are dogpiling you. It's like, ANA didn't control. ANA doesn't like, she doesn't have mind control powers, okay? If she puts out some tweet you disagree with, you can just shrug and say, well, I disagree with that. You can just say, okay, that's not my take. She doesn't make everyone dogpile her and attack her, right? Where's all those people's personal responsibility?
Yeah, they have none.
How the supposed home of progressives lost multiple LGBTQ plus affiliates in just a couple of months because of their rhetoric, because of their refusal to listen to anything that we have to say, because they just disregard our input, even if it comes from a good place, even if they've known, at least me, for example, for years. I mean, if that doesn't trigger introspection, literally nothing will.
So again,
now to those not plugged in,
notice the privilege that he's sort of invoking here, because they keep framing this. It's super important. They keep framing this where they say they had a take. LGBT people disagreed with their take. They didn't accept what we were saying. Therefore, they're wrong, right? Yeah. Like, maybe you just made a bad argument. Maybe they just disagree with you. Maybe you're wrong. It's like, no. We're LGBT people, LGBTQ people. Right. We cannot be wrong to a cis straight white lady about any LGBTQ plus, et cetera, issue. And the fact that even though we were nice to them when we told them why that they were wrong, they still didn't agree with us.
This is so, it's funny. You always go on and on and on about like the liberalism philosophy. And this is so counter to the liberalism philosophy.
This is right. And this is why I want to hone in on this. This is the key. And this is what, when people try to talk about like, what's the difference between the left now than what the left used to be? Okay. Right. This is like the key argument, because Mike is, and it's so funny because Mike says all this and he doesn't even like processes it. Yes. Right. He doesn't even realize what he's saying, because his argument is essentially people that are part of a collective group told you something and you didn't agree with them. They're part of the collective group that you're discussing. So therefore you're automatically wrong and bad.
Right.
Okay. He doesn't say, like, in this conversation, he's not saying like, I don't remember if he says, maybe he says later in the conversation, but he's not saying like, here are the arguments I laid out to ANA. Boom, 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 boom. And here's what ANA said. Boom, 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 boom. And this is why she's wrong. Boom, 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 boom. He's like, no, I and a bunch of other people who have a shared identity, or what we've considered as a shared identity, because LGBTQ plus is like a million different things in it. You know, we told her that she was wrong based on our identity, and she didn't accept it.
Do you know what that form of rule is? That's aristocracy.
Oh,
it is. We make the rules.
That's interesting. And I think, yeah, I mean, sort of, there is sort of in this kind of leftist collective way, each environment creates an aristocracy, a niche aristocracy based on its identity for issues related to its identity.
Yeah.
Right. So it's like, if there's an issue about gay people and you're gay, you cannot be questioned. If there's an issue about trans people and you're trans, you cannot be questioned. If there's an issue about like race and you're black, you cannot be questioned. You're like like a little mini aristocracy in your whatever environment you are, whatever that ties into your personal identity.
Yeah. It's completely different than the values of liberalism we're going to fight on what the facts are and try to determine what the best course of action is based on an objective understanding of the world together, regardless of race or any sort of identity. Well, also equal protection under the law. Even the aristocracy faces the same laws that everybody else does.
Well, I bet you they're super triggered that, Cenk and Anna were okay with the Supreme Court, throwing out affirmative action.
Yeah.
So
I read Clarence Thomas's book, and man.
Do you like it?
Yeah. I mean, it's kind of crazy because all of Clarence Thomas's life, his whole objective was to help the black community. He has a difference of opinion of how to do that.
Right.
And the whole time he's talking about this, I'm thinking, there is no way Joy Reid thinks Clarence Thomas, has spent his entire life wanting to help the black community.
No.
There's no way she buys into that.
Well, and here's the thing. The thing that annoys me with the Clarence Thomas thing real quick is that you totally can disagree with him and say that you don't think his philosophy will help the black community. But it's just the bad faith attacking him as a coon, or attacking him as a race traitor or something to that effect, to just completely dismiss, his opinion.
She would say that he wants to hurt the black community to suck up to whitey. That's the argument that she would make.
Yeah, she takes a CRT approach, that he's trying to buy into the property of whiteness by, being good for massa. Which
is completely antithetical to everything. Yeah, totally insane, racist.
Yes.
And to, his entire life's work. Yeah. Wow.
Well, he did marry a white lady, so. Yeah.
Oh, did he? Was his first? I don't think his first wife.
Not his first wife.
Okay. I didn't know his second wife was white, so.
His current wife.
That's another thing. Look,
big right-wing operative or something. This is the first time I encountered this. It's in Clarence Thomas's book, that a lot of blacks, they tease each other, but more harshly. They condemn each other for the darkness of their skin. Like lighter skinned blacks basically. Yeah, colorism, yeah, sure.
Yeah, basically look down on darker skinned blacks.
Yeah.
I didn't know that was a thing. That's something that never happens. Look, white people aren't.
Yeah.
White people.
You never saw this sketch of it's like the famous Chappelle sketch.
Well, I've seen it referred to in comedy, but I didn't. I thought it was like a joke. I didn't think it was a real thing. I didn't.
Oh
think
no, yeah, no, it's real. It's real. Or he's calling him midnight.
Yeah, but look, can you imagine? Like white people don't do that. White people are like, oh look, I guess.
Well, they used to. Because they used to be like, oh, if you're, Irish or Italian, you're not really white or whatever,
Well, but they don't. The shade of white that
the shade
you
wasn't
are
the issue.
isn't. Yeah.
Sure.
I guess they do. We do make fun of people who are like kind of albino when you get too white.
Well, it's not quite the same thing.
It is not remotely the same thing.
Right,
yeah.
Right. But yeah, no, colorism's real. So.
That's messed up.
I know it's listen,
it's totally messed up.
Sure. Racism's messed up. We should be trying to push past that.
Ouch.
And that's kind of the whole problem, is that all this kind of adherence to collective identity just makes everyone more racist, not less racist.
Yeah.
To the discourse, let me give you some additional context. So, elements of TYT's coverage has become increasingly reactionary, not just this year, not just.
I hate to keep pausing, Sitch, but this guy just pisses me off to no end.
What happened?
Well, he said TYT. Now he's saying TYT is increasingly reactionary.
Yeah.
The fuck does that mean?
It means they're becoming Nazis.
Reactionary? Look, we've debated reactionaries on this channel.
I know. The actual reaction.
Yeah. What is reactionary about TYT?
They just mean the fact that they're like, we shouldn't abolish prisons. We shouldn't call women birthing persons. Like, that's what it gets for you to be called reactionary, essentially.
TYT is anti-democracy now? I don't think this guy even knows what reactionary means.
No, they just mean right wing. That's all they mean when they say it. Yeah.
It's like another word for right wing for them.
Well, it's like it pulls double duty, because it's kind of like a way of calling someone
racist,
like a Nazi and a racist, without directly, like, while giving yourself enough wiggle room to be like, well, that's not what I meant.
Right. Yeah. Another dishonest tactic.
Just with regard to the trans issue, but more broadly speaking. And that's not to characterize the totality of their content, but they have gotten noticeably more reactionary, ranging from their coverage of crime to homelessness to Cenk's endorsement of a right-wing billionaire who tried to buy the Los Angeles mayoral race after leading the charge against money in politics for years. It all is very out of character seemingly for them. But the straw that broke the camel's back was this irrational tweet by ANA KASPARIAN where she demanded to not be called a birthing person. People like myself responded asking who called her that and explained that this type of...
Okay, I guess I'll read the tweet because he doesn't. So Anna says, I'm a woman. Please don't ever refer to me as a person with a uterus, birthing person, or a person who menstruates. How do people not realize how degrading this is? You can support the transgender community without doing this shit.
Yeah.
And if you remember, because we covered this story when it broke, do you remember what the number one big problem that all these leftist commentators had with this tweet? Do you remember what it was? Because they're not talking about it here.
I don't remember. What was it?
It was the fact that Ben Shapiro
retweeted
it. It was the fact that right-wingers like Ben Shapiro were retweeting and applauding this tweet. That was their number one concern. Their number one concern wasn't even an ideological one. It was a purely tribal, oh my God, you said something that people on the right agree with.
Right.
Terrible.
How dare.
Inclusive language used in very specific legal or clinical settings. She then doubled down weeks later, specifically in an attack against my leftist mafia co-host, and she laughed off the, quote, meltdowns over that tweet. Now,
so wait, let me read that one. It's a pretty based Anna tweet. So Olay said, I can't read the whole thing. She says, you made transphobic statements, and we spent an hour of the show defending you from the allegations of being a TERF, rather than addressing the substantive problems with your comments. I said I felt like they were coddling ... She probably said the white lady thing. So ignoring, of course, the whole, being racist. And then Anna says, LOL, the meltdowns over wanting to be referred to as a woman rather than a birthing person is pretty wild. I'll never apologize for that, especially as a biological woman.
Ooh, Steve.
Oh, she said biological woman. Oh my God. Who has had a fucking lifetime of being told I'm less than. I'm a woman, no apology.
Look, she didn't even use cis woman. How?
I know.
Oh, the rebellion.
God. Hurtful.
specifically in an attack against my leftist mafia.
Oh, and look, did you see the screenshot that he used for this specifically?
Which
see
one?
what it says at the top there?
No, what am I looking at?
It's kind of being cut off by the title. It says Ben Shapiro retweeted.
Oh, that's why. Oh,
he specifically got the screenshot with the Ben Shapiro retweet.
Of course.
Oh,
How
man.
dare?
Hilarious.
How dare she have an opinion that Ben Shapiro disagrees with?
I know.
Be a co-host, and she laughed off the.
I wonder if they disagree with Ben Shapiro on the Holocaust. Right? I mean, if you're forced to disagree with Ben Shapiro on everything, then that makes Mike a Holocaust denier.
Uh-oh. Be careful.
The quote meltdowns over that tweet. Now, I'm not going to rehash that discourse because we've already talked about it at length on the Leftist Mafia, and I've talked about it on this channel. I posted a video about that. I'll link to it down below if you want to watch that. But leftists and colleagues tried to delicately explain to both Anna and Cenk, who defended her at the time, that fixating and hyper-focusing on these insignificant issues, it just lends credence to the right's claim that trans people and their allies are unreasonable. And we even explained how, as cis allies ourselves, we've made mistakes that we...
Look how he flipped it around. I was like, it counters the argument that everyone on the left is unreasonable, but he's saying it adds credence to the right's argument, which the right isn't really making this argument. I guess they are to a certain extent. They're saying people on the far right are just, or on the far left are
completely unreasonable.
Completely unreasonable.
Right. Well, actually, yeah. So wait, listen to this, because this is very interesting what he says. Listen to it in its entirety.
To delicately explain, and I've talked about it on this channel. I posted a video about that. I'll link to it down below if you want to watch that. But leftists and colleagues tried to delicately explain to both Anna and Cenk, who defended her at the time, that fixating and hyper-focusing on these insignificant issues, it just lends credence to the right's claim that trans people and their allies are unreasonable. And we even explained how, as cis allies ourselves, we've made mistakes that we've had to correct. I explained how purposefully misgendering...
Okay, so he says the problem with this is it leads credence to the idea that trans people or trans activists are unreasonable. Okay. And then he proceeds to give an example about how, as a cis person, he gets in trouble for doing a thing. Okay. And then he immediately apologized, or didn't immediately apologize, but he apologized and changes his mind. And therefore, that's supposed to prove that they're not unreasonable. Like, just because if you quote, make a mistake and you apologize, the person accepts it, right? Okay, that's one thing. But that doesn't make you unreasonable because you're still acquiescing to whatever their position is.
Yeah.
Right? If you have a position, which Mike, again, lays out time and time again in this video, if your position is, if you're not trans, you're not allowed to have any disagreement with the trans community or trans activists about some issue, that's an unreasonable position. And you're literally, that's what's proving the point, right? Anna talking about that tweet or tweeting what she did about birthing person, that's not proving the right wing's position. What's proving the right wing's position, or even the non-left wing position,
is your
on
reaction
this,
to it.
Is the reaction to it.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah. No, they are unreasonable. And it's fully on display here.
Transphobes is not a good look. That's not how trans people want me to advocate for them. Lance from the Surfs, my Leftist Mafia co-host, has explained how trans people have talked to him about particular jokes that he shouldn't be making as a cis person. So we tried to go above and beyond to explain how we've been in this predicament as well, whereas allies, we didn't do the best, but we had to course correct.
Also, so the two examples he brings is that, and it kind of got cut off. He says he was intentionally misgendering who he called a transphobe, who was a trans person, right? Number one, that's his example of the wrong thing that he did. And then number two, the wrong thing Lance did was Lance supposedly made some kind of joke.
Insensitive trans joke.
That he can't make because he's not trans, right?
Right.
These are not substantive things, right? It's not like you're saying, I disagree with some policy or some ideology of the movement. There's just them being memers online and, oh, they said things that were insensitive. And he's trying to compare this to Anna having some kind of substantive disagreement with some aspect of the movement.
Yeah. Not a good comparison, Mike.
So that way they realize that it's not an attack on them. It's just we're trying to do better in our advocacy. But that didn't really make a difference. After going out of our way to be charitable, ANA KASPARIAN accused the leftist mafia of gaslighting her on this issue, which is odd considering the fact that she made this exact point that we all made about inclusive language 8 months prior in a video where Josh Hawley was criticizing Professor Kiara Bridges for using the term people with the capacity for pregnancy. So was she gaslighting herself or what?
This is again, this is funny because this is part of the gaslighting. Okay. And he talks about this in the LA stream. He's like, I went back and I watched our original stream and we were being so charitable. Again, ignoring the fact that Olay was racist to Anna, and no one called that out. Number one. Number two, again, as we set up for the millionth time, Olay shared a compilation of Anna saying the N-word out of context and tried to frame it like Anna likes to call black people the N-word.
Right, yeah.
Okay. And that happened before their second conversation on this issue. And none of these cowards
brought it up on the show.
That up.
Yeah.
Right. None of them brought it up, and none of them criticized Olay for doing it.
Right.
And that's part of the gaslighting. And they keep pretending that it's not.
Yeah.
They keep pretending like, we were just so nice to Anna. We said, Anna, please, we love you, Anna. But have you considered that you're wrong about this? And then Anna slapped them in the face and said, be gone, peasant. Get away from me. You sicken me.
I wonder how many of them retweeted that Anna clip.
The N-word compilation?
Yeah.
I don't remember. I think one of them, I don't know if it was Lance, I know one of them commented on it or retweeted it. I don't remember which one.
Wow.
Someone did.
Like, it doesn't make sense, right? To say that we were gaslighting is bizarre. And just to be extra sure that I didn't say anything that I regret, I went back and watched our first episode where we talked about this, and we were all incredibly kind. But yet, despite the use of our kid gloves,
and we were just so kind when Olay was just so racist to her and then tried to get her canceled. Oh, we were just so generous and kind. I don't understand why she'd say that we're gaslighting.
Well, I do
Someone
remember,
help me out, please.
It's been a long time since I saw that stream, but I do remember them going on and on about how TYT was over, and you know they were.
That was in the second stream.
Oh, it is.
Yeah, yeah.
The second stream.
There were 2 streams.
Okay.
No, I mean, I'm sorry. We watched 2 streams when we covered it.
Okay.
There was the stream before the N-word compilation, and there's the stream after the N-word compilation.
Oh, you're right. Yeah.
And after the N-word compilation is when they become a lot more like, that's what we were referring to when we were talking about the gaslighting, because it's after Olay was racist to Anna, after she drops the N-word compilation, and then they gaslight her saying, we were just so kind to her. I don't understand why she's upset.
Okay. I should have gone back and done a refresher.
Don't worry about it. Doesn't matter.
they've only gotten worse. They didn't listen to anything we had to say, and they've gotten much worse. And there's a lot of clips floating around on the internet that people are reacting to, and we're not going to watch all of them. There's a lot, but I want to point out a couple of examples here to demonstrate what I mean and why I feel like at this point they may be just too far gone, and I'm done trying to educate them if clearly they're not even coming from a position of good faith any longer, right?
That's so bad. Go ahead. What are you going to say?
I just love it's like, we're done trying to educate. Again, assumption that they're wrong, right? I have to educate you. And again, how can you, and this is why I want to talk to Mike. I desperately want an answer to this, okay? How can you, Mike, posit that they're the ones, that Anna's the one acting in bad faith when you're not addressing
her argument? Yeah.
When you're not, A, you're not addressing the argument, but B, you're not addressing the racism and the cancellation attempt that your co-host did against Anna. Yeah. You're not addressing it. And you keep acting like Pikachu's surprise face that she was angry about this.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. If someone tried to cancel you in the same way that Olay tried to cancel Anna, Mike, you'd probably be pretty pissed off.
Yeah. Imagine if there was some compilation of Mike, using the F slur a bunch or something, right?
Yeah.
And some disgruntled person was like, Mike likes to call gay people the F slur. And it's really like him reading quotes about, people that he's reporting on saying it. Sure. I'm sure you'd be very upset about that.
Yeah.
So
where are the clips of him misgendering those people?
Yeah, there you go.
We can find them. Look, I don't condone that kind of behavior. A-Team is about forgiveness. I wish everyone in this situation would just forgive one another and move on.
Impossible.
Sitch is cringing at that. He's like, no, I want more videos like that.
No, listen. I wish, I wish that everyone would have enlightenment and be reasonable and be nice to each other. I don't think it can happen because, first of all, it'll never happen with Olay because she's dug herself too deep into this position. She will never change course. And I don't think any of the other people at this mafia will either. I don't even know if they'll ever even acknowledge it. That's what I'm just so curious to see what they would say to just acknowledge what the fuck happened on their stream and what Olay did and actually have to address it.
Yeah. Yeah. Yes. Is it a good idea to just call people who are obviously not racist to make fallacious claims like that about people? It's not.
No.
Yeah. You need to address that, Mike.
One example is Anna and Jank talking about a MAGA chud's motivation for something that he said, and listen specifically to one of the things that Anna says.
Nice.
MAGA chud.
What's that called? Poisoning the well. Nice poisoning the well, Mike.
Right.
Let's just look at this video of this MAGA chud.
What are your values that Donald Trump shares with you then?
Parents in control of their children, being able to make choices for your family. America's being assaulted. Open borders, You know all the issues. We all know the issues.
He has our values, does he? What's your values? I mean, you don't mean family values. He's raw dogging porn stars, and he says terrible things, does terrible things. You don't mean family values. So what values are you talking about? Oh, he believes in putting parents in charge of children. That means I don't like gay people. I'm sorry, that's what it means.
That means he wants to be able to make a decision or help.
A decision about what?
He doesn't want schools making decisions for
about
his kids.
About gay people. And racism, right? He doesn't want racism taught. Those are the two issues, Anna. Those are the two issues in the schools.
Those are not the two issues, okay?
Anna, our new queen. Our new queen has arrived.
Yes.
Well, I mean, we brought it up in the stream. I don't know if she says it here. Let's see.
Okay, one of the issues that you're totally downplaying right now, not even mentioning, is that some school districts want to, let's say a student comes out and identifies as transgender.
Yep.
School districts want to support that student and, help him or her through that transition without ever having to notify the parents.
Ding, 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 ding. Look at this, Sitch. Oh my.
I know.
We've got an enlightened centrist on our hands here. Someone's out of the matrix. Someone escaped from the matrix.
I think there are issues there.
Okay,
and I do not begrudge parents for being concerned about that.
Anna,
transphobia! How dare you, Anna? How dare parents be concerned about their kindergarten teacher socially transitioning their kindergartner?
It's funny that Mike used this clip of Anna being based,
totally based in his video,
and enlightened as look at her defending the MAGA child.
I know. God, he's so far gone. It's funny that he wants to say they're so far gone.
I know.
This guy is not. Look, he's not exactly the brainiac in this video here.
This is exactly again what I'm referring to. Any slight deviation away from the accepted tribal position gets you labeled a bigot. How much of a compromise is it? How crazy is it to say, listen, here's a very mild take. Okay, here's an ice cold take. What should be an ice cold take? If your child is going to transition, the parents should know about it.
Yes.
Is that this shouldn't be a controversial
That's
thing?
reasonable as fuck.
Yes.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, the parents have to know. Look, how are you going to get the child assessed without going to some, psychologist or something?
Right.
Yeah, what, the school now has a 24-hour nurse that determines gender dysphoria?
Who doesn't? Yeah, right.
What's going on here?
Right.
I agree with you, but you're finding a sliver of an issue. That guy's not talking. He doesn't even know that.
A sliver of an issue? That's the entire issue. That's the entire reason for the DeSantis bill.
Well, okay. Well, let's be a little
what?
Faith Gary to the other side now.
Here
so,
comes,
and I've talked about this in the past.
This is, I don't like my Anna when my Anna comes in.
Here's the enlightened centrist coming out. Because remember, what did they call the Parental Rights and Education bill?
They
called it the Don't Say Gay bill
because they included gay stuff in there.
Right, because it wasn't that was the inspiration for the bill, but then they tacked onto it the whole not talking about gender identity and not talking about homosexuality for certain ages.
Bill, yes, which was a giant mistake. They should have just had an easy one-off bill. If your kid is transgender, you got to tell the parents.
Well, yes, number one, but then it wouldn't have made a lot of controversy. But I'm fine with saying you shouldn't teach gender identity in school, especially to young children, because I think it's too confusing. And why would you want to potentially put a bunch of false positives in people's heads?
Of course, yeah.
Right. But the problem is that they included the gay stuff, which is ridiculous to me. So, and that's what I'm saying. When I said, and I said this in the beginning of the stream, when you make an argument and you give 10 points, people are going to fixate on the weakest one, and they're going to ignore everything else.
Which they did.
But they did. They focused on the weakest part of the bill, which was the gay stuff, which I don't agree with. And that became, don't say gay bill.
You can't talk about homosexuality in the classroom, which, I mean, I don't think you should be talking about homosexuality in the classroom, but unfortunately, if you have not unfortunately, but if you have a like a gay teacher who has a husband, you know, obviously.
Well, there was some. So originally, the bill, I believe, the first version of it that became a law, it was up to grade 3, which who cares? Because you're not really having sex. You shouldn't be having sex education before grade 3 anyway, right?
Right. You shouldn't be having it before grades like 6. What the hell?
Right. Despite Sam Cedar thinking that you should have sex education at grade 1, and then it progresses, it gets more descriptive. I forget what word he used. I'm not in favor of that. So yeah, like on the first version of the bill, grade 3, fine, I don't care. But I think now I believe it's moved up to grade 8 or 9. And to me, I don't know, like you should have sex education at least by grade 6. I had sex education from grade 5 and grade 6. And I think you should be able to talk about, like, you shouldn't be showing, obviously I'm not in favor of these books that show like people having sex, but you should be able to just talk about the idea that like, yeah, there are people that are gay. Like, I think you can talk about that in 5th and 6th grade and it's fine. First of all, what's number one, everyone by 5th and 6th grade is going to know about the concept of gay. Okay. It's not like it's going to be a surprise. Especially when I was growing up, because that was the number one insult.
Yeah, exactly. Of course. So. Yeah, you're gay. That's what you tell them.
Right. So I'm pretty sure they're going to know about it anyway, but.
And when you ask them about the issues, they always go to, I don't like Latinos, I mean immigrants, I don't like gay people, I mean, I want parental control in schools.
This is, okay, jank, bad faith, Barry over here.
Right.
Just because someone cares about immigration, a lot of black people care about immigration.
A lot of people of Latinx descent
care about immigration.
Yeah. Okay.
As soon as they become citizens, they're like, build the wall. I have one of my friends is Latino, and he basically said, "Oh yeah, that's totally true."
Well, it's listen, it's very annoying to lots of people who have come to the country
legally. Yes, he's like, you know what I had to do to become an American citizen?
Yes, they feel like I jumped through all these hoops to become an American citizen, and you know, there's people that are just cutting the line essentially.
Yep. Yes.
So that's the reality. You can see it all over the tapes.
That is your interpretation. None of that was actually said. It is what you have taken out of his statements there.
Based.
You're right.
This is what Sitch does to me all the time, and I hate it.
I know, based.
I hate it. Why can't you just believe me?
The elephant.
Yeah.
See, I find that clip interesting because you can see Anna bend over backwards to be overly charitable towards the MAGA chud.
You motherfucker.
The MAGA chud.
You motherfucker. This actually came up in our interview. When we were talking to Anna, I said, listen, like you can't even good faith the conservative argument, the moderate conservative argument. You can't even good faith without people making the assumption that you're a MAGA chud.
Yep.
And that's exactly what is going on in this clip. And we had that conversation before this video ever came out. So I completely predicted this.
You did.
Yeah. Mike, of course, didn't watch our entire conversation because obviously he's too busy.
Well, I think what's going on here, it's kind of interesting. I think what happens is, when you talk to someone who has a political disagreement, everyone does this. It's not like a left-right thing. Like literally everyone does this. Since everyone makes the mistake of assuming everyone looks at the world the same way as they do. When you have this political disagreement, that's why it's like there's this assumption that the person that disagrees with you politically is a bad actor.
Yeah.
Because you're like, well, if they should see the world exactly the way that I do. And so therefore they can only come to a different conclusion if they're a bad actor, if they're evil, if they're wrong. And so in that context, since that's people's like framework of thought process, even if it's not a conscious thing, that's the underlying unconscious thought process. If you're able to then articulate their position without straw manning them, okay, and you give some charitability to it, I think the person then perceives it like, oh, you're just carrying water for their dishonest, mask on argument for their real bigotry.
Yeah.
And that's why Mike gets triggered when Anna says, well, you don't know that because he didn't say any of that. This is just your assumption, right?
Yeah. No one's doing any thinking up there at Mike's house. Like I'm telling you.
Listen, Mike is invited on the show. He can come prove us wrong.
This is 100% gut pulls, all of it.
Yes.
It's so amazing to me how culture, so much is driven without any thought whatsoever, without any thinking at all.
I mean, it's easier that way.
Of course it is. Yeah. Just let the elephant do all the thinking for you.
Mm-hmm.
Look at how Anna is totally empathizing with the MAGA chuds that we're supposed to straw man every single day.
Mm-hmm.
Look,
Well, he'll categorize it as expose, right? Not straw man. He's not straw manning them. He's exposing them.
What do you mean? They're not. Look, he doesn't even understand their.
He thinks it's their secret. That anything other than like the bigotry is not their real position.
Right. So the mask on is that we care about our children, but really it's we hate trans people.
Right. Which is what Cenk said.
That
right?
is
He said,
Cenk, yeah.
Yeah. He said, oh, they say all that, but in reality, they're just bigots.
Right. Yeah.
So.
And Anna's like, well, maybe they really do mean it.
Yeah. Right. Listen, I'm sure that there's bigots out there, but there's also people that have legitimate opinions that are not rooted in bigotry. I know it's hard to like wrap your mind around, but
yeah, totally. There are a bunch of bigots. It's just not 100%.
Sure.
But for some reason, she can't extend that same level of charitability towards trans people and their allies who reached out in good faith to explain to her why her rhetoric has been harmful as of late.
So wait a minute. So now we're not privy to this because apparently this happened privately. I'm assuming that when Mike or whomever he's referring to had a private conversation with Anna, she didn't start like calling them the F slur, right? I'm assuming she extended charity and said, she said, listen, I hear you. I'm listening to you, but I disagree. Like in his mind, and maybe this is actually kind of a self-report. In his mind, extending charity means agreeing, maybe.
Oh, yeah, that could be.
And maybe that's why he gets so triggered when it's like Anna's extending charity to the people on the right, because then he's equating extending charity to like agreeing with them.
Well, he's saying if she understands their argument, she agrees with it, which is not the case.
Right.
See, MAGA chuds, we've got to try to interpret what they're saying in the most charitable way imaginable, but when it comes to allies of trans people and trans people, well, they're attacking me.
I've seen 0 people on Mike's side give Anna any charity at all. Like this whole idea that they've been charitable with her position, I haven't seen them articulate her position honestly in any of these videos. So I don't know how he can get out on his soapbox and say, oh, we've shown you so much charity. Why can't you show us any charity?
Well, I think when he says extending charity, what he means is
agreeing.
People saying they disagree with her in a nice way, in a nicer way, as opposed to just attacking her. That's what he means.
Okay. So we look at charity completely differently then.
Yes. Right. Because we look at extending charity as like
understanding the argument. Yeah.
Understand your position.
Yes. Yeah. Not say that you're just coming to that position because you're a bigot or a transphobe. Right. Actually try to understand the argument.
Haven't you seen my record? It's just ridiculous. But that's not why I wanted to play the video. So when they're speculating about what this conservative means by parents in control of their children, Anna ascribes good intentions to him by suggesting that he's probably talking about school districts who support and help students through their transitions, right, without ever notifying parents. Now, she says that there's an issue with that. Now, let me be very clear. First and foremost, teachers cannot consent to gender-affirming care on behalf of parents. Parents have to give consent in order for minors to receive gender-affirming care. Second,
so he doesn't know anything about the story in Florida then?
Well, it depends. It depends on what he means by gender-affirming care, right? Because he's probably thinking like that just means to taking hormones.
Right.
As opposed to, but it doesn't. If you socially transition someone,
that is gender-affirming care.
That's gender-affirming care, right? And that's what was literally happening in this situation in Florida.
Yeah.
Second of all, protecting a child's identity is crucial because there are many LGBTQ+ kids who become homeless after getting rejected by unsupportive parents. So some school districts purposefully do not out kids to parents because of that very reason. They could literally endanger their lives.
So it's kind of funny. So he starts by saying parents have to be involved with gender-affirming care, and then he immediately contradicts himself, saying, well, it's actually okay for school districts to not inform the parents that their child is transitioning.
Right, because the parents might get upset and
right, because parents might
throw them out of the house, which I don't really think you can do. I mean,
Well, legally, they're not allowed to do that, right? They'll get in trouble. I mean, they can't, like, it happens, but, you know, you get in trouble for doing it. But to actually make this argument, and this is, of course, which Mike isn't going to do because he doesn't care, you'd actually have to say, well, how often is it that a parent finds out that their child is trans and throws them out? Like, what is the, because if it's like 90%, right? If that happens 90% of the time, you could say, okay, maybe Mike has an argument here. 90% of the time, a parent throws out their child and they become homeless and have some bad outcome. But it's just, this is all just like gut level
speculation,
you know, speculation, right?
Yeah.
So
because,
why am I
legally and conceptually, parents have a right to have knowledge and control over their children. And if you want to take away that right, it has to be something severe. And you can even make the argument that even if there's a high likelihood of a parent throwing their child out of the house because they're trans, the bar for a parent losing their child should be so high that it can't be on the prediction of a behavior, but on an actual behavior itself.
Of course, yeah.
Right.
Makes no sense. They want to pit the kids against their parents. That's a political strategy. Right. I think that they might not be doing it consciously, but it's definitely going on.
Sure. I mean, and we've heard, there's this crazy story. I don't want to get too far off in the weeds in it. There's a crazy story that I heard about recently where, like, this woman who was a drug addict, but then she wasn't, and she was taking some drug that she was prescribed by her doctor that was like keeps you off of like Oxycontin or whatever, methadone or whatever it is that she's taking. It's supposed to like keep her off the drug.
I think methadone is the drug that keeps you off
right.
the
Methadone
drug.
is. I don't know if it was methadone, but something like that.
Okay.
And she's on this drug to not relapse. And while she's on this drug, she gets pregnant, and she asks her doctor and says, "Should I discontinue this drug while I'm pregnant?" And the doctor said, "No, you should keep being on this drug, even though you're pregnant. It's safe and it's fine for the baby. The only side effect is that the baby might, when it's first born, seemingly have some kind of like withdrawal symptoms, like you were on something illegal. But that will go away after a few weeks and the baby will be fine. And it's more dangerous to actually discontinue this drug." Okay. So the woman listens to her doctor. She does this. Then when she's at the hospital and the baby's born, there's a false positive where they think that she was on like whatever drug that they thought she was on. Yeah. And like there's like they do this insane thing where basically the social worker comes in and starts seemingly like making shit up about the situation and doesn't check her to see like what she's actually on, see that she's on this drug that you're supposed to be on, okay, to not relapse, and that's what's in the baby's system, and that medical advice in America is for you to keep being on this as a pregnant woman.
They try to take her kid, put it up for adoption.
Social worker does take her kid away.
Whoa.
Seemingly lies to a judge about the reason for taking her child away, and it becomes like this insane, multiple year-long, like traumatic experience where they won't give this woman her baby back, and eventually she snaps, I think, and takes the baby, and then she gets arrested for kidnapping. Wow. It's like this horrific story.
That's insane.
Yeah, and so just like the bar for cutting parents out of your child's, care should be super high, okay? And I don't think just saying, well, just because I'm afraid of a possibility of something that happens some minor percentage of the time, which I don't even know, that's not a good enough bar, okay, to cut a parent out of raising their own child.
This is why I perceive these people as authoritarians, because I honestly think they are more interested in taking control of the kids' education for political reasons than they care about the parents' rights to raise their kid however they want, which is just, that totally disgusts me.
It's two things, because it is authoritarian, because a lot of people don't have any concept of parental rights at all.
Right.
On the left, they have no concept of that. They don't care about that at all, which actually makes sense from how we characterize the left and right, because the right is generally the one that looks back to family tradition, and the left is generally the one that looks open to new and change. Mm-hmm. And so it makes sense that the left doesn't value anywhere near the extent of the right does parental control, because they don't necessarily look at the parents.
Yeah, they
as
see
like,
tradition as bad, evil.
Yes, right.
Something needs
right.
to be destroyed. Yeah.
But to be good faith, to be some level of good faith and charitability to the left, it's not like, at least the way that they characterize it in their mind, it's not like, oh, I want a political victory. It's more that their emotion is, we have to protect children because they're oppressed. And if they are manifesting some oppressed identity, such as being gay or trans, their parents will then oppress them.
Right. Yeah.
Having to ANA KASPARIAN, who is a 17-year veteran. Do you think that she doesn't know this? Leaving out that crucial context is incredibly damaging because it suggests that teachers are doing some nefarious thing by simply affirming the identities of their students.
They are doing some nefarious thing, you moron.
Yeah, they don't tell the parents. Yeah, that's pretty nefarious.
That's why they're called groomers. That's why they're calling them groomers, because they're doing this stuff behind the parents' back. Like, that's the whole argument for calling them groomers.
Anna is a very smart woman, right? She's well aware of that. She's well aware of that. But she chose to not include that in her discussion. But there's more, because she has defended anti-trans propagandist Jesse Singal, saying Jesse Singal is not a transphobe at all. They just want to suppress anything that questions the safety of puberty blockers and cross-sex hormones for minors. It's pretty disgusting, to say the least, and I'm glad that their efforts to destroy his career hasn't worked. Now, it's
based.
Totally based, yeah.
Evident that she's been watching a lot of right-wing media because cross-sex hormones is a dog whistle that the right uses.
This is like...
What? Okay, wait, what is the argument here?
This is just such bullshit.
The
here.
dog whistle. All right, I'm curious.
She used the wrong word. She said, instead of HRT, she said cross-sex hormones, which, I mean,
that's right. Oh, this argument's insane. Okay.
I've heard them
insane.
I've heard them used interchangeably, but...
Right. This argument is insane.
The secret dog whistle.
Yes.
His career hasn't worked. Now, it's evident that she's been watching a lot of right-wing media because cross-sex hormones is a dog whistle that the right uses.
You know the cult thing where when you're in a cult, they try to make sure that you don't have any communication with any outside media or your family or anything, so you can't break the...
This is a violation of that. She used the words. She didn't use the right
words.
No.
He says it's obvious she's been watching a lot of right-wing media. You know how we feel about that inside the cult. How dare you're exposed to other worldly ideas.
Right.
These people are worse than the Jehovah's Witnesses, Sitch.
How
dare you're exposed to these worldly ideas.
You know what's funny if you type in cross-sex
like hormones? Science.
You know what's funny if you type in cross-sex hormones on Google?
What?
So the second thing that comes up is a National Library of Medicine published article. Said, the effects of cross-sex hormones on body composition, bone mineral density, and muscle strength in trans women.
Oh, yeah, see. So he's so full of shit then. It's not even like a right-wing thing.
No, of course not.
Yeah.
Well,
I think Mike might be taking the cake for most bad faith video here.
Right.
Also what?
Words that they use because it primes you to think about HRT in a more negative way. Cross-sex hormones sounds a lot more scary than HRT, which sounds banal. So they use this language purposefully. And Anna maybe...
Yeah, hormone replacement therapy. Just sounds completely banal to me.
Well, that's what's funny. It's like, yeah, it's like, you know, oh, well, we're using the word that makes it sound more innocuous. So we're right. Well, it's like, wait a minute. Why are you using that? Like, why are you using that word if it makes it sound better?
Yeah.
Doesn't mean it's necessarily the right thing to do.
Because you're being deceptive.
Yeah.
Maybe intentionally or unintentionally, she's now using their exact words. But that's not even the real problem here with that. Putting aside Jesse Singal for a moment, who is she referring to? Who's they? Who's trying to suppress this information? Clinics who literally offer gender-affirming care to minors, they detail the potential risks. Parents know about this before confirming that they want their kids to get gender-affirming care.
Wrong, good sir. You are completely wrong about that. They did a paper in that Tavistock book. They talk about somebody commissioned some paper to be done to kind of get their bearings on whether or not gender affirming care was working or helping the patients or whatnot. And the findings didn't come back very good. And they buried the paper for like 10 years.
Yep.
Yeah.
You know, I just opened up the DSM-5. I was curious if they use the term cross-sex hormones. In the first paragraph of the gender dysphoria chapter, they say cross-sex hormone treatment.
It's in the DSM?
Yes.
Holy cow.
Yes. Denotes the use of feminizing hormones in an individual assigned male at birth. Yeah,
Mike has like zero credibility left.
So they literally use cross-sex hormone in the DSM, but that's the right-wing dog whistle, I guess.
Those DSM writers, we all know they're super right-wing.
Well, that actually comes up because one of the big accusations that gets thrown at Jesse Singal, incorrectly, is that he's defending some quack who's in favor of transition treatment. Or not transition, what was it called? When you're like trying to make someone gay, not gay. Conversion therapy.
Conversion therapy, yeah.
Right.
There you go.
And the basis of this is that there's a doctor named Kenneth Zucker who had a clinic that they treated people with gender dysphoria, but they didn't have the gender affirmative care model. Okay.
Right.
So they would actually try to do their due diligence to find out whether the person actually had gender dysphoria or not.
Right.
And so that gets recategorized wrongly,
as conversion
incorrectly,
therapy.
and dishonestly as conversion therapy. And actually, Kenneth Zucker successfully won a lawsuit against I think the hospital or whatever that fired him and put out that he was doing this. And he got $500,000 in a defamation suit.
Nice.
For this. And on top of that, what's even crazier is that Kenneth Zucker was apparently the head of the work group that literally wrote out the section on gender dysphoria in the DSM-5.
Yeah.
So the idea that he's some kind of like transphobe is completely insane.
Yeah, that's crazy. Well, that's the model that they had before hormone replacement theory.
Affirmative care model.
Well, no, before they had puberty blockers. The Tavistock Gender Clinic, that's the model that they used because they didn't have any treatment. So they would just talk to people who would come in with gender dysphoria. And it always turned out to be gay people who were just coming to terms with the fact that they were gay. And they would talk to them, and that's how you get the desistance numbers that they always throw around.
Yeah.
From all those early cases before puberty blockers.
60 to 90% desistance. Yeah.
Yeah. Before puberty blockers became an avenue. But as soon as puberty blockers became an avenue, that's why the stock shut down, because as soon as puberty blockers became an option, that's what they started giving to everyone. And the talk therapy just went out the window. Nobody sat down to talk to people. So they just started giving a bunch of autistic kids puberty blockers. They did. I mean, it's just insane. That book is insane. That's why when they talk about this stuff, it's obvious they've never read any of the literature that makes the argument against them. It's completely, they're just cherry picking studies. They're probably basing this off of a couple of studies that they've read online. Remember when Hunter Avalon came on our stream and just had like a study for everything? These ridiculous studies that had like 20 people in them and stuff.
Yeah. Right.
Yeah.
If you don't believe me, test it out. Look it up. I'll do it for you, in fact. The St. Louis Children's Hospital, for example, lists short and long-term side effects of puberty blockers.
Look, one hospital here. Oh, my goodness.
Well, wait. You know what? You know what is not listed on the side effects?
What?
Warning. Your child may not naturally desist from their feelings of dysphoria.
Really?
Give them puberty blockers. That's not on the list, okay?
It should be, though.
It should be, but it's not.
Imagine if they did that. If they came out and said, listen, there's a 60 to 98% chance if you do nothing, your kid will desist from the dysphoria.
Right.
Just like no one would go to the puberty blocker option. They would never do that.
That's why they don't bring it up.
Yeah, which is insane. That is you gaslighting people into doing this crazy treatment. What do they bring up? They're like, your kid, if you don't go to puberty blockers, your kid has a 90% chance they're going to kill themselves.
Right.
How is this ethical, Sitch?
It's
How
not.
is this medically ethical? Look, this is why Anna is having the kind of revelation that she's having. She's like, look, this is completely unethical, and I'm part of the problem.
They do the same for hormone replacement therapy and include information about how it may affect fertility.
Look, the website of one place in America where we've already said we have for-profit medical industry, which is a giant problem.
So I'll ask again, who is suppressing this information, Anna? Before parents consent to any treatment, be it gender-affirming care or diabetes or cancer treatment, they are informed about the risks and the benefits.
Wrong. Thousands of kids at the Tavistock Clinic were not informed of the risks.
Sure.
That's why they closed the place down. And you're not, look, you're running a YouTube channel here and you're not informing people of the risks. You probably have videos saying that puberty blockers are completely reversible, which we talked to Anna about because that position is not on sound scientific footing at all.
Right, right.
The pros and the cons. So who's trying to suppress this information? Furthermore, Jesse Singal, of all people, isn't being suppressed. In fact, his constant sensationalist fear-mongering over these small amounts of detransitioners who exist was literally cited in a legal brief by Republican attorneys general to deny...
Oh, the Republicans did it, Sitch. Oh, my God. Just to look, automatically, whatever argument is in here is wrong. The bad people had their fingers on this.
It's funny. I don't know if they say this in the Olay conversation. Maybe they do. They keep bringing up this point that they're so terrified that Anna is going to say something that a Republican is going to use in some legal brief somewhere to try to make an argument.
Really? Wow.
It's like the weirdest, like this is the weirdest thing. Like, you're not allowed to say things you believe because the bad people might use it in a legal argument.
Look, if both sides are saying the same thing, that thing is probably true.
Yeah, and if you read this sentence, by contrast, there is no broad consensus, much less federal law, on the proper approach to treating individuals with gender dysphoria, the clinical term for feeling the disconnect between one's gender identity and sex at birth. And then it says, parentheses, Jesse Singal article describes the growing number of people who regret transitioning to a different sex and later detransition. Okay.
That's from The Atlantic, which is not exactly a right-wing paper.
Right. So Mike is just saying that that's not true. I guess that's his argument. It's not true, or it doesn't matter. Yeah.
His argument is Jesse Singal is a transphobe, so you can't really take anything he says. Like, you can basically ignore anything he says, regardless of whether or not it's true or the validity of it, which is just insane to begin with. And then also his argument is that this legislation was put forward by Republicans, so therefore it has to be evil and wrong.
Right.
Where is the truth in all this? Do these people even care about the truth?
Gender-affirming care. So his writing is influencing transphobic legal opinion, but yet people are trying to suppress him. It's just comical. But in addition to concern trolling...
Look, people on the left are trying to suppress him by calling him a transphobe.
Well, I mean, people have been trying to get him in all sorts of trouble, legal trouble, financial trouble for years. Like, the idea that people are not gunning for him is just preposterous.
Yeah.
About trans healthcare, TYT recently released a bizarre video where they talk about Trump attacking trans athletes, and they go on to irrationally attack trans activists over the trans athlete issue, but not before trying to dig up minute examples to validate Trump's transphobic claim.
You guys have to also understand we are in a bubble. We are in a severe bubble, right? Especially when it comes to this particular issue, because there is growing rage in the country in regard to the lack of fairness when it comes to some of these specific situations in which transgender athletes are included in these competitions. You're gonna get upset about it, especially if you consider yourself or fancy yourself an activist for the transgender community. You can go ahead and get mad about it, but you need to understand that there are people who do not see it as fair, and it really depends on the specific situation. So as I mentioned earlier, right, we don't know exactly what he is referring to, but there are some prominent cases that have led to backlash that he could be talking about. So let's give you the examples.
Stop right there. It is not your job to identify examples for Trump to validate his anti-trans argument. It is your job to explain to your audience how these anecdotes that you can find should not be used to justify discrimination. It is your job to educate your audience about how insignificant this issue is.
Okay. I like that's like, it's not your job as a news pundit to inform your audience of what the facts are and what people's positions are. No. It's your job to just push one-sided propaganda.
Yeah, to gaslight people.
Yeah, that's your job.
Into believing what I believe, regardless of what the truth is. How
Right.
convenient for you, Mike.
How dare you actually not push propaganda? God, terrible.
I can't stand this. Do they even care about the truth at all?
Even though, like, the first part of that video is all them just crapping on Trump too, like that. All that gets ignored because then at the end, oh, she said something I don't agree with. Burn her. She's a witch.
Well, they're looking for that, just to burn her.
Right.
There are approximately just 150 trans athletes in total in the United States, 100 at the college level and 50 about at the K through 12 level.
So it's funny. I was like, how could anyone know that? Such a very hyper-specific, weird thing to know. So I looked it up. He just says it's like a fact. This is not a fact. This is like one person just like literally guesstimated that number out their butt.
Really? Wow.
Yeah, that's just a complete, someone just pulled that out their butt and said, I guess there's 125, 150 trans athletes. You're like, oh, okay.
Right.
So whatever. Number one. Number two, it's funny. They keep making this argument where they say, this trans women in cis women's sports is such a minor issue that it's irrelevant, right?
Yeah, I hate
That's the
that.
argument they're making, right? Which is hilarious when their whole argument is all of society should have to change the interactions between men and women because 1% or less of the population is trans.
Right. Yeah.
Right. So when it's their issue and it's some very small niche minority of people, all of society has to change its language and the way it operates, and all the entire ideas of what it means to be a man and a woman has to change for some tiny minority. But then in that subgroup, if there's another tiny minority, well, that's too small for us to care about.
That's the gaslighting part of it right there.
Yeah.
Look, nobody should care about this, okay? You just have to change all of society. But, it doesn't affect you.
Listen, Adam, I really care about oppressed minorities in this country, okay?
Right.
Unless it goes against some politically convenient thing that I want, all right? Then I don't care. Then fuck them.
Oh, okay.
I mean, in 2021, Associated Press, they reached out to dozens of GOP lawmakers who wrote legislation banning trans girls from high school sports, and they asked for examples of trans athletes being disruptive, and none of them could present any examples. But rather than approach it from...
Look, then why are you even covering this? Look, that bill actually affects 0 people. Why do you even care?
Yeah, who cares? Well, that's another thing, too. They keep saying, this is like a common thing. The right pushes some bill, and they say, well, this bill doesn't apply to anything in reality. And it's like, well, if that's the case, then why
what do you care?
Right. It doesn't matter.
Look,
if
because
no one's
it's
doing the
transphobic.
thing-
They did a transphobic bill.
Yes. They say, oh, the right is making some bill against something that's not happening and no one's doing. And they go, well, then why do you care so much about it then?
Yeah.
If it's not happening.
They care
Very
because it's the transphobia.
Yes. Very
that perspective and educate the audience about how the right is weaponizing this issue to gin up transphobia, Cenk and Anna proceeded to scold trans activists who defend trans athletes because they claim that this is a losing issue.
Yeah.
This is not a winning issue for us. It is what it is. You do what you want with that information.
Well, the advocates and activists for the transgender community would respond with, we don't care about the politics, right? We don't care
Okay,
about...
but then don't come.
Look at that. She's even good faithing the activists.
I know. But no, listen, no charity for Anna. Okay?
Look, she's totally doing the Sitch here. Well, the activists would say.
He's
Look.
trying to be enlightened centrist. Okay?
I know, it's
Outside the
great.
matrix.
It's great.
No, I gotta
hold
say.
on, let me just finish my thought, Cenk, for
Okay,
1
go ahead,
second.
go ahead.
Okay, they'll say
Let me just finish my thought. No, I'm interrupting you, Sitch. Shut the fuck up. You're supposed to be on my side.
that, but okay, you don't care about the politics? Let's just, for once in your life, think strategically about what that means. That means that you're gonna continue pushing the Democratic Party to unequivocally support everything that the trans activists want, even if it's unpopular among the electorate. That means they're not getting reelected. That means they're gonna lose to Republicans. Republican lawmakers who are passing draconian, disgusting legislation in various states right now as we speak against the transgender community. So how does that make you win exactly?
No.
This is Mark Lillis. Mark Lilith wrote a book, The Once and Future Liberal, after Trump won election in 2016 and like all the liberals were completely demoralized. And he was basically making this exact same argument. He's like, listen, we've gone too far left and Trump came and slapped us all in the face and we need to learn from this, right? And you know what everyone did? They canceled Mark Lilith. They're like, fuck this guy. Yeah.
Oh, that is incredibly selfish of activists who are betraying their own community. Because when you say I don't care about elections, who cares about the Democrats? That isn't the point. The Republicans introduced over 600 bills against the LGBTQ community. That's because of elections. And over 70 of them have already passed. When you say,
you know, if TYT is trying to grift to Republicans, they're doing a real bad job. Just gonna say.
Yeah.
Cenk didn't get the memo about grifting to Republicans, Mike.
This is definitely not a Republican show. Yeah.
I don't care about winning and I don't care about elections. What you're saying is, I'm super selfish leftist activist and I'd like to build my cloud. But meanwhile, I'm willing to throw trans people and the entire LGBTQ community under the bus, knowing that these bills are gonna pass because we're laser focused on a losing issue. And by the way, you schmucks, you're falling exactly into the right-wing trap. The Republicans, they tried everything. They tried anti-gay stuff, it didn't work. They tried trans bathrooms, you remember that? That didn't work. Kicking the transgender community.
Here's a question. I feel like the person who did the graphics is fucking with Cenk.
Oh, are they?
I don't know. It seems like they're kind of like fucking with him.
We will not be erased.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Look at Cenk telling all these, you know, strong protesters to fuck off.
Cenk is so animated. I got like 1 million memes when I was looking for stills for the thumbnail.
Nice.
It's pretty hilarious, yeah.
Community out of the military. That didn't work. They drilled in until they finally found a little tiny nugget.
A little nugget. They're like, oh my God, this nugget.
That's a good way. Let's see if we can get that.
You want that screenshot?
I want that screenshot.
Drilled in until they finally found.
That's a good one.
Oh my. A little nugget.
Look at
a
that. There's your
nugget
little,
of gold.
There's your little nugget.
A little nugget of gold. A little nugget.
There you go. But it's funny because his argument is completely sound.
It is totally sound.
It's a salient argument. If you're on the left and you're like, okay, and it's funny because he's making the argument that I said, which is basically, you know, if you make 10 arguments, they're going to focus on your weakest one and attack that.
Of course, yeah.
And so, yeah, and if you're just going to hyper fixate on this like ridiculous argument, you know, you're just going to hand victory to the right. But no, it's transphobic. You're attacking my humanity.
I wish Mike would actually respond to the argument he's making here.
Little tiny nugget.
Little nugget.
Of like, hey, trans folks in like competitive sports seems a little bit much. And you don't engage them in that fight. They lose on everything else. But idiot activists, yes, I just called you an idiot. Activists go in there and go, no, I'm gonna fall right into that trap and I'm gonna fight on the only losing ground we have so we can elect more Republicans so they can pass more anti-LGBT laws.
Sun Tzu, Art of War. Pick the ground that you fight on. Look at this. Cenk knows. He knows the Sun Tzu. Fight on the winning ground.
Great, well played. I'm sure your clout and your brand is doing great.
That was genuinely unhinged for
unhinged.
unhinged. Was that more unhinged than Olay? I kind of feel like Olay was leaps and bounds above that.
Yes, definitely.
We got to make CT bleep the shit out of that Olay clip just because it'd be hilarious. Like it'd be bleep, 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 bleep.
For a number of reasons. First of all, I don't know who they're specifically referring to. I'm assuming that they're shadowboxing some caricature of a trans activist that they made up in their heads to be mad about. But I mean, I want to make it very...
We're talking about you, Mike.
They are talking about you. Yeah.
Talking about you. This is not a position anyone holds. What? What are you talking about? This is a massive position people hold.
It's literally your position, Mike. What are you talking about?
Out of here.
Very clear. As a cis person, you do not get to dictate the terms that trans people fight on.
Oh, okay. I see. This argument, this is literally the most dog shit, dumb fuck argument that these idiots, I'm gonna channel my Cenk. These idiots make, okay? You don't get to have an opinion about something unless it affects your specific identity. Well, guess what? Number one, it does affect their identity. Because you're talking about trans women participating in cis women sports. So if you're not a trans woman, it affects you. Or if you have a daughter or a friend or a mother or a loved one who's in the sport, it does affect you. Okay. So this is a dumb fuck argument, Mike. Number one. Number two, you know what? You know how the issue does affect Cenk and does affect everyone in the country?
How?
Because he's talking about the elections, you moron!
You're right.
Cenk's entire point was that advocating for this specific niche issue is going to hurt the overall electoral chances of the Democrats, which he's in favor of. Okay? That affects him specifically. His entire argument is that this one thing is affecting a million different avenues of life that do affect him and do affect everyone in the country.
Yeah,
you
great
buffoon,
point.
to make this idiotic, well, you don't get to make any arguments because this specific thing doesn't affect. What are you talking about?
Yeah, it does affect you. Of course, we're going to get 4 more years of Trump. That's going to affect Cenk.
Yeah.
Like more than anything. He's going to have a fucking heart. Cenk could die. Like, what are you doing?
That's right. This personally affects Cenk. He gets so angry, he could have a heart attack, okay?
If Trump wins 2024, I mean, I'll put odds on it. You want to go double or nothing that Cenk has a heart attack?
Like, this is the brain rot here, okay? They're just so used to having... This is like the NPC dialogue tree of like, oh, if you have some position that's not about your specific identity, you're not allowed to have a position on it.
Yeah, ridiculous.
Which is already an insanely stupid take on it in the first place. But
well, yeah, considering a lot of progressives, I mean, they would fancy themselves as fighting for the rights of like black people, even though they're not black. Like, you technically can't do that if you adopt this philosophy, right?
Listen, since Mike is gay, he can no longer have an opinion
on
about
cis
straight
issues.
discrimination. Yeah. Okay, as a straight male,
right,
I feel discriminated against in society. And how dare Mike, who's not straight, have an opinion that I'm wrong?
Right.
He's not allowed. Nope.
Where's the straight discrimination?
It's everywhere, Adam.
I don't
Can
feel
you see it?
Look, I don't feel discriminated against as a straight person, but
that's because you're a simp. You're cucking to the left, okay?
Oh, am I?
Yes.
Look, I don't want to do that. Well, how do I stop doing that?
You have to say that as a straight man, you're being discriminated against in this society.
Seems dishonest, though. It kind of seems dishonest.
They're the ones whose lives are in danger, whose rights are at stake. I think that they know better than you as cis people. Furthermore, even if you disagree with which issues they prioritize, it is absolutely fucking wild to accuse them of throwing their community under the bus if they don't cede ground to the right on particular issues. I mean, imagine them telling gay people that they can have gay marriage, but if they think that businesses shouldn't be allowed to discriminate because polling shows that people want that, well, they're throwing their own community under the bus. They're self-sabotaging. No.
I can't believe that they're...
Like that zoom in?
Yeah, that was so weird. I can't believe that they're framing it like this. It's like, we're willing to take 4 more years of Trump over bonus hole. How dare you cede any ground to the right?
Yep.
Can you imagine? Who would take that trade? Nobody. Literally nobody.
I know.
Anyone on the left would not take that trade.
Well, okay. Let's just take his hypothetical at face value here. It would be very stupid, tactically, if you're going to throw away gay marriage. Okay, even if you think that people should not be allowed to discriminate, the businesses should not be allowed to discriminate against gay people in services.
Right.
It would be stupid tactically to throw away gay marriage, to hyperfixate on the discrimination issue in this hypothetical that he's pushing, if that's what's going to lose you the election. That'd be incredibly stupid to do.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
Number one. Number two, this is even a straw man, because I'm assuming what he's referring to was the recent case with the website designer.
Right. Design the gay website.
Right. Which again, I haven't seen his video on it. I don't know if he did a video on it. I'm assuming he's calling, and I could be wrong, but I'm assuming that he's going to call you a homophobe if you're in favor of the Supreme Court ruling, which was the exact same ruling in the Cake case, which I think is, as someone who's totally in favor of gay rights and gay marriage and all that stuff, I have no problem with the case, which I don't even know if Mike understands the case, which is that it is the same thing with the Cake case. With the Cake case was, if a gay couple walked into the bakery and they said, we want to buy that cake, okay, the guy has to sell it to them, or the woman, or whatever. They have to sell them the cake. You cannot deny services to someone on the basis of their sexuality.
Right.
But what they couldn't do was say, we want you to make this custom cake for our wedding that has some kind of message about gay marriage or something related to it. Because the court said that while it's true that services can be compelled, you can't compel, at least in this case, because you can compel speech to some extent. But in this case, you couldn't compel speech that violated the person's religious feelings about not being in favor of gay marriage.
Right.
Okay. And that since, creating the cake is a creative endeavor, just like creating the website would be some kind of creative endeavor. It's not like going to McDonald's and ordering, a McChicken sandwich. Okay. There's a difference here between those kinds of services and the kind of services that involve speech. And the court laid that out very clearly. Now, you can disagree with that. Okay. Right. You can disagree with that. I don't. I think that's completely fair. But I think if you do disagree with that, you have to actually address the question, well, how far can the government compel people's speech at that point?
Yeah. No, they shouldn't be able to compel speech. But so many of these cases are brought just to make political hay. They really target businesses that are like religious owners,
right,
to make them do things they don't want to do. It's completely disgusting.
Well, it's funny because so a lot of people were complaining in this website case. A lot of people were complaining that the case should never have gone into effect because supposedly there was no person asking the person. There's no actual client asking the person to make the website for gay marriage.
Really?
That's the accusation. I believe they claimed originally that there was some person, but they tracked down the person and the person said, I'm not gay and I never asked them to do this. So it seemed to be bullshit.
Well, how did they even get standing then?
Well, that's a question, right? but so they're complaining about that. Now there's the question of, you can have standing even for, the question is, can you have standing preemptively for preemptive violations of law, even if you don't actually violate the law?
Yeah,
but
that is the question.
Right. But it's funny because they were complaining about that, hyper complaining about that. But if you're going to complain about that, then you have to at least be consistent and complain about the original gay cake case, which was 100% a test case, which is that they had people who were activists going to this specific bakery that they knew the person didn't want to do it because they wanted to create a lawsuit to challenge the law in the first place.
That's the part that I find disgusting and authoritarian. I mean, you're just pieces of shit at that point.
Yes.
You're complete pieces of shit. Because you know that you could walk out to some other bakery, you could find someone that wants to do it, but you're just making a big case out of it with these people who don't want to do it just to make conflict in the world.
Right. Well, here's the thing. I think test cases can be morally fine if it's a test case that's challenging the government. So like, for example, in the Scopes monkey trial, it was a test case to test whether it was to try to get rid of the fact that it wasn't legal to teach evolution in whatever state this was in. right?
Okay.
But it was against the government because it's a public school. It's not against a private like business. So,
Well,
so yeah, I agree.
What they're looking for is they want everyone, every single human being to acknowledge gay rights. So for them, it's a giant offense that anyone won't do it. When they're not being denied services because there are tons of people that wouldn't care and would totally do it. So it's just, that's why I think it's a manufactured controversy, because they're not being denied services. They're trying to force their ideological will onto unwilling participants. And that's why I think they're authoritarian pieces of shit.
Well, I agree sort of, but I don't agree with it framing, because technically there is a denial of a service, right? Now they could go somewhere else.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm saying,
right.
look, the market is vast. They aren't being denied the service because they can find someone else that will deliver the service, and they're not going to be without their wedding cake.
Right.
Yes.
But I would be careful with that argument because, well, actually, I don't know what your position is, because my position is I don't think, even if there's other places people can go, I don't think there's a legal justification for a business that's operating in the public sphere to deny non-speech services to people on the basis of their skin color or their sexual orientation.
Yeah, I completely agree. Like, if they want to go into the place and buy a cake, if the place is like, no, we don't serve your kind here. Yeah, that's like,
Right.
I'm not in favor of that at all. But they are literally going in. The whole purpose of that case is to force somebody.
The lawsuit, right.
Yeah, to bend over for my personal ideology. That's the goal that they have, and that's what I find repugnant.
Right.
It's not, look, I'm going to serve you like I would serve anyone else. It's literally saying, I want you to accept my ideology in this just strange way. Do you still disagree?
No, I agree. I'm just saying to be a little bit careful with the broadness of the language you're using. So, zero fucks to the picture of Chank holding a little chicken McNugget when we paused it.
Nice.
Like it. It's funny. Anyway,
look, they could do this cake thing with any repugnant ideology. Nazis could go in there and say, "Listen, I want a Nazi cake."
Right.
I want you to make a cake that questions the Holocaust. That's what they could say, right?
Well, that was part of the argument was, could a Christian person go into a bakery of a gay baker and force them to make a cake that said, gay marriage is wrong?
Right.
Could you do that?
See, that's why I just think that is where you are the fucking authoritarian. If you're going to walk into a baker and try to do this uncomfortable, torturous type thing so that you can get your rocks off, you're a fucking bad person.
Right.
You're a bad person. You are a bad person.
I agree.
Discrimination is wrong, period. And most people, I don't think, base their political positions on polling. We base it off of morality. But on top of that...
Guy doesn't even know what morality is. Mike, come talk to us about morality sometime. You knucklehead.
They're just wrong. David Dole explained this eloquently in a recent video.
And David Dole has never said anything eloquent in his life that completely offends me.
Wow. Come on, hard against David Dole.
David Dole is a coward. Look, we agreed already. David Dole sat on that stream.
Yeah.
Kept his head down. And is trying to recast this.
True.
Rewrite history as that he was, oh, look, I was nice.
Yeah, he was nice, but the people on your panel weren't exactly nice. The thing too, because like, it's so dishonest too, because Olay keeps framing it like, oh, why did Anna come specifically after me, right? Implying that it's some racial thing. I was like, well, no, it's because the other people, were disagreeing with Anna, but they weren't being racist against her. Yeah, that's why she didn't like you in the panel, Olay.
Yeah, they were being dishonest, but they weren't being racist.
You're so wrong on the politics of this issue.
let's reiterate here, including 55% of Republicans saying that this is too much anti-trans legislation. This is too much. This polling finds that voters across all political parties see the Republican attempt to flood state legislatures with anti-LGBTQ plus legislation as political theater, said Aaron Thomas, a pollster at Data for Progress. It also shows that the ideas espoused by today's loudest anti-trans activists, that trans people threaten children and that our identities are a woke invention, don't resonate with the average voter. Again, this does not resonate with the average voter. This is
Okay, so let's talk about. Let me go back for a second. Okay,
I
let's
love
talk
this
about
clip too.
I love this, but
the CNN clip is just
okay. But first,
so gold.
Let's in session. Let's start backwards. Okay, so it says this shows that the ideas espoused by today's loudest anti-trans advocates, that trans people threaten children and our identities are a woke invention, doesn't resonate with the average voter. First of all, that's not what the polling showed even remotely. Okay, number one. Okay, number two. So I looked at this poll. I did the unthinkable. I actually looked at the source.
Right. Yeah. That's what we do here. Well, that's
funny
what Sitch does. And
I looked at it. Yeah. Thank you. And I said, when I first saw this clip, I looked at it and I said, polling from data for progress.
Uh-huh.
I thought data for progress.
Right. That sounds like a left-wing polling place if I ever heard of one.
Right. So number one, it is a progressive left wing.
Can't wait to hear how they fucked up the question.
So here's the question they asked. They asked specifically, they front loaded the question. They said, there's over 467 pieces of anti-trans legislation in America. Do you think that's too many?
What? Oh. First of all, half of them aren't anti-trans. They're just parental rights bills.
Right. Right. Okay. So they front load the question with this giant number. And then they say, oh, look, even Republicans think 467 pieces of legislation is too much, right? And then to say that you think that translates into some sort of broader opinion about trans athletes is dumb as hell.
Totally.
And all I had to do was look up polling data for opinions on trans athletes. And I found two. Okay.
So these are better polls, right?
I found polls that were actually about the specific question they're talking about. Okay,
who
not this
answers,
other question.
Look, who answers that poll? No, 427 pieces of legislation is not enough.
Yeah, exactly.
Like who
exactly,
answers that?
Right. Exactly. So at first, I found the horrible right wing organization called NPR.
Oh wow.
Okay.
I mean, they're kind of left leaning. What are you talking about?
NPR had a poll from last year. That was on this question. It said, do you support allowing transgender female student athletes to compete on women's and girls' sports team? 63% of Americans said no.
What? Transphobes.
Okay. So that would prove Chang's point. Right. Even when they separate it by political party, only 46% of Democrats that responded to the poll supported it, and 41% opposed it.
So it's a tie even with the Democrats.
Well, it's a slight majority for the Democrats, but yes.
2%. That's
right.
Look. What's the margin of error on the poll? I bet it's 2%.
Right. Well, it's a 5% difference. But yes. And then on the independents, okay, only 21% of independents were in favor of trans women competing with cis women, and I'm trying to do the math.
21%.
63% were against it. Okay, 60. So that's actually what the overall majority. It's hilarious. The independent numbers was the same as the majority. 63% of the independents were against it. Okay.
Right.
So if you're trying to bolster or attack Chang's argument, why would you choose this one hyper-specific poll question that doesn't actually say what you think it says?
Well, because it makes the argument that you want to make, and you're an idiot. So you don't know. You don't even know. Look, these people are not bright, Sitch. They're not.
No. Well, it's not. It's not a question of intelligence. It's a question of ideological bias.
Look, no, it's intelligence. Okay. We're dealing with an intelligence issue here.
But it continues. Okay, it continues. I found a Gallup poll that was even more interesting.
A
from this
Gallup
year.
poll. I've heard of them.
Right.
They're like the polling people.
So Gallup, they compared polling data from 2021 to this year, 2023.
Oh, it's got to be like a cliff.
And it's actually, yeah, and as you've already guessed, the support of trans people has gone down.
Of course it has.
Not up.
Somebody read the article about the bonus hole, and now,
Right.
and now the polling is even worse.
And this is what's hilarious. This Gallup comparison perfectly shows what Cenk is talking about.
Right.
So it says in 2021, according to Gallup, 34% said that they think that a trans person should be able to play on the team that matches their identity.
Okay.
Only 34%.
That's not very good, but okay.
In 2023, it dropped 8 points down to 26%.
It's going to 0.
Right. So it went down by 8 points. Right.
It's going to 0. And it doesn't
So
matter
it's-
how much you
yeah.
gaslight, guys. It's not. You're not going to win this one.
And then they broke it up by Democrats. So in 2021, 55% of Democrats thought that trans people should be able to play on the team that matches their gender
Okay.
identity.
55.
And 41% said they shouldn't.
Okay.
Okay. So Democrats' majority were in favor of it. In 2023, however, the number dropped down to 47% were in favor of it and 48 were against it.
Wow.
So
it's
in
flipped.
2023, according to this number, there are more Democrats that were against trans women participating in cis women's sports,
Right.
which again makes Cenk's position correct.
Yeah.
Right.
Look at this. Actually using facts and evidence
Right.
to make your arguments. Sitch. They're going to be very upset with you. How
And
dare
then-
you? This is transphobic. I can tell.
And then here's what they should be afraid of. And this is kind of, again, this whole Gallup thing plays right into their point. It even shows that when they ask people, is it morally wrong or right to be trans? The number has increased 4 points in terms of people think it's morally wrong to be trans.
Really?
Yes.
Interesting.
Which is, obviously not a good thing. And that includes, and even on the Democrats, the number increased 3 points.
Really? Democrats are saying it's immoral. They actually ask the question with morality.
Oh, wait, no, wait, hold on. I might be reading it because they worded the question backwards. So, okay, so overall, in 2021, 46% of people said they thought it was morally acceptable. And that number went down to 43% in 2023. So it lost 3 points.
Okay.
Overall. The Democrats did go up. The Democrats' acceptability for it went up 3 points.
That makes more sense.
Okay, that does make sense. So, but anyway, so this is something to be aware of and to be careful of. Because actually the moral acceptability of it went down with independence by 2 points. So
I wonder why. What does that even
these
mean?
issues are not these issues aren't helping.
Did you see that viral clip that's going around about the guy who gets upset because his GP, general practitioner, doctor, whatever, his main doctor, asked his kids if they're gender fluid or non-binary or trans?
I didn't see that, no.
Oh yeah, and he loses his shit. This is a thing. Imagine that. You're going to a doctor, someone who's in a lab coat, someone who's obviously is perceived as in a position of authority, and they start asking your kids these questions.
I know, right?
It's kind of like the doctor coming out and saying, "So do you think you might have cancer, or maybe we should do some radiology on you?"
And here's your last poll. Okay. I looked at the Data for Progress page.
Oh, wow.
So the Data for Progress has a poll, since this was the poll that David wrongly cited, which doesn't prove his point. Okay. They had a different poll, which he didn't cite.
Oh, no.
And they said,
that doesn't
they
prove
said,
his point.
This one actually, again, proves Cenk's point, because they asked specifically, they said, do you think there should be legislation preventing transgender children from pursuing medical transition and participating in sports? Okay.
Right.
That was the question. 48% of likely voters were in favor of legislation preventing children from pursuing medical transition and participating in sports.
Wow,
and
those
only
are all
38
those anti-trans bills they're talking about.
Right. And only 38% were against it. Okay. So 10 points overall in favor of these, quote, anti-trans legislation.
Right. Wow.
And the majority of independents, 46% of the independents were in favor of it, and only 38% were against it. Okay. So again, this proves Cenk's point. So it's fascinating to me that David and Mike polled the one poll that they could to try to disprove him.
Do you think it's helpful for progressives to have this really skewed and out of touch view of reality politically?
No.
No. You think it's bad? Why is it bad?
Of course it's bad. Everyone should try to have, even regardless of what you believe, everyone should try to at least strive for having the, like, understanding what reality is and what the facts are, right?
Sure. That's theoretically going to be an electoral advantage, right? Because you're not stepping in it.
Yeah, you would hope. You would hope.
Right.
I mean, that was what happened with Trump. That was the problem. The left
of
was
course.
in this bubble of not understanding what the world was. So when Trump enters the scene, they kept saying, because people probably forgot this, literally until election day happened, until literally the day happened that Trump won, no one on the left thought, well, not no one, there were some people, but the majority of people on the left didn't think Trump stood a chance of winning.
No, the polling was all Hillary was going to win by a landslide.
Landslide. They all saying landslide victory, landslide victory. And then it's like election day, boom, and the left is sitting there holding the bag in utter shock because their view of what they thought was true turned out to be completely wrong.
Yeah, they got a bunch of polling wrong and everything too.
Right.
Yeah.
But and that's part of, in my opinion, that's part of why the left, and specifically the left-wing media, had such massive TDS and had such a massive, nasty, insane reaction. Because much as I don't like Trump, they were like 100% in the other direction, or 100% even more in the direction, I should say. The reason that I think part of the reason that their reaction was so violent against Trump from the beginning, before he even did anything, was just because him winning basically shattered their worldview.
Yeah.
Of what they thought was a possible, acceptable, realistic thing.
That's why they jumped all this white supremacy stuff as well, because they were like, this is the only reason this could have happened.
Yeah, because they're trying to make sense of this. They're trying to make sense of this thing that they thought would be so unbelievable, right?
Yeah.
So it has to be because of the racisms.
Because of the white supremacy.
Let's move on.
This is amazing. I'm just going to play this.
I'm wondering if you think that DeSantis's, very public war on woke distracts from the message that you like about him.
A little bit, I do.
He did sign a law that restricts transgender care for adults as well as kids.
I have greater concerns about the 6-week abortion ban.
Tell me about that.
I think if he made it clear that he's a states' rights person and that he's not looking to kind of pass a national law in this regard, I would be less concerned.
Okay, so before he weighs in, what is your take on this clip? I mean, I have my take.
My take is I've seen that interviewer before. I forgot her name.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
her
she's
style,
she's kind of cute, right?
Sure, I guess. That's not what I was gonna say. I know you have a one-track mind. Her style in this conversation, I don't know if it's indicative of all of her style, is so bizarre to me.
Right.
Like she's like mumbling under her breath, looking down.
Look,
she's acting autistic like I act. Okay, I shouldn't be like that. I'm not the model for how you should be interviewing people. Like I don't know, it's a very weird interview style.
It's mumblecore. Come on.
It was intensely distracting. I'm like, what is she doing? What is happening in this conversation?
Let's focus on the lady.
Okay, I'll try to focus on the message.
Okay.
What
do you think?
What is the context? Is she supposed to be a Republican who's annoyed at wokeness? Is that supposed to be the context of this clip?
Look, she asked her a question about how she feels about DeSantis doing this war on woke thing. And the woman says, well, I'm more concerned about restrictions to my access to abortion.
Right.
Right.
That's why is she supposed to be on the right or the left? I didn't understand the
No,
context.
I
of this
really
clip.
look. I don't really think that even matters here. Like my takeaway is, she asks her, you know, how do you feel about these trans issues? And she says, I don't give a fuck about those issues. I care about abortion, right?
Right.
But I think what she means by that is they want to ban it all, ban it all. I don't give a fuck. Ban everything. Ban all that shit, okay? I don't care. Just don't ban abortion, okay? That's what she's concerned about. But David Doyle here takes the complete opposite like takeaway from this.
Right. Well, he's trying to make the point that even people on the right don't care about the woke stuff.
Yeah, but they don't
which
care. They don't care
is
about
insanely not true.
Oh, of course it's not true. I think the context of that was, if you're going to ban all of that stuff, I don't care.
Right.
But he's thinking they don't care if they ban all that stuff.
Sure.
This DeSantis voter is completely unfazed. She doesn't care about trans issues at all, either way. She's focused on
either way. No. I think you're incorrect. I think if they asked her, if they said, listen, DeSantis is in favor of a bill where teachers can socially transition your kids and not inform you about it. How do you feel about that? Then she cares. She's like, oh, now this is my number one issue.
No.
Yeah. Not either way, buddy. You're completely wrong about this.
in terms of what concerns her about DeSantis. She's more focused on abortion, which makes total sense.
Exactly. And David's
exactly. So hold on. What's the point here? Why even bring this up? What is the point?
The point they're trying to make poorly is that even people on the right don't care about wokeness. That's the point he's trying to make.
He didn't make that point, though. That clip does not.
I know,
make
but that's
that
what
point.
he's trying to make. The point.
That point does not make that clip.
Right.
That point makes a clip that that woman doesn't care if you ban all gender affirming care nationwide.
Well, also, it's funny. It's like, even if hypothetically, okay, they find some DeSantis voter who's like, oh my God, he's so anti-trans. It's like, okay, so you find one person. Like, you find one person and that's supposed to mean, I mean, what does that mean? You found a person. Who cares?
Yeah, you got to look at the polling data. It's completely pointless. I just think it's funny that they found someone who, I mean, I think if we ask some more questions, she might be that person.
Yeah, we don't know.
They're using her as an argument that DeSantis voters don't care about trans stuff. You're high. Look, you've taken one too many hit off the bong today, buddy. You're crazy.
This entire video is incredible, so I would recommend that you check it out. I'll link to that down below. But the point is, raw polling data alone does not determine elections because people are so much more complex than that. They prioritize issues differently. So while Americans might support trans discrimination in sports, it is a less salient issue to them than, say, the economy or abortion. But even if it was the most salient issue and it was unpopular, the goal with our large platforms should be to change their minds, right? Or should we just kowtow to Republicans? Because that's some cuck shit. I say,
well,
look, he just called ANA KASPARIAN a cuck.
I know. Well, it's people get this thing confused, and it's funny because this came up in the MLK conversation. Like, when MLK talked about nonviolence, okay, he talks about the principle and the moral principle of why he's in favor of nonviolence first. But guess what? That's not going to persuade everyone, right? A lot of people are going to have different moral intuitions than MLK did. It's funny because, like, MLK is reacting to all the same, leftist tear all down revolutionary energy that's happening now, only back in his time. And at least in those times, there was something far more substantive, right? Like, literally, blacks are being treated like second-class citizens. So, but even now, it's like literally ridiculous. But he's reacting to that energy, and so he's like, okay, here's the moral philosophy of why we should be, nonviolent. But obviously, that's not going to be persuasive to everyone. So then he also says, well, even if you don't care about my moral philosophy, you don't agree with it, here's the practical reason why you should do it. Here's the pragmatic reason for why you should do it. Because it will actually materialize the change in the world that you want.
Yeah, pragmatically.
Right. And so that's exactly what's happening in this situation with Anna and Cenk, where they're saying like, well, they disagree with this on a moral level. And they're saying, well, even if you don't agree with us on a moral level, you should agree with us on a practical level.
Yep.
And whenever people make this argument, people who disagree with them, their brain shuts off and they just only fixate on the practical argument. And they think that's all that's really going on there. It's like, well, no, they're making, they start from the position where they agree with something morally, and then they're making a practical position why, even if you disagree with them morally, you should still be on their side. Now, I'm fine with those arguments. I probably made those arguments a lot. I don't think those arguments are that persuasive, in my opinion. And I don't think they're that persuasive because, as we know, if you're making a practical, pragmatic argument, that's a desperate attempt to appeal to someone's writer.
The writer, yeah, exactly. Which you're already in a bad place if you're doing
which
that.
people aren't listening to their writer at all. They're just that's why they can't comprehend. That's why so many people can't comprehend this philosophical versus practical argument, and their brain shuts off. Because it's like you're trying to appeal to their writer. None of that's going to work. They want the emotional argument. So,
well, we're able to at least look at both those arguments, I think, because we are not really. I mean, we don't really have a dog in this fight. They're so worried that they're going to lose some sort of legislative victory over this. That they can't. They're not really thinking straight. We're able to use our writers more on these various situations.
Yeah, true.
Yeah. Look, that was all elephant there. That let me show you this clip in this poll that totally doesn't make my point, but whatever. Whatever, dude.
We try to use our platforms to change people's minds rather than just throwing up the white flag. And cis people, furthermore, do not get to demand that trans people tolerate some discrimination. If you're truly an ally, you make the case for them and try to change minds, not tell them to back down. You tell Republicans to back.
Well, what is a good strategy here, though, Sitch? Obviously, they can't. Look, I agree with you that talking to the writer is a big fat waste of time. Is TYT, is it strategically better for them just to come out and say, listen, we're separating ourselves from these people. I think they're insane, and I don't want to associate with them on the left, and just let them read to their heart's content?
I mean, I guess it depends what your goal is.
Well, look, I don't. These people don't vote anyway. They're all socialists. They don't give a fuck. They're like anyone who can't engage in the pragmatic argument that Cenk is talking about. They're not voters. Come on, they're not voters. You have to be somewhat pragmatic just to show up at the polls and vote for these things. Yeah. So I think a good strategy is just to say, listen, these people are weird and we're not, they don't speak for us, and have a nice life.
Right.
Because then you come off as completely, I mean, isn't this kind of what the mainstream does? Is the mainstream putting up with this nonsense? I feel like this is kind of just an online phenomenon. Is MSNBC being forced to bow down to these crazy, I guess they do have stories about trans women in sports and stuff like that. I haven't seen any of them because I don't watch cable news. So
it's funny. I pulled up that CNN clip because I was kind of curious.
Yeah, I'm curious
about it. I'm kind of looking through the transcript.
I'm surprised you didn't pull it up. Let's watch it.
Well, no, it's not worth watching. It's like trying to avoid a copyright from it. But it's just interesting. I'll just say this. It's interesting because that woman that they were talking to, her primary issue was closing down schools during COVID. And she was she's vehemently against doing this. And it seems like she went into this interview, in this conversation, like that's her focus point, is talking about sort of about this issue, about how the lockdown was bad. And when the interviewer originally asked her this question about, do you think the wokeness distracts from the public message? What she says, which I guess got cut out in the clip that David Dole played, interestingly, she said, I do think it did because what I feel would be good is a big public debate about what we did wrong in COVID. The left doesn't want to have that debate. They're never going to allow that debate. I think there's a lot of kind of incendiary tactics being used to smear DeSantis. And then the interviewer cuts her off saying, yes, but what about the trans law? Like she keeps trying to bring it back to the trans law. And then that's when she says, well, that's not really my concern, right? I'm more concerned about the 6-week abortion ban and about whether it's going to be a national law or states thing.
She's like, I know nothing about this trans lady. Why do you keep bringing this up?
Yeah, so it's like, so it's very clear that the interviewer and the interviewee both went into this conversation with two completely different goals in mind of what they're trying to do in the conversation, which you see very often in these situations. So, anyway.
Down. You scold Republicans, not them. Now, when I originally talked about that clip in the video that I uploaded about TYT originally on April 13th, I explained that the tone policing was not okay because they, as cis people, are trying to set the parameters as to what is and isn't respectable forms of protest when they don't get to do that. It's not their necks on the line, it's trans people's necks who are on the line. But basically what TYT...
They can withdraw their support from the protests, though. Like the fact that you're insinuating that they just have to give their support without any sort of check on the people protesting. That's the problem.
Right.
TYT is basically saying we're withdrawing our support from this strategy, and you're the one losing your mind over that. Well, they're allowed to.
TYT said was shouting down bigots and making them feel uncomfortable is unacceptable, but sitting quietly with the trans flag while the transphobe fearmongers about you, that is a form of protest that the Young Turks is willing to tolerate.
Well,
wow. That's just so bad faith. That's so bad faith.
You're about to see is what I think is incredibly counterproductive for anyone who actually gives a damn about transgender rights in this country. Let's watch. Now, it's worth noting that there were trans rights activists in the room as she was giving her talk, and I want to show you what I think a productive protest looks like. Let's watch.
You go, they honor you, they name their Woman of the Year. And so I went to this convention, it was in January, it was in San Antonio. And so I go to the convention, obviously not in support because the award was immediately meaningless.
Get any more disruptive than that, and you're going to be scolded to get back in line. But the reason why I'm bringing this up is not to rehash old shit, but it's necessary because Anna used that same example again to talk about an issue that she has with trans activists in a Twitter exchange with Juniper. Now, some of the tweets from Anna have since been deleted, but we can kind of piece together what was said and come away with an understanding of her problem with trans activists. So she presumably denounces the protest against Riley Gaines here, to which Juniper responds saying, not sure if you've noticed, but states are currently using violence against trans people. Curious as to why you seem to care about the grifter who terrorizes trans people than trans people who are being affected by this legislation. And
Hey, Sitch, where are the states using violence against trans people? That seems like a giant claim there.
They're
state violence against trans people, I think, would be front page news.
Well, I'm assuming trying to give Juniper, who's basically a glorified troll and shitposter on Twitter, any sort of charitability. I'm assuming what they're referring to is states that are outlawing children transition.
That's violence?
And they're considering that violence. That's the only thing I could think of. Right? Now,
That's
obviously,
a giant stretch.
Of course. Now, obviously, when someone uses the term, the state is using violence against trans people, that puts in our minds some kind of idea that, like, the police are rounding up the transes and hanging them or something, you know, beating them up.
Or even if they're doing a protest in the streets, they're hosing them down with, you know, fire hoses. And
yeah,
shit,
or sicking the dogs on them.
Right. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, which none of that's happening. So, but this is why it's so kind of disgusting that they always kind of invoke this sort of civil rights energy from the 60s because they're trying to compare like, oh, you know, all the horrible shit that was going on in the 1960s. It's exactly the same right now for trans people. And it's like, you're so fucking privileged and delusional to make these arguments. And it's incredibly disrespectful and disgusting, you know, to the people that actually were in that time period, that were actually fighting for their rights and fighting against violence and fighting against actual state violence and state segregation and state discrimination.
Yeah, Clarence Thomas lays out a bunch of those issues in his book because he actually lived in those times.
Yeah, he was at, as I talked about on the other stream, he was literally at a race riot.
Yes. Yes.
And he was a black radical in college.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Violence. Anna replies saying, "You don't watch the show, so you have no idea what I talk about or how often I defend the trans community. I think the fringe shit and activists like you turn the country against people. You're just too stupid to see it."
Based.
Totally
based.
Right.
Yeah.
Juniper responds saying, "You intentionally misunderstood what I said, you moron, LOL."
So
very respectful conversation.
Right. Well, to be fair, Anna did say you're too stupid to see it. So,
but she's actually correct there, though.
She is correct. But okay, so Juniper claims you intentionally misunderstood. Okay, so let's go back. So Juniper said, "Not sure if you noticed, but states are currently using violence against trans people." Again, we go, what?
Yeah,
the fuck does that mean?
citation needed.
Okay, citation needed, and then says, "Curious," right? It's always the little comic of the guy going curious, right? Curious as to why you seem to care about the grifter who terrorizes trans people than the trans people who are being affected by this legislation and violence. Okay?
Who's the grifter?
Well, I don't know, because we don't know what the original tweet was. So then Anna says, "You don't watch the show. You have no idea what I talk about or how often I defend the trans community. I think the fringe shit and activists like you turn the country against people." Okay.
True.
So Juniper's saying, why do you seem to care about this, whoever this grifter is? We're assuming it's the Riley Gaines person. Why do you care about this, quote, grifter, and you don't care about the trans people being affected by legislation? And Anna says, "I do care about the people of the legislation. I think the behavior that's being enacted against the person you're labeling a grifter makes the situation worse." Okay, that's what Anna said. So this is a direct response to what Juniper said. And it's funny because she said, "You're too stupid to see it." And Juniper, proving the point, doesn't understand her answer and says, "You intentionally misunderstood me."
Right.
I just think that's hilarious. Literally proving Anna's point that they're too stupid to see.
Yeah. They can't look, the likes on this, the like disparity on these tweets is very discouraging here.
Oh yeah, it's so funny because they're like, "Oh, we're so oppressed, we're so, you know," like on Twitter, there's like this insane contingent of like batshit insane leftists and trans activists who are just like, all they do is go around liking these people in their insipid tweets.
Yeah, exactly.
So,
yeah. Yes. So the person claiming that the state is committing violence against trans people has 6,605 likes on their tweet.
Right.
And Anna has 278 likes on her response to that tweet. And you think,
Right.
okay, well, it's a response. So it's not that, you know, obviously a response is probably going to have less. But then this next response to Anna has 4,417 likes. What's happening there, Sitch?
Well, because also, I mean, Anna's, you know, this is why people devolve into these one-sided echo chambers, because you can get this wave of populist, dumbfuck, blind energy.
Yeah, stupidity.
Of stupidity, stupid energy. If you're just promoting this blind adherence to some ideology, where if Anna's pushing outside that envelope, she has a bunch of people in her audience that don't agree with her.
Yeah.
And so it's fracturing the cause. Yeah.
Well, I think there's some intelligence thing going on here too.
Well, that's true too.
To which Anna responded, "No, I didn't. You said barricading people you disagree with is non-violent. If an alt-right group did that to a trans speaker, I'm sure you'd change your tune. You're dishonest, childish, and batshit crazy."
So
Again, based and true.
Yes.
Based
Anna,
and true.
Go.
Now let's just pause it right there, because you can already see the problem with that. She's trying.
I don't see the problem. with it.
Yeah. What's the problem?
Okay, we'll see.
To frame right-wingers and trans people as if they're on equal ground when that's not the case. One of them is a marginalized community who is under attack, and the other is a political group that is trying to attack said community. But at some...
So again, Mike is lost into the leftist weeds of not having to have universal principles and standards for behavior. No. If there's an oppressed group, they get special treatment and special consideration if he considers an oppressed group. And if you're part of a non-oppressed group, you get the shaft.
Right.
Essentially, right?
Yeah.
That's Mike's argument. Mike's argument is we don't need universal standards.
Right. The standard for oppressed people is we get to burn down your city. Right. And the standard for non-oppressed people is civil disobedience, which happens to be the American standard.
Which, of course, if there's an inherent flaw in this way of thinking, okay? Because if you adopt Mike's standard here, we say, well, the oppressed, marginalized people will get this kind of magical special treatment where the rules don't apply to them and they apply to them differently.
Right.
That automatically makes them privileged and makes the majority oppressed.
Yes, yeah.
Just by the virtue of doing that.
There's that little issue there. Yeah.
The tiny little inherent contradiction in this philosophy, but okay.
At some point, Anna made this tweet, which she ended up deleting for obvious reasons, but she says, "The civil rights movement did not use the same strategies as the trans movement. They didn't barricade speakers they disagreed with in a classroom for 3 hours. They persuaded through nonviolence and showing America their humanity."
So let's talk about this tweet. I am so happy. I'm ecstatic that Anna made this tweet.
I am too.
Okay. Now, on one hand, and to give the devil its due, okay, as Jordan Peterson would say, it's true that there are some factual problems with this tweet.
It is, yeah.
Because as we talked about in a previous stream, and I forget, someone super chatted and I looked it up and I was surprised to hear this. Samuel Jackson, when he was in college, literally participated in one of these actions where they barricaded the board of their college into a room for over a day.
Oh, wow.
And didn't let them leave.
Yeah.
Did you forget about this? We talked about this on stream. Maybe you were not paying attention.
No, I always pay attention. Of course I remember.
Adam was paying attention.
Look, I do know. Look, there was violence during the civil rights movement.
And you know who was in that? You know who was in that room and on that board?
Who?
Martin Luther King's father.
Really? Wow.
Yes, and I think it was
because he was advocating for nonviolence. That's why they were after him.
No. I think it was because they wanted some change to the college. And they wouldn't let the students talk to the administrators, so they just locked them in the room for over a day. Wow. And I think this was even after. I'm not 100% sure on this, so don't quote me. I think this might have even been after Martin Luther King Jr. had been assassinated, too.
Wow.
And there was some
disrespect.
Triple disrespect, because there was even an issue where Martin Luther King's father had some kind of like heart problem.
Oh, wow.
And instead of letting him just leave the room, they literally had to like bring a ladder so he could climb out the window.
Wow.
Okay. So very gross behavior. And it's actually funny. I didn't realize this. It's kind of hilarious. So Samuel Jackson got like really far into like leftist Black Panther ideology. I think he literally knew Stokely Carmichael and other Black Panther people.
So did Clarence Thomas, but I don't think he knew.
Well, I don't think he knew
the activist, but he was definitely into the Black Power movement.
But so there's a story that Samuel Jackson tells where his mother picks him up. I think he's in like Atlanta or so. He's in Georgia or something. His mother picks him up one day and says, "Do you want to eat lunch with me?" And he says, "Sure, Mom." And he gets in the car and she drives him to the airport and says, here's your stuff. You're getting on a plane to LA because the FBI came to my house and they told me that you're running with a bad crowd and you're going to get arrested or killed.
What? Wow. Talk
And I
about
was like-
privilege. Jeez.
And so he did. And that's how he got back into acting. And I was so funny because I'm like, oh my God, Samuel Jackson is literally the Fresh Prince of Bel-Air.
I know. I was trying to think of the song.
Yeah. And it was his aunt. It was his aunt. He got sent to his aunt in LA. I was like, that's amazing.
That's
oh my
when
God.
I got sent on a plane.
Yeah. It's like, oh my God. It's so funny. But I was like, wow, his mom is so based, because if she hadn't done that, who knows what his life track would have been.
Right. Yeah.
He probably would not have become this, world famous actor.
Definitely not that.
Right. Oh, but anyway, back to the Anna tweet. So it's true. There obviously was violence that happened during the civil rights movement. So that's the first problem. The second problem with the tweet that you can make is that it's too broad, and that's probably why Anna got rid of the tweet, which I don't have a problem with. It's too broad and not being specific. Like, you could interpret the tweet as her saying that the entire trans movement is violent, which I don't think she believes, number one, and obviously I don't think is true.
She
Like,
came. I was in on this tweet. I made the. I don't know. Did you see that response I made? And
I didn't see your
Oh,
response,
okay.
yeah.
I made a response saying that the civil rights movement had two factions, a violent faction and a nonviolent faction. And they were in conflict, and obviously the nonviolent faction was the winning faction in the end. And she said that's exactly what she meant. So
Right, exactly. So that's the thing. Like on Twitter, you'll fire off a tweet and it has implications in it you didn't intend, and everyone spins it in whatever direction they want, right? And so, yeah, I would, if you were to give her some level of charity, which obviously the people on the left are not going to do, I would assume she meant what you just said, right? That the point of the tweet, and I tweeted this out, and she retweeted me, so I guess she agrees, was that, like, that we shouldn't be advocating for violence, okay? There shouldn't be this advocation for violence. And I think it goes hand in hand with what you said. In the civil rights movement, there was a violent faction and a nonviolent faction. And the nonviolent faction won the day for the civil rights movement. And right now, there's this very disturbing trend with internet leftists where they're trying to pretend and construct out of thin air that no, actually, it was the violent faction of the civil rights. It was the radical leftists. Surprise, surprise, okay? The internet socialists want to make the argument that it was actually the 60s radical socialists that won the civil rights movement and not the liberals, right? Surprise, surprise. And so they're trying to do this switcheroo where they say, no, it was actually the violent people in the civil rights movement that got things moving. And the nonviolent people were either cucks or it was part of some deliberate good cop, bad cop strategy. And this is so like disgusting and not true. They're just lying. They're just making up this fantasy that MLK was like in on it with Malcolm X and that they were engaged in some sort of like behind the scenes good cop, bad cop strategy, which is just complete fantasy, not true. And by the way, doesn't even fucking work, because every time there was a riot, every time there was some kind of violence, it only set back the movement. It only set back people in the polls, because at the end of the day, even people that are not bigoted or not racist or whatever, at the end of the day, most people are going to vote for their security first. And there were a lot of people, and we saw this too with the BLM stuff. There are a lot of people who can say, listen, I'm totally in favor of black people having rights. I'm totally in favor of black people not being discriminated against. But when they see video and footage of people burning down cities and rioting and looting, they're like, fuck all that. We need to have security, right? I need to have security.
Of course.
And so this idea that the violence actually helps the movement it's so disgusting. It's just these stupid fucking kids nowadays who are just so angry at the world that they want to feel justified to have some outlet for their anger. And that's all that's happening. It's entirely 100%. They just want to justify their elephant.
They want to justify
their
violence.
Anger.
That's a scary thing. That's what's bullshit.
Right. Exactly. And Anna's a completely 100% correct to say they persuaded through nonviolence and showing America their humanity. That's what won the day for the civil rights movement.
Well, not according to Olay, though.
Well, she is bafflingly uninformed on the topic.
Yeah.
So, but all that gets lost, and all they do is try to like twist around. But the reason I'm so glad, the reason I'm so happy that Anna made this tweet is because this tweet exposed in 4K in a way we've never seen before the amount of leftist pundits and leftist commentators who are explicitly and implicitly advocating for violence, which is insane to me.
Yeah.
And it's so they try to do this talk out of the both sides of their mouth thing where they say, oh my God, how dare she say the trans movement is violent? The trans movement is not violent, ... But
if they were, they'd be totally justified.
Right.
Yeah.
But how dare you? I love this line. How dare you criticize how trans people fight for their rights?
Yeah.
Which is literally the dumbest fucking thing a person could say, right? Because obviously they don't believe that. If trans activists were running around just murdering cis people on the street randomly, you would say, well, how dare you, fight against them? They can advocate for their rights however they want. Like, that's just the stupidest argument
They would
ever.
say that, though.
No, they wouldn't.
They would. They totally
Maybe
would.
some
Don't
of them
say.
would. Maybe
You
some
know
of them
they
but
would.
it's just like-
So many of them would.
Just like, it's
Look,
the dumbest argument.
Their political opposition, one of them croaks of natural causes and the horrible things that they say.
Right. Well, see, that'll be an interesting thing because we still never got the manifesto.
Oh, I know.
That's being hidden of the shooter, the trans shooter at the Christian school. And there was a mass shooting by a trans woman recently, but I don't think no one knows whether it was political or not. No one knows. I don't think anyone knows yet what's going on with that. But if that's the case, if it turns out it is political, you can walk up to all these stupid fucking idiots that said, how dare you? Trans people can fight for their rights however they want. It's like, really? Is a mass shooting? Does that fit your criteria?
This is one of the reasons why I think they're hesitant to put out that manifesto is because they're going to get so many people on the left who say, yes, that is justified.
That's not why.
Why do you think?
Okay, here's the thing. First of all, even the dumb fucks that are making these implicit, acceptable calls to violence, none of them, even if they believe it, none of them are so stupid.
They are.
No.
Totally
Stop.
delusional.
Wait, let me finish. None of these fucking idiots that are pundits, maybe there'll be a handful of people on Twitter, none of these fucking idiots that are pundits will ever admit, even if they believe in their heart of hearts, will never say that a mass shooting of random people is justified. Okay, they're not going to say that.
Vosh is going to do a stream with
No, he's
a
not.
nod and a wink about how they totally had it coming.
No. None of them will say it.
Look, I
First
feel
of all,
like we
think,
need to.
Okay.
This needs a
Okay.
poll. I feel like everyone is disagreeing with you.
Don't
right
make
now.
a poll. You don't. Okay. That's your elephant. Number one.
That's
most of
your
them-
elephant.
No, you're just wrong. You're not giving any level of charity. You have to be careful. You have to be careful.
Let me
okay?
explain
You
your.
Wait.
Go
Stop.
ahead.
Let me
You
finish.
go.
Stop
Go ahead.
interrupting me. You keep interrupting my argument. You can't.
Go
fall
ahead,
into
Anna.
Thank you. You can't fall into the trap that we're criticizing the left of having zero charitability to Anna. Okay. The overwhelming majority of these dumb fuck pundits, even if they support violence, when they think of violence, they think of like rioting, they think of destroying public property. Okay. They're not going to be in favor. I don't think in their heart of hearts, most of them will not be in favor of a random mass shooter, number one. Okay. They're 90% of these people are not going to be in favor of a random mass shooting, number one. Number two,
Aiden
for
Paladin
the tiny
says A team.
the tiny percent of ones that would be in favor of mass shooting are not so stupid to say it because they'd immediately be deplatformed.
Well, I said he's going to say a wink and a nod. I
don't think
concede that.
Vosh. I don't think Vosh, in his hearts of hearts, is in favor of a mass shooting.
He
I will give him
is.
that level of charity.
Look, I think you're insane. I think Vosh would do a stream with a wink and a nod about how this school should have seen it coming for being anti-trans.
Okay, so the reason they're not releasing the manifesto, I would guess, is not this. It's because they're afraid that if they do release the manifesto, and it is political, which I'm assuming it is because I don't know why else they would not release it, and it is political, that it's going to drive hate to trans people. That would be their rationale that they're operating under for not releasing the manifesto. It's not because they're afraid the left is going to endorse them.
I mean, both can be true.
Okay. But anyway, so I'm very happy that Anna put out this tweet because it shows that there is this explicit and implicit advocacy of violence that the left is not pushing back on, which is disgusting and despicable. Because here, I'll build the bridge with you, Adam. Okay. I don't think currently there are many leftist streamers that would advocate for a mass shooting, right? Currently. But I think there is this continually opening and trying to broaden the Overton window to accept violence. And I think if it were to keep going into that direction, maybe some point in the future you could get there. But
I think we're there. I honestly think we're there. I
don't think we're there yet.
I think you'd have the same people come out and say, well, you know, we can't. Look, literally, what do you think the point of Juniper's tweet saying that the state is committing violence against trans people? What do you think the point of making that claim is?
It's to justify the protesters.
It's to justify mass
in the room
shootings.
Okay, I don't think that's the
Look,
case.
if are mass shootings more justified if the state is rounding up trans people and killing them?
No.
You don't think so?
What? Mass shootings of random people? They're not going after the people doing the action. You can't randomly just kill people because the state is doing something you don't like.
But violent action becomes more reasonable if the state is literally rounding up people and killing them.
I agree, but okay. There's a difference between saying that there's an acceptability of trying to justify protesters locking someone in a room or even punching someone that's far away from justifying a mass shooting. Right?
Yeah.
These are so different.
Mass shootings
is
for innocent parties, I do think, like, obviously you have a point there. But they're going to say these people are not innocent.
Okay. Well, I don't agree. I don't agree. I think Juniper is trying to use the state is enacting violence to justify these sorts of violent protests. They lock people in rooms and even punch people, or even maybe riot and burn shit down and steal shit. I don't think any of them is in favor of a mass shooting. Okay.
I think it's
that's my position.
I think it's naive to think that people don't have the power to justify those kinds of things. Well, who was the Timothy McVeigh bombing? Where was that? Where was the Timothy McVeigh bombing?
I don't know. Where was it?
The Oklahoma City federal building. Do you remember this situation?
Yes.
As soon as they arrested Timothy McVeigh, then they asked him, you know, they basically said children were killed in the bombing. I think it was like 40 children or something. It's horrifying, disgusting, right? You know what Timothy McVeigh says? Kids died at Waco.
Right, yeah, sure.
They're going to find some sort of justification.
Wait. I'm not saying people that commit the violence won't justify it. I'm saying I don't think, like, if Timothy McVeigh happened now, right? Do you think a bunch of, like, anti-government, he would be considered like I don't know exactly what
he's anti-government,
he was an anti-government right-winger, right?
Yeah.
Would a bunch of government right-wing libertarian anarchists, they're not going to come out and say none of them would publicly say that Timothy McVeigh was justified in the bombing.
I'm just saying that they would find justification for innocent people dying.
Okay, whatever. We can move on.
Wow. So, yeah, needless to say, I understand why she chose to delete that tweet because it is it's quite the doozy. It is quite the take. Oof level is very, very high. Now, that tweet is wrong because it's ahistorical, and also trans people have chosen, like the civil rights movement, to show people their humanity. You're just choosing to not see it in this instance, right? You're choosing to sympathize with the humanity of the bigot as opposed to the trans activists who are rightfully angered at what she's saying, at what she's advocating for. See, you don't have to, believe it or not, sympathize with the bigot who's feeling discomfort for going on a propaganda tour demonizing this entire community. In the same way, though, that she tried to sympathize with the MAGA chud in her argument with Cenk, she chose to put herself in the shoes of the bigot.
How can you say these people are smart, Sitch? Like, this is completely ridiculous. He's not addressing any of the arguments. He's basically saying, you're empathizing with the bigot instead of empathizing with me.
Well, because
regardless of the argument.
Right. Because we know that the purpose of our intelligence is to justify our elephant.
Yeah. Well,
Okay,
he's
not
not
to
doing a
control
good
it.
job. Look, he's not doing a good
Well, he
job
doesn't
of
need
making
to, right?
justifications.
He doesn't
because
need,
he's
well,
singing
actually,
to the choir.
he is, because he's using all the dumb NPC leftist talking points, right? He's framing everything in terms of oppressed versus oppressor,
Yeah.
right? He's not addressing the actual argument. He's not saying, and it's funny because he is. Now, listen, I don't want to defend Mike. I don't have a problem calling Mike stupid. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Mike's an idiot. That's fine. Because he is being contradictory in his own statement, because he starts off by saying the trans movement is nonviolent. They're just showing you their humanity. But then he's relating it to an instance. Well, no, I think you could say that generally. Obviously, generally, the trans protests are not violent overall. But he then relates it to a specific incident where there was violence, where people were locked in a room, where someone was punched in the face.
Right.
Okay. And so he's not addressing this contradiction in his statement because it will weaken his argument, essentially.
Well, and he also says it's not for him as a cis person to decide how the trans movement pursues their goals. So
which is
taken
stupidly insane.
He's taken criticizing the violence completely off the table for himself.
Right.
Moron.
Instead of the trans activists, right? And rather than trying to understand why they would be angry, she's tone policing them. Rather than seeing that
calling for nonviolence, he's describing as tone policing. Sitch.
Yes.
Moron. Moron.
Well, this is the common, listen, and this is the common thing that comes up in these conversations. And this is where you should be afraid of the soft advocation of violence, because they keep making this stupid argument that has basically saturated the minds of leftists on the internet, where calling for nonviolence is capitulation. Tone policing. Civility politics, right?
Yeah.
They keep trying to conflate nonviolence with civility. And it's annoying because when I was going through all the Martin Luther King Jr. quotes and video and audio to hear his takes on nonviolence, he very clearly delineates between, like, he keeps saying nonviolence is not passive acceptance. That's not what it is.
Of course.
Okay.
Yes. It's not non-resistance.
Right. Nonviolence is resistance. It's just not resisting through violent means. It's going and sitting at the front of the bus. It's going and sitting at the countertop.
It's turning the other cheek.
It's going and protesting and holding up the signs. It's just not rioting and burning and looting and punching the people you disagree with and doing all those things, which only hurt your movement.
Yep.
That their anger might be justified because they're under attack. She's saying, don't do it this way. Do it my way. Again,
wait, let me go back a second.
Instead of the trans activists, right? And rather than trying to understand why they would be angry, she's tone policing them. Rather than seeing that their anger might be justified because they're under attack, she's saying, don't do it this way. Do it my way.
This drives me bananas.
Yeah, it's driving
It drives
me
me
crazy.
insane. But no, because you will see this every day in your life for any issue that has nothing to do with politics. And I'll say this, it's so funny. I say this to people. It's like a keyword. You know when you say something to someone and it like triggers like a moment where they can break free of the matrix?
Mm-hmm.
They give you that like pause stare where you're like, what? Okay. There's so many times I've had a conversation with someone where I say, listen, I understand why someone's angry, but that doesn't justify the behavior.
Right.
And you say that and people are like, what? Like, it's so weird because it doesn't seem like it's that complicated of a concept. And yet for some reason, everyone falls into this mental trap. And Mike just did it. He said, why is Anna not sympathetic to understanding why they're angry? That is irrelevant.
She is sympathetic.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't fucking matter, Mike. And you claim you know it doesn't matter, right? Unless you're going to be advocating for violence openly, because it doesn't matter if they have a justification for feeling angry. We're not saying whether their anger is justified. We're saying whether their physical action is justified.
Whether their physical violence is justified.
Right.
Yeah.
They can feel, you can be justified in your emotion however you want, right? Your emotions are your personal experience. Okay. You're going to feel what you feel. That's not the issue. The issue is, how do you then control yourself physically in the world, and how do your emotions control your body in the world?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And if you're going to get angry, or even if you're completely just, like civil rights movement is a perfect example. If you're black and you're living in the South and you don't have equal rights, of course you're like fucking super massively justified to be insanely angry.
Of course.
Does that justify you to go harm an innocent person? No. Does that justify you to go burn down a bunch of buildings? No. Right? Like, just because your anger is justified doesn't mean that you get carte blanche to do whatever the fuck you want, Mike.
True.
This isn't a complicated concept, and I don't understand why everyone falls into this pit again and again and again.
Again, it is not the responsibility of trans activists or any trans person to coddle bigots and make them feel comfortable.
Coddle bigots.
See, but here, okay, so here's your question. Here's the question. If Mike ever comes on, you can ask him the mass shooting question.
Oh, yeah.
Say, okay.
Look,
Mike, is like, what does this mean when you say it's not their responsibility to coddle bigots, right? Like, if there's a group of people that are transphobes, and we'll say hypothetically, like, they are people that don't want anyone to transition, think transition is, all fake, think trans stuff is all part of some kind of conspiracy, blah, blah, blah. Like, whatever, you can use whatever hyperbolic version of the transphobes you want, Mike. Okay?
Right.
Are you justified, or are activists justified in, like, beating the shit out of those people?
Yeah.
If they can.
Look, if you say that they're not, you're coddling those bigots.
Well, that's my question. I don't know what is the framework of morality that he's putting forward here?
Look, if you're not willing to justify violence against those bigots, you're coddling them, Sitch. You're a little coddler. How dare you? How dare you coddle the bigots? Even though we're not even, look, we're talking about a philosophical position on nonviolence that Martin Luther King shares with us.
Right.
It's strategically bad. It doesn't work. Like, they've done studies. Even Gandhi was committed to nonviolence.
Right.
Especially when their rights and lives are at stake. Stonewall was a riot.
Oh,
Lesbians disrupted.
See, their lives are at stake. Why do you think they keep saying their lives are at stake? Because they're making justifications for violence.
Of course. No.
That's why I hate the lies about this. I hate it when people tweet out, "Oh, trans genocide. These trans people's lives are on the line."
Right.
They're stoking this kind of violence. They know what they're doing.
I know. I agree completely. And that's what the rhetoric of the trans genocide is supposed to do. It's supposed to do that. And they always say the Stonewall is a riot thing. It's like this NPC talking point. Stonewall was a riot. Stonewall was a riot.
I thought it was a can-can dance.
It was.
I mean, we looked into it, and it was a can-can dance.
I know.
What the hell is he talking about?
I know, it's funny. But obviously, no, well, the place ended up getting, I think it's funny because I think the place ended up getting burnt down anyway. That was their bar in the first place.
Nice. Activists
nice
burn
job.
down your own bar. Great.
Right.
Smart.
But no, so they're comparing, like, so you have Riley Gaines, who in Stonewall, there was a law that said that men couldn't wear female clothes and women couldn't wear male clothes. Okay. That was a law in New York. All right. Wrap your head around that.
What about Halloween? Did they arrest people for going around
I
in drag
maybe
or
there's
something?
a Halloween exception or something, right? But anyway, okay, so we have the state has enacted this, like, bizarre draconian law about what people can wear. They're comparing that to a private citizen who's not an actor of the state saying, "I don't think trans women should be able to compete in cis women's sports." Are you fucking for real?
That's insane.
Like, get your this is why these people are so incredibly privileged. It's disgusting. Like, they all, there's a great line. I should try to find it. There's this hilarious story from Derek Bell, the founder of CRT, where like one of his mentors, I forget the guy's name. One of his mentors was some judge who was like really big in the civil rights movement. And the judge tells him, and the judge is black, and the judge tells him, listen, Derek, you're wasting your time with all this, focusing on all these black issues, okay? We already have the civil rights protection all embedded in law. Like, you should find something else to fixate on. And when he said Derek Bell like lost his shit because he wanted to believe that he was at the same level of freedom fighter as this guy was, this guy who lived through segregation. Okay.
That's so funny.
And that drove the fact that he said that to Derek Bell made Derek Bell like insanely pissed off. And the thing is, like, that's what's happening today. You have all these children who just want so desperately for their lives to have meaning that they're going to like concoct this, like, oh, we're freedom fighters. There's some like massive level of oppression that's happening to trans people right now in our society, when it's literally the opposite. I mean, there's a reason we're talking about social contagion. If we lived in a society where trans people were oppressed, there wouldn't be a social contagion at all, right? It'd be the exact opposite.
Maybe, I don't know, because there's social contagion with suicide, and
I guess that's true.
that's I mean, I think suicide's illegal too, so
Right.
And
That's
also
I think suicide is its own special subject in that regard, but
sure.
Feminist meetings to demand inclusion. Anita Bryant got a fucking pie to the face. I mean, if the Young Turks were around back then,
somebody watches ContraPoints videos. Don't you love it that like their only touch with history is through ContraPoints videos?
Right. Someone was a riot at him. Anita Hill got a pie to the face.
I mean, I've never seen a YouTube video on any of the stuff in any of the books I've ever read. So,
Well, it's funny because the whole, and we talked about, because we covered that video.
We did, yeah.
And we talked about this at the time. We said Anita getting that pie in the face didn't hurt her cause. It helped her cause.
Of course.
Her getting all of this, she was mailed, human excrement and dead mice and like all sorts of, none of that stuff helped their cause.
They set back gay marriage 10 years. That's what we are hypothetical.
Right. It was funny because the Anita Hill thing kind of like completely hurts their cause because she was so publicly shat on from like really early on in the situation in terms of not getting support.
Yeah.
From the mainstream media, at least anyway, at the time period. So
it made her look sympathetic.
Yeah.
They literally probably could have got gay marriage 10 years earlier if they hadn't have done all those shenanigans.
Yes, all these stupid shenanigans, the pies in the face, glitter bombs. None of that worked. It doesn't work. It doesn't help. All it does is it makes you feel good.
Yep.
At the moment that you do it. That's all it does. It makes you feel good, right? It makes your elephant go, yeehaw! Fuck those people.
Yeah. Yeah. That's what Sitch is saying. That's what Jank is saying.
Right.
You're only doing it for yourself. It's not helping our cause. How dare you?
Tone policing gay activists who did that and saying, oh, this is bad, you're going too far. I mean, look, J.K. Rowling has also denounced the tactics of radical trans activists because their advocacy for themselves makes her feel uncomfortable. Now, where does that stem from? Transphobia. Because they are forcing people to see their humanity and how unjustified their exclusion.
No, it kind of comes from the fear of violence, man.
I know.
Nobody wants violence enacted on them. It has nothing to do with transphobia.
Punching someone in the face forces them to see your humanity. What a dumb statement to say.
Oh my God.
From society is. So I'll ask TYT, is it civil rights that you care more about, or is it the comfort of bigots? Because you have to pick. Because either way.
It's like, this is the ultimate centrist meme. On one side, you have the comfort of bigots.
Yes, you're right.
On the other side. Go ahead.
My humanity. It's so disgustingly dishonest because it's not like when there were people, obviously, there were actual literal bigot piece of shit during the civil rights movement that would look at nonviolent protest and get angry, right?
Yeah.
And say, fuck these black people for doing that, right?
Yeah.
The actual bigots. And I'm sure you can have a situation where you have completely nonviolent, even non-disruptive trans protesters in some situation, and bigots are going to look at them and say, fuck these people.
Yeah.
But no, it doesn't matter. Like, there's just this disgusting denial and allowing of potential violent tactics. And I mean, all it's going to take, it literally just is going to take one radicalized person to commit some violent act, and all these people are going to be like eating shit.
Well, that might be the trans shooter, and that's why they're hiding the manifesto.
It might be. I don't know. Because I mean, the way that all these people talk, it's going to happen, right? If it hasn't already happened, it is going to happen. They're basically setting up a time bomb to go off at some point.
Look, the trans shooter, they would frame the Christian school. I don't know if it's a Catholic school or what, but they would frame the Christian school as the bigots. Those are the bigots. Those are the anti-gay, anti-trans bigots. And as soon as you kill their kids, now some people are empathizing with the bigots. They're like, what the fuck?
Right.
Yeah. This is why nonviolence works and violence doesn't work. Because as soon as they drop that trans manifesto, and it's got a bunch of stuff about how they watch Vosh and they like, we're doing this for the cause, and the Christian bigots that they've heard all about all their lives. Oh man, that's the backlash that you're talking about. It's going to be immense. Like, it's going to put an end to all of this stuff immediately.
We'll see. We'll see what happens.
They're not going to release it. It's never going to be released. It's never going to see the light of day because they know.
Maybe, yeah. I don't know what the legality in the state is to hide that stuff.
Hey, I promise you, however trans people choose to advocate for themselves, it's going to make bigots uncomfortable. It's going to be deemed inappropriate because the tactics aren't.
Oh yeah, shooting a bunch of kids. Of course, I think I know why it's deemed inappropriate.
You know, it's funny because I did watch Sean's video where he went over Gavin Long, who was a person who was radicalized, ironically, by TYT.
By Jimmy, like all the clips are of Jimmy Dore, really.
Well, that's what's
like,
I was about
insane.
to say. I know, I was about to say that. That's what's so funny. It's because I was like, everyone's throwing shade for TYT for radicalizing Gavin Long, but the clips that I saw that was in Sean's video, it was like 99% Jimmy Dore's dumb fuck ass.
Yeah, Jimmy Dore's dumb fuck ass. Sean
Right.
gives John Idarola a hard time for not speaking up, but
For not pushing back against them, which you should.
yeah, you
Which
should definitely
right.
push back
Right.
against him. But Jimmy Dore should shut his fucking mouth. To be honest with you, I mean, what the
Right.
hell?
But I think, yeah, but I'm saying when people talk about the Gavin Long thing, they should really point the finger at Jimmy Dore, because it's Jimmy Dore. Sometimes, for some reason, well, not for some reason, because Jimmy Dore has become the America bad leftist who doesn't like woke shit, but still thinks America sucks and is like basically an economic socialist. He gets a pass for some like dumb reason, even though he was the one who, like, all the really incendiary clips of Gavin Long seem to primarily come from Jimmy Dore's dumb fuck ass. I mean, he was the one that was saying like, oh, you know, she's probably a black woman that the police were just using their force against because she was black, and, you know, would I sit there and do nothing, or would I get a crowbar? Like, he's the one making all these insane like comments, and
Jimmy
Dore
yeah.
literally goes out. He's literally partially responsible for radicalizing Gavin Long for going out and doing a mass shooting on police officers.
Like, Jimmy Dore is going to go out with a crowbar and try to defend someone.
fucking
Let's
I
just
know.
be like,
Right.
we're talking. This is so much of this stuff is really just, you know, internet tough guy.
Of course.
Yeah, kind of mentality.
But he hasn't changed. He hasn't changed one bit. He's still just as insipidly extreme and dumb as he's always been.
Well, I don't think he's openly advocating for violence on his own channel because he probably understands that's a no-no.
No, but he's still everything is still in the framework of this conspiratorial. If he ever is on one side of an issue, because he kept saying like, oh, they're just like, the reason that the situation happened with the woman whose name escapes me at the moment is because he kept saying it's because she's black and because the cops want to enact violence against black people, even though it turned out, of course, the woman wasn't even black, so the whole thing was bullshit anyway. Jimmy Dore he still to this day jumps to these wild conclusions based on absolutely nothing, where he just assumes that everyone is like intentionally trying to leverage their power against whatever group, Jimmy Dore is defending is mine.
These people have never had a family member who's been in law enforcement or like a friend. It's been like I don't get this at all.
Right.
Like most people go into law enforcement because they want to do some good in the world.
Right.
Not because they want to beat people up. I mean, there is that element. There definitely is, but it's definitely not the majority. And most people in law enforcement that go in, wanting to do some good in the world don't like that. They make them look bad.
And all these situations that we've seen recently, where even if when the police are in the wrong, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like in all the situations we've seen recently, we've never seen one that I can think about top of my head where the police officer was just like evil. Like it's always like they fucked up, right? Or they got scared or something. They were still wrong, but it's never like this. We weren't seeing this like evil, malicious intention that Jimmy Dore is ascribing.
Remember the female officer that grabbed her gun instead of her taser and ended up shooting the guy? There were people making
that she did on purpose.
She did a big like, oops, I grabbed the wrong thing because you wanted to shoot the black guy.
Right.
Which, please, just get the fuck out of here.
Well, it's the same thing even with Chauvin, where people are saying, "Oh, he did it intentionally. He wanted him to die." You're like, really? Derek Chauvin wanted to kill someone on camera and go to court. Like, really? That's what you thought he wanted to do?
That's why as soon as she realized she did it, she dropped to her knees and started sobbing.
I know.
Because it
doesn't
was,
matter. Right. Doesn't matter.
Really the issue here, right? They know this. The fact that they have the audacity to dare demand equality and stand up for themselves in the first place when society wants them to go back into the closet is the real issue. But
who's asking them to go back in the closet?
Well, listen, by saying that you can't necessarily play in sports, that's the same as telling them to go back in the closet.
Get back in the closet,
right?
Because women don't want to be. Their vaginas called bonus holes. They're like, get back in there.
Right. Get back
in
in
conclusion,
your bonus hole.
Let me just say here that what TYT is doing is profoundly dangerous, and they know
what they're doing.
Right.
Is how you like that, Sitch?
Yeah.
What he's doing, that's completely safe. What they're doing is the dangerous thing.
Right, right.
Making justifications for violence, that's no problem. But what TYT is doing, empathizing with bigots.
What they're doing. Cenk and Anna have both been in the game way longer than me, and they know exactly the impact that they are going to have with this level of discourse, right? They know that using specific anecdotes of marginalized people saying or doing something that they disapprove of is a dangerous game, right? Because this is what Republicans do. This is what they do to validate discrimination. They say, hey, this one trans person or gay person did something bad. Aren't they so unreasonable? Shouldn't we deny them rights? This is how you get people to engage in transphobia, because if they buy into the premise that trans people as a whole are wrong about issue X, they're more likely to be open to discrimination, broadly speaking, right? And I don't care what TYT's intent is. I really don't.
So it's kind of late in the game to talk about this.
Intent.
So Andrew Clark reminded me. I forgot about this because it's been so long. In the Parental Rights and Education Bill, aka the Don't Say Gay Bill, there is a subsection, there is a subparagraph that does allow the school, if they have reasonable, prudent belief that by telling the parent that they're trans would result in abuse or abandonment, that they can withhold that information. So even even Mike's concern is addressed in the bill itself.
That's hilarious.
Okay. I just thought that was funny.
I don't care about a catalog of pro-trans videos. In fact, you can argue that that makes it worse because, again, they have a very large liberal and left-leaning audience that isn't going to listen to what the Daily Wire has to say about trans people. But if Cenk and Anna say that these trans activists are so unreasonable, their audience might actually be susceptible to that. Right?
Yeah, maybe they'll stop actively being violent. That's the whole point of speaking up.
Right? And I don't even have to warn Cenk and Anna how the right is going to weaponize their grievance against trans activists as further proof that the entire community is unreasonable because they've already done that.
Here's the problem. Here's the problem, Mike. We're not living in a situation where all the content creators on the left, or even the majority of the content creators on the left, are saying, use nonviolence, right? If all the content creators on the left on the internet were saying use nonviolence, and there's still always going to be little pockets, right? Because not everyone, is going to listen. There's always still going to be pockets of violence. And then the right just hyper-fixated on that, then you could make this argument. You could say, well, the right's being dishonest. We're all advocating and preaching nonviolence, yet there's still going to be people, right, blah, 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 blah.
Yeah,
but we're not supporting, not endorsing it. But they're not. It's literally the opposite. You have the Young Turks saying don't use violence, and then you got everyone else that's like, how dare you question how a trans people fight for their rights?
Yeah, it kind of makes the right's argument seem completely valid.
Yes.
Yeah. You can't come out and make the argument that the right is just mischaracterizing a tiny minority of people that are advocating for violence when all of you are advocating for violence, or at
either
least
advocating for it,
justifying it.
Right. Yeah, advocating for it or just allowing it, essentially.
Yeah.
My polite disagreement with Anna over the birthing person shit was literally quoted in Fox News as evidence that trans activists are unreasonable and no disagreement at all is allowed when all I simply tried to do was engage in good faith, have a conversation.
It's funny. So he says, I'm quoted by Fox News because I had a reasonable disagreement with Anna, right? And I look at that headline, I'm like, it says, liberals melt down after far-left journalist blast birthing person, language, oh, fuck off. And I'm like, that doesn't seem very reasonable, Mike. You told Anna to fuck off? So then I go and I look at the article. And he didn't tell Anna to fuck off, okay? That was a different commentator that tells him to fuck off. Now, they do quote him in the article, right?
Okay.
But I'm like, if it was just Mike's tweet, right? If it was just Mike's tweet where he made, his argument that wasn't incendiary, I don't know if this would have been an article, right? Like, if it wasn't the person telling Anna to fuck off, and it wasn't for like the anger and all this stuff of the people attacking Anna, if it was just people like Mike saying, listen,
yeah,
I disagree with you, I don't think it would have been an article, Mike.
Yeah, but we can still be friends. Like, what? How is that an article? They want an article of you being unreasonable.
Yes.
In good faith, have a conversation. Furthermore, they have a massive audience, right? Saying something incorrect or making a hyperbolic statement about an entire group of people, I mean, that has consequences. And let me just say this. As a gay man, this is not the first time where I've had to confront supposed allies about them being bad allies, right? I think that if you're a queer person, you've absolutely met an ally once or twice whose support is fickle and conditional. But here's the thing. They're never going to be there for you when you need them the most. So those types of allies, just disregard them. Perhaps they'll support you passively and offer kind words once in a while, but that's the extent of their support. You know the kind of allies I'm talking about, right? The ones who will say, oh, I have no problem with gay people. I support the sinner, not the sin. Or the ones who say that they love LGBTQ plus people and have an LGBTQ plus friend or family member, but yet they vote Republican every single election cycle. Those types of allies. Those are the allies that are just worthless, in my opinion, right?
Anyone who votes Republican, worthless. Worthless. What a joker. What is the point of even having a democracy if people don't have choices? Yeah. That bugs the shit out of me.
They're not going to be my number one enemy, but certainly they're not going to be somebody who I spend much time with. There's a difference between those kinds of allies and the allies who assured me when I came out, or more specifically when I was outed to everyone, that they're going to protect me and literally put their bodies on the line to stop physical harm from coming my way because I was afraid that that would happen when a homophobic family member was sitting ominously in their car for hours across the street from my house. I was wondering, oh my God, am I going to get attacked by a baseball bat? The people who assured me that no harm will come my way.
Why you have to get a gun, Mike?
What's all this vague posting here?
That's why you have to get a gun.
To protect yourself.
That's the kind of allies we deserve, right? And I've talked about my experience in a coming out video. I'll link to that down below if you want to learn more. The point is that...
How old is that? I mean...
that no harm will come my way. That's the kind of allies we deserve, right? And I've talked about my...
I mean, he looks so different in that picture.
Mm-hmm.
Coming out to anti-gay family.
But see, this is the problem. Because he had this very emotional experience, right? So it's from contemplating suicide to coming out to anti-gay family.
Yeah.
That's going to cloud his judgment. So
Of course.
This is the problem. There's this assumption that that's going to mean that his judgment is automatically correct. It's like, well, it could also completely cloud your judgment.
Yeah. That is the problem. Most people who are activists don't realize that they're completely biased on the topic that they're activists on. So...
my experience in a coming out video. I'll link to that down below if you want to learn more. The point is that you deserve that kind of an ally. You deserve the allies who are willing to put aside their own comfort to confront bigots and make them feel uncomfortable so you don't have to. You deserve the type of ally who's going to put their necks on the line to save you from harm or discrimination. So what I'm...
You deserve the type of ally who's going to make justifications for your own violent action. Nah, you don't. You don't deserve that ally.
Trying to say ultimately is you deserve better than TYT. If they're going to apply terms and conditions to their support for trans people or trans activists, it doesn't make the trans people unreasonable to tell them to go fuck themselves. They're the ones being unreasonable. And look, you can...
telling people to be nonviolent gets equated to go fuck
Terms and
yourself.
conditions.
Okay.
No, that's the terms and conditions. They're like, if you're going to place terms and conditions, like you can't be violent.
Right. Gotcha.
Be disappointed. I personally am disappointed. I've watched TYT since 2008 when George W. Bush was still president. And I've been a network partner since 2017 up until May of this year. There's been periods where I disagree with them and didn't like some things that they said about particular issues, but I still...
I've been watching TYT since 2004, Sitch. I was watching TYT when this guy didn't even know TYT was a thing. How about that? How do you like that?
When he was still sucking his mom's TYT?
Look, he might have been. Yeah, he might have been.
Never would have expected this level of vitriol towards trans activists. But regardless of their intents or how they got here, that doesn't matter anymore. What matters is that they're here now. In the same way I've had to cut out cancerous family members, I'm cutting out TYT from my media diet.
Good. Goodbye. So long. Nice knowing you. Enjoy your life. This is so cringe. This is so cringe. Sitch, this is like the guy in the comment section. I'm unsubscribing right now. What is this? What have we wandered into here?
We've wandered into a jilted lover territory.
It's coming off that way. Mike.
Yes.
Put the phone down, okay? This is super cringe.
Listen, he texted Jank and Anna 5 times and they just left him on read, and it's just it just hurts. Okay.
Look, seriously, I read Jonathan Haidt's A Righteous Mind. I was like, oh my God, these people are so wrong, and I kind of just drifted away. What you're doing here, Mike, is weird. It's weird.
Well, because like with you, it was a little different. That's actually an interesting comparison. Because with you, you're like, you read The Righteous Mind and your brain expands. Okay. You take a red pill and you exit the matrix. Mike perceives this as betrayal.
Yeah, I know.
And so he reacts to it on an emotional level as betrayal.
Yeah, I didn't feel betrayed. I was like, oh my God, I'm
You felt
free.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm
Which
free.
is how Anna feels right now. Yeah.
Oh, I know. I could totally relate. I can totally relate. That's why we played the clip at the begin. Yes, yes, yes. That's a free mind.
Yep.
Because if the so-called home of progressives tries to make you feel like shit for standing up for yourself in the face of discrimination and possibly elimination, I promise you.
Possibly elimination.
What?
This is, oh God.
Oh my God.
It's fucking dream world. You're in a fantasy land.
So, listen, I don't think trans women should participate in cis women swimming. You want to annihilate me from existence. Jesus, calm down.
It's so, look, I was never a good swimmer. I couldn't participate in competitive swimming.
That's true. I'm an awful swimmer.
They'll be fine. They'll survive, okay?
Yep.
You don't need them in your life. You don't. You deserve better. Trans people deserve better. You can find better allies than that. So I'll tell TYT the same thing that I've told family members who tried to make me feel bad for shoving my gayness down their throats or
ouch. Jeez. Okay.
Oh my God.
advocating for myself too much or too loudly. Go fuck yourself.
Go fuck yourself. Listen, this is what I'll say to people that advocate for violence.
Go fuck yourself. Yeah, exactly.
It's very simple.
I feel like Mike tried to get his mom to make like the gay birthday cake or something.
These are real.
He's like, Mom, what are you doing? No.
I know.
Make it say I love my gay son.
Okay, let me read some super chats.
Yeah, I gotta run to the bathroom real quick.
You run to the bathroom. Okay. Let's see. Where were we? Mystery Guest 01, our circuit uncle, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you. Says, say the litanies. Bigot. Disagreement will not be tolerated. Heretic. You will prove your loyalty by saying what we want you to say and not saying what we do not want you to say, or you'll be excommunicated. True. Very true. James Stanford for $20. Thank you, James. Says, I used to be a subscriber to a lot of the left wing. Since they keep mentioning the right a lot, I decided to watch some of them and realized it was nothing but gaslighting. I used to subscribe to the Humanist Report and TYT. Yeah, I think that is, I think a lot of people have that experience. They're like, oh, let me see what they're actually saying themselves. And they're like, oh, they're not saying any of this. And that's part of why it's, even if you don't morally or philosophically believe that it is right to not strawman people, which I think morally you shouldn't strawman them. From a tactical level, yeah, you should actually address whatever it is they're saying, so you can actually counter it. Twitter Sucks for $20 says, wait a minute. How does it not affect them? Using the quote woman argument, you're trying to change the definition of woman. How would it not affect women, bruh? True.
Yeah.
True.
Of course, that affects everyone.
I know. Mark Twain's Revenge for $100. Thank you so much. Our surrogate uncle, Mark Twain's Revenge for the $100. Thank you. It's very generous. Says, tuning in pretty late, but just wanted to show my support, gents. Well,
thank you so much. Yeah.
Thank you.
Very kind.
Fondue for $20 says, I believe Sitch is right about not releasing the manifesto, but I also believe pundits are too stupid to figure that out. They would go out of their way to frame the backlash as evidence of their oppression. That's a good point. They would do that.
Yeah.
They would do that.
That sucks, but true.
Josh Kesley, thank you so much for the $20.
Yeah, thanks.
I don't see a message there, but thank you. Fat Brown Buffalo, who is no longer our favorite Young Turk.
Mm-hmm.
ANA Kasparian is now our favorite Young Turk.
True.
Our former favorite says, on the face of the nation, on Face of the Nation, Utah governor said he doesn't trust the AMA, APA, and AAA on gender affirmative care because they are being politicized by left-wing activists. Is it wrong for leaders to disregard the experts in institutions? Well, it depends. It depends on what their evidence is. If they have good evidence to disregard the quote experts, then sure. You shouldn't just blindly believe an expert just because they're quote an expert. Now, I would say, until the question can be answered about why the desistance rates were so drastically different before and after affirmative care model, and the question of why is it that not just the numbers of kids identifying as trans has increased dramatically, but specifically why have girls identifying as trans increased dramatically? Because if it used to be something like 3 or 4 to 1 males to females identifying as trans, and now it's a 1-to-1 ratio, and there's no explanation for that, that's something that needs to be looked into. And until these questions can be offered, and if the quote experts in the U.S. are not addressing that question, I think you have good reason to be suspect of what's happening.
But Sitch, have you seen the left-handed chart?
Yes, Lance, who's on screen, I have seen.
But Sitch, I have this left-handed chart here. Have you considered my evidence?
I keep being lazy and putting it off. One of these days, I'll not be lazy, and I will figure out what the actual graphic, unless one of you math people in the chat want to actually do this, figure out what the actual linear progression is of people identifying as trans, and throw that on top of, superimpose it on top of the left-handed graphic, just so we can compare the curves to see. Because I would be willing to wager that the curve of people identifying as trans is significantly steeper than the left-handed one.
It's like the wall of the Grand Canyon. It's like straight up.
Right. Right. Kiwi Farmer for $20 says, how would you surmise Hannah and Jake of The Bible Reloaded in a paragraph? Jake made a video after your Amazing Atheist stream and one after your Anna video. How would I surmise in a paragraph? I don't think I need a paragraph. I would say stupid, cowardly, corn.
Oh, okay.
That would be my, I only need 3 words. Stupid, coward, corn. There you go.
Coattail rider.
We invited Jake on several times. And we invited Jake and Hannah on back, like way back in the day. They didn't want to, because we started doing streams with them like a million fucking years ago. Because they would do
they would do response videos to Jordan Peterson, and we would.
Yeah, they would do Jordan Peterson's 12 Rules for Life, and they would just have like the most bad faith interpretation of his book. And we covered some of them, and we offered them to come on. They refused. And then much later, when we covered them about whatever, Jake would always refuse to come on. So, whatever. I didn't know he made. I'm kind of pissed off. I knew I was missing someone. I didn't check to see if Jake had done a video in responses. Now I'm curious to check that out afterwards.
Everybody did a response.
Yes.
Look, people responded to this stuff.
That's true.
There was a lot of jelly going around.
There was. Simon McGrath for $20 says, quote, the only answer is through nonviolent action, and the ballot are the only real tools we have. MLK from his 1967 book that Olala recommended, LOL. So it's so funny. Olay was trying to say like, oh, if you read this book, I think it's called, I'm trying to remember what it's called, like Where Are We Now or something. It somehow proves that she is right. Right. It somehow proves she is right. Now I haven't seen the book, so I haven't checked it out, but I did look at a speech of the exact same name that Martin Luther King Jr. made. That was only 6 or 7 months before he died. And he explicitly says in this speech, 6 or 7 months before he dies, he explicitly says, I'm still committed to nonviolence. I still think nonviolence is the way to go. So I'm like, what the fuck? Is it like the day before he died? Like, when does this supposed radical shift happen? Like, geez.
They did a seance, man. They all got together. Oh, I feel his presence here. He says, burn the city down.
Right. So I read all the $20 ones. I have to use the bathroom real quick. So if you want to read some other ones.
Can I just begin the video?
I mean,
I'll read some super chats.
Okay, you can. Look, you know what? It's a super. How about this? It's a very long video.
Did you read all the member videos?
I didn't read all the members.
Okay. I'll just read some members. It's cool. I can do it. Tom Muller, new member. Wow, that's a new member. I don't know if you get. I think you have to wait a month before you get a member super chat. What should I do for my first month membership for TYT for my super chat? Give me some ideas in the chat. A Very Dead Horse for 11 months. Oh, that's very close to the 12 months. I just clicked over to the 12 months. And you can see I've got my super cool black pyramid, which is amazing. But a very dead horse says, you guys broke the internet and can't even manage to be on time. Well, this super chat obviously came in at 1:05, so we weren't too bad. I think we started like 10 minutes late, but I think we actually started early with Anna, which was kind of surprising, I think, for a lot of people. Fist fight Caleb for 1 month. Jeez, my thing is messing up here. I can't see the thing. Fist fight Caleb for 1 month says, our generous surrogate father requires that I spread the gospel of the enlightened centrist. Thank you, Jay. S-class is best class. So we've got an S-class supporter and a J-Max supporter. Yes, thank you, Jay. I think Jay gave us 50 gifted memberships, so I think Fist fight Caleb got one of those. We've got one testicle man. Ooh, oof. One testicle man. I feel bad. How did that happen? For 1,000 huffs. Is that like a whippet? What is that? 1,000 huffs, huh? Says simping for Anna class is best class. Well, as you know, Anna is A-team because Anna begins with an A. So obviously A-team. Let's see. Go Ham Mang for 11 months says, currently in Ireland on a road trip with the parents. So been missing most of the Anna drama. Can't wait to watch the Sean catalog of content when I get back. Wait a second here. Is Sean? Oh, I guess Sean is doing response videos, or did a response video to our stream, a very, very cool video. But yeah, cool. Check it out. A lot of people responding to this content. Doomer Media for $2 says, nothing worse than seeing your friends succeed. That is very true, Doomer. As someone who lives in Los Angeles, has worked with people in the movie industry, has been around people in the movie industry, 100% agree. There's a lot of jelly goes around when somebody ends up having any sort of success. So, very true. Sieg is a member for 8 months. Says, thank you, JMac. You're a member for 8 months and you're thanking JMac? Wow. JMac is definitely doing you a solid there.
Okay, I'm back.
Oh, nice. Just in time because I can't.
Okay.
Can't seem to get this down. Let me read one more here.
Okay.
Jonathan Rosler, member for 10 months. Says it's always funny when someone on the left moderates their position. The activists call them right wing. Politically homeless just means not insane. Very, very true. And thank you for being a 10-month member. So now you can see where we're at. Well, I guess here I'll just mark it.
There's actually a clip. Maybe we should watch this 30-second clip that's kind of relevant to what they just said. Let me bring it up. I was actually going to blast this on Twitter, but I actually decided not to because I am a moral person.
What do you mean?
It was the clip I showed you. So from the Tabernacle.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, no, I don't, but
okay,
doesn't matter.
Well,
hello everyone.
This clip real quick.
Hello. Oh, this guy.
It's not working for me. Hold on, let me refresh.
This is the violent one.
Once again.
Okay. So the reason I didn't want to blast this clip on Twitter, even though it's like the perfect clip, is because even though I completely disagree with him, he does give, and I will give him credit for this, he gives a far more fair take on the situation than almost anyone else that I saw.
Oh, really?
Right. Or far more, I don't say fair, so I disagree with him. He has a far more moderating take on Anna than anyone else. But I do want to show this because this is like the perfect encapsulation of kind of where the internet leftist space is. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So let me just play this. It's like 30 seconds.
And echo chambers on Twitter, they've radicalized themselves even further. And I believe that might be happening with Cenk and Anna in that, disappointingly, they see the left as their enemy. They're calling us radical leftists, extreme leftists and stuff. And yeah, maybe if you're some centrist or a conservative, you might see me as an extremist, which I don't think I am. I don't hold extreme positions, in my opinion. But I am a Marxist. I am a communist. I do believe in, like, fundamentally changing the status quo through whatever means possible. And if that means revolution, that will have to happen. Like it had to happen in Vietnam, Cuba. I'm not opposed to any of that stuff. But the problem being is, I think with Anna and Cenk, they see violence as just terrible, no matter who does it, for whatever reason. And that recently showed itself. I was watching...
So I just like... that clip blew me away. I literally laughed out loud and watched this like 6 times. He's like, I don't consider myself a radical.
Right, but I'm in favor of violence.
I am a Marxist. I am a communist. I do think we need to have a completely a revolution that completely changes society. I support what happened in Vietnam. I'm like, what? What? This is the perfect encapsulation of like the insanity of the internet left. They're so detached from everyone else. That makes you an extremist. That makes you radical. That's a radical position to have.
Yeah.
By every definition.
Most people just want to get a good job and, you know, a girlfriend and a family.
Yes.
Like a car.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. So I just thought this was so funny. I was like, oh my God, I was dying. I was dying when I saw that. But anyway, let me go back to the other video.
That's insane. That's totally insane. You know, they're just against violence for, you know, whatever reason. Yeah, because violence sucks.
I mean, it's kind of the foundation of our liberal society, but whatever.
And not only that, I mean, you see all this violent stuff coming out of Ukraine.
These aren't real
and
things.
It's just
not real
terrifying.
oppression. It's not a real problem. All of it is made up.
This is all intentional now. I'm no longer of the mindset.
See that book there? See that book in the background there?
What book?
He's got a
I can't read it. What does it say?
Oh, you can't? Can't read that? Don't read it.
This is feigning.
These aren't real things. It's not real oppression. It's not a real problem. All of it is made up.
This is all intentional.
Oh no!
No, I'm no longer of the mindset that this was feigning.
Shut up.
No!
Shut your mouth.
Listen, wait, listen.
Shut your mouth. Shut up.
Listen.
Sitch,
I'm not going to say it.
Where's the mute? Let me mute you.
Listen. This is the perfect avenue for you to get Mike to come on the show.
Nah, he's not. He's got too far gone.
Listen, no, I'm saying this is a perfect like lure. Okay, you can say, listen.
Look,
we like this book. I like this book. You like this book.
You don't think I've tried that lure already? You don't think I'd already look? I'm the one that pointed the book out.
Oh, did you with mine?
Mike is a lost cause. He's not.
Did he ever respond?
No, he never responded.
Okay. Well, it's only been like a day, right?
It's been like I don't know, a couple days.
Okay, well, give him some time.
Give him some time.
Give him some time. Okay.
Look,
I'll call him out on Twitter if he doesn't respond.
Mike has They really, people are terrified of us, Sitch.
They shouldn't be. What the fuck? We're so nice. We're so nice.
Yeah, but look, people can handle nice. That's not what they're terrified of. They're terrified of us having a bunch of links, a bunch of evidence, and being persistent about asking questions that they can't answer. That's what they're terrified about. They know we're going to be nice because we're always nice.
Well, we're not always nice.
Well, I mean, okay. Well, we're always nice. Come on, Sitch.
Okay. I don't think they're terrified of us. I think they're just terrified of talking to anyone outside their echo chamber.
They're terrified of talking to anyone who can rebut any of the stupid shit that they say in real time with evidence.
Well, yeah, I don't even. What I want to talk about, Mike, it's nothing. It's not like a fact claim. It's not evidence. I want to talk to him about his opinion on things.
Yeah, you want to basically put the thumb screws to him and get him to admit that he's in favor of violence.
Well, no, I mean
that's not good.
The real thing I want to talk to him about is the Olay situation.
Right.
That's the real thing I want, and what it means to be a good ally, which is going to come up in this conversation about the watch.
You're not going to bring up clips though and go, "Hey, what's this mean here?"
Well, if he denies it, we can bring up a clip.
Yeah, see, that's the evidence part of it. You're going to say, listen, you completely mischaracterized this stream that you had. And you're going to start going to the clips of the stream.
Listen, if you
they
want to
don't
offer
want
him,
that.
if you want to offer him the no bullshit guarantee
that we won't,
hey, listen,
that we won't go to the clips.
I'll tell Sitch that he can't go to the clip. Okay.
He can't go to the clip that makes you look like a complete liar.
I'll agree.
That might work, but look, we're gonna bring all those clips up in the stream anyway, so who cares? Mike is not coming on. You want Andrea to come on? I mean, they're crazy.
Oh no! Oh my gosh, it's like no. I don't even know if this is like a waste of time. Did you see your conversation with Destiny? It was like
yes,
it was like retarded.
In the stream, Andrea said that they destroyed Destiny before the Destiny talk, and then the Destiny talk happened. I was like, whoa, my. Oh no.
That person is on one of these leftist mafia streams.
No way.
Yeah, I didn't watch it because I was trying to find the right one again. I'm like, what the fuck is that person?
No way.
Yep.
Holy shit.
From day one,
Are we gonna watch this whole hour video? Okay.
I mean, we're probably not. Well, first of all, it's an hour and 50 minutes, Adam.
This is a 2-hour video.
We'll see how much we can get through. There are parts in my notes that we can skip.
It's 10 o'clock, so here we go.
We'll see. But let's skip the intro because I don't know if this music's copyrighted.
Oh yeah,
whatever.
that's a
We've
good
gone
idea.
into trouble with stuff about that. So anyway,
what is this? 3/5 of leftist mafia?
You know what that means, right there.
Oh my God, Sharia.
You know what happened?
It's okay. She can make that joke.
See that look on Lance's face? That look
Lance
on
is like, am I allowed to laugh?
Yeah, of course, but obviously both of them are going, that's right. I know Matt Binder and David Dole said we can't do this on the Leftist Mafia stream, and this is very uncomfortable that you're calling us out this way, but
Well, I don't know. It is weird. They do talk about it, just only for like 10 minutes on the Leftist Mafia stream.
you know that they said no, that they weren't going to that they weren't going to do an entire show on this, and Olay
Yeah, no,
was
you're
like,
right. You are completely correct.
that's
You're
why.
completely correct.
Why do you think she made that little comment there? This is only 3/5 of Leftist Mafia
there you go.
because the two straight white males couldn't come and stand with their person of color ally.
Right.
A mini leftist mafia episode, if you will.
Listen, I had to run you down earlier, Mike. Literally, me and Lance were up, like jumping up and down, like yeah, let's do this. like Mike.
See, look, there you go, Lance. Lance is a good ally, Adam. He's ready to go.
Lance lives so far up there. Like,
You know,
of
so funny
course
because
Lance is in, but Mike, look, do you understand the exchange that took place here?
I understand. I see what's happening.
Right.
Or
Mike-
listen. Okay. Let me be real. I can perceive what you're perceiving. I'm not going to sign off on it. Okay.
She's saying
I know what she's saying.
she's saying that she had to force Mike into doing this stream. That's what she's saying.
Listen, I get the narrative.
Right.
I get the narrative. Like I can see it. I'm not signing out. All right.
Right.
I'm
Okay.
just by the facts.
Look, we can't look. Sitch and I are not able to read minds. We kind of act like we can on the show just for entertainment value, but obviously we can't read minds. So
Are
we
you saying
don't
that,
know
like,
that this is the case.
You know when you go to like a hypnotist or a mentalist and says this show is just for entertainment value? Is that what you're saying?
Exactly. Exactly.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, gotcha.
Well, we accused her of reading minds
True.
earlier, which I don't think she was doing
What she does,
accurately.
yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I like her background. She's got Vegeta. She's got
I think-
Bulma. She's
I
got
think-
Yamcha.
yeah.
She's got a bunch of Dragon Ball Z characters in the background. That's pretty
Yeah.
cool.
Yes.
Can you just chill it with the racism a little bit?
Do you think Olay comes? Do you think she grew up in a privileged background, or?
I have no clue what her background is at all.
Okay, I'm leaning towards privileged background.
Okay.
Economically upper class.
I have no clue.
Where are you?
I cannot tell you how long it took me to catch up because the amount of shit that transpired on the internet by the time I was up, it was so overwhelming, and I'm like, this is gonna be a long fucking day, isn't it?
And it
I
was.
thought you looked at your phone first thing. We're just like, what fresh hell is this? You know?
Oh
just
my
fucking
God.
Thing after thing after thing. It's like, oh wow, what? Yep.
Yes.
Still don't know why Lance blocked me, but I had no interaction with Lance whatsoever, so.
He didn't want you to keep asking him to come on the show.
He always does that by email because he's weird. He's never been invited onto the show via Twitter. I literally interact
I
with,
asked him on Twitter. He never responds. He never responds to me.
I never interact with him on Twitter at all. I don't follow him.
Right.
I don't have him muted or anything like that. But I just went to look something up and I'm like, oh, I'm blocked.
Yeah,
Oh,
it
and
was
by the way,
very
his,
hectic.
The audio for Lance is messed up on his end. It's like, I know it's desynced, so if you're watching.
Oh, okay. Who cares?
Yeah.
Yeah. So we had a subject of manufactured drama once again, as I correctly predicted. I must say, some people are not the kind of people to say "I told you so." I am not one of them. I told you all so.
Well deserved. I told you so, though. Okay, you get that.
That's what brought us on, isn't it? That's the whole point of this. I was so honored, by the way. I was so honored and thrilled. I was, oh my God, I'm going to be the first white guest on the show. I'm so I thought this is a wholesome moment. And then all of a sudden it's no. It's just so you can rub it in our faces.
I love that we're breaking the glass ceiling on Olay's channel as the first white.
It is weird. This is the first white people she's ever had on her show or to talk about this.
Wow.
That's bizarre. I don't know. That's weird to me.
Is that this joke,
That's what they're saying. They're saying that she's never had a white guest on her show until today. Or until whenever this was shot.
Is that true? Or
I don't know. I didn't fact check it. I didn't care enough to fact check it, but that's their argument.
I'll take a look.
Dead eyes, no LOL.
I was joking.
Not joking.
Oh, well, that's not necessarily something I would say. Considering that the entire internet is very white. Our show is very white. I wouldn't have said that.
You can have the rest of the internet, okay? Yeah, that's
right.
So, yeah, I've seen, I think it's funny because, normally you would think if somebody is going on a right-wing press tour with your name and demo in specific, trying to obviously galvanize right-wing hate towards you.
She went on one show that isn't even right-wing.
I know. She says this a bunch. She keeps saying, Anna went on a right-wing press tour. She talked to us. We're not right-wing. And that was it. And that's a right-wing press tour. Okay.
Yeah.
Right. And it's funny because in the, we're not going to watch it because it's very boring. But in like the 10-minute segment on the actual Leftist Mafia podcast where they talk about this, David Dole is afraid to mention our name.
Really?
He's like, don't even mention their name.
Yeah, that's like a weird thing that they do. Look, I want to mention their name because I want you guys to watch Leftist Mafia so I don't have to. And then you send me all the fucking crazy shit that they do, and then we cover it. Look, my bases are covered here. Why would they not want to do the same thing?
Right.
That you would notice. But the funny thing is, the way that they already hate me, I was like, this really is a testimony to the difference between what it's like to be a white woman on the internet and to be a black woman. I'm like, they always hate me, child.
I have zero hate for Olay. I have a lot of political disagreements with her, but
I have strong dislike of Olay because she's racist. And this is the thing that's like super annoys me about her character. Okay, she was very racist to Anna for no reason. She gets called out by her own chat for being racist. She triples down on being racist, and then when she gets attacked for it, she just constantly plays the race card. Oh, I'm getting attacked. So it's like insane. She's on the Leftist Mafia. She has the most incendiary take of the bunch. She has the only one that makes the racist comments at the bunch. And then when she gets called out for it, she's like, why are they focusing on me? It must be because I'm black.
Yeah.
I'm a victim.
She's making the argument that you hate her because she's black when you're saying you hate her because she's a racist.
She's racist.
Which,
yes.
I mean, if you're on the left and you don't hate racists, what the hell are you doing?
Exactly.
But they have this weird thing where, she doesn't see herself as a racist because she's oppressed and she's fighting against her oppressor, which are all the white people.
You're allowed to be racist to white people.
Yeah. I disagree with that, but
P plus
So,
P
this
equals R.
is it new, babes? So like I got the memo. I'm like, oh, you calling me out by name? That's interesting and stupid of you to do. So here we are.
I mean, it's a little fatal attraction here. Sitch.
I know.
I'm like,
Ooh,
I-
she's like, it's stupid of you to do. Like, oh, like Olay has all this power. She's like fucking Thanos with the Infinite Gauntlet. Like, how dare you even mention I am Voldemort? How dare you even say my name? Like, just give me a break.
I am
It's so
Xerxes.
pathetic.
Bow down and worship me.
I know. How dare your name be mentioned when that was the context of part of that was the context of part of why she wanted to come on the show after you disgustingly slandered her, you know, accusing her of calling black people the N-word.
Yeah.
So
Here we are, because I have been lighting her up.
I mean, you
Lighting her
survived
up.
the Rising's audience. You can survive anything.
Honestly.
You're
Honestly.
battle tested.
Honestly. Yeah, no, she's outrageous though. This is good. This is, and you know, and it's not just even just, they've gone full, let me not just say she, because obviously Jink is in this too. But full turf, like quite literally that turf. Like not a bad take. This is not one bad take. This is now the new school of thought she is espousing that she knows is some bullshit, that she knows is the right-wing playbook. She knows it because she's literally been on record saying so before. So, you know, this is clearly
11 months ago.
11
months ago, like if I want to say, hey, what's the correct take on this whole birthing person controversy, would have been like, well, I would say what ANA KASPARIAN said 11 months ago. That because like here's you on camera completely agreeing with Olay's take, with you know, and then that was the
now
reason
you claim I'm
that-
gaslighting you.
Yeah. Yeah, and also apparently calling her racist for that, like, and that's why she called me a racist. I was like, that's not true at all. This is not the retelling of actual events. This is a
So
very
you're just
bizarre
lying.
reality. Yeah,
That's what's so bizarre is the claim of gaslighting. After I heard her make that claim, I went back and I watched our entire episode on that, just because I like to make sure that, you know, I'm trying to be as charitable as possible because my goal is to change minds, not drag people, although, you know, we're at that point. But
okay, so I'll say it again, Mike. I'll say it again. Maybe it'll permeate your beard. Okay. The gaslighting is because you're not calling out the person who's in this call with you for being racist against Anna. You didn't call that out when it happened. And then when that same person on Twitter dishonestly tweeted that ANA KASPARIAN would gladly call black people the N-word, you didn't call her out for that. You didn't call Olay out for that dishonesty either. And then for you to turn around and say that you were just using kid gloves, okay? That's the gaslighting, Mike. It's very simple. It's
Yeah.
very simple.
Obvious gaslighting too.
Yes.
In
You
your
know, my
face
goal is-
gaslighting.
Yes.
to always make sure that I'm coming from a place of love and understanding regardless. And I watched our entire episode and I thought we were incredibly kind, almost patronizingly kind with the amount
I
of
thought
kid
so.
gloves we had on. And then listening to
I thought it was so kind when I was just racist against you.
Yeah.
I was just using the kid gloves. Oh my God.
When
This
I
would be
got
like-
when I got mad at all of you for coddling the white lady, that was
Right.
just kid gloves.
This would be like if Adam was like, I don't know why No Bullshit was upset.
Mhm.
I was very kind to him in the conversation.
I mean I understand why he was
on our
upset.
show. I don't know why I was upset. I was very kind to him. It's like, okay.
You were not kind and
What about Sitch though?
you were not
Right.
kind and it was obvious, and obviously I'm an honest person, so I don't need to gaslight anyone on what
Right. Or is it
happened.
say like if the reverse is like with Max? It's like, I don't know why Max was upset. We were very
Mac-
kind to him.
Look, Max was upset because I called him a piece of shit from the get-go.
Yeah, could you imagine if I was like, I don't know why Max is upset. I was very kind to him in that conversation.
Well, I wasn't.
Meanwhile, Adam's over here calling him a piece of shit.
Well, I wasn't kind.
It's like, what's the problem?
I was very unkind. I
Yes.
said, "Look, I don't trust you. I think you're dishonest." I think in like
I
the first
used
minute.
kid gloves. I was so kind to him.
to your interview with Laverne Cox, it felt so validating to hear her say that you all approached the situation with love, because that's genuinely how I felt. And perhaps she didn't take it that way, but I came to her as a friend who has known her for years.
This is the gaslighting. I approached the situation with love. Okay. Your co-host over here being racist, but I'm so glad you approached it with love, Mike. Thank you.
Yeah.
You know, and I try to explain to her my position and the position of other people, because I would expect her to do the same to me. I would expect you, Olay, to come to me if I said something sexist and say, Mike, this is where you fucked up, because I don't have that lived experience. So as somebody with trans family, specifically a non-binary person where in my family where inclusive language is important, I would have expected at least a little bit more introspection. But the fact that I didn't get that is really frustrating to me, right? Because this is somebody who is extremely intelligent. Anna and Jank, they've been in the game way longer than any of us, right? I've been watching TYT since 2008, before Obama was elected. They know that the things they say are going to be interpreted and used in certain ways. And the fact that they have chosen to do that means that I can no longer simply chalk this up to ignorance or them being mad that we corrected them and that the leftists on Twitter, Lance, you know, decided to call him out or call them out. You know what I mean? Like, this is deliberate, and they know what they're doing. They're intelligent, they're grown-ups, they're savvy. So the fact that they've chosen to go down this path means that people have a right to be...
You know, I think the fact that Mike keeps pretending to ignore that Olay was racist, to ignore that Olay tried to get Anna canceled by wrongly, you know, having this clip,
accusing her of
saying the N-word.
racism,
Right. And to say that Anna was fine calling people, presumably black people, the N-word, I think it's all deliberate. I think Mike is deliberately hiding this stuff because, you know, I don't want to speculate, but I think it's entirely deliberate. I think it's entirely deliberate. Maybe Mike is just fine with racism against white people. Maybe he's a self-hating white person. I don't know, but it's deliberate. He's deliberate, question mark, question mark.
Well, if you're going to say that Mike is an intelligent person and he knows what he's doing, look, I'm doubtful of that.
Oh, I guess, yeah, well, there you go.
Like, I do think Mike at any given point has the stupidity defense. I just think it's, look, if he comes out and says, listen, I was an idiot and I didn't get that she was being racist, I would say, well, yeah, you seem like an idiot. So that's probably the case.
You believe it. You're like, okay.
Look, I'm just being honest here, Sitch.
I mean, you're being consistent.
Look, I think Anna, when he comes out and says, Anna's a very intelligent person, she knows what she's doing. Damn right she knows what she's doing. Her position is stated clearly. You're the one that's coming out here all just a fog. What are we talking about here? What is your argument? Something about feelings and my friend wasn't racist. No, your friend was racist.
Be angry. People have been watching the show for a long time, and to feel like they've been betrayed, that's a human response to this, right?
Yeah.
Betrayal. Don't make me pull up the moral foundations theory for progressives and loyalty betrayal.
Zero loyalty.
They have zero loyalty. Why is
wait a minute.
Why should Anna be loyal to them?
Right. That doesn't mean they don't feel the betrayal. It means they just don't care about it.
Yeah, exactly.
They still feel it though.
Well, it's different to betray someone else and to be betrayed. They don't have the loyalty, but they feel the betrayal.
Right.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that's always been my position, right? Is that this is deliberate. That's the thing. What my initial position was,
this is deliberate. Of course, it's deliberate.
No. What she said deliberate. What she means is they're deliberately stirring up drama to try to get a right-wing audience.
Okay.
That's what they're referring to. Or what's
I thought
referring to.
I thought they were talking about being deliberate about their position being this is a bad strategy for winning over.
No, that's far too
voters.
charitable. Okay. No.
Okay. So we've moved on. The new argument is that they're right-wing grifting, and this is okay. I gotcha.
Right.
I said it. I said, oh, I like Anna. It's not nothing to do with Anna. But first of all, since we're having the conversation, which I didn't bring to the table, I'm not the reason I didn't bring it up on Leftist Mafia, right? We're having this conversation. It's about an hour. It's about an hour or something into that video before I'm like, my God. You know what I mean? Like we are definitely coddling her, and we're making this about defending her, which I think is a very like paternalistic desire in the way that like white women are held up as something to like take care of and to protect, right? This like delicate white woman type of behavior.
You know, and it's funny too, because this is how cucked her co-hosts are. Because when she says that there, and she said that in the original conversation, what she's saying is, my co-hosts are so racist that they feel some intrinsic desire to defend the white lady. So she's calling them all racist.
Right.
And they don't even respond and say, well, maybe we're trying to give charity to her because she's been on a left-wing program for like 20 fucking years.
Yeah.
Olay?
She's a friend of ours. We've worked with her before. No, it has to be because she's white.
Yeah, it's like maybe it has nothing to do with race, and yet they're just so cooked. They won't even defend themselves from this accusation. I don't even know if they perceive it as an accusation. It's very interesting.
Yeah.
But I'm gonna look at. I'm curious to see. So it says, because very early in the conversation. Okay, so they start the conversation at the 30-minute mark.
Okay.
And they just kind of like talk about it for a couple minutes. Then they read the tweet, and then they watch the clip. And so they don't actually have the for real conversation about it until 36 minutes into the leftist mafia.
Okay.
So 36 minutes.
So it's not an hour in that she drops the race stuff. It's like,
well, I'm just saying. So they really,
minutes.
okay. So they really start to have the conversation about it at the 30-minute. Well, they start the 30-minute mark, but they don't really have to start to have the conversation until the 36-minute mark.
Right.
At the 43-minute mark is when she brings up the righteous white lady shit.
It's even worse.
Okay.
It's even
So
worse.
Right.
It's even
so it's
worse.
like literally like 6 minutes into the fucking conversation, and she's already like, "Oh, this is some righteous little white lady shit."
Right. Okay. That's good to know. Look at that. It was like an hour before I said the racist stuff. No,
Right.
it was like 6 minutes.
Well, it took her another 10 minutes to get to the coddle the white lady hour. So
Oh, okay.
So it took her a whole 16 minutes to get to the coddle the white lady.
Right.
Good job.
But I said it then that the thing that was ridiculous to me, it was always intentional. She knew, we all know, we know our lane of the internet. We know what you say, don't say. We know what's going to elicit certain responses, blah, 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 blah.
How ironic is that? How ironic is that, Sitch?
Pretty ironic.
We know. I think someone doesn't know.
When she posted the N-word compilation, I guess she knew, right, that she was trying to get her canceled.
Oh, yeah.
We know.
Knew from day one that comment would get that kind of reaction, and she intended it to. That's why I said it didn't make sense for us to be spending all this energy coddling her, because she wanted this reaction. This has always been, my position was always that this is obviously a part of a larger pivot. It always was. It was very clear. She knew.
Like the dumbest. We know that Anna wanted a bunch of left-wingers to attack her. Just try to cancel her. Be very angry. We just know it. I feel it. I feel it, Adam. I feel it deep in my bones. Okay.
Well, I mean, she has this argument about being a feminist that I think goes with what she's saying about the term
That's all
being
fake.
degrading for women.
That's not real. It's a fake argument. She's just, when Anna says that it bothers her from the left and as a woman, and they keep talking about, how this isn't helping the left win elections. Obviously, there's nothing right-wingers want to hear more than about how to help the left win elections. Okay. I don't know if they don't watch a lot of right-wing content. That's a primo right-wing talking point. How do we help the left win more elections?
Yeah. Yeah.
Needs, because the reason why it's not us bringing this up, it was, I don't even know when it was. I think it was months ago now when this happened, right? She's decided to go on this right-wing little press run, doing all of this, calling our names and blah, 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 blah. She's the one who is throwing her friends under the bus, doing Emma Vigeland and all these different people bad, right? She's the one. And it's because she needs that. She wants the narrative you see from the very beginning, from it first started happening of her coming after me on Twitter or her tweeting with the right, her position was always making it look at how the left is. They dogpile, you know what I mean? And blah, blah, blah.
So here's my take. If someone says something publicly that gets them in trouble with their own political side, and you reply to them publicly on Twitter, that's not you reaching out to them as a friend.
No, it's you putting them on blast.
Even if you reply to them in a nice way, that's not real. That's you fucking virtue signaling to your own audience to say, look, I'm still on the right side. People know I'm friends with this person and I have to come out on the right side. Because if Emma or whomever, and I I think Mike both did it publicly and privately, but I don't know what Emma did, because I know Emma had some public response. If you're really concerned, you're really trying to talk to this person as a friend, okay? You're going to send them a private message and have a conversation with them. You're not going to have a fucking conversation on Twitter with them about this.
Of course, yeah.
Right? You're going to say, listen, let's set up a call. Let's have a talk about this, blah, 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 blah. Right?
Yeah.
But because she wanted to create the narrative that she's seen play out a million times before of why the left, oh, the left is this, blah, 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 blah. So she needed to create the perception. Look at all these commentators, everybody coming after me. And when it didn't, because everybody was so charitable, all the people in her lane, all of everybody else, what did she need to do? She needed to strum up that controversy, that kind of fight, to paint it to the right. That's why she waited 3 weeks to come on a completely innocuous tweet that I made about Angel Reese, completely unrelated to her, and started this. And from the beginning, she has been, and listen, it's not a mistake, it's not an accident, it's not getting it. She's a liar. She's a fucking liar. And she's a liar in 4K. All of these things are recorded. From her initial saying to me, oh, like the kind of people who demand you cook your friends. First of all, that never happened.
You can hear, like, it's interesting to hear these people that are just in a state of delusion, because they just make these nonsensical arguments.
Yeah, totally.
And they just keep saying them like it's true. So her argument is, I know Anna is grifting because Anna waited 3 weeks to reply to me with some problem that she had, okay? Which, first of all, it's hilarious because Olay has been nursing this perceived slight that Cenk had, where she thought Cenk was disrespectful to her in their conversation. She's been nursing the slight forever.
Longer, yeah.
Right, for like a year, however long this conversation's been going on.
Right.
Olay herself, in the clip we saw in the Vanguard, talked about how, like, you know, her reaction to Anna wasn't just based on the trans tweet. It was also based on her nursing this anger towards her perceiving Anna to have Copaganda takes. Right.
Yep.
And then seeing that tweet kind of set her off, right? So Olay understands, like, physical human psychology and how this works. So it makes sense that, you know, Anna sees this stream on Leftist Mafia where Olay's super racist against her and goes, wow, I don't like that. But it doesn't rise to the level of, like, I'm going to, like, respond to it publicly. But she still follows Olay on Twitter. And then one day, her Twitter feed shows her this clip of Olay talking about how the left shouldn't put their friends on blast.
Yeah, being a giant hypocrite.
Right. And that's just too much. And I was like, okay, I can't sit by this. This is too much. What the fuck? This is the straw, right? And that's what she responds.
This person is delusional.
Yes.
And
like,
I
what
need
the
to
fuck?
break that delusion. I'm
Yes.
here to be the karma cop.
Right. And for this to be turned around and be like, this is evidence that Anna was grifting. It's like, no, what? That's just nonsense. It's literal nonsense.
Total nonsense. Yeah, the conspiratorial angle here, the conspiracy narrative is a little far-fetched. Yeah.
Yes. What I said was, you came up, there's no reason for us to be coddling you because you wanted to be cooked. You asked Twitter to cook you on purpose. You'd have that tweet still up. You've doubled down on this position. So this is clearly the reaction you wanted. I said you wanted to be cooked. I never said.
Look, how do you make the argument that Anna makes in the tweet? Obviously, people are going to be mad about that.
Mm-hmm.
But how do you make that argument without people being mad about it?
She asked to be cooked, Adam. You know what
Look,
I'm saying?
you always do this.
She asked to be cooked.
She didn't ask. Look, she has an argument that she wants to make that I think is a good argument.
No.
That should be heated.
No.
It's
Olay
impossible.
was walking down the street and saw Anna and said, look at what that bitch is wearing.
This is the
She's asking for it.
The levels of delusion here are kind of off the charts.
You think so?
Yeah, because it's just, look, she wants to make an argument. She makes the argument. Sitch obviously believes there's no way that you can make this argument without the left just losing their fucking mind.
He asked to be cooked. What do you not understand about
you don't
this, Adam?
cast
it's so
that.
simple. It's so clear. She asked to be cooked.
Look, you can't, if you either make the argument or you're like in a position where you can't literally make an argument that you want to make. That's like authoritarian fucking shit. This is bullshit. This is total
Adam, she
bullshit.
asked to be. I don't. What do you? She asked to be cooked. I'm so confused as to
Look.
what you're not understanding here.
This narrative that she asked to be cooked,
Right?
because it's an elaborate plan to get the left to hate her so she can grift over to the right.
It all makes sense. What don't you understand? This is so clear. This is so obvious. Okay.
I don't think it makes a lot of sense.
You
but-
don't think it makes sense that this is part of some master ruse for ANA Kasparian
I
to
think it makes it, look, I think
to be cooked by
first
the left
of all,
and then grift to the right?
I heard Anna say
Yeah.
that she doesn't know what her labels are right now.
Right.
That doesn't track onto I'm leaving the left for me. It just makes
Right.
me think look, she's saying the left is acting crazy right now, and I don't know how I feel about identifying as someone on the left when there are all these crazy people around me. But honestly, I think I don't think Anna's making any kind of right-wing pivot here.
No,
This
I don't
whole
think he's gonna
right-wing
become
pivot-
Dave Rubin or something to that effect.
Okay, so
Yeah.
then she's not asking to be cooked. This narrative is completely specious that she's jumping on here.
Okay, you make a good point, Adam.
Okay, good. Finally.
But
Have you considered that
Have
she
you
asked to be
considered-
cooked?
and she asked to be cooked. Did you see that tweet? Did you see the font of that tweet? Did you see what that tweet was wearing?
Sitch.
She was asking for it.
Sitch.
Not only to be cooked, but to be racistly cooked. I just couldn't contain it. She asked for it. She asked for me to be racist against her.
Sitch, have you considered?
Yes.
That tweet is still up.
That tweet is still there. It's still there. The
Begging,
proof-
begging for someone to come by and cook it.
I know. God.
I mean, it's kind of a baller tweet. Ben Shapiro retweeted that tweet.
There
That
you
tweet's
go.
going nowhere.
There you go.
Look, I retweeted that tweet. I don't know if you did, but
I
man.
did too.
Yeah, look, we all retweeted.
I retweeted it. I bookmarked it. I printed it out and stuck it on the wall.
It was amazing. Yes. I did ask Ben Shapiro if he could unretweet it, but he never responded.
Cook your friends, but let's pretend I did. Let's pretend that's what happened. Me, a person who has no personal relationship with you and who is not your homegirl by any means, shape, or form. I know you on the internet. I've had maybe less than a handful of Twitter interactions with you. I've appeared on your show where you and your co-host have disrespected the fuck out of me. I've still been very nice to y'all. That would my crime. It would be so egregious. You would consider that offensive to you that if I were to say, oh, cook her. Meanwhile, you're dragging your own friends and colleagues, dragging them through the fucking mud, disrespected.
I mean, listen, I don't remember any part in this drama. I don't remember Anna racistly attacking her colleagues and friends. Okay.
No, I don't either.
Maybe I missed it. I didn't see that part of the conversation. But
Yeah, that part doesn't exist, Sitch. Never happened.
them lying on what they're saying, mischaracterizing them, feeding them to right-wing hate. Who's real fucked up here? Even if we were going on the friendship analysis, like she tried, because that's how she tried to paint this originally, like some kind of betrayal was like how she tried to present it as though the rest of the show, the white people, are her friends, her personal friends, and they were all on her side, and the big bad black woman has decided, was trying to convince her friends to bully her. None of that is true.
wait, when did she say that? She didn't say that on our show. When did that conversation occur in Olay's mind?
Well, I think that's an accurate assessment of what happened.
I know, but I don't remember Anna saying it. In this
Yeah,
I don't. She never said it, at least to us. I don't know what she's referring to.
Yeah, I don't recall Anna saying anything like that.
No.
But when you say, I feel like this is coddle the white lady hour.
Mm-hmm.
You are kind of bullying your friends into cooking. Anna, are you
Of
not?
course.
I mean, is that
you
not?
are 100% yes.
Look, if Doomer comes on and I say, I feel like this is kind of coddle the Sitch hour here. Like, what am I signaling to him?
You're like, cook him, cook him,
what am I signaling?
You're signaling for Doomer to cook me.
Let's beat up on Sitch. That's what I'm
Right.
saying.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
Of course.
Come on. We
But
all know
again-
what was going on here.
But again, and it wasn't just, and Olay keeps pretending, it wasn't just that she was the one that went after Anna. She made it about race for no reason.
Yeah, people in
No
the
one
chat
else did
pointed
that.
it out.
People in the chat at the time pointed out and said, why is Olay having to make everything about race? Even your own fans were uncomfortable. Like, what the fuck is this?
You look at Olay's Twitter for 5 minutes and she makes, I mean, a lot of stuff about race. It's just like
shocking.
It's pretty much
shocking.
Yeah. Did you see that one video that she did this one video? Oh my god.
What video?
Look, I don't even want to bring it up. It's so racist. Like it's
No, wait, what? Oh, we're talking about the Clarence Thomas video?
Yeah.
Where she has like Clarence Thomas as a coon and she's got like Cartman talking about the coon in his face on the screen. You talking about that video?
That's
talking about that racist video,
I mean, that
Adam?
seems even worse. No, I'm talking about the one where she blames all of white women for the Clarence Thomas thing.
Oh, I missed
says
that.
She basically says white women need to get together and have a meeting. And I was like, well, I'm not really comfortable with the like the white congressional caucus getting together for a meeting. Okay, that's like a bridge too far for me.
I mean, that's true. Why would you ever want all white women? I mean, I wouldn't
Yeah,
want white
what
women to
the
get together for
hell?
any reason, so I don't know what the hell she's
Yeah, what the hell? I'm like, this is not good.
That's funny.
Please do not advocate for this. Okay, we have enough of a problem with this.
But it was deliberate. This is a playbook. Everybody you know on the internet that does their right wing grift or whatever it is, or they start going this way, they find some black woman on the internet to feed to the fucking wolves. They do it all the time. I could think of a million of them, but there's no point me bringing up the names and causing any more commotion around that. But they do that, and that's clearly
Yeah, where? Who's
Who
the
the
black?
fuck is she talking about?
Who is the black woman that Dave Rubin threw under the bus? I mean, Candace
I don't
Owens
know.
actually ended up on the right too.
Yeah,
He
I have no
helped
clue.
Candace Owens.
Guys.
Yeah, yeah.
Guys.
Look at this. The right wing grift is always about. Look, step one: find an innocent black woman that you can frame.
Throw her under the bus.
what she's wanted to do to me. And I find that I was talking to Lance about this earlier. It says something to me, the way that everybody jumped out the fucking window to defend a 40-year-old woman with one of the large.
Look.
I see. Look at this.
Ageist
Age
even
shaming,
here.
Too. Wow, terrible.
Anna,
You know-
I believe is mid-30s, and she doesn't look a day over 20. So don't be weird.
Wow. But nice and thing. But here's how I envision Olay and Lance's conversations. Okay. I envision they're on a call and Olay's just fucking popping off.
And Lance is saying
just
nothing.
saying nothing and nodding, right? And then like after like a 10-minute like diatribe, Lance says something like very awkwardly and cringely like he does for like a minute, and she's looking at her phone going, mm-hmm. And she starts going on the tip of the tongue. That's how I imagine in my head their conversations go. Now again, I'm just reading minds here. I'm just making this up, but I'm gonna choose to believe that story because it's funny.
It is funny. Look, I like it because it's funny.
Yes.
Largest fucking platforms in leftist independent media with all the money in the world, but nobody is cared about the 29-year-old black girl that she keeps fucking trying to feed the name to the right? Let's pretend.
Almost 30. Wow.
The victimhood here. Oh, I'm such a victim. I only dishonestly tried to say that she's fine with calling black people the N-word.
J-Mac in the chat says, ain't nothing wrong with 40-year-old women.
Based.
That's right. Exactly.
So it's so bad that
Listen.
you were criticizing.
Here at the Sitch and Adam
Listen,
show.
I know. Sitch is a MILF chaser all the way. Sitch is a devoted MILF chaser.
Devoted? I don't know.
Yeah. All
I've
of
done
you
that
poor young ones, you got about another decade before Sitch is interested.
Terrible.
Besides for a take you put out on the internet, she's literally actively serving me to the right, like intentionally continuing to do this, hoping.
What? Hold on a second. What? Look, we are not on the right, Olay.
No, we are. I mean, we're not Marxist socialists, so yeah.
Oh, well, yeah, but I guess we are liberals, so she would say, "Oh, liberals, they get the bullet too."
Yeah, right.
That immobilizes this kind of hate towards me, right? Like, let's be real. ANA KASPARIAN has, again, like, TYT must have like 1 million subscribers or something on YouTube, no? Right? Like, she.
They have 5 million subscribers.
20 million.
They have 5 million subscribers.
Yeah. Wow.
Yeah.
It's a lot of people.
I think 5.4 million subscribers on TYT. Yeah.
Good job. Impressed.
Excellent. Yeah. Look at these two demoralized white dudes. Look at these cis white dudes here, completely demoralized.
That's so funny.
What did I do? Right now, Lance is thinking, God, why didn't I just stick with TYT? What the fuck?
Would she have like 500,000 followers on Twitter or whatever it is? So you are actively you put out this tweet that she put out, the initial tweet had what, over 100,000 likes. It had thousands of people criticizing her, quote tweeting her, blah, 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 blah. Me, by the way, was not one of those people. Let's let the record reflect. I never quote tweeted. I never said nothing to her on Twitter. I never commented. I never anything. I sat on the show with my other co-hosts who brought up a topic and they were talking about it, and I shared the same exact sentiments as them. So why?
Yeah, you're right.
No, that didn't happen, but okay.
I do remember right before you said what you said about Anna, Lance was talking about the cook and the white lady.
That's, you know what? How do we forget? Right before you said what you said,
yeah,
Lance was like, I feel like white women need to be thrown under the bus. Okay. I feel like white women just need to shut up challenge. Okay.
Yeah, I feel like this is a white lady problem here.
Right. I do remember, now that she says that, I do remember that. And the fact that I didn't remember that, I think that's because I'm probably racist, honestly.
Yeah.
So
why
I apologize.
me?
Don't let Lance get away with it.
Why, of all the people in this arena, why me singled out even from the jump?
Well, let me explain it to you, Olay. Because you brought up race.
And then
nobody
dishonestly said that she was fine calling black people the N-word.
Yes, yeah.
It's so simple.
People are singling you out for racism,
right?
Not because of your race. Simple.
Of leftist mafia. Why? And I'm like, this has always been that.
Don't nod, Lance, you piece of shit. Tell her. Look, she can't hear me. I'm on another podcast days later. You're sitting there with her. Explain it to her.
Right.
Explain it to her. It's so simple. Both of you guys know what happened. Why don't they explain it, Sitch? What is happening?
Because they're cowards. What do you mean? Why do you ask questions you know the answers to?
This would be so much more interesting if one of them said, well, maybe it's because you were the only one that brought up race. Remember when that super chat came up?
And oh my God. Could you imagine? First of all, you're right. This would be fantastic
content. It would be amazing content.
Well, they're cucks. They're not going to do that. They're terrified.
Well, that's why this is shit content. You got a couple cucks sitting here in the corner. Nobody wants to watch this. They want to watch people having actual conversations about things.
Battle, yes.
Olay, if you want to come on our show, we'll tell you why.
Of course.
We'll tell you what happened.
We'll mansplain it.
It's very.
We'll mansplain it.
Terrible.
You are awful. Sexist piece of shit.
Clear to me, and I think it's interesting and it's very telling the way that has that very angle telling. Of it, and just the fact that it, even in us talking about, it's not just that she's a full TERF. She's also spewing a whole bunch of propaganda, racist foolishness, microaggressions, and all these different things, and even this whole
calls her a racist again.
What was the racist foolishness that she was? I don't even know what that's a reference to.
Spreading Copaganda.
And racist foolishness.
Look at this. Look, if you don't want your house to be broken into, that's Copaganda.
To try to indictment of saying I called her a racist, that never happened.
Look, you just
that never happened.
Make it stop. Make it stop. You just called her a racist.
No, she means in the past.
Oh, so now she's okay to call her.
Listen,
okay,
when she put out that tweet that said, Anna doesn't want you to call her a birthing person, but she's fine calling you the N-word.
Right.
When she said that tweet,
that wasn't
technically she didn't say that she was racist. She didn't technically say that she was racist when she said that, right?
I think people might infer.
You think? You think people might infer from that you're calling her racist? Maybe,
look, I
possibly.
I do think people who are comfortable calling black people the N-word are racist. I think it's safe to call
Wow,
them
what
racist.
a brave and bold take.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
I think that's safe. Yeah.
You
That's
know
a
what?
good take.
I'm gonna listen. I'm gonna make a real hot take here.
You're gonna agree? Agree with me.
I agree with that.
Nice. Nice.
That never happened. I literally, and I didn't even call her a TERF or anything like that. I said on the show, I said, I think we are focusing on this and coddling her instead of having a conversation about the substantive problem with her comments. I never even was trying to talk about her. So
They never talked about the substance of her comments.
I know.
What is she talking about?
I know.
We covered this stream.
I know.
that's one. And Lord Weed. So,
Well, I did have a quick point that I wanted to say.
thank you, go.
Both of you are bringing up. Yeah. The fact that you're both mentioning, and I completely agree with this, that there is this whole kind of like you were given so much good faith criticism from people who kept coming from like, this is coming from a place of love, we're colleagues, we respect you and all this kind of stuff. What were
Here's this N-word compilation with love. What the fuck?
Yeah, the N-word compilation with love. You never heard of that one?
That's so bad faith. So bad faith. But with love.
But with love.
What are the two takes, the two, I guess, transphobic takes that became quite popular that she's done since? One of them is saying that Jesse Singal is misunderstood, which is just wild because Jesse Singal is such a transphobe that he's got his own article in GLAD. You know, like Jesse Singal at this point is a well-documented person pushing an agenda. He wrote an article in The Atlantic that was basically praising someone who does conversion therapy, which I'm sure everyone understands at this point is torture. The guy is a complete asshole. He's actually potentially going to be in a lot of trouble.
So none of this is, well, first of all, again, Jesse Singal did not write an article promoting conversion therapy.
yeah.
And the guy they're referring to also was not in favor of conversion therapy. It's just a flat out lie.
And
The
won
guy-
$500,000 on a defamation suit, you said.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Yes. Yes. And the GLAD article about him is hilariously stupid.
I can't imagine.
It's just the dumbest fucking article.
Isn't GLAD one of those LGBT?
Of course.
Yeah. It's like
Yeah.
Pink News, right?
Yeah.
That's
It's totally
But
bullshit.
Sitch, how could that be biased?
Yeah, right. So it's really funny if you pull up. This is actually hilarious. If you pull up the GLAD article, it says, "Admitted, Jesse Singal admitted to misinterpreting a study on trans kids' alleged desistance, and continue to support exploring desistance despite its rarity." Okay, and they kind of go on and on. So the thing that he admitted to misinterpreting, is because he actually was giving more credence than he should have to the people that were criticizing bringing up desistance. And that when he actually talked, I believe, to the person that did the study, they said, no. That's not, we did account for the things that people say we didn't account for. We did actually follow up and talk to people. We didn't just count desisters as people who disappeared and we didn't know what happened to them. That's not true.
Oh, that's hilarious.
So that was a misinterpretation that Jesse Singal did. But the GLAD tries to put it out there like, oh, no, he admitted to misinterpreting something for our argument, and yet he still goes along with it.
That is hilarious. So he gave the GLAD people too much good faith and took some of it back.
Yes.
And they're characterizing that as, you got it wrong.
Yeah.
We don't
Yeah.
deserve any of your good faith.
Yeah, they don't say that. Right? They just say he admitted that he misinterpreted something, right?
Big own. Big
Right.
own there, GLAD. Good job.
Yes. And then obviously they
excellent
point
work.
out the whole Dr. Kenneth Zucker thing too. So
That
they
he
don't mention
won-
that he won a defamation case or anything like that. But
Of course they don't. Of course they don't.
through HIPAA for potentially revealing sensitive patient-client doctor privileged information in his pursuit of pushing this transphobic shit. And what was the other one that just came out? She was randomly talking about.
So this is like the dumbest accusation. Okay, so he had some whistleblower supposedly come forward to whistleblow to talk about the fact that there were doctors who were not appropriately, kind of like the Tavistock clinic. Yeah. Not appropriately diagnosing or doing their due diligence to make sure that, they're really diagnosing these kids. and they turn around and say, "That's a HIPAA violation. Oh my God, we got him. We got him. Fuck whistleblowers. That's a HIPAA violation."
Oh, that's crazy.
It's totally insane.
Well, she was arguing with Juniper today, who's also like a trans activist slash incredible comedian and
And we'll be
entertainer.
showing up.
Yeah, who's going to be joining, I think, the show very shortly. That one was ridiculous. I'm trying to think of what her other one was. Weed.
The civil right is the
Did he just say weed?
I don't know, did he?
Yeah, let's back it up here. Pull up the transcripts. Where's the closed caption on this bitch? I want to see that weed pop up here. Hold on. Is there subtitles right here? Here we go.
Yeah, who's going to be joining, I think, the show very shortly. That one was ridiculous. I'm trying to think of what her other one was. Weed.
I don't think he said weed. Okay. I think he just randomly said weed for no reason.
No, he said weed because he lost his train of thought.
Oh,
that's hilarious.
You think that's what happened?
Of course. Look, the transcript even got it right. Weed.
Is this true? Oh, on my end, I don't see the captions.
Oh, I think you got to turn them on your end.
Okay.
Oh, we got it on this end. We got it.
You're right. I mean, it does say weed. So.
We got it on this end.
Okay.
Boys, we got them.
Interesting. Very funny.
Got them.
Listen, neither of us are opposed to medical marijuana here on the stream, but I do think it's
You're cooking your friend on stream?
I know.
And you're blazed out of your mind? I don't think that's very ethical, Sitch.
Well, I mean, I do agree with it. Well, first of all, I don't think you should be cooking your friend on. I mean, they're not friends, so.
Okay.
Shouldn't be cooking people that don't deserve it, obviously.
This is hilarious. This is why we have a comedy show.
True.
You just need to you need to lean into it.
The civil right is the civil rights. It was really the civil rights comment today. It was the civil rights comment that got me.
She found a way to both disparage the civil rights movement and be transphobic.
And that makes me remember my original comment.
That's true.
Yeah, so I did not call her. I never called her racist, and none of that is what happened at all. Now, what happened is when you attack me on Twitter and you're trying to perpetrate like you are something that you are not, and you are mobilizing hatred towards me. What I did was share a video of you saying the fucking N-word 1,000,000 times. Now, if you extrapolate a compilation of you saying it to mean that, because that is what one would think about a white person who does something like that, then that's on you, baby girl. But I didn't say that about you.
This is so good.
Listen, I just tweeted out this dishonest compilation and said that you're fine calling the N-word, but I didn't technically say you were racist. Wink, 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 wink.
I believe in the tweet she said Anna is fine with calling you the N-word.
Yes.
And attached the compilation.
Yes, that's what happened.
Which was out of context and not Anna calling anyone the N-word.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, but listen, that she didn't technically say the word racist in that tweet.
No, she did.
The word racist did not technically appear in the tweet, Adam. There go, ad hod ad proctum, ergo vis-a-vis, shows that she's correct, and she never called her racist. Checkmate, sir.
How dare you simp for this? Look, you're as bad as Lance here. Look, don't let her off so easy. She definitely.
Okay, I'll try.
Look, she definitely called her racist and posted an out of context clip. She even admits it here. And before she was saying, look, I never called her racist.
Yeah. Yeah.
Now she's
I just
saying,
implied
well,
it heavily through my actions and words.
But more importantly, I want to say this. There's this need and this desire, not just not white people or all white people, but obviously what racists in the side of the aisle like to do is you think that because you live in fear of being called a racist or something, or like you think you can like shame me, the race card, or because I'm black or something, like, I'm gonna quiver if I were to call somebody racist. If I call you racist, it's because I believe you're racist and I'll put my whole back into it. I don't give a fuck. You think that that's to weaponize, make me a criminal a criminal to the right, because the right that is, how dare this black woman dare say something about you? How dare she criticize you or call you that? And also, I will say this: And I said it earlier on the show. I had never called you a racist, but I'll call you one now, because I definitely, first of all, everything that has come out of your mouth in the last year that I have been privy to the work that you do and from you and Jenk is some racist propaganda, foolishness, some absolutely destructive bullshit. That's one. But two, you think it's lost upon me that you singled out the black woman here? Like, you think I think that is a mistake? You think I think that a white woman that used her platform to be just doing all of these things and saying whatever and saying the N-word on wax, you think I think you're not?
Look.
She even defeats her own dumb, cutesy bullshit argument. Like immediately after, I didn't technically call you racist. I just had a compilation of you saying the N-word. 1 minute later. You think I don't think you're racist because you said the N-word a bunch of times?
Of course I do. Look, I don't. We covered these streams. Evidently, there's two. I only remember one.
Well, because we watched them both at the same time. So
But
you
she
mix them into your mind.
Okay,
together,
okay.
yes.
But I do remember her saying that black people were never okay with people just using the N-word out of context. That was her
She
argument.
says that in the tweet, I think.
Okay.
I don't know what she said on the show. That's a tweet reply to someone calling her out for saying that she took it out of context.
Okay.
She's like, black people were never fine with this in context.
So she did try to make the fact that Anna was just saying it, quoting news stories, into racism.
Yes.
Because she should have known better, even though... And I saw people taking this out of context from our show, because I said back when YouTube didn't have a prohibition on using the N-word, you used to be able to use the N-word in context for shows. Like it's in a bunch of books. It's in Tom Sawyer has the N-word in there. So like people didn't lose their minds because they heard the N-word before, as long as it wasn't used viciously
Against someone, yes.
Yeah, yeah.
Right.
So, but people were like saying that we wanted to go back to a time when
Adam wants to go back to the good old days where you could say the N-word on YouTube.
I mean, that's not really me. I don't like that's not really something I want.
Every day, every minute, every second on the stream, Adam is just one moment away from letting the N-word fly. He lives in constant fear.
We've had black creators on our show.
Yes.
I don't know that FD Signifiers ever dropped the N-word.
No,
That
he
Joe
did. Yeah.
Joe did, yeah. Joe Lewis dropped the N-word, and I was like, why? What the fuck?
Can you not, please?
Yeah, why?
Right. Yeah.
Look, I don't want gay people coming on dropping the F slur. Like, can't we just be cool?
Yeah, I know. True.
Look, it does offend certain people, so
Right.
people want to be edgy. Be edgy with your comedy.
Right.
So I don't have a problem with that. You could tell him I said you're racist. I think you're racist. I think you're a transphobe. I think you're disingenuous. I think you have no integrity. And I think your show is whack. So.
So I'm so glad they went to the two-shot.
I know.
Look at these guys. Can we bring some other people in so we can hide in the crowd?
Well, in that Leftist Mafia episode, so there was a moment in particular where you were analogizing and you brought up race specifically to use your lived experience to communicate it in terms of like the trans issue. And I do the same thing as like a gay person, because that's
okay. So look at this.
I love this.
Insane take. Okay. He's like, how do I excuse the fact that she was super racist? Okay.
I might have to take back what I said about Mike being stupid, because this is actually kind of logically coherent.
It's not logic. Well, I disagree with you there.
Really?
It's some primo gaslighting.
No, it is, but I think it is like logically coherent within the system itself. He's saying, listen, you made the coddle the white lady argument as an analogy.
The fuck does I don't even know what that means.
Well, he's like, in Olay's lived experience,
yes,
she's had all of these people around her that have white privilege and that are constantly being coddled. And she feels like she's making the analogy that what's going on here with them being nice to a friend feels like the white privilege coddle the white lady hour that Olay has been subjected to her entire life. I mean, that is kind of a logically coherent argument. I don't believe it.
Well, there's a problem with that argument.
Mm-hmm.
It's dumb.
Yeah, well, look.
And
Look,
it doesn't.
I said
that
logically
argument-
coherent. I didn't say it was intelligent or believable.
I know. That argument doesn't excuse someone for being a racist.
Of course it doesn't. Look, I didn't say it was an excuse either. I just said it was
know.
logically coherent.
I'm just saying. How dare you even mention this, Adam?
How dare I mention that it's coherent?
How dare you even breathe a word of this? Okay.
Okay.
Just be ashamed of yourself.
Well, look, when the people use their IQ to find justifications, and I mean, this is one I think he got like paper and pen out. He's like, oh shit, I need to make some kind of justification for this obvious racism on my show.
So right off screen, there's like a giant whiteboard. And it's got like Olay does a racism. And it has all these like arrows and diagrams of him trying to figure out like, how do I justify those? Okay.
Exactly.
Right. I hear you. I understand.
We've got some, look, I have an idea. You've been oppressed your entire life.
Oh, you're doing the Spider-Man.
Totally. You've always been in situations with white people being coddled.
Yeah. Aren't you
Okay.
mad about that?
Do you want to respond to this, or did I not?
No, hit it up.
Okay.
That's my lived experience. So it's the way. And like somebody in the chat said, "Oh, Olay's bringing up race," and you
See, he went back and watched it.
He did. He remembers.
explained why that is the case. That's the only mention of race in the entire video. So it doesn't even make sense to claim that you called her racist.
Okay, let me open up my notes here. Let's see. Scroll down. Leftist Mafia 16.
Look, nobody. I don't think anybody accused Olay of calling her racist in that.
Not in the first stream.
Yeah,
Right.
They
There's
accused
the N-word
Olay
thing.
of being racist. Yeah, being a big giant racist. Yeah.
Okay. 43 minutes, around the 43-minute, 40-second mark, Olay says, "This is some righteous white lady shit,"
That's the racist part.
and talks about how how either what Anna's saying or people's reaction to Anna is somehow indicative of white nationalist power structures in America.
Oh, well, that is kind of calling her racist.
Yeah. At the 53-minute mark and 15-second mark, Olay brings up the coddle the white lady hour comment, doing
Right.
another racism, and goes on her cooked tirade.
Do we need to explain why that is racist? Because to think of all white women as like one unified group that all think and act in exactly the same way is the
You just did it.
That's the racist part.
Right.
Yeah.
To dismiss someone's thoughts and feelings on the basis of their skin color.
That's the
racist.
racism. Yeah.
That's the
Okay,
racism.
good. Just want to
At
make that clear.
At the 1 hour and 2-minute mark, Olay says Anna was slick, implying dishonesty, in characterizing her statement. Calls Anna dishonest, says knowing bullshit, again relating to Olay, then says this is some white woman shit, again being racist, then calls her privileged, then says white women shit that Anna feels privileged to talk about. So at least 3 times in the conversation does Olay throw a racism at Anna.
Yeah.
But okay. But Mike here is like, listen, Olay was just engaging with her lived experience. Well, here's the thing, Mike. I don't know if you know this. Okay. Well, I want you to lean in real close to the screen. I don't know if you know this. Let me pet your beard softly and whisper this into your ear, okay? When someone uses their lived experience of interacting with someone of the same skin color, okay, and then projects that onto a different person and assumes that they're acting the same way because they share the same skin color, there's a word for that. It's called being racist. That's what the word is. It's being fucking racist, you buffoon, you idiot. That's what racism literally is, you dumb fuck. It's using your lived experiences, finger quotes, about someone on the basis of their race and equating it to someone else on the basis of their race. That's what it is. That's literally what the fuck it is.
Yeah. Excellent point. Mike should listen to
How
you.
sad is it that 2 enlightened centrists have to literally explain what the fuck racism is to leftists.
Oh yeah, of course. Well, they want to use racism whenever they can. So
Of course.
yeah, and I don't know that they buy that you can be racist against white people. I mean, all the crazy shit Lance was saying on Tim Pool's show, I wouldn't be surprised if we asked him, you know, can black people be racist? He'd probably say no, of course not.
I'm curious actually to what his.
See, you don't even know.
I don't
You
even.
don't
I
even
don't
know.
even know. I have no fucking clue what he would say to that.
So if they're both sitting there going, oh, well, it's impossible for Olay to be racist against white people because white people are the oppressors.
Right.
Then everything you said is just out the window.
Sure. I mean, listen, I wouldn't be surprised if that was their dog shit take.
Yeah. Wouldn't be the first.
Nope.
Literally just
further-
lying.
Yeah, and furthermore,
Hey, look, all this was supposedly this whole live stream took place because Anna came on our show and mentioned Olay's name. Are
Right.
they going to talk about what we talked about with Anna?
No, they never talk about that.
What?
You didn't know that? Yeah, that never gets brought up.
What? What's the point of even having this?
The point is to shit on Anna. What do you mean? What's the point of it? What are you
Just
talking
for
about?
but just like it's nothing that Anna said. It's just Anna just mentioned Olay's name on a show.
Yes.
Oh.
They don't. Yeah, they don't even really say what the problem is. Like what she said that bothers Olay so much. So. Yeah.
They talk about this for 2 hours and they don't even talk about anything Anna said on the show.
I don't think so. I mean, I'm sure
Wow.
something. I'm sure they say something at some point, but we'll see. We'll find out.
in terms of like cooking your friends, like when she says that you told you wanted, what was it that she said to you that you were
The kind
demanding?
she said, "Oh, Olay, the kind of hater who demands you cook your friends."
Oh yeah, it was something like that. When it's like I would assume that she's mostly talking to me and David because me and David were like the closest over the last couple of years with her, right? We bonded over like 2020 and other bullshit, other left wingers, ironically, that kind of shifted to the right and their attacks, Jimmy Dore. But like I would have been in that.
It's eternally hilarious to me that they think Jimmy Dore is on the right now.
Yeah, that is hilarious.
Like just because he's anti-woke, they think he's on the right. He's like so far on like the left, like class reductionist America is evil side of things. It's just preposterous.
Well, he is
That
on the right
instance,
with Ukraine in the Ukraine situation. He's
The
on
far left people are pro-Russia too. The tankies are pro-Russia. What do you
Oh
mean?
wow. Okay.
The people, the Aaron Mates of the world and the Max Blumenthal's.
Oh,
that
you're
he's
right.
kind of
They're all
absorbing all their
leftists.
bullshit information. Those people are super leftists.
Yeah, you're right.
Right. They just hate America. So oh, it must be America's fault, right?
Have you considered America?
Have you
bad?
considered America bad?
Who's being asked to cook my friend. Not a single instant that I think that Olay was demanding that I cook my friend, and even if
She did tell you to stop coddling the white lady. What the heck?
you did, that doesn't necessarily mean that it's just it's so here's the way that I interpret that. It was you just can't hear criticism. You take
Yes.
things and you hyperbolize it and you make it into something that it's not, because the fact that, and look, the fact that if my friends were all criticizing me, I would be upset. But having said that, though, again, we used the fucking kid glove. Like, we had 2 pairs of kid gloves on.
Yeah.
So it's not like we were trying to be malicious at all. And I feel confident about that now after
Yeah.
rewatching
Oh,
it.
Jesus
Because
Christ.
that was what I always like try to be introspective and think, okay, from somebody else's perspective, maybe I was a little bit too harsh. No, I don't think that we were. I think we were perfectly fair. And if anything, what really is a good gauge of how well we did was that, like, we had Kenny on in that
Yeah.
podcast, and this was an outside voice who didn't even know who ANA KASPARIAN was. So without that context, she just saw the tweet in a vacuum. And even she said, this is bad. This is why people interpret that as transphobic. So
it's funny. So they had this other person on,
Yeah, I saw that.
Kenny,
I remember.
who wasn't familiar with Anna's content, and was also saying Anna is a transphobe, racist, privileged white girl.
Yeah, I
Now,
think she
I don't
was
know.
Latino or
Right.
Yeah.
So I don't think bringing Kenny up is a good kind of makes our argument. Doesn't really make your argument. I'm not sure. I'm not sure what the thought process is here, Dave. But okay, or Mike.
So to have people who are close to you and an outsider's voice tell you that you're doing wrong, and the only takeaway is that you feel attacked, but only by Olay, it's outrageous to me. And it's so frustrating because, again, we've all been in these predicaments where we have been bad allies, right? I'm a gay guy, but I'm a cis white guy. I have had trans people tell me, Mike, not a good look. And I explained this in that same fucking video where I'm like, I was misgendered.
Hey, she said that they all attacked her. She just said that Olay was the only one that was racist. So him saying that he's only accusing Olay of attacking her, that's not correct.
During Pim Iverson, or Kim Iverson, no sense in using a moniker. And trans people were like, Mike, we don't want to normalize any misgendering, okay? You're not making the point that we want you to make. I had to apologize. Lance, I heard him talk about how he made a joke, a trans joke. It was a little bit edgy, and people were like, hey, you can't make that joke. We've all had to eat shit.
Yeah, I've been dragged. Twitter has packed me up multiple times this year, like 3 times this year.
Shut up, Lance.
Yeah, shut up, Lance. The adults are talking. Look,
bad for Lance.
I feel like our audience would love to force us into eating shit about anything, but it ain't gonna happen, right?
Listen, even though you are eating something right now, I'm assuming it's not shit. Okay, we have a strict no shit eating policy here at the Sitch and Adam show. Now you can admit when
we
you're
have
wrong.
a no apology kind of prohibition.
Well, you have a no apology. I don't care about apologizing. But you can admit when you're wrong. But it's interesting that they categorize it as eating shit. Okay. Let me skip ahead a second.
Not never. The conversation has always been, and she knows it. She's not she can hear. She hears us. Okay. She knows what the fuck we're saying. She's responding to it and cursing people out. So it's not like she's not seeing what people have to say.
I just like looking at the picture of Yamcha in the background, looking worried, and this is like him looking
Me
worried
too.
at Olay.
I love
like,
it.
Oh no, what is she gonna say next? It's so
Is
good.
that cultural appropriation there? I feel like it is.
I mean, if you buy into all the cultural appropriation shit, yeah, I guess. Speaking of that, Soul Bunny is gonna show up on this stream.
Yeah, I had a not so good interaction with her on Twitter.
Oh, did she respond to you?
Oh yeah, she responded. It wasn't great.
I mean, we kind of put her through the ringer in our stream. So.
Did we?
Yeah, we did. Are you in like the Mike gaslighting forget phase? I mean, we called her super racist because she was super racist.
Well, look, that's
like
fair.
A million times.
That is fair. Like, if you're going to be a racist, we're going to call you a racist, okay?
Sure.
Completely fair.
She was
But I did
very
like her hair. I
hyper-racist.
did think she had cool hair and stuff.
Oh, okay. What was the interaction you had on Twitter with Soul Bunny?
You saw the screenshot that I posted. The guy misinterpreted her calling our show a centrist podcast.
Right.
As some attempt at good faith.
Yeah, So the context is everyone was calling us right wingers.
Right.
A right wing podcast. She called us centrist.
She called us a centrist podcast. And I thought, okay, she's a reasonable one. Maybe we can get her on the show sometime. Maybe she'll talk to us. And she did some tweet or something. And I responded to one of the tweets. Well, actually, I think she was calling Anna a racist and completely mischaracterizing Anna's position. And I responded and said something to the effect of, oh, Soul Bunny, you're breaking my heart here. Like, this is a completely unfair assessment of the situation.
Yeah.
And I thought you seemed reasonable, whatever. So.
Yeah.
And she responded very angrily to me and said something to the effect of, what is this? You're breaking my heart. You aren't even following me. And I was like, oh, okay, well, I'll follow you, I thought. But then she went to...
That wasn't so bad.
But no, then she went to my, like, they all accused, like, a bunch of her friends jumped in and started accusing me of being condescending or whatever. And I told her that the breaking my heart was sincere because I thought she was the only one that was fair with us on the show.
Right, right.
And then she went to my timeline and saw that I had posted that centrist podcast thing with her picture in it and got very, very angry about that.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. And thought that that was giantly disrespectful, even though I just thought it was like a fun thing. And I
How is it disrespectful?
Look, the tweet was a picture of her. I circled centrist podcast because she called us a centrist podcast in like the closed captioning.
Mm-hmm.
And I said, who's the other guy that we're supposed to watch that we probably won't get time to? Xander Hall. I said, Xander Hall out here lying about us and Soul Bunny out here spitting facts. This is the centrist podcast, right?
Right.
Which is not, I mean, that's not derogatory towards her in any way,
Well,
shape,
if
or
you're
form.
a radical leftist, maybe it is.
Okay. Well, that's fair. That's totally fair.
That's hilarious.
But
So
she was
took
not.
offense to that
She
tweet.
took offense to it. Yeah. So I
Wow.
deleted the tweet. I said, "Listen, it wasn't meant to be
Look
derogatory."
at you over
Look,
here.
it wasn't meant to be derogatory. I just thought it was fun.
would've,
And
like,
I
tripled
thought,
down
look,
on it.
I honestly thought she was more reasonable. But then, after interacting with her, I was like, this person's not reasonable at all.
Listen, I'm the one that's supposed to forget everything. You've
Mhm.
clearly forgotten the video we covered of her. He was not remotely reasonable in that video.
Well,
That
I
video
mean,
was insane.
she was racist, but look, it's weird because there's this thing that's happening for young people
Mhm.
where they're raised to believe black people cannot be racist no matter what they do. It's impossible for them to be racist.
Look at you. You're like, she's young. You're giving all this charity.
Look, we give charity.
Adam's
to,
a nice guy. Okay?
We give
I'm
charity
not
to-
criticizing you. I'm not
we give
criticizing
charity
you.
to everyone on the show.
I know. I'm
Yeah.
impressed. I'm
Look,
impressed.
if we can change hearts and minds, that's what we're trying to do here. So
Turn the other cheek, Adam. Friend it. That's what we should call you.
look, I unfollowed her and I deleted the tweets and whatever. She can go live her life, be happy.
Wow.
We'll cover her if look. We're gonna cover her here. She's gonna be on the podcast soon.
Right.
Well, how am I supposed to interpret it? Look, everybody else is saying right wing podcast. She says centrist podcast.
I don't think she
didn't-
says.
She didn't have to do that. Frankly, it surprised me.
Well, I think so. Okay, that's funny because I think someone replied to this. It might have been Laura the Nerd or someone replied to this. And when you're in your tweet, you're like, you understand, Adam, that if they're like a leftist, a radical leftist, calling someone a centrist is an insult. It's not like a good thing.
Well, I just thought it was accurate. It was at least it was accurate. I mean, we call
I know,
ourselves
but
centrist.
she
So
didn't mean for it. I don't think she meant for it to be like a positive, and that's probably why she got upset, which is kind of hilarious. So, but yeah, I don't have any notes for her in this. I don't think she said anything interesting in this conversation.
she says all kinds of crazy shit, but she doesn't call Anna a racist and try to call her. Well, maybe she does. I don't remember that much.
But we'll see.
I was so
Continue.
happy that she called us a centrist podcast. Maybe I just
It just yeah, that's all you remember.
I gave her a pass.
Okay.
I did, yeah.
She sees it. She knows. And again, she's on record having recognized the positions before. You know what it is. You know what it is. The point is not that you aren't a woman or that you can't call yourself a woman. The point is that no one was ever fucking stopping you from doing it, but you were pretending you were taking a bullshit made up right-wing talking point that trans people are in some way trying to fucking suppress or stop your womanhood or allow you to call yourself that blah 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 blah.
You don't know the fucking art. It's so insane here. Look, you cannot call yourself a smart person if you don't even know the argument that she's making. Look at you, and look, Olay, you would understand this argument immediately if you were talking about the N-word. Because the N-word denigrates the category that you are immutably a part of. And you understand that.
Right.
And you create a non-issue in order to fuel and galvanize more hate towards this group of people. That is the fucking issue. She knows it's the fucking issue, and it's so crazy.
It's not about galvanizing hate towards those people. There's a conflict of interest.
That's the issue, Adam. Shut up.
No, it's not about galvanizing hate. Look, she perceives what they're doing as galvanizing hate towards women. She wants her category to be respected, and she thinks there is some way for trans people and women to all use inclusive language that doesn't denigrate either category. And for all, look, I think bonus hole is not really a home run. That's not going to work.
You don't like you don't like bonus hole?
Look, but at least they're workshopping some ideas, right? Look, that's how you find the one that is not going to be offensive. Theoretically, there is a word out there that does not denigrate women. That they're they're like, oh, that's fine. You can call me that. That's okay. That's fine. I don't feel denigrated by that. Birthing person, bonus hole, those aren't it.
Easy for her to say we're gaslighting her when she's the one gaslighting us. All I ever did, my response to Anna was this you with a video of her saying it.
Right.
That's all I did. All I did was put it out of context clips of you saying the N-word. I didn't do. Why are you so mad? I don't understand. Why is anyone angry? I didn't do anything that bad.
This is so good because these guys are such cowards. This is just like such cowards.
I know.
Yeah.
I just love this like fake. Why is she upset? Like, it's just so fake.
Look, both these
so
guys
sick.
know if Olay came after them the same way, they'd be like losing their minds.
Of course.
What, me? I'm a right? Oh no!
What?
Yeah, it's all oppression simulation. Like, honestly, every part of this is oppression simulation. These aren't real problems. The newest one that she's like
being canceled, Sitch, is not a real problem, okay?
Yeah.
Trying to convince your entire progressive audience that you're okay with saying the N-word. That's not a real issue.
Nah, it's fine.
The downplaying.
She still got up to, now she deleted a whole bunch of tweets. She deleted the civil rights tweet and all that shit. But
Didn't she? I think you just deleted one tweet, right?
I think it was just the civil rights tweet. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm not familiar.
Which was
I've been tracking it,
inaccurate. And I don't
Sure,
like,
yeah.
people were saying that she should retract it as they're posting a screenshot of a deleted tweet. And I'm going, you dumb motherfucker. Don't you think like deleting the tweet is retracting it? Why are you sharing it?
Right. No, they want the pound of flesh.
Yeah.
That's what they really want.
They're like, no, don't just delete the tweet. You have to get down on your hands and knees and beg forgiveness for ever tweeting it out in the first place.
They want the the classic episode of South Park where Randy says the N-word.
Yeah.
He's on Wheel of Fortune. He says the N-word. And then he has to kiss Jesse Jackson's ass.
Look.
Like literally kiss Jesse Jackson's ass.
Look, it's not. You saw that puzzle. That puzzle was designed to make white people say the N-word.
That's what he says. That's what he says.
That episode is so good.
That's very funny.
That's still up right now, talking about how, hey, did you know that there's a phenomenon? There's this British LGBTQ plus organization that is demanding we remove the term vagina and replace it with the term bonus hole. And did you know that this is a real problem? And I'm like, none of this shit is real. This happened in 2020. It happened 3 fucking years ago. And just because one random LGBTQ plus org, does a thing way off in Britain, doesn't mean the totality of what civil rights are asking for is like, well, you have to now use bonus hole or nothing, or you're a bigot. Like these aren't real things. It's not real oppression. It's not a real problem. All of it is made up.
And
Anna literally brought this up as like a throwaway joke
I
on
know.
our stream, and it's just like insane the fixation on it. It's like, okay. She said it like once, we said, oh, that's ridiculous. Ha 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 ha. And then we start talking about other things.
We moved on immediately.
Yeah. So
But there was a nice clip of Sitch saying bonus hole.
there you go.
Repeating it. I was like, oh, that's funny.
Okay. Are you ready for Mike to
Gaslight us?
to just
Incessantly?
say something that's just hilariously dumb?
Okay.
Are you ready for this? I don't think you are ready for this.
Look,
Strap in.
Again, she knows that taking these limited, like taking an anecdote and using that to extrapolate and make broader generalizations, this is what the right does. This is harmful. And the reason why so many people are calling her out is because she has a massive, massive platform. And here's...
Wait a minute. Go back.
And she knows that taking these limited, like taking an anecdote and using that to extrapolate and make broader generalizations. This is what the right does.
Okay. The right takes anecdotes.
Think about this. Now let's think about this person. He just says what the right wing does is they take personal anecdotes. And
Like
then they
lived
extrapolate
experience.
it. You're jumping ahead. Then they extrapolate it. You got to say the punchline the correct time.
Oh,
Adam.
sorry.
Okay, let's try it again.
Hold on.
What the right wing does is they take personal anecdotes
Okay.
and they extrapolate it
Right.
to make broad generalizations about society.
Okay.
What's another way of saying that concept?
I don't know. What?
Lived experiences, Adam.
Yes! Yes! Wait a second. Lived experiences? That's what the left does.
Oh my God. Mr. How dare. This, like a second ago, or not a second ago, a couple of minutes ago, he was like, it was okay for Olay to be racist because she was just using her lived experience.
Her lived experience. Yeah, exactly.
Right? Then cut to 2 minutes later, like, this is what the right does. This is what Anna on the right does. She takes tiny anecdotes and extrapolates them to broad generalizations. Oh my God.
Terrible.
You're winning me over, Adam, on the
On the
mic
stupidity
question.
claim?
Yeah, on the mic
The
question.
mic question.
This is harmful. And the reason why so many people are calling her out is because she has a massive, massive platform. And here's why I think it's necessary to call it out, right? People can accuse me of trying to do drama and clickbait, but here's what I think at the end of the day. This is arguably as, if not more, damaging than the transphobia that we see from right-wing outlets. Because if a liberal person listens to the Daily Wire and they see transphobia, that's expected. They dismiss it. But to a liberal person, TYT has legitimacy. And so if they think, well, TYT said that, you know, trans activists are wrong here, maybe they're also wrong there. What else have I gotten wrong? It basically opens.
You're not allowed to question. This is an insane logic. He's saying you're not allowed to question anyone on your side for any reason because as soon as you open the door, you say, well, if they're wrong about one thing, how do I know they're not wrong about other things?
Well, this is what happened to Anna.
But it's just it's so hilarious to me. It's like you must have 100%. This is the insipid, like normally strict right-wing religious ideology, right? You cannot question any part of our belief system because like this is the parents from Dirty Dancing. You cannot question any part of our belief system because as soon as you open the door, right, that allows chaos to enter, and then the children will start questioning everything.
Yeah.
And he's unironically making this fucking argument.
You have to submit to the dogma.
Yes.
But this is how you become a centrist because you're like, oh, wait, they were wrong about this position. So
Right.
you just go through and you start examining every position individually.
Oh,
and you start
suddenly you
realizing you're like, oh, wait, the right is correct on this one. And the left is correct on this one. And the right
How
is.
dare.
Yeah. Then you know you're like, oh, wait, I'm a
That's
centrist.
dangerous. That's a very dangerous place to be.
Well, it's dangerous for the left and the right who want as many people voting like lemmings, like NPCs, for them every single election, regardless of what they do. That's what they want. Their dream, the party's dream, is to have as many NPCs as possible, and then they can do whatever they want. It's the kingmakers that are the moderates who are like, yeah, you know,
Bro.
I think you fucked up a bit. I think I'm going to vote for the other guys this time. Yeah. Look, if the abortion, it's for me, it's so depressing right now because I do
Don't be
feel
depressed, Adam.
well, no, I do feel like the left has really just gone off the deep end with all of this trans stuff. Like, and Republicans, I mean, we'd have a Republican president, a Republican Senate, and a Republican Congress if it wasn't for the abortion thing. I think the only thing that made Democrats competitive in the last election was the Supreme Court overturning.
I don't think that's the only
Roe.
thing. I think that was. I think that's a thing. I think a lot of people.
It's 99%.
I don't agree. I think it's a big thing, and I'm the one that said it was a big thing before people were criticizing me.
so-
So I know, right? But I think that's a part of it. I do think people just hate Trump a lot. Okay, for
Yeah.
good reasons or bad reasons, people really hate Trump. So I think as long as he's part of it,
Yeah,
that's
I
gonna-
guess you're right, because Trump
to
was
affect
involved. That
Right.
If Trump wouldn't have been involved in the election, well, no, it's the abortion. It would have been the abortion. I don't think.
Maybe I am curious in an alternate universe if the January 6th stuff didn't happen, and if how that would have all played out.
Oh yeah, Trump totally screwed himself with the January 6th stuff.
Yes.
It's insane.
At Liberty by Jink Kaza for $20. Thank you. Says the NPR show Fresh Air with Terry Gross had an episode titled "What It Means to Be Intersex: The Risks and Benefits of AI." That's weird. The
What?
last 2 minutes of Intersex interview ends with a call for comrades to act. Give it a listen.
That
Okay,
sounds
I'll-
insane.
That does sound insane. Jeez.
That's right up our alley. That might be next Sunday's show.
I'll ask my mom listens to NPR. Mother, did you listen to
Dear Mom?
Dear Mom, did you listen to this Intersex episode on NPR? Let's see. Oh, here it is. I found it. Oh, this is from yesterday. Okay, I'll check it out. Mystery Guest 01 for $20. Thank you, Circuit Uncle. Says, I want the real dark Sitch timeline. Instead of spending forever researching facts and understanding real life, just spend your time coming up with insults based on appearance. Ad hominem, straw man, dark Sitch timeline now. Listen, I want you all to be proud of me, okay? There was someone at some point in one of these videos that I was like really desperate to joke about some physical aspect of their appearance that I didn't do because I'm being a better person. okay?
Really?
I'm not going to tell you who it was. I'm not going to tell you what it was.
Something we've watched today.
But I saw something and I was like, biting my nails to not make this comment. So
wow.
So I'm trying. Blaze Aiden for 20 Aussie bucks. Thank you. Says, did you guys see Jeff Holiday's stream and his hot takes on the Anna stream? Essentially calling Adam out for not wanting to talk on a mutual stream. How far has Holiday fallen? I didn't watch it. I watched some clip about it where he, I think it was a clip that you put on Twitter or something.
Somebody
or someone
put
put
it
on
on
Twitter and
Twitter.
tagged you, right?
Right, and I
you
responded to it. Yeah.
You respond. It was like Jeff complaining about something really dumb about how he wanted to talk to us, and we're like, okay, come on our stream, and he refused. And you're like, he doesn't understand that we do 2 streams a week for an
Yeah.
audience, and if he wants to talk to us publicly, that would be the place to do it.
Yeah, totally. No, he wanted to make it a big, elaborate thing. He's like,
Yeah.
we have to appear on a neutral platform, and we have to like have a moderator and all. I'm like, dude.
Yeah.
Okay. No. No. Thank you.
It's like, just come on our show. Like, what the fuck is the problem?
I know. Look,
If you want to bring a friend, you can bring a friend. I don't care.
Yeah,
It's no
totally.
big
You want to
deal.
bring a moderator? Bring a moderator. Fine.
Right.
But then he started going down the Big Joel path where it's like, listen, you can't be financially gaining off of this conversation that we're going to have.
Of course. Right.
What is that stuff?
It's pretty funny. We're so evil, right?
We are not evil. Come on.
We're very evil. Twitter sucks for another $20. Thank you, Twitter sucks. Says, quote, she has a stupid opinion. She asked to be cooked, but don't cook me for my stupid opinion. Leave me alone, you racist. Great point. Great point. Is it just me, or does the left exist exclusively to be hypocritical and cyclical? You mean cyclical or cynical? But no, I mean, here's the thing. Let's be real. Everyone
We're
is
all
massively
hypocrites.
hypocrites. So, except for me and Adam, obviously.
Well, in our audience.
And our
is-
audience.
is
As long
the
as our audience
smartest
agrees with
audience.
us, then they're not hypocritical. But as soon as they disagree, hypocrisy city. But obviously, there's a lot of hypocrisy on the left. So
Mhm.
there's a lot of hypocrisy that we've been watching in this conversation, obviously. So Eric the Great for 20 Canadian says, isn't Olay saying Anna is delicate and doing Copaganda for saying that she was groped on the street by a man, plus the cops did nothing, considered misogynist? Also, Olay is so insane she makes me like Lance in retrospect.
Well, don't go too far here.
Right. But that's actually an interesting point. Yeah, that is an interesting point. Because if Anna said that she was assaulted and the cops did nothing, how is that Copaganda?
They said there was another assault in front of their building, and they called the cops, and the cops didn't even come. That's pretty scary.
That's Copaganda, Adam.
Right. Yeah.
Mystery guest here won our circuit uncle for another $20. Thank you. Says this could be a KKK recruitment video. Oh, Jesus. Take 50,000 normal colorblind white people and show them this lady talking, and you'll have an army. Ruffalo. It's so fucking bad. I hate white people. Yeah. I mean, that's an interesting point. Olay definitely does not help. Definitely does not help her case. So.
Yeah. Doesn't help the cause at all. Makes probably white people far more racist than they should be.
Twitter Sucks for $20 says, Sitch, favor in like 2 minutes or less. Can you phrase why Anna's tweet exposes how the left is justifying violence? I'm horrible at explaining this to stupid people. So the reason Anna's tweet exposes how the left is justifying violence is because, so she puts out her tweet and a couple things happen. Number one, people keep saying the civil rights movement used violence and they had to use violence to get their point across. Okay. That's number one. So by saying that, they're saying that you need to have violence in any sort of movement to gain civil rights. By creating this myth that the civil rights movement only was effective for violence. That's number one. Number two, they keep doing this thing where they say, how dare she call trans protests violent, ... But you're not allowed to criticize the way in which trans people fight for their rights. Okay. And by saying that, you're implicitly saying, well, you can't actually criticize trans protesters or trans activists in the methods they use because they're fighting for their rights, which is an avocation of violence.
Yeah.
So, but it's that, and it's just this idea that they keep trying to recast by trying to recast the civil rights movement as being a violent movement that only succeeded by violence. What they're saying is, well, therefore we need violence today.
Yep.
In order to get what we want.
Exactly.
So that's the implication. Doomer for $2 says, tell me in the DMs. He wants to know what the at home.
the guy. Come on, don't look. Doomer can't. If the audience
I can't tell
know,
Doomer. Doomer will leak it. Doomer's an untrustworthy person.
Wow, mean.
I don't trust Doomer to keep it on the DL. Okay, it wasn't that egregious. It was just something that was funny. Anyway.
If they think, well, TYT said that, trans activists are...
It wasn't about Brianna Greyjoy, was it?
No.
Okay, good.
Why does that
It
matter?
wasn't about Robbie.
It wasn't about Robbie, no.
Okay. Who else what other video did we cover?
Don't worry about it.
Wrong here, maybe they're also wrong there. What else have I gotten wrong? It basically opens the door to broader transphobia, and this is what these right-wingers try to do, right? They try to find areas, little weaknesses, where they can get into your brain, and they plant that seed, and that's all that they need. And
This is what I hated about our talk with Sock Done Left, SDL. Make your own fucking argument. Don't stop talking about the right wingers. Oh, this is what the right wingers do. The right wingers this, the right wingers that. It's like, dude, they're living rent free in your head. Give us your argument. Tell us tell us why you're doing these things. Tell us what your motivation is.
No.
It's just ridiculous. The whole point of doing this, how right wingers think side quest is because he wants to make the argument that ANA KASPARIAN is doing what right wingers do.
Right.
What is the point of that? What is the point of that?
That is the point. What do you mean? You know what the point is. You just said what the point is.
Yeah, but it's not like, look, there's plenty of things that right wingers do that are innocuous. They go out for drinks with their friends, okay? Anna goes out to drinks with her friends.
Right.
And so for TYT to do this, that's really, really, that's damaging. They have 5 million subscribers and growing. And furthermore, and this is why this is all intentional now. I'm no longer of the mindset that this is feigning ignorance. I had to fight past that cognitive dissonance because I've been on great terms with them. I've been a network partner for 6 years. But the reason why this is all intentional is because has there been any introspection after they lost 3 LGBTQ plus contributors?
No, good riddance. Goodbye. Dead weight.
Did you want to read at some point the insane, insipid comment?
I mean, we
person put on
can.
Twitter?
We can. I saw Jesse was like, "Is this for real?" Jesse single.
See, where is it?
So I left on May 1st. You all heard about that. It was a disaster for me because I lost monetization, but I couldn't co-sign beliefs that I thought were harmful to my family, to other trans people. Sandy Lobos, a non-binary TYT contributor, left, also condemned the network. Benny Carollo, she just left and
she'll be joining
condemned
us.
the network. Yes, she'll be joining us. So when you have 3 LGBTQ plus people leave the network, specifically denouncing the transphobia, if that doesn't trigger introspection, nothing will. No.
This argument bugs me, Sitch, because it's like none of these people who left even address the argument that Anna made. So if they're not willing to engage in good faith and are unable to perceive other perspectives, then they're bad hosts. And whether or not they're LGBT is completely irrelevant.
Listen, you're not, again, as Mike laid out so eloquently, by questioning any part of the dogma, you allow doubt to enter into the equation.
Yeah.
And as soon as you allow
good.
doubt to enter into the equation, you're just opening the door to the right wing.
Look, this is a difference between religion and science right here. Religion, don't question the dogma. Science, question the dogma. You can't get to the truth without questioning the dogma.
I mean, you're only saying that because you're white, Ed. I don't know how to tell you this. Okay. I don't know if you know this.
Oh my God.
That's your whiteness speaking.
My God, you're hilarious. You were fucking funny.
I'm being serious. Okay.
I'm being
for reals.
Look, you're only saying that.
You're only saying it because you're white.
Bring up the whiteness thing.
What was the whiteness thing?
The chart. I believe objective reality is on the chart, isn't it? I mean, you're not wrong about the whiteness thing.
The African American History Museum aspects of whiteness.
You're
chart,
right.
Yeah.
You're right, Sitch.
There you go.
I'm talking about science. White science.
Shut up, whitey. Okay.
I just look. I remember when lefties used to put bumper stickers on their car that said "question everything."
Right.
I guess those days are over.
They are.
Yeah.
Well,
now it's question nothing.
Right. What's the difference between being like liberal versus leftist?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Liberalism versus leftism.
God, I would love to have a debate with these guys. I would love
That'd
to
be fun.
debate communism with this Mike guy. Mike and Lance. Come debate socialism with us.
That would be quite the power team right there.
Oh, of course. Whenever it comes up on Twitter or like in the comment section or anything, they always throw out you don't even know what socialism is. Like you haven't read, like we haven't talked about socialism on this show forever.
Too much. I know.
Yeah, exactly. You don't even know. Look,
there were like people literally, I had the quote, straight up quote of MLK saying that he's not Marxist. And Marxism and communism specifically is not compatible with ideology. And he goes, this is why communism is not compatible. It's like pages. It's like 4 pages. You've seen this. It's a 4-page speech about how communism is not compatible with Christianity and his ideology.
Mm-hmm.
And there are these literally like buffoonish people on Twitter that I'll post that and they'll just look at it and say, No, he was a Marxist. You're like, what the fuck? Like, it's just.
Are we talking about any of that stuff? Or are we going to bring up the tweet, the Olay tweet?
Oh, yeah, we'll bring up the Olay tweet at some point.
All right. I'm chill.
Nothing.
Nothing will, right? Because that's not your lived experience. So you've got to take it from trans people.
Did I do good? Nothing.
And you got to take it from LGBTQ plus people.
So wait. So let's go back.
No. Let's go forward.
No. Okay. So just listen to this for 1 second. Listen to what he just said. Okay, it's very important.
The network. Yes, she'll be joining us. So when you have 3 LGBTQ plus people leave the network, specifically denouncing the transphobia,
nothing.
If that doesn't trigger introspection, nothing will. Nothing will, right? Because that's not your lived experience. So you've got to take it from trans people. And
that's not your lived experience. So you have to take it from trans people.
Nothing.
That's not your lived experience. So you have to take it from trans people. What did Mike say literally 2 minutes earlier in this conversation? He said, only the right takes anecdotes and extrapolates to make broader generalizations.
Congratulations, Mike. You're right wing now.
You got him. Mike exposed right-wing grifter.
Right-wing grifter.
Got him.
And you got to take it from LGBTQ plus people in the same way that we have to take it from the communities with this lived experience. So if Olay tells me I did something sexist, maybe I don't want to believe that, but I have to listen to her because I don't have that lived experience as a man. If Olay said,
whoa, you cuck. You can listen in terms of that she says something and you listen to what she's saying and you actually try to give it a chance. You don't have to agree. Listening and agreeing are not the same thing, okay?
as what you said was racially insensitive, Mike, I have to listen to her because I don't have that lived experience. My lens of the world is very different than Olay's lens. Her experience is different from mine. This is the part of being an allyship. And we all fuck up. None of us are perfect allies.
So according to Mike, being an ally means that if you're called out by someone of a different gender, class, race, you just have to agree with them. No matter what it is. You just have to say, yes, yes, master. I agree. You are of the chosen race, gender, whatever the topic is. Therefore, I am not allowed to have a difference of opinion than you, no matter what it is.
I kind of want Mike to say yes, master to Olay just to see what happens. What do you think?
I would be curious to see what would happen.
What do you think is going to happen if he does that? If
I
he
don't
gives
know.
her a yes, master, yes, master.
I mean, it's what he's. You say you want him to do that. That's what he's doing, right? That's
Well,
what
it
this
is, but I mean, it would be more interesting if he said it in the way that you said it.
That's true. It would make it more fun.
None of us are, because we don't have that lived experience. We have our subjective experiences, right? And we can never escape our own subjectivity. But when people explain to you in good faith why you fucked up, for you to double down.
So what does that mean? What does that mean? What does good faith mean, Mike, in this situation, right? The hell does that mean?
I haven't seen any good. Look, the only one I've seen acting in good faith in any of this is Jank and Anna.
Right.
I don't think any of these people are acting in good faith.
No.
I think they're all clout chasing, to be honest with you.
Oh.
Do you disagree, or?
I don't know if they're clout chasing. Yeah, maybe to some extent. That's
Look,
definitely
all the
happening.
people quitting TYT are totally clout chasing. Look, it is what it is, but it reeks of clout chasing.
Maybe.
That is intentional. And we're not talking about dumb people. We're talking about very smart.
I mean, not that there's anything wrong with clout chasing, but
smart people here.
And I think the silly part is, or the wild part is the fact that, again, it's a concern. It's not even just double down, like, oh, you say something once and then we blow down on you, and so in your response you double down. This is now months later. You are choosing to go. If this was such a harmful thing, this is so stressful for you. If the left, if we were so dangerous to you, if we made life so miserable, if this was wasn't what you wanted, why are you deliberately, voluntarily choosing to go on press runs, talking about this, calling people out by name, bringing this? Why do you continue to bring this back up? The original had started with her 3 weeks after a tweet, after getting Ratio did that 3 weeks later. She comes after after everybody, right? Now this is now months later. Now you're appearing on these shows talking about it for what? For why? No one else is doing
Shows.
Listen. She's doing. Me and you are so big that appearing on our show is really plural. Okay.
Well, look, Destiny got more views than we did off of our content.
There you go.
So,
there you go. Yeah. Sad.
I
but,
just
you know,
don't know.
The way it works.
Yeah.
But
maybe that's
no,
what she means by shows, is because everybody covered it.
Oh, maybe.
Yeah.
Well, maybe the issue too is, you know, she's a lawyer, right?
Mm-hmm.
She feels like the statute of limitations has expired for you to talk about this situation.
Look, there's no statute of limitations on murder, Sitch. You know that.
Oh, Twitter murder. There you go.
The one that I just had a Laverne Cox interview. Laverne brought up ANA KASPARIAN, and did I jump on her? Did I anything? No, I didn't take any opportunity then to rehash this or come for Anna. I've never done it. I've never posted a video. No one is doing it. So where is it happening? I'm not leading any ANA KASPARIAN.
I mean, listen, after I dropped the tactical nuclear bomb on her of accusing her of calling people the N-word, I didn't do anything after that. Why is she bringing up old shit?
Club? No, and that's what I've always said. This is a part of a deliberate play. I don't think she has ever been. I don't think this has ever been about being offended by what any of us have ever said. I think, like, not at all. The BRB, by no means. Anna's been getting shit on by thousands and thousands and thousands of people, and more powerful and important commentators than us, people with bigger platforms, all these different things. This is a ploy. This is an attention ploy. And I think, I think it was very important for us to, like, talk about it, like, vent about it very transparently. And
the only reason, again, and this is, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if I didn't actually watch the video. I don't think most of these people watched the video. I think Lance did. I think most of them just watched the clips, because if she actually watched the video, and maybe she's just lying or being dishonest, which is possible. Okay. The only reason Anna brought this up in the first place was because we said, how did you come to know us? I said.
You said.
I said. Well, because there's the joke about, like, oh, you said you were a massive fan of the show, right? And so I was like, how did that, how are you aware of us?
Right.
And
which is a good question, because our fans want to know.
Which, yeah, of course. And it was through our coverage of that stream. And so it's just like this, like, conspiracy theory, like Anna's sitting around, like the three of us are sitting around a chalkboard, like, okay, Anna, to complete your grift to the right, what is the best tactic to do? And then Adam's like, listen, Anna, why don't you throw a black lady under the bus? That's the perfect way to ingratiate yourself with the right. And I'm like, were there any black women you can sacrifice to the right-wing mob, Anna? And Anna's like, I have a name for you.
You shouldn't talk like this in front of bad faith people, because they're going to spin this as like, this is exactly what he actually meant.
Right.
Yeah. Obviously,
let him do it.
Sitch is completely joking.
No, that actually happened.
We did a show. Do you remember? I remember doing the thumbnail. I barely remember this because this show was quite some time ago, but I did Anna in the thumbnail, and Anna has a thought bubble that says, I hate my life, and like Jank is just going crazy. Do you remember this?
I mean, I kind of remember it, but I don't remember it.
Yeah. I was like, when did that happen? Well, we did a Vosh versus ANA KASPARIAN, which was at the very beginning of the year. I mean, it's odd that they're talking about this right wing. I mean, she went on Ben Shapiro, a long time ago, and she doesn't seem any more right wing. I think we covered that. Like, this is the longest tack to the right I have ever seen in my entire life.
Right. This is some kind of, like, master plan here, like the slowest right-wing grift pivot ever.
Right. Okay, here it is. Define woke, Gaff, Sparks, Jank Uger, ANA KASPARIAN, David Pakman, Cedar, Socialist Cringe Fest.
We were probably insulting their take on it.
No, but I do think Anna's take was more reasonable in that.
I don't remember what her take was.
More reasonable than Jank's. And that's why I made the thumbnail like that.
Oh.
Anna is actually in the thumbnail going, I hate my life.
Well, I don't remember what her take was on any of that discourse.
Right. But yeah.
And also, though, give the opportunity. We're gonna have Soul Bunny, Juniper, and Benny join us, so they could talk about it. And honestly, from that point, I'm going to sit back and let y'all kind of handle this, my queer folk. No, honestly, I mean, listen, people love they hear things. Unfortunately, they like to give more legitimacy when a cis person says something in defense of queer people, and I think that's some bullshit. You know what I mean? Like, I really think it's some bullshit. Like, you appreciate when I loosely paraphrase like one talking point of 19 points that queer people would actually be able to have and inform you of. And I think that's nonsense. I've been celebrated many a time for, to me, the most ABC behavior in the face of transphobia. I am not saying nothing scholarly you can quote.
We can skip the whole, oh my God, I'm so sorry, I'm not trans.
Oh, she's basically saying
Yes.
the exact same thing that Anna said, which everyone gave Anna a hard time for. Anna said on the show that there was a time when she didn't feel apprehensive around having conversations with people outside her race or sexual orientation, whatever, outside her group, because she wasn't worried about offending someone, offhandedly, accidentally. Now she's far more worried about that happening, and it makes her think, maybe I should not do this because I don't really want to offend anyone. Olay just said this is her, she shuts up when she's ever around trans people because she doesn't want to step in it.
Well, no,
that's
she's
the
saying,
same thing.
Well, she's saying it's so unfortunate that when I say something, it has more legitimacy because I'm not trans. Or if a trans person says something, they just ignore it because a trans person said it. Which I don't know what the fuck world she's talking about, but okay.
That's a thing? That's not a thing at all. That's a complete opposite.
No, that's the thing, Adam.
This argument really bugs me because it's like, and I guess they've turned this into like a right-wing thing. If you want to have a conversation about, actual ideas and arguments and substance, something you might talk about maybe in a court of law, all of a sudden that's like right wing. The way to have conversations about contentious issues now is to get a person that could possibly be personally offended by this issue and have them talk about it, and you shut up and listen.
Right.
What?
True.
How's that work, Sitch? How does that make the world a better place?
Listen, I love wandering around and being in perpetual grievance mode about all of my identities, Adam.
Right.
And the fact that you don't respect that means you're a fucking bigot.
Well, okay. So it's just basically the ability to call people bigots.
Yeah, fuck you.
Oh, I forgot about the pregnant Matt Walsh thumbnail. That's a banger.
Can I say just one quick thing before I forget about what both of you are talking about, though? You're both mentioning really important points about why this is so dangerous, and I just want to add to what Mike said.
No, shut up, Lance. You've never had anything important to say on any of these streams.
Be nice.
Almost every single time there's been a controversial bill, especially in a red state, that's been brought up and then discussed within some form of government, they start to use, and by they I mean right-wingers, they will use sources.
Look, Lance, you're not even American, okay? You're fucking Canadian. None of us give a fuck what you think about our legislation, okay?
Be nice to Lance.
Go back to Canada.
Be nice to Lance.
That are not right-wing, such as an article in the BBC, an article in the Atlantic.
Look, BBC is British. Talk about Canada.
By Jesse Singal, an article in the New York Times.
Stop calling him Jesse Singal. He's not Jason Segal, okay? He's Jesse Singal.
By a perspective that comes from the center or the left or liberals, something like that, where they can say, it's not just us saying this. Look at this. Here is TYT, Progressive Network, and ANA KASPARIAN agreeing with us that puberty blockers are dangerous for kids. And that's why that's so dangerous for her to start saying that kind of shit.
Yeah, because she's right. Dangerous because she's going to pull people out of their bubble and they're going to stop being incorrect. That's the opposite of dangerous, Lance. That's a good thing.
It's ascientific. Every major medical association in the United States
Oh,
agrees.
look, here he goes, just sucking off every major medical organization. And
Right.
look, open up. Here comes.
Upon this, for you to start to fearmonger and spread that shit, it's going to be used especially against the trans community now. That's what
Absolutely.
Yeah, legitimate.
Look, how is that going to be used against the trans community? If you're doing all these false positives on kids and you're going to get a bunch of horrified kids that are going to end up detransitioning, could end up like, how's that? That's helping the trans community, right? Look, if you're in a situation where you've got things wrong and you're going to do a bunch of false positives on kids and a bunch of those kids are going to go on to detransition, that's going to make the trans community look horrible.
Don't think about it.
That's bad for the trans community.
That's not going to happen, though.
It is. It has very much a possibility.
It's only going to
of
happen
happening.
if the right wing socially contagions people into thinking it's going to happen.
No.
Social contagion only works that way.
No.
Is what makes what they're saying so potent, right? Because it's like, oh, it's not what Jordan Peterson says. This is a liberal person, Cenk and Anna from TYT. They're the home of progressives. If they're saying it, then there must be some credence to their claims. And it's not.
There is credence to their claims, Mike. You should look into them.
Not just like the birthing person tweet and some of the things that they're talking about. It goes back to that civil rights movement tweet that she deleted, which was a good move.
Oh, that really is really epic.
Not tweeting it would have been very good because, I mean, it's ahistorical for one, right? It's ahistorical. And on top of that, you as a cis person don't get to dictate the terms of trans activism. And that is something that you have to understand. It's not.
There's your how are they advocating for violence? That statement.
Yep,
Okay. You as a cis person don't get that. Don't get to don't get to dictate the terms of trans advocacy.
Right.
What the fuck does that mean?
What if trans people decide their advocacy is going to be to round up every single cis person and shoot them in the back of the head?
Sure. Or what is it just
That's not like all of a sudden, wait a second.
What if so what if a state, they say we're going to make transitioning illegal, okay? And so a bunch of trans activists, and the reason it's funny, the Benni person says one of the dumbest fucking things I've ever heard in my life. He says using the term trans activist is a
no misgendering. Come on.
Oh, I'm sorry. Sorry.
Yeah. Be careful. There.
I didn't even notice I did it. One of the things she said, one of the dumbest fucking things I've ever heard in my life, is that she said that by using this term trans activist, you're like dog whistling some kind of like evil thing, right?
Yeah.
That you're making some sort of transphobic remark. And I'm like, no. The reason people say trans activist is because a lot of the insane dumb fuck trans activists are not actually trans people. They're just dumb fuck leftists.
Of course they are. Yeah,
and
exactly.
it's actually transphobic to say that every single person at some kind of protesting for trans right, to assume every single one of them is trans.
I know.
That's the transphobic thing.
They're not trans.
Right. But so anyway, like, yeah, so imagine there's some state that has like, they make it illegal for anyone to transition. Or let's just say more likely, because what's actually happened. You know, you have some states that made it illegal for children to transition at all. Okay. So some trans advocacy group goes on a massive riot and they start burning down buildings.
Right.
Okay. So if Mike's home gets burned down by angry trans activists, he
can't
say,
say
well,
anything.
Listen,
Look, that's why they want to protest.
I can't dictate the terms in which, you know, they protest because I'm just a cis person.
Yeah, of
right?
course.
Is he gonna make that? Of course, he's not gonna say that fucking insipid dumb fuck.
No, he's gonna have to say it. We're gonna show him this clip, and he's gonna have to.
We're gonna force him to say.
He's gonna have to.
We're gonna say, "Look at what you said, sir."
Or he will be a hypocrite.
Yep.
We don't want him to be labeled a hypocrite, right?
Well, it's like the I forget who it was. There's some basketball player or something, some athlete that was like, yeah, there's like some BLM like fire burning some building. He's like, yeah, fuck them up, burn them down. And then it was like they were near his neighborhood. They're like, no, stop.
He was live tweeting. Oh my God, they're coming down the street.
Everyone's like, wow, okay, buddy. It's so funny. It's just like that there's that great video of there's like a march, some kind of BLM protest, and there's like a line of people. We've all seen this, a line of video, and this kid's like, "Yeah, Black Lives Matter" through the window. Like 5 seconds later, someone throws a fucking brick through the window at him.
Yep.
And he's like, "What the fuck? I'm on your side." And then they throw a second brick through the window.
Through the other window, yeah.
It's like perfect comedy gold.
Both
moment.
windows are gone.
Yes.
Doesn't matter
So
whose
good.
side you're on.
So good.
All right, bring up the red pill video.
Your head on the chopping block, it's theirs. I think they know pretty well how to advocate for
You know,
themselves.
so that's basically what she acts. That's the worst part is she does know their heads on the chopping block. What she basically said, which is, by the way, what a sick... I mean, again, the right-wing playbook is to take MLK and use him for fuckery. But what she's saying is, in the name of respectability politics, she's saying, hey, Black people, you know, sat there and got lynched and hosed down and everything or whatever, and were, you know, they took it. So you, yeah, they're killing you and all of that.
Again, citation needed. I mean, where is
But did you-
they're killing them?
Yeah, listen, trans people are just getting killed left and right by the government.
No.
You don't know
that's
this?
not
You didn't know this,
happening.
Adam?
Look, I know that they try to trot out the trans murder rate, but it's usually
okay.
not even related to them being trans. It's like,
Whoa. Obviously, the high disproportionate trans murder rate is police. Those are state-sponsored killings. I don't know if you know that.
I don't even think
Now-
they're police interactions.
Now, listen, I don't have any evidence of that. But I feel like it. Okay, deep in my gut, something tells me
Yeah,
that's happening.
disagree.
Okay.
Would you? She said, "Would you dare be uncivilized and fight back?"
Like, yeah.
Well, hold on. If I was literally being killed, I would probably fight back. I would
Really?
definitely fight back, right?
Okay.
But no
That's
one's
very
being
uncivil of you, Adam.
Look, no one's being killed. They're listening to a speech from a swimmer. It's not exactly being killed.
Listen, I don't know if you know, there's a very famous poem, Adam. Okay. It says, first, they came for the trans athletes. And they said, you cannot participate in women's sports.
Oh, okay. I like where this
And I
is
said
going.
nothing.
Okay. Okay.
And then they killed all the trans people.
Look, I think
That's the
you
end of the
missed.
poem.
I think you
That was
missed
the end
some
of the poem.
steps in that poem. I
No,
remember that
that's the poem. It just goes from A to
Look,
B. It's very simple.
I think there was a few more steps in the poem
think-
that I heard.
You
but-
think I'm missing some steps?
Yeah, I don't look. Obviously, they're doing this just to gin up. Oh, look, our lives are on the line. That's not the case.
The white supremacist violence is never mentioned. It's like you never hear about the lynchings, never hear about any of that. Like I try to say things like, "Hey, by the way, didn't know."
Hold on, where's the trans lynching?
Wait, did he say? Wait, what did he say? Wait.
Like yeah, the white supremacist violence is never mentioned. It's like you never hear about the lynchings. Never.
No, he's talking about white. They're going back to the civil rights movement.
Okay.
Wait, the white supremacist violence during the civil rights movement and lynching is never talked. What world?
It's talked about all the time.
Lance, as a Canadian, I'm gonna pat you on the head and tell you that you should stop talking about American politics because you don't live here. You obviously don't understand fucking anything that's happening in this country. Like, I don't know how you can even contend to think that you know what goes on in this country when you think people do not talk about like lynchings and white nationalist violence in America's past. Okay, I don't know what world you're living in, but all right.
I feel like I need
that.
to put
Like,
like a stupid Canadian moniker over Lance so people know not to pay attention to.
Try to say things like, "Hey, by the way, didn't know that at one point in U.S. history, black people did pick themselves up from their bootstraps, and then white people burnt Tulsa to the fucking ground." Like there's a long history of extremist violence towards other groups, towards Native people, towards black people. But then all you hear is like, "Well, what about that peaceful resistance? Why can't we
Central
all?"
Park.
You know, like yes,
Central
thank
Park
you.
is
Like,
built on the top of a successful black community. Literally built on top of it. There is a plaque and everything. Seneca Village, baby. Look it up. Thank you for joining me, Benny,
Oh, damn
Juniper,
it.
Snow Bunny, my loves.
Of course, thank you for inviting me.
Listen, I love to see.
Okay, I'm gonna jump ahead a little bit to where they start to say something of interest, according to my notes anyway.
Society in a way that is like, you know, so much to like undermine patriarchy and
I gotta go back.
I see
It's-
why you misgendered Benny.
Wow, that is hurtful.
Well, no,
So-
they don't. It's very, not very feminine.
I'm assuming they're early.
presentation. Yeah.
I'm assuming they're early stages. I feel bad for Benny because it's very clear that Benny is young and they basically just slurped up like all of the bullshit leftist dogma and just taken it like to heart. Like, oh, everything's patriarchy, everything's white supremacy, everything's colonialism. Like, it's just all this like very NPC. I
Right.
was in a class and my leftist professor shoved all this nonsense down my throat.
Or a trusted friend told you about it. I don't.
Right,
yeah.
or whatever. Yeah.
It's a lot
Say that line.
of.
What'd you say?
Oh, I said that's so condescending to do, though. Just to
Yes.
frame it that way, you know, as if Benny was capable of like making that decision for herself.
No, it's like a whole thing that people do with trans people, though, in general. Like, literally, so, like, I mean, I kind of talk about this a lot of the time, how, like, femininity is both, like, infantilized and sexualized, and that combination in and of itself is, like, really gross and creepy and weird. But, like, it's, like, doubly so with trans women, where, like, any sort of, like, agency, like, is just kind of, like, categorically disregarded. And it just does fit in with, like, the broader narratives that people spread about trans people that is, like, we're all being, like, you know, tricked into it. You know, it's other people's influence because, heaven forbid, you have, like, not only a woman, but a woman that is, like, actively choosing femininity. Like, you know, how dare you just go about society in a way that is like, you know, so much to like undermine patriarchy and the idea that maybe perhaps like, you know, I don't know, not every
This is
I
your...
need a translation here. Wow.
Okay, let me translate because what they said is so dumb.
Okay.
Okay. What Benny said was the reason that people have a problem with trans people in society is because if there's a man, and this only applies to trans women, by the way, if a man chooses to transition to a woman, he'd be choosing to become feminine, which doesn't make sense because by choosing to become feminine as a man, you're spitting in the face of the patriarchy, which the patriarchy wants to say that being feminine is bad and weak. And by choosing to be a woman, you're insulting the patriarchy.
And I mean, what's the so what?
That is like, okay, this is why you don't listen to this. This is the danger of having these stupid, narrow, dumb fuck lenses, which you're going to try to shove everything through to try to understand the world.
Patriarchy lens is completely useless.
The
for
patriarchy lens
anything.
is so useless, right?
Yeah.
Okay, there's a couple very simple reasons why people have problems with trans individuals, right? Number one, people are generally afraid, whether you think it's legitimate or not, of their children transitioning that they don't need to, and they're generally afraid of a social contagion.
Right. And Benny here completely plays into
Dismisses
that by saying, well, even if it is a mistake, well, it just means they're a trans person. That's fine. No big deal.
That comes up
They
later.
just live their lives as a trans person.
Right. So that's number one. Okay, number one, there is a concern about social contagion for people's children. Number one.
Right.
Okay. Number two, some people are just grossed out by trans people. Right?
Yeah. Yes.
Some
yeah.
people, it hits their disgust mechanism. Now we could have an interesting conversation. Now I'm not saying that it's a moral thing. I'm not saying that that's justified. I'm just saying that's why it's fucking happening.
Yeah.
Now you can have an
totally.
interesting conversation about, well, why does that disgust mechanism exist in people? I would contend, because I'm not looking at it through this idiotic patriarchy lens, it has nothing to do with the patriarchy. I would contend it has probably something to do with the fact that humans, since we are wired to reproduce, instantaneously look at people and want to instantly know whether they're male or female. And if there's some level of confusion there, because this applies not just to like trans people. But this is why I think some people are very very disturbed by drag queens and things of that nature. They see that disconnect, and it just it instantly hits their disgust mechanism. Right.
Right. Well, people also are disgusted by the thought of same-sex copulation.
Right. People are disgusted. Yes. Right. People
in themselves. Yeah.
Right. A lot of people don't like gay people because they have some disgust mechanism that's triggered when they think about gay sex or whatever. Right. It's pretty simple. Right. You don't need this like complicated, stupid patriarchy theory, like this patriarchy brain rot of like, well, it's actually the super hyper complicated, like, oh, men just on a subconscious level don't want other men to choose to be women because that invalidates the patriarchy. Like, oh my God, stop.
Patriarchy's
please.
Dumb.
Benny, wake up.
I can't believe patriarchy is even around. It's so stupid.
Yes. Wake up. Wake up from this coma that they're feeding you, this slop.
Right.
Everybody wants to choose masculinity for their lives.
It's interesting to simultaneously like villainize the trans community while also infantilizing, right? Because, you know, they let them tell it. It's like the trans community are these big bad villains trying to, you know, put trans ideology on you and influence your thought. But then at the same time, the trans community is somehow being manipulated by the big bad, like cis leftists that are like, so which is it?
They try to have it both ways, and something. I mean, this isn't an original thought, but I feel like Anna engaged in this quite a bit, especially with Benny. I feel like you highlighted this really well in the video that you posted about leaving TYT, where a lot of these just air quote concerned like liberals or centrists when it comes to like trans issues they'll refer to trans people as trans rights activists. Yeah. They won't refer to us as like women or trans people. We're always just trans rights activists.
Well, look, we're specifically talking about the trans rights activists, though. There are lots of trans people who are not trans rights activists.
And there's lots of people who are not trans who are trans rights activists.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Cis people who are trans rights activists.
It's funny that like people, I don't know, people give this Juniper person, I don't know anything about them, as like there's some kind of like big brain shit poster when they're literally so stupid they don't understand this very simple concept.
Yeah.
Okay. Anna was right. You like to say you're like really stupid. The reason it's so funny. People literally say trans rights activists to not be labeled a transphobe. It would be transphobic to assume every single person attacking you for your opinion on some trans issue is trans.
Is trans, yeah.
Right. And to just say like all these transes on the Twitter attacking me. It's like, well, no, I'm sure some of them are trans. I'm sure a fuck ton of them, because there's not that many trans people. Yeah. I'm sure a fuck ton of them are not trans. I'm sure the majority of them are not fucking trans.
They're
so I'm just being, so I'm going to call them trans rights activists because that's more specifically clear. And then Puddin' Pop over here is like, oh, that's a transphobic dog whistle.
Yeah.
Like, fuck you. This is the classic example of the James Lindsay, you're a clerk, a white person, a black person enter the store the first time. Mm-hmm. Whichever person you help first, it's the no-win Kobayashi Maru. Because if you help the white person first, well, then the woke people are going to say, well, you don't respect black people, you don't think they have money, so you're going to ignore them and help the white person. But then if you help the black person first, the woke person says, oh, well, you're afraid they're going to steal something, so you want to keep an eye on them, right? You can't win. You just can't win in these situations.
Yeah. There's a great chart on Twitter about this. Here, I'll send it to you.
I know what you're... Yeah, right.
Did you see it?
I've seen that chart.
It's so perfect.
Funny.
And that's how Anna referred to me too when she was engaging with me, in her replies to me. I don't know if like she claims she's not transphobic.
This is so sad. Is Juniper a trans rights activist? I'm guessing they are.
Truly, I don't know.
Just, this is
I'm leaning.
If Anna has some disagreement with Juniper and says like, "Oh, you're just a dumb idiot trans person," right?
Mm-hmm. You're
like, "Well, wait a minute, that's transphobic." Is she like trying to say that like all trans people are stupid?
Mm-hmm.
And so she doesn't say it. She says, "Oh, you're like," you know, she labels him as a trans rights activist to avoid that. But that's the dog whistle. That means she's a transphobe. It's ridiculous.
Can we say all trans rights activists are dumb, though? I feel like that's a much stronger claim.
You can't. I mean, it's a generalization. You could say it. Right?
Well, I feel like the stupidity is in the advocating for these.
I would say that the majority of internet trans rights activists seem to be pretty dumb.
Right. Yeah.
Unfortunately for trans people.
Well, no,
Unfortunately
we've
for
had
trans people.
We've had lots of really smart trans people on the show. So
Of course.
Yeah.
Of course. I mean,
That's where she probably.
I feel bad because there's a lot of trans people out there who are just like, listen, I just want to transition and live my fucking life.
Of
okay?
course.
And get on with my life.
Yeah.
And not get dragged in all this bullshit. And you have all these like literally insane people online who are like, no, transness needs to be your like fucking main identity. You need to wrap your entire life in being trans. This is all that matters to you. And you're like, fuck, that's bullshit.
Yeah.
Stop.
Yeah. Probably is. I mean, given that she listens to Jesse Single and reads what he posts. But it's always interesting how these people that start engaging in this transphobia always start out with, oh, these trans rights activists and not trans people, you know? It's really interesting.
Oh, it's just so interesting, Sitch. So interesting.
I mean, it's the same J.K. Rowling arc, right?
Exactly.
Like,
it's the exact
she's
same
literally on that same pipeline where she's at the point of like, all of these trans people are being mean to me on the internet. Now, I support trans people's rights, but also at the same time, and that's what was so infuriating about her statement, was like, I support gender affirming care, but like forgot to put the asterisks of, except for unless it's like trans children, then I'm gonna like listen to Jesse Singal, who has literally been cited in like 100 anti-trans like legislation across the country, and like spread all of this ridiculous nonsense about you know, trans youth. And like, I don't know, it's just really, really frustrating, infuriating, but it is this very like both like patronizing and like, oh, I'm
Here's a question I'd like to ask these people. These trans rights activists, as we like to call them.
You.
Okay.
Transphobe.
Is there any part at all on the trans conversation that a person can disagree with and not be labeled a transphobe?
This was the question I asked when we did our debate with Bob and Dean. Is it Dean? Dane. Bob and Dane, yeah. How do you criticize She-Hulk and not be labeled a sexist?
So right, yeah.
Yeah.
But I don't
think there
curious.
is anything.
There's nothing. Is there any part of these trans questions that are asked that are part of the culture war trans conversation? Is there any single part that you can disagree with and not be a transphobe? Or no? It's just all okay.
You can't disagree with a trans person about where to have lunch without being a transphobe. Sitch.
Right. Okay, I jumped ahead a little bit.
I got you. Another thing,
thank goodness.
I think another thing that's important to remember when they talk about like puberty blockers is like, y'all know that like puberty blockers that's a compromise, right? Like the whole purpose of puberty blockers is to make like, you know, uncertain parents more comfortable so that they just like delay going through puberty, right? Like that.
Okay.
I know you guys can't see me, but I am face palming real hard right now. Benny, who claimed to know about trans issues.
Expert in trans issues, yeah.
I watched Benny's video. There's a part in Benny's video where Benny claims that a lot of trans people know better than the doctors themselves.
I saw that.
Okay.
Yeah, that kind of made me think, wow.
Right. And they
That's
think
a unique take.
Yeah, very good take. And so they have this level of hubris, right?
Oh yeah.
And they then turn around and say the reason for puberty blockers is that it's a compromise for parents that are afraid to give their kid cross-sex hormone.
Mm-hmm.
That's what she thinks. I almost did it again. That's what she thinks. That's what Benny thinks. Okay. That is horribly stupid.
Well,
and shows a complete lack of understanding of the process that they supposedly went through themselves.
Well, I don't know that they did puberty blockers.
Yeah, I don't. Well, that's true. That's true because they probably transitioned late.
Yes.
Or starting to transition late. Because the point of puberty blockers isn't because parents, to give the parents comfort because they're not, willing to pull the trigger. No, dummy. The point of puberty blockers is supposed to be to actually give the child to figure out whether they're fucking trans or not.
Right.
That's supposed to be the point. Now, the problem with that thought process is that it turns out that going through puberty seems to cause desistance in a lot of young kids.
Right.
So by
68 to 98%.
Right. So by blocking that, you seem to be actually fucking over a natural desistance process for some amount of children.
Right.
Okay.
Which Benny would say that's fine because then they just become trans, as if that's not a lifelong. That's not a
right.
Do we agree that it's easier in life to be cis than it is to be trans?
Of course.
Yeah. That's the whole reason why they're marginalized or oppressed, right?
Right.
Yeah.
If being trans, if once you transitioned, you gain the powers of Superman. Okay. You would not be.
We would all transition. Yeah.
Right. You would not be an oppressed, part of the oppressed peoples, supposedly marginalized people.
If I could fly and have laser vision and be shot by bullets and stuff like that, I'd be a woman right now. I would transition.
Listen, Adam, you can fly and shoot laser beams, but you have to lose your penis.
Okay, I take it back. I'm staying.
Well, what if you don't? What if you get to keep your
staying.
penis? What if you get to be a trans woman, but you still have your penis?
I'm transitioning.
So maybe it is. It's like a superpower. You get to have it all. Okay, get to have it all.
Are breasts that bad? I mean, women like breasts, right? I can still get some.
You sure can. You sure can.
That's literally it. That's all it is just like, how do we make cis people more comfortable that we have interrogated this child's gender enough to make sure? And I say child, but like if they're going through puberty, they're like in their preteens, right? And they're starting to figure themselves out, right? So it's not like 3-year-olds or anything that are being put on puberty blockers. These are like teenagers, right? Who have like stable.
3-year-olds are being socially transitioned, though, obviously.
Right.
In their preteens, right?
Wait, listen to what Benny's about to say. This is laughable. Ready?
Ready.
And they're starting to figure themselves out, right? So it's not like 3-year-olds or anything that are being put on puberty blockers. These are like teenagers, right? Who have like stable gender identities. And so.
Yeah, that's not the case. The whole reason the definition of gender dysphoria is that you have an unstable gender identity.
Have you ever met a teenager in your life? How old are you? You look like you're not that old. What fucking teen has a stable gender identity? Fuck.
Or has a stable identity
at
anyway.
all?
Yeah, you're kind of figuring it out.
That's everyone knows this. That's all these kids start going through puberty, and every adult is like, listen, you're gonna start to feel wacky. And when you're a teenager, you're like, whatever, adult. You don't know what you're talking about. And then you go through puberty, and you're like, fuck, everything's fucked up.
Totally.
Right?
Massive
and you're like, the world
swings.
is fucked up. And then once you get out of puberty, you're like, oh, it was me that was fucked up. It wasn't the world that was fucked up.
Totally.
It's just so funny. This is like one of the most commonly like known stereotypes of understanding of teenagers. Go through puberty, they have like identity crisis after identity crisis. And Benny here is like, listen, they're a teenager. They have a stable gender identity.
Not
All
true.
right. Okay.
Very malleable.
All right.
I was goth fluid.
That was just because you were trying to get a goth girlfriend.
Yeah, that's why I became goth fluid.
Yeah.
I was like, listen, right now I'm a metalhead. And my chances of getting a goth girlfriend listening to Ronnie James Dio and Iron Maiden are pretty low. I'm going to buy me some Cure albums.
Listen.
See how this pans out.
You know what? Now that you said this, I'm actually going to believe Benny's argument. Okay. They make a convincing argument.
Oh,
Because
really?
obviously Adam your identity centered entirely around your penis.
I did. That's why
Okay.
all this stuff is so bizarre to me, because I
It's
was
so funny.
Look, I always look at this stuff not about how I feel. It's like, what do I have to do to attract a goth girlfriend? Right?
Right. Right.
I just feel like that's the way. I mean, that's the way it used to be. Things have
The
changed.
thing
now.
is, like, what
The
people
thing
really should be
is-
advocating
well,
for
really-
is that every kid is able to go through whichever puberty they're the.
Oh wait.
I know. This is
God. So take after take from Benny.
okay.
It's
Here it is.
crazy.
Here it is. The most insane take you'll hear on the internet all week.
Child, but like if they're going through puberty, they're like in their preteens, right? And they're starting to figure themselves out, right? So it's not like 3-year-olds or anything that are being put on puberty blockers. These are like teenagers, right? Who
Yeah.
have like stable gender identities. And so the thing is, like what people really should be advocating for is that every kid is able to go through whichever puberty they're the most comfortable with. And when you frame it like that, then all of a sudden everything becomes clear because
I kind of feel like TYT
Hmm.
dodged a future lawsuit here. I really do.
Jesus. Every kid should just listen. I'm gonna go to my doctor. I'm 11 or 10, right? I'm 10 or 11. And you're like, doctor, hit me up with the puberty of my choice. I know exactly what I want in life, baby.
Or the
hit me up with
doctor.
that big T. Hit me up with that big E.
The doctor being like, which do you prefer, blue or pink? Yeah.
This feels like some like dystopian, like Brave New World society, doesn't it? Like
This is totally Gattaca
you're
without
like,
the technology.
like it's like all right, there's no, you can't call them son or daughter, right? It's like, all right, child, it's your 10th birthday, you finally get to decide whether you're gonna be a boy or a girl. You're gonna
Right.
go to the doctor, and the doctor's gonna be like, do you want the blue syringe or the pink syringe? Oh my god, this is so wild.
It's insane.
God.
It's totally insane.
because that's all hormones really are. Whether or not it's testosterone or estrogen, it's just picking one puberty over another. And so, like, the
That's all it is. That's all it is. No concern. It's not going to have any effect on your body. You can just keep, you can just switch back and forth
Benny,
whenever you want.
I'm going to assume Benny hasn't read Why Gender Matters, where they go through all the different biological sex differences and the various studies that they've done with them. I do remember one of the ones that they did with the eyes. It's not just the hormones. There's also receptors for the hormones in the eyes.
Right.
Like males have certain receptors for testosterone in their eyes. And if you just flood their eyes with estrogen, well, they don't have the receptor for estrogen because they're males.
Right.
So there's a process that's going on here that you're not really considering the totality of.
This is a complete misunderstanding. This goes far outside like political stuff. This is a complete misunderstanding of like almost every medical procedure.
Right.
So if you talk to a doctor, usually if they're a good doctor, okay, the ideal situation is a person never has to get surgery or treatment
For anything. Yeah, of
ever.
course.
Because every surgery, every treatment, every medication has some kind of potential downside, right?
Yeah, side effects, whatever.
Has some kind of side effect. You're basically doing something foreign or inviting some foreign substance or foreign entity or something into your body that can have a potential downside. And the reason you take medicine, the reason you do surgery, is because you're in a position where the alternative is worse.
Catastrophic.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right. So you have to weigh in your mind and say, well, if I do nothing, I have some worse outcome. So I'll take my chances taking the medicine, getting surgery, whatever.
Right.
Okay. That's the way in which every single person should look at these medical alternatives.
But Sitch, going through the wrong puberty can be catastrophic. These
It
kids
can
are
be.
going to kill themselves.
But here's the thing. So that's fine. You can say that. Okay. But Benny's worldview here is detached from reality, is unmoored. Let's quote Bill Barr here, is unmoored from reality. Okay.
Right.
Because the idea that like you can just take female hormones and flood someone who's born male with them, or someone who's born female flood their body with male hormones, and that's not going to have any potential downside, any potential like bad effects or side effects to that process, is delusional.
Totally delusional.
Okay.
Yeah.
The argument is for these treatments, which is a fair argument, assuming it's true, is that, well, transitioning is better than killing yourself.
Right.
Right? Transitioning is better than living your life miserable, right? Or in a state of dysphoria or a state of pure anxiousness or depression, which I agree with. That's a completely fair medical argument, okay? But then it gets like turned into this insane hyperbolic argument that we're hearing from Benni, that we heard from Philosophy Tube, which is like this completely laissez-faire, like, oh, we live in a magical, mythical future where anyone could just walk into their character customization booth and come out looking whatever they want, and they'll be perfectly healthy and fine. And we don't live in that world yet.
Nope.
Puberty blockers really is just this time delay thing because people want to like be doubly sure. And like on one level, I understand why people want to be doubly sure, but on another level, like pushing them as like the default go-to, this is like the line that everybody should take, is kind of silly and is very much a compromise that is very much catering towards like cis people's concerns as opposed to like trans people's actual experience.
Yeah, and it's not really even like those.
What does that mean? What did that last part mean, Sitch?
It means sissies gotta shut up.
Catering to cis people's concerns instead of trans people's experience. How do you cater to trans people's experience? Like, I understand how you cater to someone's concerns, but how do I cater to trans people's experience?
Well, you see, you say, listen, there's very low trans regret rates under different protocols, so therefore, you just gotta accept it all. You don't question it.
Oh, okay.
That's what they mean. Let me jump ahead here in my notes. I don't remember. All I wrote here was lied, ? Not white. So I don't know what we're about to jump into.
I think we're
I
close.
took a note because I remembered this, but it's the whole fact that she lied on you, Olay, and the whole way she brought it up, and the way, and even the fact that she tried to say like she's not white. When in 2018 in one of their broadcasting, she identified as a white Armenian. She literally identified. So the fact that she went now when it's convenient at a podcast with centrists to all of a sudden not be.
Hold on, let's rewind.
There was.
Let's
there was
rewind
your
this.
quote, Adam. I'm glad we sat you.
Let's rewind this part a second here.
She identified as a white Armenian. She literally identified. So the fact that she went now when it's convenient at a podcast.
Oh! Breaking my heart. Breaking my heart. Soul Bunny, look at this. A podcast with centrists. Sitch.
With centrists, so all of a sudden not be act like, because I was looking for that clip and I'm like, there are literally in news broadcasting. I cannot find this within hours before this stream.
Lance, didn't I say earlier on Surfs, did I not say that is the most ridiculous bullshit? The whole thing, yeah, they call me white, I'm Armenian. I said, that's like me sitting up here like, I'm not black, I'm Bahamian. Like, what the fuck are we talking about here? And
Well, okay. You don't understand that there's like, it's pretty weird to categorize a bunch of people for their skin color. Like, first of all, like, is Chank white, right? It's pretty weird to categorize a bunch of people for their skin color and say that they have some kind of like inherent white supremacy or responsibility for the actions of other white people who are not even connected to. Like Anna's family, Chank's family, my family, your family. No one in our families owns slaves.
Yeah.
Right. And also depending on your family might not even have been here when segregation was even fucking happening.
Yeah,
and it's
totally.
super weird and racist to just say, well, because you share some shade of skin color with these people, we get to prescribe a bunch of things about your personality, right?
Yeah, even Anna being Armenian really doesn't tell you anything.
Right.
Like, Armenians aren't a monolith, so.
Okay, let me skip ahead. This is an interesting part of the conversation, according to my notes.
Lady politics away. And yes, that's an excellent point. Soul Bunny is like, there are a million other civil rights leaders, right? Like a million of them else. But also, it is a mischaracterization of MLK's philosophy. I'm so sick of people, all these white people who don't read books, talking shit on MLK's name. First of all, MLK has never.
Did she just say white people who don't read books?
Yeah.
How dare you?
Yeah.
Never. When did y'all hear MLK come out and say, I believe in nonviolence because, like, what are you talking about? Because violence is wrong. He didn't say that.
Read
Martin
his
Luther King
book.
Jr. never said violence is wrong, everybody.
I know it only took Sitch 10 minutes to find 32 clips of MLK saying this.
I literally, listen, my research was very difficult. I went on YouTube and I typed in MLK nonviolence.
Oh,
whoa. I watched like the first 5 that came up and I said, oh.
These will do just fine.
Right. And we'll watch those in a second, but let's just let the entirety of this insane position, like, just, oh, it's a beautiful position.
This is a pivot. This is a right-wing riff.
She's completely destroyed all of her credibility, correct? I mean,
this is
why is anyone listening to these people?
This is one of the most bafflingly, insanely stupid things that I've ever heard of.
This person's college educated, right?
Well, they're a lawyer, so
Yeah.
they went to law school, Adam.
Well, they presumably passed the bar exam as well, right? Well, I guess none of that matters compared to understanding MLK.
Well, the problem is, listen, I don't begrudge an individual person for not having like super knowledge about MLK.
Of course, yeah.
Especially someone that's Olay's age. But what the thing that makes it hilarious is that they're egotistically saying all these white people need to read a book.
Right, yeah. They're basically making this racist claim that white people don't know shit when their actually position is incorrect.
Is horribly wrong. It's not just wrong. It's like insanely wrong. It's wrong on every level.
Right. Well, you just listen to some Copaganda clips online, Sitch.
Oh, okay.
If that is their playbook to bring up MLK and invoke him in this respectability politics way. And yes, that's an excellent point. Snow Bunni is like, there are a million other civil rights leaders, right? Like a million of them else. But also, it is a mischaracterization of MLK's philosophy. I'm so sick of people, all these white people who don't read books, talking shit on MLK's name. First of all, MLK has never, when did y'all hear MLK come out and say, I believe in nonviolence because, like, what are you talking about? Because violence is wrong. He didn't say that. Read his books. He said, I believe these fucking white people will kill us and that we'll be outnumbered. That's what he said. We'll be outnumbered. It will be a mass slaughter and I don't want to bring my people to genocide. That is what he said. It was not a moral fucking condemnation of violence. That is not the case. I literally wrote my first essay in my Substack, my Substack about this, America's hypocrisy on violence, the case of police brutality, and the fact that...
Did you read that Substack?
No, I didn't fucking read that Substack.
I
should have
wanted
actually.
to read it. I wanted to read that sub. As soon as she
should've.
mentioned it, I was like, wow, this Substack sounds insane. I thought she was going to say this is like my thesis. Then I wanted to find out who her thesis advisor was because...
Right. So there you go. Martin Luther King Jr. never gave a moral condemnation of violence.
How do you look when they talk about how?
Look at that face. This is the perfect. That's
know.
how I feel. This is my perfect feeling when I hear Olay say these stupid words. Okay, that's how I feel. Is what she's doing right now. I'm like,
when they talk about critical race theory is just teaching black history. Is this the black history that they're talking about teaching? The one that's completely fake about how Martin Luther King advocated for violence?
Yeah. Yeah. Okay, so let's so we're at 56:14. Let's see what MLK had to say about this.
60 minutes. Rewind.
Now what I'm saying is this. I would like for all of us to believe in nonviolence, but I'm here to say tonight that if every Negro in the United States turns against nonviolence, I'm going to stand up as a lone voice and say this is the wrong way.
I mean, that's pretty clearly the clip that Olay was saying did not exist. I mean, that's like it.
Have you ever heard MLK come up and say, I don't believe in nonviolence? Have you ever heard him say that?
I mean, she even kind of did the voice when she said
did.
it. Yeah.
She did the voice, yeah. But wait, it continues.
I will never change.
Oh. Okay.
In my basic idea that nonviolence is the most potent weapon available to the Negro in his struggle for freedom and justice. I think for the Negro to turn to violence would be both impractical and immoral.
Wow. Oh,
Jump to Olay saying, you never heard Martin Luther King Jr. say that violence was immoral? Jump back to this.
I mean, this should just be a clip video. I mean,
it will be.
Yeah.
There is an increasingly vocal minority who disagreed totally with your tactics, Dr. King.
There's no doubt about that. I will agree that there is a group in the Negro community advocating violence now. I happen to feel that this group represents a numerical minority. Surveys have revealed this. The vast majority of Negroes still feel that the best way to deal with the dilemma that we face in this country is through nonviolent resistance. And I don't think this vocal group will be able to make a real dent in the Negro community in terms of swaying 22 million Negroes to this particular point of view. And
that was
obviously
Malcolm
MLK.
X. Yeah.
Obviously, MLK. Not against violence. Let's have some more MLK not being against violence. Ready?
Nonviolent resistance is the most potent weapon available to oppress people in their struggle for freedom and justice. I think the aftermath is much greater for everybody involved. The aftermath of violence is bitterness, and you've got to spend another 100 years getting rid of the bitterness created as a result of the violent revolution. Wherein the aftermath of nonviolence is redemption and the possibility of the creation of the beloved community.
Wow, that's kind of crazy because, I mean, obviously after the Civil War, I mean, they did go into Jim Crow.
Yeah.
And all that
was
never really resolved for 100 years.
Yeah.
But after civil rights, we had civil rights in the 60s. And I mean, we were making progress by the 70s and 80s.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah.
But no, MLK, it was only a tactic. Okay, he didn't actually care about being anti-violence. I don't know.
Well, I read some book on this, and I can't remember what the book was, but they didn't just go into the black civil rights movement, but they went into Mahatma Gandhi and his nonviolent resistance. Was Gandhi Indian? He was, right?
Of course.
Yeah. But they went into some other famous resistance movement that was nonviolent to make the argument that nonviolence is always successful and that violence is not. So I think Danimal also made some interesting points arguing this on Twitter. That even because the activists are saying, well, you know, they enacted violence and then they got some sort of legislation passed. So they'll point to the riot made the legislation passed. But if you look closer at it, the legislation was passed, but it was never enforced because the people were so bent out of shape about the violence that they really found like cultural workarounds to make sure it didn't happen no matter what. Yeah.
Right.
So it was still unsuccessful. Is there more?
There's more.
My basic philosophy, which grows out of the nonviolent tradition, is that a moral man cannot in good conscience accept injustice and adjust to an evil system. He must resist it. He has a moral obligation to resist evil. But in resisting it, he must recognize that he stands on higher moral grounds when he will resist that unjust system nonviolently. The individual seeks to achieve moral ends through moral means, and I think this is what nonviolence is saying in the final analysis, that means and ends must cohere, and that in order to bring about a just society and a righteous society, it is necessary to use just and righteous methods.
Based, yeah. That's
Wow.
awesome. This is
yeah.
This is the moral of the turn the other cheek, because that's an indictment of violence right there.
Yeah.
It's saying,
Well,
yeah.
This concept, and it's just like insane. I don't know how she could say this. Someone who supposedly read his work, because as someone who, you know, I've looked into MLK probably a fraction of the amount of time that, like, you know, MLK advocates supposedly research him. One of the themes I literally saw repeated time and time and time again through my little bit of research was what he just said right there. He repeats it time and time again. He doesn't believe that immoral means can bring about justified ends.
Right.
This was actually one of his complaints against communism, was he said that communism thinks that they can use immoral means to bring about justified ends.
Yeah.
And he says this constantly. He says this all the damn time. And so it's like, it's just totally insane to me that Olay is like, when did you ever hear Martin Luther King Jr. say this thing that he says all the time?
It makes me think she doesn't know anything about Martin Luther King.
Yes.
Or she is only familiar with the one quote that the commies pass around all the time.
Right.
About
white liberal
him
quote.
saying he's more open to socialism or something like that. I don't even know the quote, but it's just one quote that they use all the time.
Yeah, there's a couple quotes they like to throw around all the time.
Yeah.
But okay, there's one more clip. I'm not gonna play the whole thing because it's like pretty long. But there's one more part of the clip that I want to show. Just to really like drill into how insipidly dumb what Olay said is. And she's doubling and tripling down on this, okay, still, at this very moment. Okay, let's see, let me get the time code here. Let's see, we're at
7:09.
8. Like, I need to be at 8:20 here.
Oh.
Now let me say, secondly,
perfect,
that if we're to have peace in the world, men and nations must embrace the nonviolent affirmation that ends and means must cohere. One of the great philosophical debates of history has been over the whole question of means and ends. And there have always been those who argued that the end justifies the means, that the means really aren't important. The important thing is to get to the end you seek. So if you are seeking to develop a just society, the important thing is to get there, and the means really aren't important. Any means that will get you there. They may be violent, they may be untruthful means, they may even be unjust means to get to a just end. There have been those who have argued this throughout history. But we will never have peace in the world until men everywhere recognize that ends are not cut off from means, because the means represent the ideal in the making and the end in process. And ultimately, you can't reach good ends through evil means, because the means represent the seed and the end represents the tree. It's one of the strangest things that all of the great military geniuses of the world have talked about peace. The conquerors of old who came killing in pursuit of peace. Alexander, Julius Caesar, Charlemagne, and Napoleon were akin in seeking a peaceful world order. And do you know, if you will read Mein Kampf close enough, Hitler contended that everything that he did in Germany was for peace. And the leaders of the world today talk eloquently about peace. Every time we drop our bombs in North Vietnam, President Johnson is talking eloquently about peace. Make it plain. What is the problem? They are talking about peace as a distant goal, as an end we seek. But one day we must come to see that peace is not merely a distant goal that we seek, but it is a means by which we arrive at that goal. We must pursue peaceful ends through peaceful means. All of this is saying that in the final analysis, means and ends must cohere because the end is pre-existent in the means. And ultimately, destructive means cannot bring about constructive ends. Now let me...
Based. Totally
Isn't
true.
So based.
Yeah.
Ultimate, based, enlightened centrist.
Yeah.
MLK.
This is how you get tit for tat warfare from here to eternity.
Yeah, and you know it's so gross because if you played this clip without if we said these words to some leftist streamer, they'd be like, "That's cuck liberal civility politics." Right?
Yeah.
If you didn't show them who said it, right? They'd be like, "Oh, that's pathetically lame. I'm a consequentialist."
Yeah, exactly.
It's so funny. Like, the more I look into MLK, the more I respect how awesome he was. Like, that's just like that's such a great philosophy, and it's so true. It's so incredibly true that the means and the ends are not cut off; they're baked into each other.
Yeah.
And yet we got Olay over here.
These are real.
Saying, "You never heard MLK say." Let's just play it again, just for like the comedy.
Just for the laughs of it. This is the comedy portion of the show right here.
I believe these fucking come out and say this characterization of MLK's philosophy. I'm so sick of people, all these white people who don't read books, talking shit on MLK's name. First of all, MLK has never. When did y'all hear MLK come out and say, "I believe in non-violence"? Because like, what are you talking about? Because violence is wrong. He didn't say that.
Well, let it go. Let it go.
It's a moment of silence.
Read his books. He said, "I believe these fucking white people will kill us and that we'll be outnumbered." That's what he said. We'll be outnumbered. It will be a mass slaughter and I don't want to bring my people to genocide. That is what he said. It was not a moral fucking condemnation of violence. That is not the case. I literally wrote my first essay in my Substack, my Substack about this, America's hypocrisy on violence, the case of police brutality, and the fact that ideologically, the Black Panthers and MLK were not this big divergent thing on violence. It was a tactic. It was just literally a matter of strategy of let's try this out. And I have a hard time. Let me tell you something. If he tried something out in the 60s, he was trying it out. What makes you feel like in 2023 when, by the way, his daughter and living descendants are fucking alive, co-signing Black Lives Matter and the protests that y'all are using it to discredit? What makes you feel like if he saw y'all doing the same fucking shit in 2023, you know, after also you niggas assassinated him, what makes you feel like he'd be like, "Oh, yeah, definitely nonviolence is the way to go with them"? Like if he came back from the grave where y'all put him.
So here's a question. Who's the y'all in this situation?
Well, the white people, of course.
It's so weird to me. And I said this in my tweet. Let me bring up my tweet. I'll read my tweet real quick. I said, I watched a video from Olay, I added her, that was in response to a conversation with ANA KASPARIAN. In it, she makes the strange claim that MLK only advocated for nonviolence as a tactic and not a moral principle. This is not accurate.
Yeah. Oh, wait. Okay, so you were nice. Look at that.
I was nice.
Good faith Gary here.
I feel like I sound like Data whenever I talk like this. That is not accurate. The concept of nonviolence was deeply rooted in MLK's philosophy, and he preached this throughout his life.
Yeah.
Also, I don't know who the quote "you" is she's referring to when talking about you assassinated MLK.
Yeah.
So, and I linked on Twitter all those clips.
I saw, yeah. I watched a
And I want
bunch
you to know
of
this.
them.
I literally bought Twitter Blue just so I could
Hold on a second. I was like, wow, how does Sitch have this show more in here?
I don't have the check mark yet because apparently it takes some time to show up.
verify you, yeah.
But I literally bought Twitter Blue just so I could tweet the videos all together and all that stuff.
Did you get it
The
on
show more
your
tweet.
Did you get it on your phone or on the
It's
computer?
really dumb. The only way to do a tweet where you embed multiple videos in the same tweet is on your phone. You can't
Really?
do it on the computer. Yeah, which I don't understand why it would be programmed that way. That's insanely idiotic to me. But
Twitter Blue is only $8 if you do it on the computer. If you do it on your phone, it's $11.
oh, really?
Yeah, because you have to do it through Apple App Store, and it.
Oh, I did it
charges you.
on my computer, so it was only $8.
Yeah, that's the way to go.
Okay. I see. Interesting. But anyway, I say
I
MLK
the edit
would con-
button is so worth it. So, but go ahead. Look.
Yeah, no, the edit button seems like it's worth it.
Amazing.
I said MLK would consistently repeat the concept that violent means cannot bring about just peaceful ends. He makes it very clear that nonviolence is not merely a tactic, but is the moral way. In the second clip, it really spells this out in case there's any doubt, and it was the clip of him, that long clip we just watched. Now, he would often talk about the strategy of nonviolence as a way to persuade people who didn't agree with his philosophy, but that should not be confused for thinking there was no philosophy.
Yeah.
This is important because right now, there are a lot of people, a lot of internet leftists, who are trying to recast MLK as a radical who only used nonviolence as a mask, and that the violence was necessary for the civil rights movement to succeed. By doing this, they are explicitly or implicitly pushing the idea that violence is necessary for any movement seeking to grant rights, justice, or equality for any group they consider oppressed, and thus excuse violence that occurs in the name of social justice. Many leftist content creators appear to be promoting this dangerous idea rather than pushing back on it.
Yeah, Olay included. And all these cucks that are sitting there letting her do it.
Right.
They all have looks on their faces like, oh, I'm not down with this violence. Don't they? I mean, look at all of them. None of them look like they're into this.
My favorite is Lance's face, but I feel like that's the way Lance always looks.
Lance is like, holy shit, I am high as can be. I've been smoking weed all day. And here I am on this live stream.
Right. These are good faces. These are good faces.
With this person advocating for that MLK was violent.
Was mask off. Yeah, secretly. MLK. Fine with violence.
Yeah.
Right.
Not a great look.
So anyhow, yeah, I just
Yeah.
you think people that
Now everyone's going to talk at once.
Like, oh god.
And so we need to acknowledge.
So based on the tweet that I just read to you guys, right? I called her out for being wrong, but I wasn't attacking her. I wasn't being like overly rude, like we are in this stream. So I was blocked.
Right.
She blocked me, and then basically subtweeted me as being wrong, but blocked me first, so I couldn't actually address or respond.
How are you wrong? I mean, those video clips are that's devastating. I mean, the argument that she makes here is completely fallacious, as evidenced by the video.
Right. She just says that I'm wrong, and says you have to read a book, and she posts some book that supposedly says I'm wrong, even though someone literally super chatted or tweeted and said that in that book that she posted, he still affirms nonviolence.
I can't imagine.
Right.
I can't imagine him doing all those speeches, and then all of a sudden in the book he's like, sneaky, sneaky. Look, I was just kidding. All those interviews I did with the news, just kidding.
I know.
Yeah.
Yeah, and when I have time, I'll go bring up that book on the internet.com, and I'll find the section, and I'll tweet it at her, even though I'm blocked. I'll say, "Oh, I read your book. It seems to confirm exactly what I said."
Olay doesn't have a big YouTube channel or anything, so.
No. She has a pretty big Twitter, but she doesn't have a big YouTube.
Right, yeah.
So, I don't know. Very funny.
Like, even the phrase nonviolence is in some sense like an op in and of itself. Because literally when you say nonviolence, people just hear violence and then like that's it, right? So if you're talking about like all of these they're nonviolent protesters, that implies that there is like, there might be they might be violent protesters, maybe. I mean, they say they're nonviolent, right? Because like humans, just the way we process language, we're not
This is the George Lakoff argument, the don't think of an elephant argument.
Because it's got the negative instead of a positive in it, yeah.
But it has absolutely nothing to do with this. Like, it's totally inappropriate in this context.
Yes. Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But, you know, she is trying to make some commentary on.
Well, listen, if they want to
nonviolence.
if they want to say that, first of all, the term nonviolence, it's not like people were not hoisting that upon MLK. I believe he chose that term. I don't know if that was the term from the Thoreau paper or if that was specifically what Gandhi was saying, but he chose that term. You know, if you want to make an argument that they should be advocating for the term peaceful instead of nonviolent, you can do that, I guess, but it's like, it's not an op, okay?
Right.
we're going to focus less on the non and more on the violence part of that word.
Yeah.
And so, like, to be entirely honest, like the whole like front of that is just kind of like ridiculous. And like, yeah, obviously these people literally have no understanding of like, yeah, Martin Luther King literally worked with like the Deacons for Defense and Justice, right? So like, where are we gonna like do we really think that like Martin Luther King was like an absolute fool and was just like, oh no, yeah, I know the Klan is like literally right there, but let's just all just go, you know, completely unprotected into a situation? Like, that's just silly, right?
So it's
That's just fundamental.
It's funny because Benny seems to have some knowledge and awareness of this that is even going beyond Olay, but they're trying to cover for her.
I know, it's disgusting.
Sneaky way.
It's completely disgusting.
Right. Because no one ever said, and Martin Luther King Jr. specifically said, he's not a pacifist.
Yeah.
He never said he was a pacifist. He said he said that he's in favor of non-violent social change. That doesn't mean you let someone come and murder you.
Yeah.
Right. Nonviolent social change and nonviolent resistance. Doesn't mean you let someone, the KKK, come up, like roll up on you and, you know, take you out, right?
Of course.
He's fine with people protecting their lives from the KKK or things of that nature, right? That's not, that was never a contention.
Yeah.
It's really silly, but these people have...
What?
Olay is obviously wrong, and I just think it's interesting that Benny jumps in and doubles down on that wrongness.
Right.
Literally no interest in learning even the tiniest bit of history. And to bring that back...
Yeah, you're right. We have no interest in learning the tiniest bit of history. Get the fuck out of here.
Well, listen,
So
I'm glad that Olay said this wrong thing, because now it helped me find those based MLK clips.
I just spent 2 days reading a book on Clarence Thomas's life. Come on now. Nothing about history.
First of all, you're lying. You didn't read the book, okay? A voice read it to you.
Yeah. It might have been Clarence
Thomas's voice read it to you.
I don't even know.
Did he narrate his own book?
I don't think it says. But I'm like, this motherfucker sounds like Clarence Thomas. This is Clarence Thomas.
I think he narrates the book, yeah.
Does he?
I'm assuming.
Back to like Stonewall, right? Like everybody will say like Stonewall was a riot, but then also like 3 minutes later be like, how dare these trans people protest in a way that I don't like right now today.
Absolutely.
And on that, there was a post I saw.
You got it from Audible, right?
Yeah. What's it say?
My Grandfather's Son, narrated by Samuel Jackson, you bigot.
Was it really Samuel?
I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. It was narrated by Clarence Thomas.
Okay. Damn you.
Yeah, there
I
you
was
go.
like, I would have been able to tell if it was Samuel Jackson.
Narrated by Keith David.
I would have been able to tell if it was Keith David. I like Keith David.
I'm trying to remember what Pudding says.
That outlined like pretty well that like trans, I hate to use this phrase, but trans people and trans activists are mostly like nonviolent.
He's forced. She is forced.
Yeah, I don't know what the fuck Pudding is, but yeah,
I think it's a she. They are forced to use the trans activist thing after they condemned it.
I know. Oh, moment of silence pouring out for the homies.
But they said, "Listen, I hate to use this since I just condemned it 5 minutes ago."
I know.
Like we're very like nonviolent. We're very like passive compared to like past civil rights moments, especially compared to, because like Anna brought up, of course, as you guys were just talking about, the civil rights era for Black people, and she was like, "Oh no, Black people never did this." But someone posted a couple of pictures that went off of Black people armed with weapons, like taking over like a university, which is like it's just, Anna is just completely misrepresenting the civil rights movement. And like she was trying to say that like trans people are worse than, like, more violent than this, and it's like we're pretty passive. Like we're just posting online for the most part. Like a lot of this discourse is mostly online.
And she knows it. I mean, her big bag right with the trans. Let's pretend.
If that was the only critique, it's okay. It was a poorly worded tweet, right? But that wasn't. So much of it was the trans protesters, the trans rights activists, they're not violent. ... But
they could be.
But they could be. And if they are, you have to shut the fuck up about it.
Yeah.
Right?
Exactly.
The civil rights movement was won on the backs of violence. Wink, wink.
Transgenocide.
Mm-hmm.
Transgenocide. People are dying.
I don't remember what it was.
Pretend everything she's saying about the trans community was true. Her the big bad trans people called her a birthing person. Ooh, the violence! Ooh, like that.
We're going back to it. Let me skip ahead here.
Oh, good.
Let's see. Where's after violence? Skip to 112:40. Let's see what's up over here.
Once again, and I hate to keep coming back to this, but once again, they still do not know Anna's argument about the birthing person.
They never say it. I don't know if they know it, but they never vocalize it at any point. So
Anna's not offended because somebody personally called her a birthing person. She's saying, I don't like the term birthing person because I feel like it belittles a category that I am a part of.
Right.
And strategically, I think if trans rights bills are on the ballot, people are going to say, oh, these are the people that have denigrated the category that I'm a part of. Screw them. I'm not voting in favor of this. Fuck off. Which I think, I mean, that's an argument. that's a very rational argument. I mean, I think people are going to make that calculation. I think people are more likely to vote for Republicans because they're worried some doctor is going to come out and ask their kid if they're gender fluid.
Right.
That's all you have to offer?
All you can do is block other people's rights. But that's what the entire all Republicans are is weaponized around whiteness, right? Whiteness is a construct, and that's what people didn't understand. And that includes whiteness is a construct, what white supremacy is, all of the rest of us are covered. Transphobia, homophobia, racism is all a part of the toolbox, the handbook that is white supremacy. And I mean that's what that's why I say that's why they call that foolishness, the culture wars. All that really is other people want equal rights and they oppose it. That's what the culture war is. But by calling it that, if you make it seem like there's a wars or it's cultures competing, then it seems like two people both equally have legitimate interests that are in conflict, but they're not. One side wants equal rights and the other side doesn't want them to fucking have it.
Wow, look, she's seen the meme, Sitch. It's all over now.
She's seen the meme? Yeah.
You know, destroyed.
Well, she said in the beginning, I don't know if you caught it, she said Republicans, they're just unified around whiteness, all Republicans.
Oh, yeah, I caught that part too.
That's what's happening here. Yeah.
Look, I do think there are rights in conflict, especially when it comes to women's sports.
Right.
There are literally rights in conflict. So this whole idea is complete dog shit.
Listen, it's so funny because so many, like the beginning of all the people pushing back against wokeness and SJWs, like the number one thing that sparked everyone on this was free speech. Right?
Mm-hmm. I do remember that.
It was people saying, I don't like that people are telling me what I can and cannot say. And we have this extreme level of speech policing.
Yep.
And now it's just recast as you just don't want other people to have the same rights. Now, the way that I categorize that is meaning straight equity. And I think that liberalism and capitalism perpetuate white supremacy. So we just have to, wink, wink, nudge, nudge, tear that all down and replace it with socialism. But you just don't want me to have equal rights.
Right.
And that's what's happening.
Oh, and they take offense to it too. You'll see white people all of a sudden being like, "Oh, wait, what are you? Not all white people. What are you saying? Why are we bringing this up?" I think this teaching of slavery and the genocide of indigenous people is anti-white racism. It's like, what? It's anti-white supremacist. Maybe. I mean, if you're a white supremacist, you might take offense to learning that stuff. But otherwise, you should probably be like, "Oh, neat. We're learning. This is history. That's what happened."
What the fuck just happened? That was completely incoherent.
I was gonna say, so what he said, I'll be the Lance translator. He was throwing out the popular straw man that the right doesn't want to learn about Black history and learn about, the horrors that the white colonialists imparted upon the indigenous people.
Look, you're being too good faith here. None of that was said. He didn't say anything like that.
No, that's literally what he said.
He just said like white supremacy. You hear me?
He said it in his Lance kind of way. Okay.
White supremacy. You hear me? You hear me, y'all?
He's saying he's like Joe Biden. Come on, man. White supremacy.
I thought that's exactly where he was going.
I'll go.
Yeah, and there's a really common thread behind all these.
It's so cool when they interrupt each other.
I know.
They have to stop. They're like, oh, you're talking now. Here, I'll shut up.
Oh, there's a...
It's like, what do you do when two trans people both talk at the same time?
Well, one of them is white, and one of them isn't. And I think Benny really should have acquiesced
But the white
conversation here.
The white one
Soul
continued talking.
I know. That's not following the progressive stack, Benny. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Someone get the cancellation card out here.
A really common thread behind all these, because if you actually look at what the right wingers are saying, you'll notice they picked up on using a term called, they'll use the term cultural Marxism. They've been using it.
Why did Sitch come to this part?
Why did Sitch come to this part of the conversation?
Oh no. Okay, here it is. We all get to hear it again.
Benny really hits every fucking conceivable dumb leftist slop talking point.
Yep. It's impossible for Benny to be more wrong in one stream.
I mean, listen, as you said, TYT really dodged the bullet.
I think so. Yeah.
Or Benny quitting.
Yeah, I think so. This was a good thing for everyone. Well, maybe not Benny, but...
thread behind all these, because if you actually look at what the right wingers are saying, you'll notice they picked up on using a term called, they'll use the term cultural Marxism. They've been using it a lot. Now, for those of you, the people who don't know, that's literally just a rebrand of what the Nazis called Judeo-Bolshevism. And it literally is this ridiculous conspiracy theory where they think there is a secret group of Jewish people that is both turning people gay and trans and secretly trying to replace white people with people of color. Right? broadly is like the conspiracy theory that these right-wingers are pushing when they're talking about cultural Marxism. And the
No. That was Lance that said based.
Oh, did he?
That was Lance saying it was
You're
based
kidding
that they're
me.
turning. Yeah, go back, listen.
white people, this ridiculous conspiracy theory where they think there is a secret group of Jewish people that is both turning people gay and trans and secretly trying to replace white people.
Why would he say that there?
Because he's Lance, Adam. I don't know what you're doing.
They're talking about a Jewish conspiracy.
And
to
Lance is like,
trans-
yeah, based. I know.
That makes absolutely no sense. I thought you said based because you're Jewish and you're
I-
part
I-
of the
it would- that-
conspiracy.
Right, that would make sense. That would be a good joke.
Yeah, but
Not so much for Lance.
It's not funny when Lance says it.
No, it's kind of like Lance. This is how he got into trouble, though. He got in trouble before. And remember, he was saying like, I made some joke that the trans people didn't say I had the ability to make.
Lance.
Well, listen, Lance. I don't give you the Jew card, all right? I'm revoking the Jew. I don't know which one of these fuckers gave you the Jew pass, but I'm officially revoking it, Lance. Your Jew card was revoked.
People with people of color, right? Like that broadly is like the conspiracy theory that these right-wingers are pushing when they're talking about cultural Marxism. And the problem with, having these people who are like, oh no, if they're talking about trans people, we're just asking questions about, because like there's so many trans kids now all of a sudden. Why is that? Or, it's like, oh, these hormones, I just don't know if they're safe. Like the people who will ask the transgender question, right? While they say that they're not supporting the like people who are running around talking about cultural Marxism, the people running around spreading great replacement theory, there were people running around spreading like the overt, like clearly like, yes, this is a white supremacist we're dealing with. They will just ask questions about different like marginalized communities, and that just feeds people in to those right wingers, and it normalizes them and it invites them in the door to have a conversation. While at the same time,
I feel like Benny's stuck in like 2018. This is like the dumb shit we hear from 2018. You're not allowed to question any leftist talking points, because if you do, it just opens the door to the Nazis.
Well, yeah, I don't remember a lot of alt-right people using cultural Marxism. I know Jordan Peterson has used cultural Marxism and been accused of being alt-right.
Well, he didn't. He even said postmodern neo-Marxism.
Oh, you're right. He doesn't use the cultural Marxism term. Is there a bunch of white supremacists that say cultural Marxism and mean like the Jewish people are doing
I
bad
remember
things?
someone did a fantastic video on this subject.
Because cultural Marxism is a theory about class that involves the proletariat and the bourgeoisie. The proletariat are the workers and the bourgeoisie are the owners of the means of production. Cultural Marxism is using that oppressor-oppressed dynamic in cultural areas to do with race and stuff like that, like blacks and whites. I mean, it's very simple. But you used to be able to say cultural Marxism without being attached to the Nazis. And there are obviously have been overt racists on YouTube, but I don't know that I've ever heard them use the term cultural Marxism.
Right. I'm sure they have at some point.
Yeah, I'm
but
not watching a lot of their
right.
content, so
I don't remember if it was Dev. I'm looking at his videos. I don't see it. I thought he did a video about this.
I've heard you use the term, and you've even gone back to Wikipedia and showed where on Wikipedia some leftist came in and changed it to this Jewish conspiracy thing.
Yeah, someone did a video. I thought it was Dev, but I don't see it.
How dare he?
Maybe someone in the chat's saying I'm not paying attention. I'll look at the chat. Someone did a video where they kind of went back and they looked at the origin. Was it Ryan Chapman? It might have been. Someone went back and they did a video where they kind of like looked at the origin point of the claim of cultural Marxism being like a conspiracy theory or like a,
Right.
it's like conspiracy theory. And they kind of went into it and they said like, this all stems from like one or two people who are like leftists. It's like just, it's completely like nonsensical claim that has just been taken on face value. Like a complete bullshit claim. But anyway, right. So it's funny because if you go on Wikipedia and you look up cultural Marxist, it brings you to like the conspiracy.
It has a conspiracy theory, yeah.
Right.
But if you go back in the history of the page, it used to be that conspiracy didn't used to be there.
Right. If you look, yeah. And that's what was so funny because that's what I did. I went back on the Wayback Machine and I was like, what's going on here? And if you look back and it's like around, I think it was around 2014 or something. And I have a screenshot of this. A couple people have saved it and they always retweet it like constantly. Like before 2014 or whenever they changed it, when you went on the cultural Marxist page on Wikipedia, it took you to the correct page, which they now rebranded as Marxist Cultural Analysis, which is exactly what everyone's talking about nowadays when they talk about cultural Marxism, which is that idea of Antoni Gramsci and the postmodern school and the Frankfurt School and all the critical theorists basically taking all these theories and sections of Marxist economic theory and using it to analyze culture and race and gender and sexuality and heteronormativity and all these things, because that's what's happening. And they've done, unfortunately, the leftists have disgustingly done this fantastic job at making it so you're not allowed to have a word to describe this process. Because if you don't have a word to describe the process,
You
it's
can't
difficult.
critique it. Yeah.
You can't critique it and you can't really explain to it. This is like the difficulty. And so what's funny, why I know none of them actually watched the conversation, because we literally talked about this to Anna, and none of them flipped their shit about this.
Yeah.
About cultural Marxism and about how it's like you can't even talk about, like, the word has become demonized and we don't have we can't even say cultural Marxism. And if you can't describe what it is, then people can't critique it. And this has been why the left, I think, has been so successful. The internet left has been so successful at subverting mainstream liberals, is because mainstream liberals have no clue whatsoever that wokeness is socialism, that it's some form of whatever you want to call it. You want to call it cultural Marxism, you want to call it Western socialism.
Did you use the term cultural Marxism in the Anna thing?
I
feel like
didn't.
you did.
I did not.
Oh, okay.
I don't think I did. Maybe I did. I don't remember.
feel like you did, because I feel like I cringed a little. I was like, oh no,
I know.
Here it goes. Here it comes. But no one pulled it out. Go ahead.
Right.
I interrupted.
Because they didn't watch it.
I know.
They just saw whatever clips got shared on Twitter.
That was a good exchange. Anna was like, well, what do you mean by socialism? And I was
exactly.
like, okay, here it goes.
Right. And well, maybe that's why they didn't clip it, because it's like, very clearly I'm not, invoking some anti-Semitic conspiracy theory. But no, so it's just because the mainstream left is just completely unaware that the philosophy and the ideology of wokeness, which does have an ideology, which does have a philosophy, which is rooted in anti-liberalism.
Yes. Yeah. Power
because
dynamics.
Because they don't realize that, and they don't realize it's rooted in leftism, collectivism, then they get suckered into it because they try to use all these arguments that are persuasive to people who have left-wing moral intuitions, and they fall for it.
Yeah.
And as soon as you call it out, you say, this is cultural Marxism, they go, oh, that's the Nazi conspiracy.
Yeah. How dare you? Look, here's a Wikipedia entry.
Oh my God. Right.
Yeah. It's just Marxist cultural analysis. That's innocent.
Right.
I'm closing the door to any type of trans person that might want to have a conversation, because of course, by definition, being a trans rights activist, as they would call any trans person, you're biased and terrible. Not like, of course, the people spreading literal Nazi conspiracy theories. And that common thread is one of the things that's, I think, really important to understand, because it literally connects all of these things, right? Like, just because trans people are like the headline right now doesn't mean that they don't have other targets, because they do, because literally you're seeing a bunch of transphobic people right now, and they have been for the past several years, who will use transphobia as a mask for what is obvious racism when they accuse black women in sports of secretly being men, right?
Yes.
They've like found this like backdoor to be like, oh no, if I do my racism in
I
this
know.
particular way,
Where are we
black
going
people
here?
will think it's okay.
Exactly. Again, if they come for you in the morning, like, you know what I mean? Like, they exactly. That is exactly my.
Exactly. Listen. Exactly.
We never let this pass on our show. If someone just throws out a bunch of nonsense there, we usually, what do you mean by that?
Exactly. Listen, I like that Olay's got him in the background, okay?
Right.
But, you know what? What the fuck? That's an incredibly transphobic character.
Really?
So, you never watched the Powerpuff. You see that devil character in the background?
I do, in the jail.
So, that's a character literally called Him. That's their name. Okay?
Him?
Him. H-I-M.
Mm-hmm.
Him was the devil, was a transgender drag queen devil character in the show Powerpuff Girls. It was an evil bad guy.
Wow.
Who talked like this?
Wow.
Who would talk like a creepy person who was obviously a man trying to do a woman's voice. And they had, if you can see, they had like a pink bow in their hair and pink rouge and makeup on their face. I just think it's very fascinating that Olay has this incredibly transphobic character prominently displayed in their conversation. That's just so offensive to trans people everywhere.
Is it?
Olay. Yeah, of course. So the Powerpuff Girls has a devil character, and they make it for no reason, like a bad passing drag queen trans person, maybe.
Yeah, that is kind of bizarre, isn't it?
It was super bizarre. I think they wore high heels too, and literally call them him.
Wow, misgender.
Now, by the way, I thought the character was hilarious, and I'm fine with it. But if you're trans, I'd be like, wow, that's very offensive. So
interesting.
Because the comedy of the character was, this is the devil, but the devil's trans ? So
High
very
heels.
come on, Olay. It's very offensive.
Interesting. I learned something new today. This character is kind of crazy.
You know what else is offensive? She's got Super Saiyan Vegeta right there in the background. See him peeking out in the top right with his blonde
I brought
hair.
up the him character.
Oh, you did?
Yeah.
Okay. So everyone could see him because
Yeah.
you're unfamiliar with. Yeah, look at that character.
Crazy, huh?
How does that make you feel? Look at that character. Does it make you feel uncomfortable?
Yeah.
Because I think that's the point. That's the point of the character. Yes.
Yeah.
But anyway, the other thing is she's got Super Saiyan Vegeta in the top right.
I see that.
Okay. What's up with that? Why is it that when Super Saiyans, characters who are literally related to monkeys, okay, they have monkey tails, and they turn into giant monkeys in the full moon.
Right.
When they unlock their superpower, they become Aryan. They get gold blonde hair and green eyes.
This can't be real.
This is real. This is one of the most, if not the most famous animes of all time. Dragon Ball Z, or the Dragon Ball series. The Saiyan race, a race of white people that have monkey features, to unlock their super ability, gain gold hair and green eyes.
Right.
Okay.
This was written by the Aryan Brotherhood, right?
Right. It was written by a Japanese guy. What?
But he was in the Aryan Brotherhood.
it's just interesting to me that she's got this sort of like if this wasn't Japanese, if Dragon Ball Z was written by a American white person, every single woke person would obviously say this is white supremacy, right? This is some kind of secret Nazi subversive messaging that in order to unlock your secret power, you have to become Aryan, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
But because it's Japanese, I guess it gets.
Look, I think that's probably cultural Marxism there.
And she's got it. She's got Vegeta right there, prominently displayed on the wall. Maybe she even painted it. I don't know. It looks like it was something someone painted. Maybe she even drew it herself.
And the him character.
And the him character. I don't know.
Is that all our rights are connected and linked together, and I don't know why. And that's the thing is like I can't even be like, oh, I don't know why they don't get that, because I mean they do, right? It's the reality is this. It's like certain groups can be more disproportionately impacted and incarcerated, disproportionately impacted by certain things, but we are all gonna be had, right? Like, and I think about that when you think about what abortion is, right? Like abortion, outlawing abortion, and this kind of medical care is not only going to impact women, but it's going to impact Black women, non-binary, trans.
Come on, let's move on. This is embarrassing.
Yeah,
now.
we can move on. You don't like the intersectional approach?
This is like, it's all embarrassing.
The cringe.
This is all embarrassingly bad.
Here's my next time code. It's called, I'll read it out to you. It's called Mike Cucking on Alley Ship.
Okay. This could be good.
Bars. Real rap bars.
Thank you.
I think that what this all comes back to is that if you want to be an ally, that's great. You don't deserve a medal for that, right? It's the bare minimum of being a decent human being.
Oh, well, look at this. We've been conscripted. How do you feel about conscription again?
Listen, Mike has made me against conscription. I take it all back. I take back everything I said. Okay. It's fine. He's convinced
having
me.
said that, though, to the extent that you're an ally, you don't get to dictate the terms of what is and isn't appropriate. And furthermore, we know that there are different types of ally. Ally is an umbrella term. You know, as a gay person, I know that there are the allies who say, I accept gay people. I have a gay friend. I love the sin, or not the sin, right? We know those types of allies, and the ones who will put their bodies on the line for you and defend you and make themselves feel uncomfortable to go out of their way to advocate for you. Like,
you know, this is literally the ultimate cuck position. So he's saying that, like, the good ally, right? Because ally is the bare minimum according to him.
Right.
The good ally
will die for you.
Yeah, the good ally will literally put their body on the line for you. But even though they're risking their bodily harm and their life for you, they don't fucking dare dictate any part of the conversation.
Disagree with you in any way, shape, or form.
Right.
Yeah.
That's what he said. He said, allies, don't you dare dictate any part of the conversation. Right. So this guy wants you to put your life on the line and have no say in the conversation that you're literally putting your life on the line for.
Yeah. Shut up. Shut up and take it.
The ultimate cuck, right? Like, geez.
It's so insane.
You deserve good allies. Trans people deserve the best allies imaginable, not ones that are going to be there 50% of the time and say, I'm not with you there, but you were quiet and, you know, really respectable there, so I'm with you there. You deserve better. You deserve better allies than TYT. And
you deserve, what do we call it, Adam? What do we call it when you, like, you have a person who, they don't really have a say in, like, what the decisions are, but no matter what they do, no matter what you do, they have to follow what you're saying and do what you say. There's a term for that. It's slipping my mind. Make us late.
It's slave.
Oh, thank you.
Yes.
Oh,
Yeah.
that's what they want. They want good slaves. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah. That's what it's called. It's slavery.
And if they want to be really good allies, then they still can, but they have to do better. They have to listen.
Fuck no, they. Fuck
No, fuck that shit. I'm with Olay. I'm
fuck show. Hell no. Hell no, they can't.
Okay, so they just all scream about how the Young Turks are irredeemable, essentially.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So
Okay.
let's jump ahead. We're almost done here.
Yeah, I know
Let's
this.
jump ahead. I'm gonna skip one of my notes. They say they try to make the claim that Anna's the one directing hate, which is like talk about gaslighting again. Anna is the one directing hate.
The cringe factor is just getting
Anna
like,
came
off
on
the
our
charts
show.
here.
Anna came on our show and talked to us.
Mhm.
Okay. If everyone on the left ignored it, then do you think that like our audience would have watched the Anna conversation and like run over and like start directing their hate at anyone from leftist mafia?
Our comments were categorically nice to Anna and just very white-pilled hopeful about the future. Like there was
Yes.
absolutely no hate.
Yes.
Well, I mean, there
Right.
were a few comments that were like, I don't trust her. She's been
Yes.
saying bad things for too long.
Right. But just it's so funny. Like the idea that our audience would have watched our interview with her and then run over. You
And
know, just
direct
like,
hate towards
direct all
Olay
this
or
hate.
right towards Olay or any of these people.
Or any of these people. It's like-
Absolutely not.
it's like, no.
Impossible.
Yeah. What happened was Anna was on our show. Everyone in our audience loved the interview. Not everyone. 95% of our audience loved the interview. And then the Vanguard and other people clipped parts of it, put on Twitter, and leftists lost their fucking minds.
Right.
And started trying to destroy Anna, saying, we're going to leave the Young Turks. This is, oh my God, this is so crazy. Even though she didn't even say anything that was crazy in the conversation.
No.
So.
She said, I don't know what to call myself anymore.
That's right.
And everyone was like, oh my God.
I know.
She's politically fluid now. She's questioning her identity. She's literally the Q in LGBTQIA.
Listen, you can be gender fluid, but don't you fucking dare be politically fluid, you motherfucker.
Exactly.
Okay.
You can be questioning your gender. Now that's a turn on. Questioning your political views.
That is hilarious.
Not in this town.
Being fluid about your biology is like A-okay acceptable, but being fluid about your thoughts, well, that's the real danger.
It's so weird.
Okay.
We're living in upside down land here.
Now, this is going to be a fun topic. You're probably not going to expect it.
Okay.
You're going to like it.
Okay.
Okay?
It's getting to the point where the cringe is so bad. I'm literally embarrassed for these people. I'm starting to feel like,
good.
I feel like
still
we're
have enough
beating up on the short bus people.
I
now.
understand. We're almost done.
Okay.
But you'll like this. Okay.
Before I forget this thought, she's long gone because her defending Kyle Rittenhouse was where it was like, okay, now she said she'd shoot them too.
Kyle Rittenhouse.
Right. Look, they did actually talk about the interview a bit here.
That's true. She actually, I guess Soul Bunny, listen, props to Soul Bunny. She actually apparently watched the conversation.
Yeah, exactly. I had some back and forth with Soul Bunny on this portion of the conversation.
Oh.
And she tried to say that I was a bad person because I would just spray at Black Lives Matter protesters.
Right.
She completely mischaracterized that. And
Which
I was
is
like,
obviously a joke. Yes.
Right. Yeah. Well, I was saying, if you're ever chased by a murderous mob, I would forgive you for spraying and praying.
Right.
Like,
right.
Yes.
She literally said she'd shoot them too, and they over here chuckling and shit. Said, "Oh, I would have blasted the guy."
I shouldn't laugh.
No, but like it's
just so
whole.
ridiculous.
It is ridiculous as hell. It's ridiculous as hell. And I remember like, I mean, I remember. I think I was showing you on. I think I didn't know it was you at the time, but I was watching when you were covering that over on Brianna Joy's channel when you were talking about it like as a lawyer. And
The second I heard this, I was watching the stream. I went, I paused the stream, and I was like, "Oh my god!" I was like pounding the keys. I'm like, Brianna Joy Gray, Olay, Rittenhouse.
As soon as you DM'd me, as soon as you DM me, I'm like, fucking, where is this thing?
Yes, I was like, oh my god, and I found the video, and I'm like, I'm gonna take this tab, and I'm gonna put it like right in the middle, and I'm gonna come back to this the second I have a chance to.
Did you? I shared it because I watched like 30 minutes of it, and it's insane.
I didn't watch any of it yet because I was doing so much for this last night. But I was like, tomorrow, watching it tomorrow, I'm not gonna have time either because tomorrow I'm gonna watch the Vanguard coverage of us because they were like super anti-Carbon House too.
Yeah.
So that's gonna come up with a conversation obviously on Tuesday, but on Wednesday I'm gonna watch the shit out of that conversation.
Brianna is actually good faith and tries to reel her in.
Wow.
Brianna's
that's
like
hilarious.
Brianna's like, look, I'm hearing. Brianna obviously saw the same New York Times piece that Anna did. And kind of had a little, oh, well, I've been getting some misinformation here.
Right.
So I think that's why she invited Olay in to kind of dispel the misinformation. And
she's like, listen, New York Times had a piece. New York Times of all places had a piece that made me think twice about Kyle Rittenhouse. Can you reset my straight?
Look, no, she doesn't bring. First of all, she doesn't bring that up.
I know this is all us intuiting it.
Right.
Our mind reading powers. Okay.
But as the conversation persists, she's starting to realize, wait, Olay hasn't read the New York Times piece. Yes. So.
Yes.
I was like, so I remember that. I took your. I watched it from that point. So to go from, hearing a professional, actually you who actually knows law, and then to see her go in again, this is a Black Lives Matter protest. This fucking person crossed lines and killed people and got away with it.
Look, I feel like we're beating up on the short bus.
They crossed the lines, Adam. They crossed the lines.
I do feel like this is a little.
They crossed the streams.
They crossed lines. She didn't even say state lines.
The lines. The lines. All of the lines were crossed. She said it. She said it.
Crossing lines.
Say the line, Bart. She said it.
Literally this was one of the things that I found endearing about the Anna conversation was Anna has come to the realization that all the time she said state lines were just idiotic.
I know. She's like, listen, I'm
Right.
seeing I see it, okay?
Right. Well, but she's learned from her mistake. Now
Listen,
it's late in the game to be saying state lines.
Here's the thing. Here's the white pill. I know it's loud.
Unironically.
I should have said this earlier in the stream. Okay. Here's the white pill. Because I know, like, watching this shit, black pill's everyone, right?
Of course.
White pill is if Anna can change and become an enlightened centrist.
Anyone can.
Anyone can.
Yeah, all
right?
of us.
That's the message we should take away from all of this. Right? Anyone can change. Soul Bunny, Benni, maybe not Olay, which is pretty racist. But so, any of these people.
This was why I was nice to Soul Bunny. I thought, look, she's the next.
They're young. They're being indoctrinated with Marxist gobbledygook. 10 years from now, 5 years from now, they can grow up a little, mature a little. They could change. Okay?
They will change.
I hope. I hope so. I hope so. Now, hopefully they won't change and become,
worse.
Worse, right? They won't start advocating for, men being able to have multiple wives, as some people changed into that position, but that's another story.
On a Joy's channel when you were talking about it like as a lawyer, and I was like, so I remember that. I took your I watched it from that point. So to go from, hearing a professional, actually you who actually knows law, and then to see her.
How much? I'm so excited. I'm so excited because I think she's like, and this is what's kind of wild about Olay. I think she literally, I don't know if she still does. I think she literally works as like a public defender or something, right?
I've seen that
like,
on various bios that she has. Yeah.
Right. Or she made this claim, which first of all, you think that's like an incredibly like laudable goal, right?
To be a public defender? Well,
yes.
Look, if you're good at being a public defender, yes.
Right, but that's what's so crazy that she's like so awful.
Right. Yeah.
Like you're like, how does you being a public defender like mesh with this like insane racist like victim mentality that you've cultivated online? I don't know. It's very fascinating. People are very fascinating, right?
I
don't know.
not.
Maybe she's a perfect angel outside of the internet.
Look, if I have an attorney that doesn't take personal responsibility for anything, I'm firing that attorney.
Right.
Like that's not the attorney I want.
Sure. Well, yeah, but she's a public defender. It's not like choice.
Oh yeah.
But no, so but I am very curious because Soul Bunny here is like, you're a lawyer. I'm very curious what the lawyer's take is on the current situation on Brianna Greyjoy's show.
You're not going to be satisfied, Sitch. It's very
no. You don't think so?
It's very depressed.
Okay.
Yeah.
Going again, this is a Black Lives Matter protest. This fucking person crossed lines and killed people and got away with it.
Yeah.
And there's just so many fucking layers to it. So many layers. But it's the whole fact that she said she shoot them too. She shoot them too.
Nothing they do surprises me because.
I mean, that was pretty base when Anna said that. That was like super based.
Yeah. I shouldn't have said the spraying and praying thing. That was like, look, I was totally unprepared for how much everyone's going to lose their minds over this. I just thought, we'll have a talk with Anna. Everyone will think, oh, this is cool. Look, they're moving up in the world. Anna Kasparian's talking to them.
Yeah.
Did you think there was going to be like this massive
No, I didn't.
Yeah.
I didn't. Well, but I didn't think it would be this big a deal, but also I didn't think that she would be so amazingly based and like forthright with what was going on.
Yeah. Look, she has a kind of bravery that you don't see in a lot of people.
Yes.
Like it's kind of Jordan Peterson-esque. I just like that's why people like Jordan Peterson, because Jordan Peterson
originally.
Yeah. Well, obviously Jordan Peterson's kind of fallen off now that he's gone full right-wing Daily Wire stuff. But the original Jordan Peterson took this stand on compelled speech and took his entire life and put it on the line, basically, for what he believed in. That's not dissimilar from what Anna is doing.
Yeah. And, it was so the Jordan Peterson thing, like when he first came about on the scene, it was like Kyle Rittenhouse. It was like a great NPC test.
Yeah.
Because, and you bring up a really good point. I think part of the reason that people really liked Jordan Peterson when he first came on the scene was because he was standing up for what he believed in, just completely, very bravely. And like everything he was saying was just hyper reasonable.
Yes.
He wasn't even like saying anything that crazy. Right.
Yeah.
And people were like, what is happening here? It was really funny. I remember I actually, saw, I went with my family to see Jordan Peterson, when he's doing his tour.
I remember that. Yeah.
And my father was like, afterwards, he's like, I don't understand why everyone hates this guy. Like, what was like, he didn't say anything crazy. Like, what was, he's like, my dad's like, I kept waiting for him to say something like crazy, but it never happened.
Where's all the alt-right racist stuff? What happened?
And I was like, that's the point. I mean, he's not like a crazy person, or at least he wasn't a crazy person. So now obviously he's become far more incendiary, at least on Twitter. So
yeah, it's kind of weird because you listen to his interviews and his show and stuff. Nothing really crazy at all.
Right.
I think
it's Twitter just kind of poisons our minds.
Yeah, Twitter. I feel like his reputation would be improving if it wasn't for Twitter, but.
Oh yeah, if he stayed off Twitter. Yeah, I agree. I agree completely.
Yeah.
you. They've been like this. I've been saying, I've never felt everybody in New York City heard me cackling throughout the city today, okay? From I woke up today, all day, just a loud ruckus of I told you so. I could literally text you. I could play for y'all an audio note of me villainous laughing to my friend Chloe, like, about this, because I'm like, yeah, they've been doing this. I felt this way. I've said this on Leftist Mafia. Like, I'll say all there takes, everything I see from them in a year of me knowing, of being aware.
Okay, so more. So here's the last note I have. I don't remember what was said, but my note says, insane shit. Okay, I don't remember what is said.
Insane shit. Okay,
I
here's
don't
the
remember
last.
what the insane shit is.
Here's the last chapter of the Olay ANA KASPARIAN response stream, titled "Insane Shit."
Right. Don't remember what was said, even remotely, but we'll find out together.
Here it goes. Can't wait.
Shot too. Like, what are we going? What are we?
Well, first of all, we have to go back for that sound.
Yeah, what the hell was that?
Year-old scapegoated as this big bully of this 40-year-old woman, right? And like, because you said, oh, first of all,
That's, oh man, she's totally doing that to get under Anna's skin.
Oh, the age thing?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm 29.
It is weird.
This
Yeah,
40-year-old woman.
So catty, right?
Totally,
So catty. Holy shit.
Very disrespectful.
she's lying on you. You never said this, but let's pretend it is. Your big crime is she's like, oh, you told her friends to cook her. Meanwhile, she out here talking about who she would have shot too. Like, what are we What are we talking about? Out of shot. That's not even that's you know it's a right-wing playbook, because why are we talking about Rittenhouse? In the year 2023, how would it even be relevant? You're just going down a list of things that the right has been passionate about in recent years and making sure you give it to them.
Olay, you are so stupid. You are so dumb.
At least Soul Bunny watched, at least seemed like she watched part of the conversation. Olay obviously didn't watch any of this conversation except for some like clips. Or she watched it and she's just lying.
I don't think she couldn't have watched it. She's just going.
She could just be dishonest. That's very possible.
She didn't watch this thing. Come on.
Right.
Why is she talking about Rittenhouse? She doesn't know because she didn't watch the thing. She's talking about Rittenhouse because she got the Rittenhouse story wrong. There are giant compilations all over the internet of ANA KASPARIAN saying state lines like 40 times to poke fun at her because of how stupid that was. Look, she's embarrassed about it.
Right. And part of her journey to becoming enlightened and based was realizing, and part of her waking up out of the bubble was realizing that all the leftists were feeding her all this awful takes so bad that when she watched the video, she just automatically assumed that Rosenbaum was Rittenhouse.
Yes. Yes. Yeah.
And since Anna has character and did something which obviously Olay doesn't seem like she would ever do, and she went on her own show and admitted that she reported the story incorrectly, and that actually it was Rosenbaum chasing Kyle in that situation.
In that video, yeah.
Right. And we talked about this because this was part of first of all, it was a famous thing that happened where people were roasting her for.
We were watching the trial every day for like 2 weeks.
Right, but I'm saying why we're talking about it now is that was a famous thing that happened in her career that people were roasting her for, which by the way, we said she should be praised for.
Right.
Number one. But then number two is that was one more piece, because people had all their theories about why Anna changed. And that was one of the theories. Oh, it was about Kyle Rittenhouse. So we asked specifically, why it's caused you kind of to have break out of your bubble and change your opinions on things. And I think, I don't remember exactly, but I think we even said specifically, was it the Kyle Rittenhouse thing? Was that specifically one of the things? Because that was the rumor. That was one of the thought processes. That's why it came up, Olay.
Yeah.
That's why it came up. But Olay didn't watch the conversation. So from her kind of bad faith, assuming everything wrong position, she just said, oh, Anna's just going down the list of things to appease the right-wingers.
Look, she has an incorrect opinion on the Kyle Rittenhouse situation to this very day.
Yes,
and
Olay
she
does.
was
And
supposed to.
everyone on this panel does, yeah.
Yeah, the just idiots, complete idiots. They
Right.
think because the right wing has the correct opinion on it, then they're forced to have the wrong opinion. It's like morons.
Right.
Morons.
She's just making sure she gets all the buzzwords. Right, Rittenhouse. Yeah,
It's like bringing up
Rittenhouse.
Jesse Smollett. It's like bringing up Jesse Smollett. You know, like, what's the purpose? What's the purpose in talking about this topic specifically? Why are we bringing it up? Why are we putting the focus on this? You know, of all the other reasons to talk about this particular issue.
Look, we didn't talk about Jesse Smollett because I don't think she got the Jesse Smollett story wrong.
I don't even know.
Completely
I don't even know if they covered that
irrelevant.
at all.
Yeah.
But
So look,
Lance watched the whole conversation, I think, so he should know better.
anyone who
I mean, it is Lance, but yeah.
anyone who gets a no one got the Jesse Smollett wrong. Like even
Oh,
people
no,
on the left
listen,
knew
wait,
Jesse
wait.
Smollett.
I could bet you somewhere there was some people that got the Jesse Smollett.
Yeah, but you
situation.
couldn't look.
You're
you-
gonna say that, and someone's gonna produce a Rashid Ritchie clip of him defending Jesse Smollett or something.
I'm sure he did to a certain extent, but there was a point
Right.
when everyone came to the realization that
Yes,
Jesse
right.
Smollett was
That's true.
a liar.
Right, that's a good point. Well, it seemed like everyone or almost everyone, eventually, unlike with Kyle, eventually realized that it was bullshit. Yeah, that's true.
Kyle,
It was kind of like the Covington kids situation. where
Kyle
everyone
was go ahead.
realized that they were wrong.
Kyle was unfortunately used by the people that sort of became his handlers. And remember, they took him. As soon as they got him out of jail, with the money they had raised online, they took him to hang out with like some Boogaloo boys or something like that. And he,
It was fuck, who was it? It wasn't
Right.
Boogaloo Boys. It was Gal McGinnis or something. I don't remember.
well, they
it was
got him on
something.
pictures making the okay hand sign.
Oh, that's right.
Which
yeah,
was
that's right.
just completely stupid. Like he shouldn't have done that. The handler should have known better.
Right.
The guy's life is obviously on the line. We all saw the trial.
Yes, yes, right.
So after people on the left saw that, they could not be unbiased about anything. I don't think
Well, I don't even
anything
think it
like
mat-
that
I don't
really
think it
happened.
mattered. I think the second they saw that picture of that picture we all saw of
Mm-hmm.
Kyle Rittenhouse standing there with his scary
Gun.
assault weapon,
Right.
right,
And his
He had
purple.
his little purple gloves,
I know. His little Dexter's
Little
laboratory
Dexter.
gloves.
his little. Well, no. So there are two pictures. There's the one with the purple gloves, and then there's the big famous one where he's not wearing the purple gloves.
Oh, okay.
Or he's like walking and it looks like he's yelling at someone. Okay. He's got his hat on backwards. He's got that big scary gun. They say, look at this young looking white kid walking around a protest with an assault rifle.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my God.
Scary.
It was Kyle Rittenhouse. It was a Washington Post article, literally did this. Kyle Rittenhouse posed with Proud Boys in a Wisconsin bar. And he's doing the okay sign.
Oh, Proud Boys, Boogaloo Boys. What's the difference?
There you go. So
yeah. All right.
Exactly.
And that just kind of goes to show why how they're talking about these current trans issues too, where they're talking.
Look, let's not talk about trans issues anymore. This is painful.
well, let's see. Yeah, I don't remember if this was the insane shit or not. Or if it was
okay.
just the Kyle Rittenhouse take. Let's see.
I think Benny, in your video, you highlighted a clip where Cenk was like, "Oh, they talked about, like, Republicans talked about the bathroom issue, and that was a losing issue. And then they talked about this other issue where they lost. But then Cenk was like, oh, but now they have a small truth with like sports issues. And it's like, why are you giving like cover to Republicans on this sports issue if you don't also agree with it?
Yeah.
Like, if you don't agree with this,
well, he
does
he
agree
does.
with it. Yeah.
Right. That's his whole point. That's his whole point. Pudding pop. Their name is like Pudding or something on Twitter, so that's why I keep calling them.
Pudding Pop.
Like Pudding. I don't know why.
Look, they've got the press in there. They got like
Yes.
a press hat. Look, a
Yes.
journalist here.
Right.
Just an old timey journalist.
claiming? Why are you saying they have a valid point with it?
Well, I mean, that was
Like,
kind of the vibe that I got from Jenk, like personally, that he personally doesn't like the idea of trans people being in professional sports, and that was just like a personal hang up for him.
How dare
A hang up.
I know.
And like I kind of want to like touch on something that Snow Bunni said, because I think it kind of connects to all of these things, and like to touch on also the ally thing. I kind of don't believe in people calling themselves ally. Like I think that ally is something that you're like recognized as. You're either getting invited to hang out with the dolls or you're not, right? Like, you know what I mean? Like it's really that cut and dry. You know, like
It's like, did you get the blue sky invite or not?
Okay, I think that the crazy shit was the Kyle Rittenhouse thing. So we can end it there. So there you go.
Thank goodness no one's going to call us to be an ally.
Yeah, I guess we'll skip the Xander calling us all right.
Yeah,
I'll just tell you.
Look, Xander
Xander called us all right. He looked at all of our Twitter, all of our video clip titles, completely didn't understand what they were about.
Right.
He watched our video for 20 minutes, said nothing of value, and then randomly at the end threw Shoe on Head under the bus again for some reason.
Why? Shoe on Head is nice to. It's very nice person. I don't know.
Oh, it was because Shoe had her tweet defending Anna.
Oh yeah, that was awesome.
That was a great tweet. I retweeted it, and Xander's like, "Of course, Shoe on Head, the transphobe. All the trans people don't like Shoe anymore. This is why."
Yeah.
That was like the end of the video. I was like, okay, thank you, Xander.
Funny.
Nice. Okay.
She was great. She gives us super chats. I don't know if she's ever given Xander Hall a super chat, but
she used to watch his content.
I know, but
until he started fucking stomping on her for clout or whatever.
So bad. She was very funny, which I'm always. It is kind of. Look, I know it's a little sexist, but women aren't. A lot of times, women aren't funny. A lot of women try to be funny and are not funny.
Jesus.
She was genuinely funny, man.
See, no, I read a super chat that was like, it's like, we'll get to that when we get to it. But,
oh, okay.
Nerdette Newsstand stood up for y'all when she covered Sandstream. Well, thank you, Nerdette.
Did she really? I saw her in the chat earlier. Yeah, she seems to be watching our show pretty regularly. So
yeah, we had a good conversation. Twitter Sucks for $20 says the issue I'm having is explaining how Anna, quote, lying about violence not being used during the civil rights movement is completely asinine. Their argument is that 2/3 of the tweet was saying violence never happened, which is false. Well, I mean, you can just say Anna was wrong, or wrong in her wording to at least give the impression that violence never happened. Obviously, I think the important part I think what she was trying to say is, I think the important part of the tweet was that she was saying people shouldn't be advocating for violence, and violence at the end of the day isn't what won the civil rights movement. So, I mean, I wouldn't get too hung up on defending the specific tweet. Is to just talk about the concept that yes, violence did not win the civil rights movement, and the fact that people are trying to pretend like it did is insane, and a soft or hard advocacy to use violence in these types of movements. So.
Pisco was going hard on the tweet
I saw.
Yeah, and
he had a really stupid. I never actually. My notifications blew up, so I never saw his end response.
Right.
But he had some like insane, weird take with me because I was like. Because
I
someone
saw you arguing with him too, yeah.
Yeah, because someone literally did, and it was like they did it perfectly. Someone did the perfect encapsulation where they said the trans movement hasn't been violent. ... But they literally did the ... I'm not. Let me bring it up. It was like literally the perfect thing. It was like the perfect example of what I was talking about, and I pointed this out, and for some reason. Me pointing this out annoyed Pisco. Even though he supposedly agrees with me, which is very weird. I don't know what was happening in that interaction, but he's a strange guy.
Pisco's been on the show. He was on, I believe, our 200.
He's been on twice.
Oh, has he been on twice?
Because he was on once
with
and
Destiny. Destiny,
and then he
invited him
came on, I think, the 200th episode.
But Pisco follows me on Twitter, and I follow him back, and he's said he'd come on again. We just haven't had.
He's really weird on Twitter. He was nice in person. He's really weird on Twitter.
I mean, I don't. He wasn't really nice in person, though. Remember, he's going after Joe and stuff.
Well, he wasn't going after. Right. He was nice to us in person. He was very mean to Joe on the 200 show. So
he sent me a really nice DM after we talked to Rob Noor, I think, about Ukraine. He was like,
right.
Thank you.
Oh, shout out to Rob Noor. We've been pretty hard on Rob Noor in our conversation and in the past, and on Twitter. But shout out to Rob Noor. Rob said that we did a really great job with the ANA conversation.
Yeah.
And I appreciate that. I really appreciate that, Rob. Thank you. Okay, so this guy on Twitter said, he said the LGBT liberation protests in recent time have been nonviolent. However.
Oh, however. What's that?
I like this. He says LGBTQ liberation protests in recent times have been nonviolent. However, Stonewall was a riot. Oppress people long enough, they will likely strike back. The point is, cis folks don't get to dictate to trans folks how they struggle for their own rights. Okay. So I said, this is a good example of the talking out of both sides of your mouth so many are doing on this topic. On one hand, you say the protests aren't violent, but then right after you say, but hey, if they become violent, you can't complain about it unless you're trained.
Right.
Is that a confusing tweet? Is there anything confusing about that interaction? What I'm saying, what they're saying?
Absolutely not. Totally crystal clear.
Okay. Pisco seemed very confused by this interaction.
Okay.
So I'm not even going to get into it because I was just like, I literally didn't understand what he was trying to get at. Yeah.
Yeah, you're just saying, look, they're saying, of course we're nonviolent, wink, wink.
But
yeah, but if we decide to be violent, you need to shut the fuck up. Yeah. Which I'm like, no, I do get to dictate to you because we have this thing called the law. We have this thing called equal protection under the law. And violent protest is like literally illegal. So yeah, I hope they throw your ass in jail for a long, long time. And I don't care if you're, trans or whatever. You like go to jail. Okay. Here's your new trans housing.
Nate the farmer for $20. Hey Nate says, quote, "You people do a good job. Thank you. Keep up the good work. Have you heard Mexico is wanting to ban GMO crops?" I didn't know that.
Really?
That's interesting.
Wow.
Also, China is buying record amounts of grain. Just a couple of things to keep an eye on. Farm news is world news. Huh, interesting. I wonder, is that normal? Are they just because their population's increasing slowly, they're just buying more grain? Or is there something afoot?
China is buying a lot of grain?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know what I'm supposed to make of that.
Right. Twitter sucks. Thank you, Twitter sucks, for the $10. Twitter sucks says, Twitter sucks always gives us lots of money. Thank you. Says the claim is that her lying about the civil rights movement being nonviolent is the focal point of the tweet. And that her lying means the entire tweet needs to be thrown away. It's so dumb. Yeah, I mean, there's not really like a way to get around that. That's what people do. And I said, you give them a list of things and they'll point whatever the part that they think is the weakest, and they'll use that to try to like ignore the rest of the tweets or the list or the conversation. So, people are shit. Except for you guys, obviously.
Of course.
As long as you agree with us. The second you disagree with me, it gets a little shaky.
Yeah, because Sitch is a egomaniac, basically.
Real.
So,
Actually,
yeah.
you know what's funny? So when I was listening to Hassan's coverage of this situation, he spends like, he's kind of like doing this thing where he's like trying to go hard on Anna and Jank, but not like super hard the way other people are.
Mhm.
Even though he's still criticizing them, but the bulk of his criticism is like, why is Anna complaining about bonus hole? No one cares about bonus. Like he spends like 30 minutes going off on the super bonus hole thing. And it's funny, his chat starts like revolting against him and attacking him because like they're like, you're not going hard enough against TYT.
Really?
Even though you're disagreeing with them and you're playing clips of Benny and just nodding your head and agreeing, you're not virtue signaling hard enough against Anna and Jank.
Wow. He's just completely ruled by his audience. They just pull him around by his tail.
Yep. And he's like, he gets so triggered, which rightfully so. He's getting triggered even because he is attacking them, but he's just not attacking them hard enough. And his audience gets so mad. So mad.
Hilarious.
Twitter Sex $110 says if they admit the civil rights movement was violent, they have to admit the trans movement is violent because that was a comparison Anna made, and they can't do it. Oh, that's interesting. Well,
I sent you my tweet. Read my tweet.
What was your tweet?
Anna responded to this tweet and said, this is what she meant. Much like the current trans rights movement, the civil rights movement of the 50s and 60s had both violent coalitions, Malcolm X, and nonviolent coalitions, MLK, in conflict over the most effective strategy to achieve their political goals. It is generally accepted that the nonviolent coalition won over voters and ultimately achieved political change. I agree that it's not fair to characterize the entire trans movement as violent, but I don't think Anna or anyone on the left calling out the violence is doing that. They are just saying violence is wrong, as well as having a track record, including during the civil rights movement, of being ineffective. I also see trans activists who favor violence pointing to the Malcolm X wing of the civil rights movement to make the specious claim that violence worked to achieve political ends in the past. So they are making the opposite comparison that you, Pisco, because I'm responding to Pisco, are pointing out. They are contrasting what they perceive as a nonviolent trans movement with what they perceive as a violent civil rights movement in an effort to advocate for violent action now. That's the main reason I'm in favor of as many people calling out against the violence as possible. As many calls against the violence as possible. And that's why I'm in favor of Anna calling it out, right?
I knew we kept you around for some reason, Adam.
Yeah.
That was a good tweet. Perfect.
Of course.
You said it perfectly. Wonderful. Beautiful.
But both those claims are on the table. Like, this is why you can't really compare the civil rights movement, which is over, to the trans rights movement, because right now the trans rights movement is still in the same flux. But a lot of people came in here and contested that, you know, obviously that the civil rights movement was nonviolent. Oh my God. And they're completely making the point. They're making the argument.
Mm-hmm. Very true. Twitter Sex Retailer says, quote, yes, Adam, I know. But Anna lied in her tweet, so it doesn't matter. This is the argument I'm dealing with. Yeah, no, listen, I understand.
Look, is Twitter Sucks on Twitter? How else would you know Twitter Sucks if you're not on Twitter?
Well,
I feel like Twitter Sucks is out there arguing with us.
What the fuck is happening here?
What do you mean?
So when I went to go click back on the YouTube tab, because I was on Twitter, I clicked on the tab I had next to it, which was the NPR. So someone said you should listen to the NPR segment. At the end, they talk about like comrades, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I didn't really look at the picture, okay, until just now. So the picture, I don't even know if you could show this picture on YouTube without us getting demonetized. This is on NPR. They have a picture of probably whoever was speaking with the host.
Right.
And I don't know who is who, okay? But you have
Some
what
naked
appears to
yoga
be
or what?
Well, it appears to be, two women.
Engaging
Maybe one
in
of them's intersex. Maybe one of them's a trans man. I don't know what's happening. But there's an individual who's maybe intersex, maybe a woman, maybe a man, and they have a shirt that's open so much, it's like there's a nip slip in the picture.
Really?
Or like it's like just almost a nip slip in the picture. And this is on NPR. And I'm like, what the fuck? Is that intentional? Was that on purpose? Why would they use this picture with someone who like maybe has a boob out in the? I mean, they're supposed to be like, well, they're intersex. So you don't know if it's a man or a woman or something. Like, what is happening? I'm just, why NPR? Why?
Sounds terrible.
Stop it. Anyways, let me let's. Johnny the Foreigner for £2 says, Benny, quote, FDR was more problematic than Stalin.
Yeah, people dug up some Benny tweets that were going around that were like that.
Wait, really?
Yeah.
Oh my God. Wait, send me those.
Benny turned out to be a big tanky. And also,
wait, was that FDR thing true? I thought that was just a joke.
And also denying the Armenian genocide.
Oh no.
Yes. Hold on. Was the Armenian genocide the Holodomor? That's what he was. She was.
No, the Armenian genocide was not the Holodomor.
Okay.
They were different events. But
they were denying the Holodomor, which I think was a genocide. But the reason they deny that is because it makes Soviet Union look bad. Which is a tanky, right? That's a tanky thing.
The tank. Well, tank is people that defend.
Twitter sucks. I love you.
Thank you so much. Twitter sucks for another $10. Says I have Twitter, but I almost never use it.
A-Team reigns supreme.
Even though A-Team rains down supreme keychains, S-Class is the worst Mercedes. Well, there you go. There you go.
PL02PL for $20 says, I live in San Francisco, grew up in the Bay Area, really don't have any hardcore rightoid leanings, but goddamn, if you talk to some of my friends growing up, you'd think otherwise. Oh, hilarious. You guys are a shining beacon of anti-tribal. Love you. Well, love you too.
Well, thank you.
One of my good friends, I did a series of live streams with it. I was in kind of the same exact situation where, I've lived in California my entire life. It's hard, I don't really feel myself having a lot of right-wing positions, but I get your friends having that perception of you. It's kind of annoying. It's kind of really annoying as fuck.
True.
Yeah.
I don't know why I see on the chat the PLO's super chat showed up, but I don't see it on my list, which is bizarre.
You don't see it
on the
on
left to the left.
on viewer activity?
I don't see it on viewer activity. I just see it on the
Really?
right. Do you see it on viewer activity?
I do, yeah.
Okay.
I think we got all the Twitter sucks.
I think we got all the $20 ones. We'll go back and read the other ones in a second. So we'll make sure I didn't miss anyone.
Benny, FDR was more problematic than Stalin. That was a tweet. Yeah, that's a Benny tweet right there.
Is that real? Wait,
It
that
is
can't be
real.
Let me. Someone has. You have to.
I'll look for it.
I need to find this tweet.
I think someone added me, and that's how I saw it. I'll find it. Read super chats.
I'm desperate to find this. Oh wait, wait. Here we go.
Did you find it?
Benny. It's political extremist L's.
I found
Benny
it.
says, y'all need to know that anyone comparing Stalin to Hitler is doing Nazi propaganda. Literally, of the bad things Stalin did, line by line, he is less problematic than FDR. You all are just soaking red scared nonsense.
How do you like that?
God.
How do you like that? He likes Stalin better than your favorite president, Sitch.
Why didn't you tell me this before the stream?
Do you have the Holodomor one?
Fuck.
There is a reason the UN doesn't recognize the Holodomor as a genocide. Oh, this does this.
Oh,
can't
that's
be.
never a good fucking start to
That's not-
anything.
That's not a good start to a tweet, is it? By the way, the term Holodomor literally was coined by literal Nazis.
Oh my God.
With the aim of trying to try and reframe Nazi collaborators as freedom fighters. So yes, if those experts are equivocating, they're Nazis. Thankfully,
Okay.
this tweet only got 2 likes, but obviously those are not very good people.
So let me go back in time to when I gave Benny some level of charity.
No, you're taking it back now?
Take that up and crumple it up and throw it in the trash can. Go fuck yourself, Benny. You fucking tanky psychopath piece of shit.
There's another
Making
one.
excuses for literally the Holodomor and being so fucking dumb, so batshit insane, such a dumb fuck idiot that you think that FDR was problematic compared to Joseph fucking Stalin,
Yeah.
you psychopath. Holy fucking shit.
Yeah.
That is one of the worst takes I've literally ever heard in my life. That is the dumbest fuck, the most disgusting thing I've ever heard in my fucking life. Go fuck yourself, you fucking incompetent buffoon. TYT should be doing fucking, the fact that TYT didn't
They
fire
should be doing
your fucking ass.
They should be doing
like,
backflips that they lost.
like if I was working at TYT and I saw a tweet, I'd be like, who the fuck is this? Get this person the fuck out of here. This person's a psychopath.
Nobody dug
Holy
these.
shit.
Nobody dug these tweets up until Benny became relevant, though. Obviously,
I know, but it's like, you're fucking Stalin, mass murderer Stalin. Okay. Like, how many fucking millions of people died because of Stalin's actions?
Look here, I got another one. This one's hilarious. You're gonna love
And
it.
he's like, nah, listen, FDR, that's the real bad guy.
Here it is.
Like-
Benny. Is it Carollo? Carollo? Is that it? Benny Carollo. If your analysis of China doesn't include the fact that Xi Jinping is more popular than any U.S. president ever has been, then you are simply not operating in reality.
Okay, so Benny's just a tanky piece of shit.
Now, can you
Not
think
even a
of-
socialist. They're just a straight up fucking tanky piece of shit.
look? They don't have
Do they have a fucking Mao Zedong tweet where they talk about how based Mao was?
They don't have open elections in China, okay? Is there any reason that you can think of that Xi Jinping would be as popular, more popular than any U.S. president? Just give me the first reason off the top of your head why this could be the case.
Listen, when they did elections in Crimea, okay,
no,
the Russians just because the Russian military literally had tanks and soldiers
had guns
outside
pointed
the
at
polling
them.
station doesn't mean that we shouldn't trust the fact that the elections were overwhelmingly
Right.
to join Russia.
In favor
Okay.
in
I mean-
favor of the Russian separatists.
I don't know why people call Vladimir Putin an authoritarian. They have elections every 4 years.
Right.
And he just keeps winning them. He's just very popular. Okay, he's very, very popular.
Here, let me rephrase the question here. Sitch, if you lived in a country where the leader Xi Jinping could disappear you in the middle of the night for talking any shit about him or his state, would
Yeah.
you be hesitant to talk shit about that leader?
No, of course not. Why would I have any fear at any point?
Oh, of course, because you're a total giga Chad. Obviously,
course.
look, we're Americans. We're dumb Americans. We speak our mind no matter what. We have principles.
So I went on Twitter on a hunch,
Oh no.
and I did the little advanced search thing using Benny.
Oh no. You found it.
I typed in Mao.
Yeah, I was gonna say you found the Mao tweet.
And I was like, you know, this is a shot in the dark. Shot in the dark.
No,
Benny probably never gonna talk about Mao.
More
right?
like fish in a barrel. This is not a shot
You're
in
right.
the dark.
It was a shot in the dark, but it was literally fish in the barrel. So the first tweet that comes up is,
oh, there's the first one. There's multiple.
No, there's a lot. Okay. The first tweet that comes up is, the unmatched arrogance of American leftists, in air quotes, that think they know better than everyone that actually lived in or led an actual socialist country. I hate to break it to you, but Sankara, Lenin, Castro, and Mao all knew more than you do.
Wow. How is this person a commentator on TYT?
I don't know if they were they a commentator or were they a producer or something?
I thought they were a commentator.
Well, if they're a commentator, fucking TYT needs to get their shit together. Because this tweet was last January.
Wow.
And listen, I mean, if you want to have one out there fucking crazy tanky on your stream that like everyone gets to argue with, I'm for that. But it should be known that they're a fucking crazy out there tanky who's advocating for genocidal dictators.
Look,
Okay?
we want at least one tanky arguing with us a week. So I mean, send them our way.
Right. I like someone replied to this saying, "New tanky just dropped."
Oh,
that's pretty funny. Okay, that was just tweet number 1, by the way.
Right.
Here's another one. Pretending that Stalin and Mao were in any way similar to Hitler is Holocaust denial, and is one of the main entry points to Holocaust denialism.
Wow. Wow.
What?
Yeah.
Okay. A lot of what people believe about the USSR is directly the result of the U.S. Operation Paperclipping propaganda from the Nazis into the U.S. Look at this fucking disgusting redwashing.
You don't have to. Look, the last tweet I really don't think is accurate, because you can believe in the Holocaust and still believe that
Mao and Stalin were
Were
horrible
worse.
authoritarian dictators.
Yeah, no,
Yeah.
that they killed more people.
Yeah.
Because I mean,
Right.
isn't it like 100 million or something like that?
Whenever you see those charts, they always have Mao and Stalin as higher death counts.
They do, yeah.
Right.
So look,
That doesn't mean that what Hitler did is
Yeah.
good.
Yeah.
It's not like, well, Hitler only was like the 3rd highest, so we give him a pass.
no
Like, I've
one's
never
con-
heard that argument
Look,
being
no one's
made.
condoning the Holocaust here, okay?
I've never heard that argument.
The question that most people have most people don't make this comparison. They just wonder, hey, the Holocaust was horrible and we talk about that. Shouldn't we talk about all the horrible things that have happened in the world and not dismiss some because people don't want to acknowledge them because the leaders were socialist?
No, what do you mean? That is why.
Yeah, that's the argument people make.
Yeah. All right.
We should.
Oh my God, it's really so. Here's a Danny Haifong tweet. So Danny Haifong, if you're unfamiliar, Danny Haifong is the Chinese propagandist who went on Jimmy Dore's show to peddle the fact that the Uyghur genocide was fake, and Jimmy Dore sat there silently going,
Really?
Yeah, and so he had a tweet where he was saying the CIA called China the biggest threat to the U.S. in 2021. Today, the FBI claims China is a threat to the U.S. economy. But last time I checked, the CIA and the FBI, not China, have overthrown more than 50 foreign governments and terrorized domestic social movements for generations. And then would someone respond to that? Well, first of all, there was an actual person who works for China that responded to that positively.
No way. Really?
Yes. Someone who works for the Chinese government, or no, they work for a Chinese newspaper or something. They said, it's the same old CIA, FBI, MI5 dirty trick. The people are not easily fooled. To which someone then posted about how Mao killed millions of people.
Mm-hmm.
Which Benni inserts themselves in the conversation. defending Mao.
No, Mao did not do that. Mao was a total angel. How dare you?
They said so Benny posted a picture.
Mao
of,
did nothing wrong picture?
It's a picture that shows like the Chinese population like increase from like 1960 to 2010. It says, please show me where in this graph did Mao kill 45 million people.
Oh, it was 45 million people.
Right.
Wow.
So there you go. More Mao defense.
That's so crazy. I can't even fathom 45 million people. Have you ever been to a concert where it's like 10,000 people and you're
A lot of
just
people.
overwhelmed? You're like, oh my God, there's so many people here.
You want to know what's crazy? This will get all the commies riled up. So Royal Caribbean Cruise Line just came out with the biggest cruise ship ever created. Okay.
Mhm.
I'll bring up a picture. Just
Yeah,
get all
I'm already Googling.
It's called the Icon of the Seas. It actually looks pretty bizarre, pretty interesting.
Icon of the Seas. Okay.
Yes. And so it's this ship that I think it has something like 6,000 passenger
Jeez.
capacity.
Jeez Louise. It's like a floating amusement park.
Yeah, that's what it looks like. Because the top level is literally like has all these water slides. And no, so it's got something. I think it's something like the capacity is like 6,000 people capacity, and it has somewhere like either like 2,000 or 4,000 staff. And I'm like, who the fuck wants to be on a cruise ship with 8 to 10,000 people? That's insane. Why the fuck would I want to be on a cruise ship with that many fucking people? Like, if you've been on a normal cruise ship, right? There's like 1,000, 3,000 people. That's a lot of fucking people. Have you ever taken a cruise?
I have. Yeah.
Right. It's a lot of people. I don't want to be on that times like 3. Okay. Why would you ever want to be on a ship with like 10,000 people on a cruise ship? That sounds awful. I don't care how big it is.
It is kind of crazy. You're just like floating around in the ocean.
With 10,000 people.
I was in a tiny cabin, and the cruise ship looks very big in photographs and stuff, but as soon as you
Oh
get
yeah, all
there,
the
like,
cabins are general. I mean, unless you're gonna pay like some astronomical amount of money.
everything's like chutes and ladders. It's like really.
That's the top, yeah. Okay, so also the ship has the, let me see if I can try to remember what it was called.
Wow.
It has the most expensive room that you can get on any cruise ship ever.
Well, is it big? Better be big.
Oh yes, it's on one of those corners. If on one of the pictures, it's a 3-story corner room.
Oh, okay, nice.
Okay, that let me get the picture first. I don't know what it's called. It has some special name. Because I want you to show you a picture, and I want you to guess how much it costs to use this room. Okay, it's a really cool looking room.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Let's see.
Okay.
Better be cool. I mean, that's a picture you picked?
Okay, let me get you.
No.
Okay, I'll get you.
Here you go. I brought it up. Just
Yeah.
it'll
Let me get you the overhead shot picture.
It's not great, but yeah.
Well,
look, I'll find a better.
Okay, I got the look. I sent you the full room.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yes.
From the overhead, it's kind of hard to tell the scale, but you can kind of look at those two pictures and kind of figure that out in your brain.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Assuming I have a brain, but
assuming you have a brain, right?
Here we go.
Okay. How much
does this room cost?
Does it cost to stay in this room?
I'm gonna say
for it's a 1-week cruise.
1 week cruise.
Okay. How much do you think it costs?
$100,000.
You can play along. Okay. How much?
$100,000.
Are you just throwing out like a massive number?
Well, yeah.
Okay,
Look, that's my guess. Is
What
that
do you
too
think? What was
high?
the chat thing? What was it? I'm curious what the chat thinks. How much do you guys? It's 1 week. How much do you think it costs a week?
1 billion.
10K, 5K, 20K, 50K, 8K, 22K, 4,000, 50K,
Look, it's
100,000.
all
That's a
over the
room.
place.
30K, 40K, 50K, 100K, 100K, 2K, 25K.
Sitch is mad because I bid too
I
high.
know. You're supposed to
overbid.
underestimate it. Okay, so here's the deal. Here's the deal with this room.
Look, this room looks pretty bitchin'. I'll pay 100K.
So it costs $20,000 a person, up to 85,000.
Look, I was close.
So or up to 80,000.
Who's gonna
the
go
maximum
and stay
amount
in one like by yourself?
So if you have 4, so the room can hold up to 8 guests, but they only charge you up to 4, so you get 4 free. So if you have 8 people, or if you have 4 people, it costs $80,000 for 1 fucking week.
I was pretty close. Why? Look, you're just mad because I almost nailed it.
I'm mad that you got it.
Yeah.
Well, because this is why first of all, the other rooms on the ship are like normal price for cruise ships. It's not like this fucking shit. It's like, and I'm like, who the fuck is spent if you have 80 grand to spend a week? Okay, if spending 80 grand for 1 week is nothing to you, are those people going on cruises? Wouldn't those people have like access to like private ships and yachts? If you could just throw away 80 grand in a fucking week like that?
They're like, I have my own yacht. Why do I need this shit?
Why do I need this fucking shit? Right. But you want to know what's crazy? Even crazier. That room, well, maybe this is not true, but supposedly that room has already been booked for the entire year.
What?
So there you go. Are you communist yet? Are you feeling the excesses of capitalism?
No.
Oh, good.
I think it's
Good.
amazing.
Good. I just think that's crazy.
I do think we need to. How bad is income inequality these days? I don't really even know.
And this is why you need to have Mao come in and kill everyone. Okay, let's go back to the Mao tweets. Here's a tweet. Benny says, Mao was right about time zones. In my opinion, we should all set everything to China's time zone.
Mm-hmm. What?
All right. I don't know what Mao did with the time zones, but there you go. Here's Benny saying, Mao doubled life expectancy. I mean, for the people that weren't killed, yes, maybe, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. Interesting. Oh my God. This is funny. Benny says, I'm sorry, but if you unironically use the term tanky, I simply cannot take you serious. It's the first tweet.
Wow.
Someone says, I think anyone who unironically believes in violent revolution and a so-called socialist dictatorship are harder to take seriously. There are also the Nosballs, who I think it's fair to call tankies. Normal MLs like yourself, not so much. I don't know what an ML is. Oh, Marxist-Leninist, probably. Benny then responds, violent revolution is nearly universally a response to violent suppression and don't in self-defense. I don't know what that means. It sounds like they're advocating that violent revolution is okay. Fidel Castro was a reformer until he was imprisoned by the regime. Once he got out, he organized a defensive organization to fight off the brutal repression. No one, here's Benny, no one is calling for violence out of nowhere. It's just that people recognize that if we did pass things like land reforms, landlords would set their own buildings on fire rather than see them turned into co-ops. Mao killed landlords in response to them hiring mercenaries to kill tenants. So Benny is excusing Mao killing landlords because the government, well, according to what they're saying, I don't know if this is true, the government was trying to repossess their land. And that's bad. Okay, very interesting. A lot of defense of Mao here in this timeline. Let's see if there are any other. It's a bunch of mouth tweets. Let's see if there's any more that are interesting. Blah blah blah. More praising Mao for increasing life expectancy. I like this. Marxists from Castro to Mao and Lenin are clear that women's liberation is central to socialism. There you go. There you go, ladies. Jump on board the Mao train.
I read a look. I shouldn't say that. Never mind.
Oh, here's Benny defending Gaddafi. Jesus.
Wow.
Does it not
Why?
end? Does it not end?
Why?
Is there a dictator that's not on the right that Benny doesn't like? Oh my God.
All leftist dictators are good in Benny's eyes.
Mm-hmm.
That's horrible.
Oh.
All right,
Okay, well there you go. Fuck Benny. Benny's a psychopath who simps for dictators and brutal dictatorships. So go fuck yourself.
Twitter sucks for $10 says no one is calling for violence out of nowhere. Now go redacted the capitalists who are getting in the way of communism.
I know.
What's that redacted all about?
What is redacted about?
Now
right?
go what?
Yeah, go kill, right? But it's redacted.
Ooh, yeah. I guess you're right.
It's like it's just so stupid because like, oh, the violence can start out of nowhere. Yeah, but like this is Benny's a fucking buffoon, and those tweets are the perfect example of this. Because like Benny says, the violence doesn't come out of nowhere, right? It's defensive. Because this is what everyone says. They say the violence is defensive. But then we see that Benny characterizes even the tiniest moving away from the dogma as like, you're basically allowing Nazis. You don't think trans women should be allowed to play in sports, in female sports? That's going to lead you down the path of Nazis, right? And if that's your mentality, the violence doesn't come out of nowhere. It's okay to use violent revolutions. It's okay to use violence defensively. And any tiny deviation away from our position is like tantamount to violating our civil rights.
It's completely authoritarian.
Oh, you're just an authoritarian scumbag who we can very easily see how this leads down the path to violence, right? And authoritarian control and the lack of and no freedom.
Yeah, it's bullshit. It's total bullshit. Well, I think on one of these streams, I heard Benny saying that they had something like 4 degrees and worked in the military with drones or something.
What the fuck?
I know. All of this tanky stuff is not really. Is that acceptable behavior in the military to be a tanky?
No, I shouldn't be.
I don't know. It's kind of weird, huh?
Actually,
Lucifer the Doberman for 5 Canadian says all socialists are closet Nazis.
I mean,
kind of seems that way, right?
Not looking good.
Are they really closet if they're on Twitter tweeting about how the Holodomor didn't really happen?
Right.
Maybe they're not in the closet. Maybe they're loud and open, loud and proud Nazis. A good emperor for 11 months, a member for 11 months, says, I guess Stalin invaded Poland in self-defense, right? Well, yeah, of course.
Yeah. I was looking to see, she doesn't bring up Poland at any point, so.
Right.
She had more tweets defending Mao than Stalin even, which is hilarious. Lucy Lemonbug for $20 says, wow, 10 hours went by fast. Keep the laughs coming. I'll keep neglecting all my responsibilities. Also, Wormy's haircut is very cute. That's right.
I love
Wormy
it.
got a haircut.
Yeah, Wormy. Oh, he's not here now.
Listen, Lucy, you don't have to neglect your responsibilities. You can listen to us while you do your responsibilities, right?
I always put my headphone in and
yeah, there you go.
Get whatever I'm doing done, or yeah.
Unless you want to neglect responsibilities, in which case you deserve it, Lucy.
Sometimes you just gotta neglect those responsibilities.
Deserve it. All right.
Sometimes
me
it's
start over.
best. It's best to neglect responsibilities, unless it's something like, feed the animals or they'll die.
Right.
Yeah.
Thom Muller thanks so much for joining the Free Will Seekers. Thom. A Very Dead Horse for 11 months says, you guys broke the internet and you can't even manage to be on time. There you go.
I read all of those. Stop it already.
Oh, did you? Oh, that's
Yeah.
right. Who did you got to 10 months or something, right?
Here, I screenshotted. I
You got
got
the
to
Jonathan.
Rosler. Yeah.
Did you read you read the memberships, though. You didn't read the supers.
Jonathan Rosler was the last one that I read going
Okay.
down.
You didn't read One Testicle Man.
I did read that.
Oh, you did? Simping for ANA class?
Yeah.
Did you read Doomer for 2 hours? Nothing worse than seeing your friend succeed.
Yes.
Okay.
Are you going up? Come on. I started at the top and I went down.
Okay.
All
You
the
read
way.
Jonathan's, you're saying.
All the way to Jonathan. Yeah.
Political
we're
homeless just means not insane.
We're at Fondue, but you probably
Fondue. I read
read
it
Fondue
before,
because it's a $20. Yeah, we're at Wonton
Wonton
Tiger.
Tiger for 5 Canadian says the Anna backlash was predictable. It's the outrage the internet deserves, but not the outrage it needs right now. Nice.
I didn't think it was predictable because we did a long stream after that. And I said, wow, this could be big or it could be a total nothing burger. I have no idea.
Right.
And it turned out to be kind of big.
Yeah, it's kind of
But
funny.
not in the way that I thought.
We did that. We did the, the 2-hour conversation with Anna.
Yeah.
And then we talked about affirmative action for like 8 hours.
Yeah, for like 8 hours. Yeah.
Right.
Look, we did 2 streams. We just did them on the same day last week.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway.
What is this? One of our videos from June got age restricted.
Did it really?
Insane socialist takes. Hassan spread lies after Terry Nichols video drops.
Oh,
It's so
yeah.
weird. Like they do these like age restrictions like months after like a video has been up. All of a sudden they're like, oh, got age restricted.
Who knows when that was, though. But that video, I mean, I get it because there's a lot of cop violence in there.
Okay.
JM for $5 says, every 4 years, some TYT members break, moderate ahead of presidential run. What? Every 4 years, some TYT members break, moderate ahead of the presidential run. So it sounds more credible when they decry the GOP candidate.
Oh, you're saying you think that they're like pretending to be moderate?
Oh, they
to-
break
as a tactic?
moderate, like
Right.
as a moderate person. Okay.
Unfamiliar. I really don't think that's what's happening here.
So you think Anna is doing that? You think she's like, I'm going to be the moderate here because... So it sounds more credible when they decry the GOP candidate. Oh, okay. Well, that makes
Okay.
sense.
I don't think that's happening here. Taylor Ramirez for $5 says, quote, sometimes a hypocrite is nothing more than a man in the process of changing. Brandon Sanderson, said that. I think this also applies to, quote, grifters. Yeah. Yeah. That is what grifter means nowadays because people will never use it properly.
Unfortunately, no, they don't.
Orca for $5 says, to fix this gender term debate, everyone should identify as wormy/not wormy.
That'd be cool.
P.S. Sitch's "Hey Now" broke the sound barrier last episode. Made me laugh. Did I say "Hey Now" like super loud
I don't know.
in the last stream or something? I don't remember.
Maybe.
Okay. Well, I'm glad I made you laugh. Dr. Diddler, S-Class General for $5.
S-Class General. Plah.
Says, A-Team talks far too loudly at restaurants and is the guy that always burns leaves in the backyard. It smells, Adam. S-Class is the best class.
Oh my God.
I feel like you do both of these things.
I'm not really a loud talker in restaurants. My wife, on the other hand, oh my God. But look, doesn't everyone like to burn leaves in the backyard? That's kind of fun.
It sounds awful. You can have like a nice wood fire. It smells nice, right?
I
You know, a
mean,
nice
but
fire pit. You burn some nice.
look, there's all
wood.
these free leaves in the backyard though to just burn.
Leaves, it smells gross.
Well, I have a fire pit. It's amazing.
So, what is the point of burning the leaves instead of just putting them in your garbage can? Is it just that you run out of space? They just take up too much space?
No, it's just fun to burn things.
Okay.
You don't like burning things?
I mean, I like burning things, but not things that
Yeah.
smell bad. I mean, I get it. Sometimes, listen, I get it. Sometimes your garbage can, you got too many clippings, you got too many leaves, you got too much shit, right?
No,
You know,
that's
like,
never the
I can't
case.
fit this in the garbage can.
That's never the case. I'm just like,
Okay,
look.
you just like to do it.
I'm going to make a big old fire over here. Watch this.
All right.
Watch it.
All right.
Look, honey, watch these leaves go up.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll
make it look like an alien spaceship landed in the backyard. Look, I'm gonna burn little landing pads.
Okay. Pat Backer for 6 months says the Anna interview was a mischanced for a face reveal. Sitch should have just been on camera and not acknowledged it whatsoever. That would have been good. That's true. That would have been good. So
That might have been more distracting though.
yeah, that's a good point.
Everyone would have been like, "Oh my god."
I changed. Someone said that the Zoom is cutting me out. So I changed it. Let me know if you hear any difference. Okay.
The
You're
Zoom
hearing-
is not cutting you out at all.
Okay. Well, I changed it from auto to low.
Okay.
So I'll see what happens. Let me know, guys.
Well, now I hear like all your clicking in the background and your breathing.
I'm not
and
literally touching anything, so I don't know.
well, click. The click there. I heard it.
You hearing
yeah,
this?
Yeah.
You hear this?
Oh yeah, that's a wheel on the mouse.
This? No, this is the keyboard.
Oh yeah, I hear the keyboard.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let me change it then. Wow. Okay, what about now?
No, that's back to normal. Good job.
Wow. The fucking Zoom's on point with their audio
Excellent.
suppression.
Do you hear my keyboard?
A little bit, but like barely.
Okay.
I'm just kidding. I didn't hear anything.
Ah.
Okay. Stigma the Rose. Thank you so much for joining the Free Will Seekers. Stigma the Rose. Andrew Haskins for 7 months says, "Why are people on the left side of politics always talking about the right side of history?" S-Class is a subsidiary of A-Team. Ugh, disgusting.
Nice. That's
There you go.
exactly what happened. That's exactly how it is too. Just
Hentai.
a pitiful subsidiary.
Wow. Hentai OG Taitoku 310. Thanks so much for joining the Free Will Seekers.
Yeah.
Corp Neo for 6 months says 19th century archo-conservative von Bismarck gets social securities through to take socialist best talking point away. Meanwhile, the modern left. That's funny. That is funny. You know, that's probably part of why Benny doesn't like FDR, because the tankies hate FDR because they're like, FDR essentially stalled out the socialist revolutionary energy by putting in place a bunch of economic reforms
The
that
welfare
like
state.
satisfied people,
Yeah. Social
So-
safety nets.
including Social Security.
No need for revolution now.
For revolution. Yeah. Magor for 5 months says, "I missed last week for a family reunion, and I was thrilled to come back to find a Sitch and Adam episode I could recommend to my dad. Best episode so far." Well, thank you, Magor.
Yeah, thanks.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you. Just nothing. Lots of positive comments from our interview last week. Jay for 12 months says, "Brianna's defense of bonus hole being a thought experiment is just Mott and Bailey BS." True. It's a thought experiment. Aiden. Oh, hey, Aiden, I missed this originally. Aiden pounded for $10. Thank you. Says, "Words don't infringe on rights, not even slurs. The rights issue occurs when women has a biological and medical meaning that is immutable. The infringement comes with policy, not verbiage."
Totally agree. Yeah.
There you go. I agree. PC for $5 says, "Why isn't all this renaming of women's anatomy an entry into women's spaces framed as the patriarchy oppressing women?"
I've framed it that way before, but
Right.
people don't really like it.
BW85 for 9 months says, "We should just start categorizing things as, quote, female sports, female locker rooms, female prisons, instead of women's."
I agree. I completely agree. That's the way to solve it. I'm very
Andrew-
careful to say female spaces and stuff like that.
Right. You can say, okay, yeah, trans women are women. Now, meanwhile, at the female
Right.
space.
Yeah.
Andrew Haskins for $2 says, Greyjoy benefited from affirmative action thoughts. I don't know if you're asking like our thoughts or you mean that she had affirmative action thoughts like in her brain.
I don't know that she did, to be honest with you, but
I don't know anything about
perhaps.
her story. Yeah. No. One testicle man for 1,000 huffs. Thank you. Says that's why I love Thai lady boys. They don't try to say they are women. We both know they're not. They are lady boys. There you go. Listen, you get it. All right. As long as everyone's up front.
Right.
Purple Brain for 9 months. Thanks so much, Purple Brain. Says, my comment on this YouTube video was, quote, Sitch and Adam rule. It has like 1 like, but has been a highlighted comment for a while. Must have been Robbie. Really? That's hilarious. That's hilarious.
Wait. That's on the other video? How's it
Apparently.
highlighted? What's
don't
that
know.
mean?
Like, you know, on the when they're doing it, they have like the highlighted comment.
Do they highlight?
I don't know.
Nice.
I missed it. I based.
Come on the show, Robbie. Look, I saw your debate with Jonathan Haidt and I loved it. Jonathan Haidt won, but, you know, can't win them all.
Yeah, they're talking about on the Hill video.
Yes.
Sitch and Adam rule was like. Actually, let me bring it up. Let me see that. That's funny. The Hill, ANA KASPARIAN. Let's see.
Guru Ralph, member for 11 months, says, keep up the great work, guys. Always enjoy your conversations and good faith arguments you have with one another and guests.
This is so weird.
Well, we try to do that.
There's two.
Sometimes Sitch is, you know, he gets in a mood, so.
Yes, that is true. So the Hill has the same clip with the same thumbnail twice with 2 different titles. One was uploaded 4 days ago and one was uploaded 14 hours ago. Why do they upload the same video again?
Is it the ANA one?
It's the exact same video.
The ANA one? Really?
Yeah. One of them's called TYT ANA KASPARIAN ditches progressives. Host admits I don't know what to label myself anymore. And then the other one is ANA KASPARIAN leaving the left? Host admits I don't know what to label myself anymore. They just re-upload the same video with a different title.
Did it get multiple views or more views or?
Well, the first one had 134K views, and the one they just uploaded today is at 20K or 19K.
Well, they got an extra 19K out of it.
Okay. You just upload the same video.
Look, we're gonna upload the ANA KASPARIAN video just over and over again.
Okay. We'll just title it slightly differently every time.
Another talk with ANA KASPARIAN.
There you go. There you go. I like it. Interesting. I like this comment. This conversation is so absurd. There's nothing wrong with making a distinction between men and trans men and women and trans women. People who are upset with that literally are just going to have to get over themselves. You can respect trans people and still be honest about what reality is.
Based.
True.
Like that comment, Sitch.
I liked it. I hit the thumb. Guru Ralph for 11 months says, keep up the great work, guys. Always enjoy your conversations and good faith arguments you have with one another and guests. Well,
I just read that one.
Oh, you're right. I was not paying attention.
Poots
for $5 says, keep up the amazing stream. Gents just had throat surgery 2 days ago, and I'm looking forward to the stream to take my mind off the pain. Ooh, sorry to hear that. Hope all is well, and hope you make a full recovery, Poots.
Yeah, hope
happy
you feel
to
better.
Distract you.
Hope they got rid of whatever they were trying to get rid of.
Right. Nova Leon for $5 says, both the left and the right paint the other side as radicals, except how many of the right's predictions have not come true? Recently, the left has been wading into those predictions
Pretty
often,
hard,
but,
yeah.
But I want to bring up the January 6th stuff, but
Oh yeah. Ooh, ouch.
not great. Blaine the Skated Quarter for $10 says, shout out to that darn Kidith for hosting a nuanced discussion of Canada's MAID program. If you're struggling and need help, make sure to reach out to those around you and call a hotline. Well, there you go. I didn't even know that darn Kidith did that. Awesome.
Yeah. I've seen she's been hosting some dialogues with various people in our community, which is
Nice.
awesome. Yeah.
That darn Kidith, friend of the show.
Yeah, we should have
Based
her on again.
individual. We should. In the chat right now.
Is she? What's up?
How you doing?
How's it going? Hey, hey, hey.
Hey, hey, hey. Radagast for 4 months says, I just want to thank whoever keeps gifting me memberships. Cheers to you.
That would be JMac.
That would be JMac. And Potato and
Oh,
some
yeah.
other people. Yes. But I think JMac gave like 50 at the beginning of the stream, didn't he? So
I think so, yeah.
Prince Gabbles for 5 months. Thanks so much. Says, finally got to actually catch you boys live. Listen to the ANA episode at work, and it was amazing. Can I get a S class is the best class from Adam?
No.
There you go.
You already got it from Sitch. Come on.
There you go. November, mine for $5 says, birthing person is to woman as melanated person is to a black person. There you go. There you go.
Well, look, I've heard black people use the term melanated person. I don't know that that's necessarily offensive to them. That's why I kept saying.
Really? I don't know. I've never heard that.
I kept saying, hammer it out. Find a term that's not offensive to women. Stop being such authoritarian dickheads.
Are you laying down?
No, I'm standing up. Why?
Okay, just curious.
Why do you want me to lay down?
Oh no, people were demanding the Wormy Cam.
Oh, Wormy's left me. Here, I'll see if I can go find him.
Well, no, forget it. Don't worry about it.
Okay. Wormy.
Look at him. Look at him.
He's coming. I heard him. Wherever he was. I think he's on the couch. Wormy.
Mega My Own for $5 says, I went off in the comment section for you guys during the debate. S-Class is the best class. Well, thank you, Mega.
The comment section or the chat? I don't know.
Either or.
Either or is, yeah, totally appreciated.
That nobody guy. That nobody guy for $10 says, A-Team makes some cream. Oh.
True.
It's so hypocritical that people so preoccupied with their own labels have labeled over 99% of the population with cis. Since when do we define the rule by the exception?
Yeah, that's a great point. That's what I feel. I'm like, really the problem is when certain groups are foisting labels onto other people that they kind of just are unaware of or don't really care to have.
Mm-hmm. Simon O'Leary for 10 New Zealand dollars says we need to treat the woke disciplines like phrenology. It's BS bunk science, all harm, no understanding. That being said, A-Team has the lumpy, pumpy skull of a criminal and requires shock therapy. S-Class is best class.
Look, I'm going to forgive that because you gave us a $10 super chat. Like, that was not very nice.
The lumpy, bumpy skull of a criminal.
Look, I feel like my skull is pretty smooth. I feel like I'm doing pretty good here.
All right, okay. PC for $2 says, I don't care about you, Anna. Goes off on a 10-minute rant.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
True.
Aren't you glad you got to see that rant?
Some weird guy for $2 says, if Olay is Professor X, I'd hate to see Magneto.
Oh, whoa.
Yes.
True.
They're referencing, so there's, I don't know if it's ever confirmed, but there's a lot of thought that Professor X was supposed to be like Martin Luther King Jr. and Magneto was supposed to be like Malcolm X.
Oh, yeah.
So, Jamie the Panda for $2 says, can she string a sentence without the F word? Oh, yeah, she was very mad. She mad. Leo901 for 8 months says, Sitch, you hypocrite. You claim to like Hunter for its complexity. and yet you refuse to get into Warhammer, the most needlessly complex setting ever. There you go. You got me. Contrast for 15 months says, announcing the birth of my second child. Wow, congratulations, Contrast. That's wonderful. He and Mom are doing great and set to go home today. Just doing my part to help Japan increase its population. Well, there you go, Contrast. I thought you lived in Australia or something.
Contrast is Japanese and has a new kid.
Well, there you go. Congratulations, Contrast. Contrast has been watching
a
me
long
for
time.
like ever. Jesus.
Yeah, long time.
And he's been wrong about the end of Watchmen forever.
All that time.
It's all that time. John Sykes for $5 says, I generally don't understand how they thought that bringing that Olay chick on made them look good. She comes off as being legitimately insane. True.
On the Vanguard?
On the Vanguard, yeah.
Because she's the center of the controversy, of course.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, if they're Leninists, I don't know. I don't know if we trust if they think what looks good or not. But John Sykes, another $5.
They had
Says,
huge
please
smiles
don't go
on their faces the whole time
That's
for
true.
that thing. So John
Damn,
Sykes.
I mean, they were probably going, yes, get it, girl, the whole time. John Sykes for $5 says, please don't go easy on these dudes when they come on. The fact that they just sat there while she said this immature nonsense is just facepalm. There you go. We'll see. Curious how the conversation. I'll watch. I haven't actually watched their take on our stream, so I'm sure I'll watch it tomorrow. Take lots of notes, lots to talk about.
Right.
Chaotic Intention for $5 says, when CRT tell you to know your history, but doesn't know history itself, this has to be a question if they know Black history. True.
Yeah.
True. Michael Kincaid for $5 says, Robbie's natural response to Bonus Hole was, ugh. He immediately apologized. You cannot paint a more perfect picture of the establishment left.
That was such a real moment.
That was hilarious.
That was such a real moment there.
That's true. Is Robbie even on the left? Isn't he like a right winger or something?
He's a libertarian.
Okay. But that is I take your point. That is a funny like picture of like establishment left. Some leftist says something that goes, ugh. Their immediate reactions go, ugh. And they go, oh, I'm sorry. And they apologize. That is the perfect picture.
Ugh.
Dusty Shaws for 14 months. Thank you. 14 months, Dusty. Says, we're missing the point. Olay's interview was her submission tape to the WWE. She's showing Vince McMahon that she can cut a vicious promo.
Well, if that's the case, then she's in. Definitely.
There you go. I believe it. Solo for 3 months says, oh God. Says, S-Class gets dead ass. A-Team leaves skid marks from theirs.
You guys. That's horrible.
Too far, Solo. Too far. I mean, they brought up peeing in the shower.
Right. Don't get us started. What's our poll at here? Let's see. We've had 4,911 votes, and the poll is Anna did nothing wrong. ... Agree. 54%. Strongly agree. 13%. Couldn't agree more. 12%. Anna is my new queen. 21%.
There you go.
Look at that. So that's 100% of our audience feels Anna did nothing wrong.
Right.
Uh-huh.
I know. There you go.
To various
confirmed.
To various degrees and levels.
Right.
You can end the poll now.
There you go.
I don't have the end the poll button on my
Boom.
end, so
I should probably given some people a last chance to vote, but whatever.
no, who cares? Come
Too
on.
slow.
If you guys didn't get your poll, if you guys still didn't get your poll in.
Lightning Ninja 36 for $2 says, God, this woman is such a stereotype. Oof. Ouch. Careful.
Yeah.
Dusty Shaws for $2 says, she's going to end with a Ric Flair. Whoop. Yes, I believe it. Ric Flair.
What the hell
Nice.
is that?
You don't know about Ric Flair?
No.
Okay. Gotta go look into your Ric Flair lore. Anonymous Coward for $5 says, been around since 11K subs. Thank you, Anonymous Coward. Enjoying this watershed moment that is unhinged leftists seething and signal boosting the show. True.
Oh, yeah. Finally got that Xander Hall shout out we've been dreaming of.
There you go. Maxless for $5 says, as a researcher, I've come to the conclusion that male to female and female to trans youth probably need to be separated policy-wise. Almost all the risk is for female to males. Interesting.
Yeah.
Maybe. Yeah, that could be. I'm not.
There's some
not
validity
familiar.
to that for sure.
Zen Man for 10 months says, Aiden had her biggest woman moment in her last stream of Broken Crowns. Cabal prevails. Much love, Aiden. Well, I don't know what that meant, but there you go.
Nice. I wonder what it was.
What was her woman moment?
Yeah.
Is that a good thing or a bad thing?
What happened?
Chaotic Intention for $2 says, when all the crazies quit is when is when TYT becomes normal. There you go. Chaotic Intention for another $2 says, note, I'm talking about the mafia extremists. Nice. True. Making My Own for $5 says, Sitch, quote, magic fact, it's called a Kafka trap, an unfalsifiable claim. It's the same thing as when they call people racist, right-wing, etc. I thought Kafka trap is when the denial of the claim is evidence of the claim, right? Which I guess is kind of what you're saying.
Yeah.
But I thought that's what a Kafka trap is. Like you're saying, like, oh, you're racist. You say, I'm not racist. Like, well, that's what the racist would say.
Yeah, white fragility, that kind
Yeah.
of thing.
So I guess it is a Kafka trap, yeah. Val Van Gogh for 12 months says, so far I've used up all my super/member chats only to critically comment and never encourage. Appreciate the show, boys. Keep the fun times rolling. Well, thank you, Val Van Gogh. Thank you. Hey, look. Our favorite super chatter leaves us in constant suspense. The one, the only, Not Gay Ben. Thank you so much, Not Gay Ben, for the 5 gifted memberships.
Wow. That's awesome.
There you go.
Only not gay people take those memberships, all right?
There you go. There you go. That darn kid for 10 AEDs. Wow. Dropping bombs. Thank you, that darn kid. Says, Pearl is your next guest, right? With a happy face emoji. No. No, God, no.
We have not got Pearl yet, yeah.
Please, never.
Should I work on that? Should we try to get Pearl?
No.
You don't want Pearl?
No.
Look, maybe I'll say, oh, look, I'll tell her you're single.
I don't want to talk to Pearl, please. We're not gonna. How about
How
no?
about
Just
this?
pass.
How about
People
this?
don't like us talking to red pillars, I don't think.
I'll talk to Pearl and I'll tell her that you're looking for
No, stop it.
a 22-year-old version to be your wife.
Stop it.
Actually, look, I'll tell Pearl, I'll say, listen, my friend, he's really into 40-somethings. Like, come explain. How's this work? he bucks everything that you preach on your channel.
Right. Please don't. Don't do this.
All right, I brought up
Refuse.
the illustration of the Kafka trap.
If a white person.
Yeah.
Yes. Everything you do. Yep.
If a white person moves out, white flight, moves in, gentrification. Sees color, racism.
Okay.
Doesn't see color, ignoring racism. Doesn't partake in culture, non-exclusive. Engages in culture, cultural appropriation. Look, all roads lead to racism. You can't do anything.
Right. There's nothing you can do.
Yeah.
Well, I guess technically this wouldn't be a Kafka trap. It would be Catch-22, right?
Is it? Oh, yeah, I guess you're right.
Or does a Catch-22 have to be specifically when there's conflicting? Let me look it up. There's a Catch-22 when you have to have conflicting things.
What?
Catch-22 is an impossible situation you cannot do. Impossible situation because you cannot do one thing until you do another thing. But you cannot do the second thing until you do the first thing. Okay, so it's not Catch-22. Whatever. It's woke mindfuckery. That's all that matters. Yeah, Catch-22 is you can't do the thing because to do the thing requires you to do the other thing, but you can't do the other thing until you do the first thing. Yeah, okay. Gotcha. Wonton Tiger for 10 Canadian, thank you so much. Says also the words he chooses are akin to euphemisms for battle and friend-enemy status. These same types often accuse others of incitement, yet they can't recognize what they do, intentional or not. True. True. That's kind of funny. It's like even using the term ally, right? I mean, isn't ally? I mean, you generally only think of ally in terms of fighting. I never thought about that. Or if I thought about it, I forgot. The term ally is almost exclusively used in the conflicts of war, right? And fighting.
Yeah, of course.
That is
that's
kind of
warfare. That's a term.
Right. It's kind of interesting that these totally not advocating for violence people want to use the word allyship. Interesting. All right.
Katie wants to come on and help us read super chats.
Are you serious?
Yeah. I'm totally serious.
I don't believe you. I thought Katie never wanted to talk to us again or something.
I don't know. She just responded to some tweet and I said, we're streaming now. Come on and say hi. I'm doubtful.
We only have 50 minutes left, Adam, to get through all these super chats.
I mean,
before the stream cuts off.
We can keep going. It just cuts off.
Okay. Dave L for $10 says, such a cult. All Anna quote charity is based on demanding she change her opinion, not letting her have her own. True.
True.
The Justice,
yeah.
very true.
Sad.
The Justice 35 for 10 months says, A team likes the stream and extends charity, while S class attempts to dox people for disagreeing with him about tomboy apps. A team reigns supreme.
That's quite an accusation there.
There you go.
I don't know that S class is a doxer, but
I don't know if I've ever done that, but I'm not saying I wouldn't.
What?
I take tomboy apps very seriously.
Of course, yes. Well, we all take tomboy apps seriously on this stream. That's for sure.
True. Kidith is telling us to go 24 hours. No, thank you. We'll leave that up to Mahler.
Mahler's done it before, yeah.
He's done it twice.
What a crazy man.
I know I was on one of them. I don't know if I was on both of them. But I don't think I was on the second one because it was like we were like doing something. We couldn't do it. But Naxos for $5 says, the leftist reactions make sense if you conceive of their worldview as, quote, no one actually has disagreements. People are only ignorant of the truth. True. That is the worldview. That's very true.
Yeah.
If I can just tell you the right set of facts, you'll magically agree with me. And if you don't, it's because you're bad.
Yeah. Not because you believe a bunch of bullshit.
Dave L for $10 says, if suicide is such a concern, how could a school hide a condition like that? Who's on the hook if the child attempts suicide? Good point.
Yeah, great
Very good
question.
point.
That's the problem.
Chaotic Contention for $5 says, as a Hispanic, building the wall is more supported since America is our home. And not all, but many Mexicans would treat us like Clarence Thomas.
Well, unfair to Clarence Thomas for one thing, but
there you go. But it's funny because, like, you know, as a Hispanic, it's so funny. Like when we talk about like the Hispanic community or the Latin community, man, Latin people are so racist against other Latins. They look how racist against each other. You guys know it's true. You guys know it's true. It's so funny whenever I hear someone talk about like the Latin community. It's like some sort of amorphous blob or something. It's like, fuck, you say that to someone from some, Latin country, they're gonna be like, whoa, 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 slow your roll for a second. Okay. Jay for $10 says, doctors typically prescribe Suboxone for opiate dependence, not methadone. I think that's what it was, actually. I think it was that looks familiar. Suboxone. Suboxone. I don't know how to say it. Suboxone, not methadone. So that's what it was. Matthew Newman for 2 New Zealand says, are you trying to summon me, Adam? Watch LE. A-Team reigns supreme.
What is LE?
I don't know. What is LA?
I don't know. Katie responded. She says, Adam, please, you're married. And I was always more into Little Goblin. Anyways, love you.
Is she calling me a little goblin?
I don't
nice.
know. How do I respond to that?
You don't. I should send a heart emoji. That should be the response.
Girl, look, I'm gonna send you a link to this tweet and you can respond too.
Okay, I'll send a heart emoji. Lightning Ninja 36 for $2 says, look at this sexist telling Anna how to do her job. True.
There was a lot of that going on that was super offensive to me.
Oh, Lotus Eaters. It's LA.
Oh, okay.
Bilbo says Lotus engulfers. It's pronounced Suboxone. 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 Well, there you go. Thank you. Matthew Titus for 7 months says, from 2 hours ago, they call her a grifter because the idea that a piece of information can convince a leftist they were wrong is inconceivable. True. True. Underscore for $10 says, I got into an argument about this and got caught off guard. Where is the innocence of children and the right for parental control derived from legally? I don't know, and I'm embarrassed because of it. Well, if you're asking me, like, what is the specific law/legal principle where parental control derives from, I couldn't tell you offhand. I don't know what the law is, how that's codified in the law, but it's there. I don't think the innocence of children specifically, whatever that means, I don't know if that's codified in law, but obviously parental control is in the law somewhere. So
maybe, who knows? Maybe it's the biggest loophole in all of human history. Parents
don't
really
think so.
don't have any control over their kids.
I don't think that's the case.
You think that's doubtful?
Willing to bet that's not the case. Probably English common law. Yeah, I mean, I'm sure there derives from English common law. But
common law.
I'm sure there's something more specific in American law.
Oh, it pisses me off every time I hear it. English common law. Nobody cares about English common law. American common law.
There you go. Now that's what matters. Elmo Kajati for $10 says, read the third paragraph in the preface of Thomas Sowell's Inside American Education, which was in 1992.
In the preface?
In the preface. In the preface. The preface. Also, I remember elementary school being told to vote for Obama in a weird pseudo voting with results. That's weird. I remember in my school we did like a fake voting thing, but no one told me how to vote.
Well, good.
I don't remember what the outcome was. But okay, wait. Inside America's Education. You read the next super chat. I'm gonna look for this.
What do you mean? I'm putting the timestamps in the video. I'm not even at the super chats.
Okay. I'll come back to that then. Steve Preston for $5 says, Destiny was harsher covering Emma than you were a few weeks ago. I feel like you two are going a bit soft on lefties recently. Still S-class, though. Really? I thought we were pretty fucking harsh on Emma. I didn't watch Destiny's coverage of it, but all right.
Destiny was harsher on Emma than us.
I mean,
unfathomable.
I know. We were pretty fucking rough on her.
Yeah, we called her stupid and dumb and dishonest. And yeah. Sitch had to take a shower right after that stream.
I did.
He felt so bad.
I felt dirty. Yeah, so interesting. I don't know. I'll have to. I didn't watch his coverage on it. I'll have to check it out.
Look at this. The stream is still going, and I already have the chapters in.
Look at you.
Sitch gets triggered over Benny's psychotic tweet.
That is an appropriate subtext.
Yeah.
Subtitle.
Good
for that,
job.
yeah.
Thank you, CT. I thought
Thank
CT was sick. Here she is still doing.
Look at CT. Such a CT. Go to sleep. But thank you, CT.
Let's
Maybe
see.
CT did go to sleep. CT, I see in the chat. Go to sleep, CT. What are you doing so up?
Let's see if
You need to
Kate-
rest, recuperate, take care of yourself. But thank you so much for your very generous chapter.
What is? I don't. Katie, I responded.
Yeah.
Look, this may have been a bit. This may have been kind of not really true. It may have been true depending upon what she meant by Little Goblin, but I said, DM me. I'll send you a link. Little Goblin is streaming with us. Because I don't know what she's talking about. I don't know if she means you or somebody else.
I don't know what that means. But I'm offended. She's making a Jewish stereotype.
Is it? Oh, okay.
How dare she?
She says, you're really bringing out my denial play energy. That makes it sound like she's not going to come on.
It makes it sound like she's into it.
Okay. How do I respond? What do I say?
I don't
Look,
know.
you're
Who the
supposed to
fuck
jump in
cares?
with the heart. I sent you.
I'm reading. I don't give a shit about games.
I sent you the link.
Okay. I'm trying to get through this. We got 40 minutes left. C. Pappy for $5 says, would you want to give your money to someone who hates you? Isn't it good to allow shops to discriminate the way you know where, that way you know who the assholes are? CP24. No, I don't agree. Well, it depends. Again, I agree on the speech front. I don't think you should be able to engage in being part of a public business that's open to the public and discriminate against protected classes in terms of basic normal services. So I don't agree. Become the Knight for 3 months says, what the fuck is up with this timeline where I start liking Anna and Brianna Wu and I say Chank made a smart point? Shakes fist. Damn you, CERN. There you
Yeah.
go.
I think
True.
I think Brianna wants to have a stream with us where we talk about CRT.
Okay.
I posted
Sure.
something about CRT and she came back with the regular. It's just academics in college.
Well, I mean, I can just send her like literature. She's
No,
supposed to look at it and read it
look,
herself.
Get her on stream. It'll be more fun.
Okay. That's true. We all know that we all shifted from the Bear-Stein universe to the Bear-Stein universe once they opened the Large Hadron Collider. Not hydrogen. Whatever the fuck it's called. The thingy. Hadron Collider. Okay, it's late. The Large Hadron Collider.
Everyone's making fun of me because of my poll.
What's your... I don't even see it. What was the poll?
The Anna poll.
Oh. Why is anyone making fun of you for that?
Because they're saying it's simping, but...
Oh, right. Well, listen. I saw a lot of something happening in that stream, okay? In the chat.
Yeah, it was great.
Isaac Bowles for $2 says Trump 2024. There you go.
We'll see. I don't know.
Unfortunately, it looks like I went to pay Adam that $500.
I know. Woo!
Listen.
Sitch, why? Look, Adam is always right. When are you going to just accept it?
I'm holding out hope that Trump's going to get arrested.
I was right about the Trump running for president.
Uh-huh.
I was right about the Mike Pence running for president. My big prediction is the Tim Scott, which could, I mean,
well,
I've
that
heard-
was, no one disagreed with that. That's a pretty obvious prediction.
people have. They say Trump wants to select a woman because everyone thinks he's a sexist and he lost with women in the suburbs. That's actually a good argument.
No.
But I
Okay,
was
maybe.
thinking, look, Trump is going to select a black woman. He's going to be like, check this out.
Right.
Cover all my bases.
Oh, no.
Mm-hmm.
Trump needs a black woman VP. Who's he gonna choose?
Yeah. Candace Owens.
Oh my God. Oh no.
How do you like them apples?
No. How old does the vice president have to be? Is she old enough?
I'm sure she's old enough.
She's
35.
34. Holy shit.
Oh, no way. She's right on the cusp.
Well, no, she'll be 35 next year.
Yeah, I know.
So there you go. Candace Owens.
Candace Owens coming in hot.
Oh
Who would
my
have
God.
thunk it? From arguing on YouTube to President of the United States.
Honestly, I think that would hurt Trump way more than it would help Trump. If he chose Candace Owens. Oh, God. This is your vice president. Guys.
They should have Dave Rubin moderate the debate.
Yes.
Moderate the vice presidential debate.
Oh, man. Oh, man.
It'd be her against Kamala Harris. That'll be
Holy shit.
That'll be hilarious.
Fucking, it's kind of, oh my God. Fucking
Candace Owens will be punching her in the face.
The MAGA crowd will fucking.
Oh, they will, yeah.
Oh, they'll love Candace Owens. Is Candace Owens even a Trump fan, or is she on the DeSantis?
Nah, she's Trump all the way. Come on.
I don't know the answer to the question. 'Cause
Come
there
on
are some people that
now.
are like super DeSantis-y. I don't know where Candace is on this situation. So I type in Candace Owens DeSantis, and the third option is a YouTube video from the Majority Report called DeSantis is not fascist enough for Candace Owens.
Oh, really?
Okay,
That's hilarious.
interesting. I'll have to check that out at some point. What are the chances that that's a good faith? As much as I don't like Candace Owens, I'm very skeptical of this this video title.
I'm moving my look. I'm going to take over on reading super chats. Where are you at?
John Sullivan for $5 says, "Can't watch now, but we'll listen later. I was curious what your guys' motivation was for getting into YouTube. Also, A-Team reigns supreme."
Oh, that's going to be all over the place. Never mind.
My motivation was literally, this was literally my thought process. I'm not even joking. I said, this was kind of like around the anti-SJW period. I'm like, I see a lot of people complain about SJWs. I like to complain about SJWs. I think the good thoughts. I thunk the good things. I can go and make YouTube videos. And then I did. And I slaved away for like 2 years, spending literally every hour of every day making YouTube videos.
Well, I'm always.
And now I'm here, and I'm lazy. I'm a lazy streamer like
That's
all
not-
of the other fuckers.
This was actually my goal from the get-go of even doing videos, because I've always been a people person. I just wanted to talk to people. And I saw, when I first started doing YouTube, I saw Sargon of Akkad, Carl Benjamin at the time, obvious.
Right.
He, like anyone would talk to him just because he had a big YouTube channel. And I thought, wow, okay,
Interesting.
that's cool. Like if you get a big YouTube channel, you can just pretty much talk to anyone. So that was always my thinking. And now, I mean, it's kind of worked out that way. It's been great.
Mm-hmm.
And the bigger we get, the more people we can pretty much talk to anyone. And it's awesome.
Well, there you go.
Yeah. Totally awesome. Mark Twain's. Oh, I read that one already. You got to check
Admiral
your
Nelson.
check your DMs. I'll read Admiral Nelson.
Oh, okay.
Admiral Nelson, a member for 4 months, says, "Back in the day, it made sense, but now I think we need to get rid of all anti-discrimination laws and let the racists out themselves." Well, that's an interesting strategy. Maybe that will work. We'll see what happens. Andrew Clark for $2 says, "Sitch, I DM'd you about the parental rights bill. I think he looked
How
at
am I
that
supposed to respond to this DM?
with a heart. Look, come on, it'll be great."
That is dangerous. We've entered dangerous territory. Hey, I'm. You know what? I'm leaving. I'm gonna stay out of this.
No, come on. Just drop a heart. It'll be funny. Just drop a heart there, just for fun. Come on, humor me. Matthew Newman for $2 New Zealand says, what's the point of 7 victims except to justify? Well, I don't necessarily know what that's about. 7 victims.
I'm going to do something. You're not going to be happy with that.
Well, look, do something that I'm going to be happy with, and let's be friends on this. Nate is a member for 3 months and says, I think we can all agree violence is absolutely necessary sometimes. For example, you've got to fight for your right to party. That's right.
Nice.
That's right, Nate. That is completely true. But I don't think violence is necessary when you're fighting for your right to party. Well, I guess it depends upon how badly you need to party, so, and how badly they want to prevent you from partying. So, good point. Excellent point. Chaotic Intention for $5. Did you? Yeah. Okay. Good takeover.
Chaotic Intention for $5 says, who would want to spend time with a wet blanket? Who expects you to put their body on the line for them? Yes, you can't compromise on bonus hole. True. Adam's laughing, not at the super chat, but at the Twitter.
How dare you?
I told you. You're not gonna like it.
How dare you? You're gonna get me in trouble.
I know. Tidge for 12 months. Says, just wanted to brag about also having 12 months memberships. S-Class is the best class. Thank you so much, Tidge. 1 year, Tidge, for the 1 year, 12-month membership. Thank you.
I do like the Black Pyramid.
That's right.
Yeah, it's great.
Rashidi Henry, also for 12 months. Thank you so much. Says, got called a white supremacist by a white woman with blue hair. Still confused. Happy 12 months. There you go. That nobody guy for $5 says, these gentle souls sound like they're very emotional after these gentle souls sound like they're very emotionally open after their weekly pegging sessions.
Oh my goodness.
Oh man.
Wow.
We didn't even get into any of the Adam 22 stuff.
We're not going to get into any of that.
We don't have time.
I've officially muted Adam 22, and I regret that I even know this guy exists.
Who was it that thought that you were Adam 22?
It was Not So Erudite, yeah.
There you go. Now you're like really happy. Now it's confusing you for Adam 22.
Exactly.
There you go.
Exactly.
Jamie the Panda for $2 says she should really have a Frieza poster in her room. True. Olay definitely has the Frieza energy if I've ever seen one.
Devon Goad for 7 months says, Olay is ugly.
Wow. Hurtful.
I don't think Olay is really unattractive, to be honest with you. I
No.
disagree with that. Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah.
Andrew Clark for $2 says weed ?
Yeah.
There you go. Vincent Martin for 11 months says, well, being high all the time could explain a lot of things about Lance. True. Also, the talk about allyship reminded me of Operation Get Behind the Darkies.
Look, there is no Operation Get Behind the Darkies.
What movie was that from? That was from a Mel Gibson movie, but I can't remember which one it was.
It's from a Mel Gibson movie. Go figure.
It from... Oh my God, what movie was that from?
It better be a comedy.
Well, it's Mel Gibson.
Yeah, obviously Mel Gibson.
Oh no, you're right. It wasn't. It was. I'm sorry. It was from South Park. It was from the South Park movie.
Yeah. Okay.
That's right.
That makes more sense.
That's right. It was. I mean, it feels like it'd be something Mel Gibson. It was in the end of the South Park movie. The military's like Operation Get Behind the Darkies, and then at the end they're like, that was back when Chef was still in the show and not like a crazy Scientologist. And he's like, screw this, everybody, and they all like duck down, and like save themselves.
Comic Wannabe for $10 says, would you be willing to talk to the honey badgers and or Aiden Paladin about red pill and men's issues, I think they would offer more robust arguments than Rollo Tomassi or Pearl Davis. Well, first of all, we've talked to Aiden Paladin many times. Aiden Paladin's total friend of the show. So.
Not about the red pill stuff, though.
Of course not, yeah. But sure, we talked to her about that.
I thought honey badgers was an MRA. I didn't think they were
Right.
red pill, but sure.
And who are some of the honey badgers? Because I did do a live stream with one of them, but I can't remember who it was, about I had the idea that there should be mandatory paternity tests with every child that's born.
Wow, really?
Yeah. I would thought this will really rile people up.
Mm-hmm. Is that still your position?
Yeah, sure. Why not?
You just sound very confident.
Look at that. Look at that. Look, don't you think guys want the satisfaction of knowing that there's a mandatory paternity test? And you don't have to. Look, Adam22 likes this policy. Okay.
He's been leaning in since you blocked him. You don't see this. He's been leaning into it.
Oh, I
super
know.
hard.
Look, I just muted him because of the leaning into it.
Oh, okay.
Because everyone comments on it, and sooner or later, someone you follow comments on it, and now you're seeing it. It's like, why am I forced to see this? Is this Soladoge?
Soladoge baking all the cakes for $2 says.
Baking all the gay cakes. He means. So what I'm hearing is Adam did apologize. What? What did I apologize for?
Adam.
I didn't apologize for anything.
Adam.
Soladoge.
I can't believe.
You're killing me here.
I can't believe you apologized, Adam.
Good. You shouldn't
fondue.
You shouldn't believe it because I didn't.
Okay.
Fondue for $5.
Fondue for $5 says, quote, "You dirty centrist, Snow Bunni." Adam. Oh, thank you very much, Snow Bunni. Ring. I mean, it sounds like that's what happened.
Yeah.
Stug for 15 months. 15 months of Stug supporting our channel. What pearl of wisdom. What amazingly, incredibly intelligent thing that
Gotta
Stug
be
decided to
something
use
very
his
intelligent.
15-month membership chat on. He says, cock.
Oh.
Thanks,
Clever.
Stug. Thank you as always.
Yeah. Well, thank you for being a member for 15 months, obviously.
Right.
Thank you for the cock.
There's your clip, everyone. There's your Adam clip.
There you go. Clip it up.
Somebody send it to Sammy G tomorrow.
Oh, no. Oh, no. Please, no.
Hayden Dill, are you still around? Send that to Sammy G tomorrow. That nobody guy for $5 says, "Are these people so ideologically driven that all self-awareness, intelligence, and rational thought are lost? How do they even function in daily life?" True.
Oh my God. All right, I'm gonna have to block Katie now. I'm gonna have to officially unfollow Katie here.
What happened?
It's over. Sorry.
What happened?
Nothing. Just continue.
Wait a minute.
Unfollow.
I didn't see the response.
Unfollow. Mute.
What happened?
No.
What happened?
Nothing. Nothing. Here, let me move on to the.
Oh my God.
The nobody guy for $5. Are these people so ideologically driven that all self-awareness, intelligence, and rational thought are lost? How do they even function in daily life? Well, the thing is, they don't have to function in daily life because none of them have jobs or responsibilities or anything beyond just showing up and like bitching at people on Twitter. So makes life much easier. Doomer Media for $2 says, "Tell me in DMs."
You want me to tell? Andrew's like begging that I tell what happened.
Yeah, I don't care. You can tell. It's kind of hilarious, but
Okay, so I
I
responded.
did unfollow her.
So I responded to the tweet that Adam wanted me to respond to.
Right.
But I said, "This heart is from Adam." Or the heart emoji. And then Katie
Right.
responded, Adam, the little goblin. Look at this anti-Semitism. Just replied to my GIF. Don't tell him, but I'm going to play hard to get and ignore him. Thanks for the heart, though. Can I have your wife's info, please? So there you go. Look, since she's going to try to out you.
I know.
Okay.
Scary. Look.
Scary.
I'm one tweet away from a block here.
There you go.
Lucifer the Doberman for 10 Canadian says, so I just did a quick check on Olay's Nigerian family. They were worse than anything she complains about. Jeez. I bet they used to sell as many people as they killed. What? How'd you do a check on that? That doesn't make any sense.
What is her family? Are you just making this up?
I suspect Lucifer the Doberman is talking some mad shit here. Do we read Twitter Sucks?
I read
Twitter
it
Sucks for $20? Okay.
Yeah, I read.
We're almost there. Let's see.
You keep reading. I want to see if I can find this.
Oh,
see if
no.
This is true.
Where
Or
are
if
we
this is
at
just
as far as
a joke.
Oh, I guess the time's right there. We have 20 minutes. Matthew Newman for $2 says, is good faith equal good religious adherence? A-team reigns supreme. Maybe. No, good faith means openness to, well, good faith means not mischaracterizing someone's positions. That's what it means for me. Not taking what they're saying in the worst possible light and reinterpreting it as you're a racist or something. Right. Andrew Clark for $2 says, loving the energy, Adam. Well, thank you. Look, we try to have a good time on this show because it makes everyone else have a good time. Sometimes I end up listening back and I'm laughing so hard just at Sitch and I laughing at each other's stupid jokes. So Theo Wolfie for $5 says, I love how they claimed they're oppressed, yet by their own authority, they shall dictate to the population how they will conduct business. Yes, that's very annoying and offensive. Aussie ODST for 10 Aussie dollars says, a far left friend justifies political violence by saying that no one is innocent as they vote for politicians who make decisions prompted by Hassan justifying 9/11. S-class is best class. Wow. Yeah, that's a pretty horrible thing when people have that mindset that no one's innocent because, look, they voted and these politicians do bad things. So therefore, ergo procto,
that's why
ipso facto.
That's why I said what I said the other day about how you're not responsible. You can't be held responsible for, like, and as an individual citizen, you're not responsible for the actions of your government.
Well, according to this guy's friend, you are.
Well,
and not only that, then they can enact violence on you because you did a no-no.
Oh my God, Benny.
PL02PL for $2 says, caught up on 2.75 times stream for you all to sound drunk.
Time for y'all to sound drunk. Is that even an option? I thought 2 was the highest.
I was gonna say, how do you do that? It's
Right.
like I thought 2 is the highest, I believe. I don't know.
Sax for $10 says, first time super chatter here. Found you guys early in 2022. Thank you. Big fan of the show. I'm super pumped that I finally found a show that is far right. Keep up the great work. Well, thank you, Sax.
Yeah.
Thank
Someone
you.
be sure to clip that out and send it to Olay.
There you go. PLO2PL for another $2 says, how do you imagine Olay argues her points in court?
I know.
Oh.
Look, I don't want to say it, but I think Olay could single-handedly end the incarceration crisis just by resigning as a public defender. Right? Like, how many people has that woman put in jail?
That's awful. And hilarious.
Dan the Milkman for $5
There you go.
Aussie dollars.
Adam gets the comedy crown for the stream. That was very good.
Yeah. Dan,
very mean. Milkman Dan
Milkman
for 5
Dan.
Wazzies. S train is A class. This service runs direct to Centerville. Passengers for Zealot Town, please change trains now. All aboard. Choo choo.
Nice.
There you go. Thank you, Milkman. Andrew
Andrew
Clark
Clark.
for $2 says MLK probably would have been 18. Well, I mean, he likes all the Christian stuff. So.
Yeah, 18's about forgiveness. Of course
There
he
you
would.
go.
Yeah.
RJ McDougalheim for $5. Thank you, RJ. Says you guys need to play the clip from the Boondocks of MLK coming out of a coma to see how the world became. You know, a lot of the conversation that was playing in my mind the whole time. Was that it's such a hilarious episode. Have you seen that episode?
I haven't, no, but I'll have
It's
to
like
check
MLK. It's like an alternate universe, I guess in the Boondocks universe, where MLK didn't die. He was just in a coma, and he like wakes up, and he's very upset. Let's just say he's very upset with the state of certain issues, certain elements of Black culture.
Right.
Like, and at the end of it, he goes off on a very angry tirade. I think he drops some N-bombs.
Oh no.
And people are like, MLK just called me the N-word.
In those speeches, every time MLK says the
Negro.
N-word, yeah, I'm thinking
You're like, you think he's gonna say the N-word?
I do.
I was gonna make a joke. I didn't because I was like in poor taste. In that first clip, that he's like, what he's about to say, he goes and he uses like N. You're like, oh my god, is he about to say the N-word? Like there's like that like half second where you're like, he's about to say the N-word, and then he doesn't. You're like, oh.
The way he pronounces Negro though is like with a hard I, which is just completely does this weird thing with your brain, right?
Yes. Well, it's well because I mean you're like calling a Black person Negro now is like fucking racist as shit. So it's weird to see like that was the accepted term, you know,
of
now,
course,
like back in the day. So
yes, it's changed obviously.
it's actually funny. Sometimes old people get in trouble because they'll say it because that's what they said in like the 60s. And people are like,
Right.
what the fuck?
When did it change? Like what happened?
Yeah, I don't know the answer to that question.
No memo like went out or anything, right?
Why did it change and when did it change?
Right.
I don't know.
People of color is the in vogue term now that everyone.
No, it's not. It's Black. It went back to Black.
Oh, it did? Oh, good.
It went to Black, and then it went to African American, and then it went to people of color, and now it's back at Black.
But if you say blacks, Sitch gets really offended by that. You have to
it
say
sounds weird when
black
you say blacks.
people.
Yeah.
Say black people.
Right.
Yeah.
Fondue for $2 says the power to prove someone wrong is worth any cost. Based. Taylor Ramirez for $5. Thank you, Taylor. Says, has the Humanist Report ever said why he left TYT? He said ideological differences, but what was it specifically? I don't know. I didn't. I should research it because he said it was like about this anti-LGBT stuff, but I don't know if it was that birthing person tweet or whatever. But Asmi for 3 months. Thank you so much. Asmi says, hey Adam, you're cool. Sitch, you're all right. It could be better if you weren't doing blackface all the time on stream. Tim reigns supreme.
Yeah.
There you go.
So, and we've gotten all these Twitter sucks, right?
We did the Twitter sucks. We did FDR more problematic than Song. Thank you, Johnny Foreigner, for bringing that to my attention. PLO P2PL for $5 says best Rogan bit is curtailing population by eliminating people who agree to be on a cruise ship. I haven't heard that one. PLO2PL for another $5 says besides recommending Righteous Mind, what else would you recommend to people to question their current worldview? What other books, Adam?
Dictator's Handbook, the Deficit Myth. Those are all books that really challenge your worldview type thing.
Is there some other one?
Murder Next Door. Most people just accept murder as a
we gotta get some
illness.
good Evo Psych book to recommend, probably too.
Murder Next Door is an Evo Psych book.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
There you go. I gotta read the other one. Was it The Ape That Understood the Universe?
I haven't read that.
I haven't read it either. I thought I read it, but I don't remember the name of the book I read. That was very
Sounds
good.
boring.
Wow, don't be mean. Lucifer the Doman for 5 Canadian says all socialists are closet Nazis.
We read that one.
I know. Why did I read it again?
I don't know. I'm trying to.
Let's see. Poland
We have, like,
invaded
10
self-defense. YouTube would probably be mad at me. Twitter sucks for $10 says YouTube would probably be mad at me if I called for violence, even taken out of context. I can't get away with it, like Vosh.
Yeah, of course.
Sins people's history. No, stop it. That is how you rot your brain. Don't read any sin. Angry Bellsprout for $5 says anyone on the other side of the court from Olay should play a super cut of her racist comments towards whites at every trial. That's like there's an episode of the Boondocks. I think it's the R. Kelly episode where Tom is the lawyer against R. Kelly, and R. Kelly's this is the R. Kelly peed on someone. Tom has a literal video of R. Kelly peeing on the person. But they say he's innocent because at the end of the trial, the lawyer for R. Kelly says, who's voiced by what's his name, Batman, the original Batman,
Adam West.
Adam West, yes. Adam West is like, I'll have you know that the lawyer for the prosecution is married to a white woman.
Ouch.
And everyone's it's like there's always like black people in the jury, and they're like, oh my god.
9 minutes.
It's just Abby for 2 Aussie bucks. Says I have a suspicion that Adam faked Roswell.
True. Yeah, of course. Opportunity like that I couldn't pass up.
PLO2PL for $5 says completely off topic, but what have you guys been watching lately? I have been watching Mythbusters.
Nothing. I've been working on the comic.
Okay.
Not really watching.
The only thing I've been watching when I do occasionally watch things on my phone is I've been rewatching Deep Space Nine.
Oh yeah.
There you go. Well, actually, I rewatched Next Generation. I finished that, and now on Deep Space Nine. Eventually, I get through that, and I'll go back to rewatching Voyager. You know, it's a little bit more. Voyager's a little shakier than the other two, in my opinion. I'm a big nerd. Andrew Clark for $2 says thoughts on ZOM 100. Look it up if you don't know. I don't know what the fuck ZOM 100 is.
We'll have to look that one up.
ZOM 100.
Lethal Strain for $10 says sorry Satch. Sorry Satch. Look up the Ethan Klein calling for either the NBA or CPAC building being blown up. What?
What was?
What?
Why?
Did that really happen? Jackorama for 11 months.
The NRA building, not the NBA. That makes a little bit more. I was like, what's wrong with the NBA building?
Jackorama for 11 months says, Sitch, why are you still up? It's 3:32 a.m. Well, it's like 4 a.m. now.
4 a.m. now. Because I'm doing a stream for you fine ladies and gentlemen.
We have 7 minutes.
A recent episode of H3H3, Ethan Klein called for the bombing of the NRA meeting that was held in Houston, Texas, Friday, May 27th. Jesus.
Ouch. Slabraham Lincoln. Slabraham Lincoln.
That's a great name.
It is. Yeah, I love it. Sitch.
For $20 says, Sitch, I also live in Florida. Hard Rock meetup when S class is best class. There you go.
What
Drive
are you
on
doing?
down to the Hard Rock.
What are you doing on Friday? Andrew Clark for $2 says, come on, Sitch. Lay on the Riz.
That was in relation to Katie.
Oh, okay. Was that the
Janice Kuhn
information?
for 10 months says, which video hurt Hunter's career more? The why I left the right or the real reason Hunter and Carissa divorced from the side guy's perspective? S-class. Probably why I left the right, honestly.
Yeah. Yeah, obviously.
Probably.
The Carissa video just seems kind of like a speed bump.
Well, it seems like just throwing salt on the wound anyway.
Yeah.
Hunter never really recovered. No one important 818 for $2 says, whoa. But second thought said centrism is alt-right or something. True. We haven't covered second thoughts idiot face in a long time. It's some insane video I watched like a couple days ago.
If there's any big super chats in the Streamlabs, read them. because we're
I did.
we
The
got
rest are
like
just $2.
we got like 5 minutes, so we'll read the
Well,
rest
they'll
of the
cut off,
$2
but we'll
ones.
keep reading them.
Oh, really?
Most of them are from Dr. Diddler, who I think
Yeah,
is
but
still right here.
people are going to complain in the comments that they don't have a bye-bye or an outro or anything.
Well, they'll get over it.